The bright light from the heavens shines down on the mortal realm, revealing a treacherous landscape of looming mountains. I didn't come to this world to exterminate demons or vanquish evil. The bloodshed here is incessant, and standing before the ruins and devastation, I had no idea the reality would be so absurd. Draped in my sacred robe, wielding the holy cross with the power to strike anyone showing signs of misfortune, I can only witness the bloodshed of this world, where both gods and Buddhas are but evil spirits. The noble Buddha in the clouds, along with the high gods, looks down on Xuanzang, surrounded by hungry ghosts. Confronted with a life-and-death situation, he smirked as if looking down on everything. To his surprise, his teammates, his disciples, all had different expressions, but in the end, they were all frightened and disappointed. Having thought it through, Xuanzang opened his eyes wide with a resolute look and said, "You all remember this well, I am dying today, absolutely not for this world." His whole body soared high along with the surrounding battlefield, and Xuanzang powerfully released everything, absolutely not for anyone else. Even though Xuanzang was angry, he shouted, "I am sick of this life, feeling that this meaningless world is really pointless." As soon as he finished speaking, a pillar of light shone around Xuanzang, and he saw Wukong below in great pain, reaching out to stop him. "Master." That figure seemed so distant, despite the effort, he couldn't reach it. "I must return to my world to enjoy human life." Xuanzang glanced back at his disciples. "You kids, see you in the next life." Arrows rained down, piercing through Xuanzang's body, regardless of his disciples' desperate attempts to stop it. "I came to this world to guide my disciples to defeat demons. There have been many terrible things, but also a lot of joy." Behind the group of disciples, their eyes were fixated as they rushed forward. Xuanzang admonished, "You pesky monkey, lead well and take good care of your little ones." Then the spears pierced through his body, but Xuanzang could only close his eyes and endure. Those were the last words Xuanzang said to his disciples. "Don't let me die in vain." Rewind to a year before, on a sunny day, Xuanzang, just after being captured, made a few self-reflective comments. "I am Tang Seng, kidnapped here by a pitifully weak and helpless fool from the 21st century. Under the enormous mountain lay a monkey trapped. I am facing a very embarrassing situation." Seeing his foolish expression, Wukong couldn't help but hit Xuanzang on the head, causing him to yelp in pain. "The monkey assigned to me by the country doesn't even care about me." Suddenly, Xuanzang's earring lit up with a warning. Shortly after, the system displayed a mission: subdue Sun Wukong. Time remaining for the mission, 30 minutes, please manage your time. If the mission is not completed within the remaining time, no rewards can be received forever. Furious, Xuanzang grabbed the system board and shouted. "How can you even show your face? Guanin, you've given me a fake golden circlet, have you colluded with her? Isn't it?" The system displayed the foolish name "B." Donor, please note, this is the world of evil journey, anything can happen. Please do not get confused, donor. Time remaining 25 minutes. Xuanzang, furious, broke the system panel, going mad with anger. He pointed and shouted, "And you monkey. For 7 days, I've spoken every kind word and done every good deed." In anger, he grabbed the golden circlet and pressed it against Wukong's face. "I grilled meat for you, picked peaches for you, even peeled bananas for you. Can't you just put on the golden circlet and obediently follow me?" Lying under the rock for 500 years, sore all over, and now there's someone rambling. With just a flick of his hand, Wukong could send Xuanzang to meet his ancestors. "Do you think I'm stupid? If I put on this golden circlet, what will happen to my life? Wearing the golden circlet is impossible, it always has been." There was an urgent matter, and right then the system prompted again. Time remaining to complete the task of capturing Sun Wukong is 18 minutes. Xuanzang flicked the golden circlet, feeling very frustrated. This system is nothing like the script that was written. Isn't it supposed to be pitiful, crying and begging in utter despair? Wukong is tired of life and has some doubts about human existence. "I really don't understand, if your cultivation is higher than mine, why do you have to drag me along with you?" Xuanzang felt despondent after hearing this. "Do you think I want this? If I can't trick you into wearing this cheap toy, how can I make you shield me from bullets? This detestable world destroys 3 of my beliefs every day. Hearing this grated on Wukong's ears, and he thought, I have come to understand over the years that life is like this. If I cannot resist, I might as well enjoy it. Unexpectedly, during this enjoyment, I discovered that the days of living loosely actually had some meaning. At this moment, Xian Zong was no different from Yo-Yo, with his eyes closed thinking, there's no time left, I can't let this monkey weigh me down, or I might not survive even 3 days. Then he put on a serious demeanor and slammed the staff he held down to the ground. I ask you one last time, will you follow me to retrieve the scriptures? Wukong, with his eyes closed and indifferent to life, immediately responded with a sentence that made Xian Zong furious. I don't want to. Xian Zong muttered, in the West, whether you want to or not, you have to go. He tightened his grip on the staff and trembled as he concluded with a statement, just wait and see. Finishing his words, he waved his staff in a circle, directly unleashing his powerful energy. Immediately after, he shot a stream of spiritual power towards the sealing talisman. With progress being made, Xian Zong felt satisfied and pleased. It seems that as long as, just as Xian Zong finished his sentence, from within the talisman a dense stream of spiritual energy began to take shape. The transformation gradually became clear starting from its limbs. Soon, the great Buddha's spiritual energy manifested, surrounding an entire area. The eyes of the formed figure began to become distinctly visible. The transformation concluded. The mighty Yin dragon emerged from behind the sealing talisman. As soon as it appeared, it began to gather ancient energy in its mouth, directly unleashing a powerful stream of spiritual energy down upon the invader. From afar, Shen Yi also witnessed this scene. The roar echoed throughout the area, shrouded in mist. Xian Zong stood there, receiving a blow with great might, yet it did not leave a scratch on him. He was determined that today, having come this far, even a monk must act boldly. Even if Buddha himself came here, I will drag this damn monkey out. With that, he charged forward to engage, ready to confront. At this moment, there was still one person, undeterred by the unfolding reality, Wukong, casually chewing on a straw while picking his teeth. Unexpectedly, this method is quite effective. Returning to the battle, facing the furious giant Yin dragon, Xian Zong charged forward fiercely. Those who stop me will die. Xian Zong, filled with terrifying spiritual energy, charged in, with vengeance and hostility clashing, and the outcome still undetermined. Xian Zong rushed straight into the throat of the Yin dragon, delivering a powerful blow that created a massive shockwave. The Yin dragon opened its mouth wide, gripping him tightly and emitting a dazzling light from within. Inside the innards of the Yin dragon, Xian Zong flickered in and out as he maneuvered around. Having found the weak point, Xian Zong immediately brandished his staff and unleashed the devastating extreme cold technique. At the same time, 2 towering mountains came crashing down, and with just a clap, the Yin dragon was squashed like a mosquito. As the smoke cleared, Xian Zong stood beneath the rubble, quite satisfied. Goodness, the monkey is in my grasp now. Just as victory seemed near, his gaze froze as he saw the system screen appear. The system panel displayed, the testing time for the happy full-level version has ended. We hope the donor will make an effort to level up soon. Xian Zong once again questioned the meaning of life. What is this? What do you mean by testing time? Moments later, he cried out in anguish, tears streaming down his face. The system is despicable, you dared to deceive me. You never mentioned any time limitations before. I only see that the black system is poking its nose in. Why didn't you say so? Look again. Congratulations, you have won the grand prize of happy full level. From now on, you can immediately enjoy the full level training experience at level 99, the peak of life is in your hands. Happy full level is a new version, limited time of 7 days. But just after that, Xian Zong fell to the ground like a mosquito, his whole body imprinted on the stone. Unexpectedly, a moment later, the scepter fell and hit his brother, 1 shot, 2 bullets. Who would have thought the life of a meat-loving emperor would come to this much suffering? Unable to withstand this system's prank, Xian Zong had to curse to vent his anger. Damn that system. Just then, in the distance, the figure of Wukong also appeared. After the sealing mountain was shattered, markings appeared on Wukong's body. His eyes glowed fiercely with energy, his whole body wrapped in fiery aura. He looked at the scene around him and snorted, standing up sturdily, pondering in his palm, even if it's not even 10% restored. Wukong smirked, smiling with sudden joy. But the next moment he smiled, lifted his head and laughed as if he had won the lottery. Sun Old Man was out. Xianzong looked at the monkey's antics in confusion. What was going on? What was the monkey doing? As he began to understand a little, Xianzong started sweating profusely, his eyes wide with vigilance. At that moment, a hand reached out and tightened around Xianzang's neck, causing him pain as he trembled and cried out helplessly. His neck was gripped by Wukong, lifted up like a duck ready for the chopping block. He turned red from suffocation, struggling to speak. "You tricked me," Wukong coldly said with a full of evil energy. "Didn't Buddha trick me like this at first? If it weren't for his schemes back then, how could I, Sun Old Man, have been pinned down for 500 years? His eyes reddened with grievance, veins bulging on his face as he shouted, 500 years. Wukong, filled with anger, threw Xianzong away, shouting again, 500 years. The throw made him crash hard to the ground. Fortunately, his brain didn't splatter, but he thought about how this monkey harbored such deep resentment toward Buddha. After the impact, Xianzong immediately spurted blood, worried and dissatisfied. Was my game just starting and already over? Wukong seemed to lose control and flexed, exuding a power that shook the heavens and the earth. Xianzong was injured and lying there when the system announced, time remaining to complete the mission to subdue Sun Wukong is 10 minutes. Xianzong, like a dying man, sprang up and threw the system away in anger. Ding ding ding, my life is about to end, and you're still making noise. Not resting for long, Xianzang's body was lifted again in great pain. Wukong brutally raised his hand, wanting to take Xianzang's life. Use your life to offer to Sun Old Man. Immediately, stones and debris began to rise rapidly. As a shard of rock was about to pierce his eye, Xianzong shouted, "Wait." Wukong seemed to become another person, his serious gaze waiting for him to speak. In the next moment, Xianzong, visibly angry, with veins bulging on his forehead, laughed mockingly. "You stinky monkey, do you really think that if Buddha hadn't used tricks 500 years ago, you would definitely win?" Wukong controlled Xianzong, dark-faced, and asked back, "Is there any other outcome?" Xianzong smiled with a sneer, provoking him. "As far as I know, the odds of winning and losing between Buddha and you is at most 4 to 6, you 4, him 6. After hearing this, Wukong's expression changed, veins popping, and he erupted in anger. A sharp stone flew towards Xianzong, piercing him. "Say that again." Xianzang's face darkened as he clutched his wound and replied, "Saying it again means you lose." Xianzong, filled with anger, yelled, "Even if I say it 10 times, 20 times, 100, or 10,000 times, you will definitely lose." Wukong, hit at his sore spot, yelled and charged towards him. "You bald liar, you want to die." Xianzong continued to speak, "In the past 500 years, the power of Buddha has surely been continuously upgraded, but what about you? Not only has your power stagnated, but it has also regressed, and your mind is the same as it was 500 years ago." The two quickly engaged in fierce combat, like water and fire. Wukong, furious, clenched his fist and threw a punch at Xianzong. But just a few centimeters away from Xianzang's face, he stopped. At this moment, Xianzong remained surprisingly calm. "Even if Buddha didn't use tricks at the beginning, you would only have one path to death. If you want revenge, you must follow me." Wukong trembled with anger and asked, "Based on what?" Xianzong seemed to have shaken Wukong's resolve as he landed on the ground, saying, "Based on the fact that I am different from them, that I cannot coexist with them, even though I am tasked by Guanin to go to the west to request the scriptures." He stood up straight and continued, "But I have a different plan." Xianzong moved closer to Wukong and shared his plan, then suddenly ignited with a fierce rage. Xianzong angrily recounted, "Guanin, that despicable person, last time gave me a fake golden circlet. This time going to the west to obtain the scriptures is nothing but a big scam, right? Only a fool would believe you." Wait until I gather enough Sun Wukong, Zhu Ba Jia, Sha Wu Jing, and then collect an additional 1.8 million demon soldiers. Let's see how I destroy your Guanin Temple, Ling Shao Palace, and Great Yin Temple. Wukong was deep in thought. What does this Tang Sing mean? And his cultivation, his whole demeanor seemed to freeze at the words just spoken by that person. Although he was unharmed now, but compared to his peak strength, he had some fierce competition. Could it be that he has some secret cultivation method? Xianzong wiped the blood from his lips and smiled wickedly. Do you want to know where my cultivation comes from? Xianzong stepped closer to Wukong. He began to entice. As long as you follow me, I can pass on all my cultivation methods to you. In his heart, Xianzong nodded. Once I level up and open the shopping center, what secret methods won't I have? Xianzong rotated his neck, closed his eyes and resolutely persuaded. If you don't want to follow me, then it's up to you. But if you end up being imprisoned by the Buddha down there, no one will be able to save you. As soon as Xianzong finished speaking, Wukong fell into deep thought. He walked past Wukong and said, "So, when you mention revenge, you mean to kill the Buddha?" Xianzang's figure swayed under the flickering twilight. What happens next? My revenge is more than that. Xianzong moved further away, leaving Wukong lost in thought. He deliberately slowed down, at a loss for words due to the countdown system. The time remaining to complete the mission to capture Sun Wukong is 5 seconds. He was sweating profusely as the time dropped to 4 seconds. The time remaining to complete the mission to capture Wukong is 4 seconds. Xianzong, from a distance, held his head in his hands, wanting to scream. The time remaining to complete the mission to capture Sun Wukong is 3 seconds. He rolled his eyes, as if he were about to die. The time remaining to complete the mission to capture Sun Wukong is 2 seconds. With just 1 second left, he felt like his soul was about to leave his body. Suddenly, at the moment of life and death, the system announced, "Congratulations donor, you have completed the mission to capture Sun Wukong and earned 80 experience points." He was surprised. What? Wukong put the golden circlet on his head, leaving Xianzong stunned. Alright. Adjusting the circlet, Wukong coldly reminded, "You better not deceive me." He narrowed his eyes as he looked at Xianzong, filled with evil energy. If not, not only that. Wukong squeezed Xianzang's mouth tightly, making Xianzang's beak pressed, sweat pouring down like a stream. Wukong threatened, "You know the consequences. Furthermore, go prepare a clean set of clothes for me, and a headscarf. Wearing this toy is no different from being a pet." He released Xianzang's poor cheeks, his hand clenching tightly, forced to find a way to restore his cultivation. For now, he needed to endure. Xianzong ran behind. "Stupid monkey, wait for me." Behind them, in the bushes, a dark shadow was following them. At Mount Putua, a place as beautiful as a dream, a pair of graceful young girls' feet suddenly appeared. It turned out to be Guanin resting there. The Green was reporting that the Bodhisattva, Tang Seng had left Five-Finger Mountain with Sun Wukong. Guanin gently opened her eyes, her voice calm, deserving to be the golden cicada of 10 lifetimes, truly having some ability. That thing continued, it also said it would help Sun Wukong take revenge on Buddha. Guanin sat up, a bit startled. What? That thing continued reporting, Bodhisattva, Tang Seng is so arrogant, it's better to let a petty person. Guanin looked at that strange thing and then fell silent, working a little more carefully. That thing gradually disintegrated, obediently obeying the command, "I will do my best." Guanin smiled and pointed to the remaining fragments. "Vivang, what other skills do you have? Show them to me." Wukong pouted and glanced at Xianzong, "Speaking of which, monk, how were you tricked into going to get the scriptures?" The rabbit on the ground said, "This tree is mine," only to be kicked angrily by Xianzong, sending it flying. "Isn't it all that damned Li Shermin's fault?" The poor rabbit could only be flattened on the ground. Chang'an City 2 weeks ago was where the tragic story began. Xianzong was a modern man who, while sleeping, was forced into this absurd crossover. "I feel a bit aggrieved." He held his head, looking at the thousands of people before him. "I just opened my eyes and was live-streaming a grand Dharma assembly." His face grew increasingly astonished, sweat pouring down like rain. He shouted, the Tang dynasty has so many famous figures, I could have crossed into anyone, yet I ended up as Tang Seng, who can do anything but was forced to become the greatest Tang Seng. The system appeared with a notification, congratulating the host on successfully linking with the system, welcoming the donor to the world of evil journey, and initiating the mystical journey. He was surprised to find himself in the system. Moreover, upon arriving I was bound by that useless system, the evil journey system, and then I was tricked by the most despicable person from the Tang dynasty, Li Shimin. Guanin appeared as a beautiful young girl. I am Guanin. Because the Great Master has touched the heavens, I have been sent to chant sutras for the Great Master. Li Shimin's eyes sparkled like stars as he looked at Guanin. Upon hearing this, my Buddhist scriptures can ensure the everlasting prosperity of the Tang dynasty. You can send an accomplished monk to the west to seek scriptures. Everyone seemed to have a lewd glint in their eyes. Li Shimin spoke up, I wonder which great master could replace me in seeking the scriptures. Xianzong grimaced, raising his trembling hand and stammering, Your Majesty, I actually want to return to secular life. He thought of the 88 tribulations of Tang Seng and thought, do you think I'm an idiot? Who wants to go on that life-threatening errand of seeking scriptures? Thinking of the fiery trials he had to endure, he was literally terrified. I don't want to be caught up with monsters and such. Li Shimin, like a large serpent withdrawing a wicked dagger, said, Great Master, my hearing has not been very good lately. Could you say that again? The system presented a series of spoils that forced Xianzong to agree. He looked at the result of his refusal with a questioning gaze. Donor, by refusing to seek the scriptures, you have become a cowardly chicken bullied by others, and in the end, you'll still suffer, being worse off than a dog. But when he looked at the result of successfully obtaining the scriptures, his eyes brightened like stars. And if I successfully seek the scriptures, I will become the most powerful person in the world, wealth and beauty will come easily, and I will enjoy endless glory and riches. Xianzong stroked his chin and said, If that's the case. He raised his hand decisively. At first, my brain must have been out of it to believe such a shabby system. Xianzong suddenly opened his eyes wide and said solemnly, Your Majesty, Tang Seng will definitely serve until death to seek the scriptures for the Tang dynasty. Returning to reality, Wukong glanced at Xianzong, who was crying and lamenting, struggling to cross here without even getting a decent bowl of food in Xi'an. Xianzong was furious, I will definitely destroy that damn system sooner or later. Wukong looked on in curiosity. Hey, is it still too late for me to regret this? An alluring backside and well-toned legs that everyone dreams of appeared. Yet, it was a strange sight that Xianzong had to face. The bizarre creatures with human-like preferences smirked at Xianzong with a grin. Xianzong also looked at them, his gaze and expression conveying a sarcastic mockery. The monsters angrily rushed forward, shouting, Don't underestimate us. Xianzong fiercely turned around, causing the ground and rocks beneath him to break apart. Xianzong sprang up, delivering a few basic strikes to the monsters, leaving them momentarily stunned. The monsters were quickly defeated. Xianzong took this opportunity to mock them, saying, Foolish monsters. He paused, looking at the fur he had knocked off, and said, Behave yourselves. Suddenly, a dog-like monster lunged to bite Xianzong. Before it could feast on its buffet, he dealt with it swiftly, become my experience points. Stepping on the remains of the monsters, he smiled as he heard the sound of experience points accumulating. The system displayed a notification, Congratulations, the donor's experience has reached the requirement for an upgrade. Would you like to agree to the upgrade? He happily covered his face, Commercial upgrade. The system cheerfully responded moments later, Congratulations, the donor has been upgraded. Xianzang's eyes sparkled as he covered his face. Wukong lay on the tree, thinking, he has leveled up again. Wukong stretched out, leisurely enjoying the sunlight. In 3 days, his cultivation has been upgraded 3 times. Xianzong happily gathered the spoils, so much monster meat. Wukong glanced down. In the world, there indeed exists a secret method for training at incredible speed. This monk ultimately, Xianzong, with a sly look on his face, held a utensil and looked at the 3 creatures, the white-feathered chicken, the spicy rabbit, and the beggar mouse. Xianzong smiled, revealing his shiny teeth. Wukong, Tonight I will let you experience the wonderful culinary skills of the master. Xianzong cheerfully cooked, while Wukong helplessly pondered. This bald trickster is untrustworthy, killing monsters to upgrade cultivation, and eating monster meat. He glanced at the carefree human grilling meat. Why did Buddha choose a person like this to go seek the scriptures? The rich aroma attracted a wild boar. Meanwhile, Xianzong remained focused on seasoning the dish. High-quality ingredients usually only require the simplest cooking methods. Holding a meat skewer, while turning around, Wukong, don't rush. Before he could finish his sentence, he yelled out when he saw a massive wild boar baring its teeth at him. Xianzang's face turned red with panic, stammering. Ba Jie. The wild boar seemed out of control, squealing as if in labor. Seeing this, Xianzong turned tail and ran away, shouting, Wukong, hurry and control your second junior brother. Wukong sat up, glancing at Xianzong, who climbed a tree to avoid the charging wild boar. He's just a pig, why don't you defend yourself? Xianzong shouted angrily. But this is Ba Jie, Wukong retorted sarcastically. You're even naming the pig? Wukong glanced with one eye while holding Rui Jingu Bang taken from his ear. He stood up, wielding the extending Rui Jingu Bang, muttering about the trouble it caused, but still helped Xianzong. With that, the Rui Jingu Bang shot straight at the wild pig's head. Xianzang's eyes welled with tears as he looked at the wild boar. Ba Jie. He clutched his head in pain, screaming as if he had just lost 2 testicles. Wukong jumped to the ground and said, who is his senior brother? A wild pig that hasn't even transformed isn't worthy of polishing your son old man's shoes. Xianzong, still crying, quickly covered his mouth, not transformed yet. Wukong looked helplessly at the person mumbling, this is a disaster, Ba Jie shouldn't have appeared here. Wukong walked closer to the person who was laughing foolishly. Xianzong also approached and said, Wukong, have you ever heard of a power that is known without needing to ask? Xianzong pretended to close his eyes and said, regarding the calculations, you will later have 2 cute little junior brothers, one will be a pig and the other a fish. Wukong, uninterested, glanced over, I'm not interested in the future, when will you finally give me the secret manual for cultivation you mentioned? As soon as he finished speaking, Xianzong jumped as if he had been hit on a sensitive spot. He rubbed his head, sweating and trying to avoid the issue, didn't I tell you already? Breaking through the 5-finger mountain has harmed my primordial energy, I need to restore my cultivation first, then I can teach you the secret technique. He thought to himself in frustration. This monkey is very cunning, I need to quickly upgrade so I can activate the new commercial center system. The system appeared. Activating the commercial center system, donor needs to reach level 10. Donor, do your best. Xianzong angrily ripped the system apart, shut up. If it weren't for you giving me the fake golden circlet, would I have to fear this monkey? Wukong seemed to realize something and shouted loudly, who? Suddenly, from a distance, a figure slowly walked closer, a calm monk approached. Amitba, with 7 stars on your head, this must be Tang Elder, right? Hearing this, Wukong smirked. Wukong secretly laughed to himself, glancing at Xianzong. Looks like there's a good show to watch. Somewhere on the mountain, the monk invited Xianzong and his disciple, Tang Elder, please come inside. Only Wukong glanced around at the surrounding scenery, his gaze suddenly falling upon a dusty Buddha statue covered in cobwebs, much like a longtime single youth, and he fell into deep thought. You followed behind Xuanzang. The monk smiled and said, please come this way. Inside the cave, there was another monk already waiting. He was Elder Jin Chi Amitbao. Xuanzang's nose lengthened as he eagerly shook hands with Elder Jin Chi. So it turns out to be Elder Jin Chi, I've heard your name for a long time. Elder Jin Chi warmly replied, Elder Tang is being too modest. How could this humble monk compare to the saints of the Tang dynasty? Wukong looked at the thin monk with some suspicion. Elder Jin Chi widened his eyes, trembling as he looked toward Xuanzang's sleeve. Is this the robe that Bodhisattva Guanin personally bestowed? Elder Jin Chi picked up the fabric to examine it. Xuanzang thought to himself like a demon, in a classic text, old items like this have surprisingly accumulated quite a bit of gold and jewels. If you want to steal my robe, let's see how Grandpa will widen you tonight. The thin monk reported, Master, the meal is ready. Soon after, the group proceeded to an old kitchen where the food had already been laid out. Elder Jin Chi smiled and served a bowl of rice. Elder Tang, the simple meal is not enough to show my respect. Xuanzang thought broadly. But it's still considered a meal. Unfortunately, at that time I didn't have enough time to prepare roasted wild boar. But a moment later, his eyes widened in panic and fear, sweat pouring out. Xian Tang was surprised to see a worm leaf on the table. He glanced at the next dish, which was moldy food. Holding a bowl of food in his hand, he forced a smile as he looked at the hungry monks. In this poor temple, this is the only way to entertain the holy monks. Xian Tang forced a smile and offered an excuse, I usually don't have lunch, you can take this food for yourselves. He was startled to see the monk grabbing the food and eating like a starving tiger. Thank you, Elder. Xian Tang smirked, silently worrying to himself, with this performance, if it weren't for my many blessings, I would surely have been deceived. I need to think of a way to escape quickly. At this point, Xian Tang suddenly came up with an idea. He stood up and touched the shoulder of the Jade Emperor, saying, it's time to chant sutras. Facing the increasingly grim faces, Xian Tang continued, I would like to take my disciple back to the room first. So the group, like addicts, had to watch as the two figures walked away. The monk with a sinister look said, Abbot, do we really have to take action tonight? The monks huddled together, whispering as if it were a great secret. Tonight is indeed that day. Jin Chi Elder sneered dangerously. Tonight. Right under the table, a mouse was cut in half. Jin Chi Elder said wickedly, I must get that robe. In the dark night, the cold wind continuously howled through the gaps in the tiles. At that moment, where Xian Zong was resting, a hand reached for the door. A moment later, someone burst open the door to the room. In the blink of an eye, a figure rushed to the bed, but unfortunately activated some of Xian Zhang's traps. On the bed was only a straw dummy, and there was no one there. They were startled and shouted, where is the person? There's a mechanism, light the lamp, light the lamp. They had fallen into a trap and began to scream, my eyes. The other person painfully held their injured hand, my robe. Above the bed, from the straw dummy, a stream of goo flowed out. A monk hurriedly ran to the bed. Is my robe all right? Where is my robe? Jin Chi Elder muttered, his face darkening visibly. Where has Tang Sing taken my robe? After checking, the monk said, Elder, that Sun Wukong is also missing. They exchanged suspicious glances, their faces cold. Did they hear something and run away? The Jin Chi Elder immediately retorted, impossible, the passageway is protected by a spell, as soon as they leave the cave, I will know. The other man pondered for a moment and then said, could it be that they have run to that place? The Jin Chi Elder ordered with a trembling voice, search. He transformed into a raging demon, determined to find them. In a part of the cave, the chilling air and sharp rocks surrounded a monk who was pushing a cart containing a coffin, grumbling. Why is it always me doing this hard work? Xian Zong hid behind and silently observed, no wonder the temple was built in the cave, it turns out there is a hidden world. Xian Zong sat on the rooftop looking around, thinking this must be the place where the Jin Chi Elder hid the treasure. Watching the person push the cart into the array from above, Xian Zong followed him with his eyes and smirked. Xian Zong stealthily approached. Indeed, this was the light of gold. He crept closer with a sinister smile, step by step. Suddenly, his jaw dropped, his eyes wide in disbelief. Inside was a statue of a golden maiden. The monks inside seemed enchanted, gaunt, mining gold, stirring gold. A bowl of golden rice. A golden shovel, stir-frying gold, a bowl of golden rice. The person beside him was not to be outdone and shouted, one must learn from the golden deity, riding a crane to the heavens, turning stone into gold, indescribably wonderful. They closed their eyes, their faces satisfied, I have 365 concubines, changing one every day. The people inside worked frantically, singing loudly, becoming prosperous, spinning around, stir-frying gold, concubines. Xian Zhang's heart skipped a beat in fear. In this temple, there was a gold mine. He imagined the image of gold miners, but were these mine workers really fools? Suddenly, a man opened his mouth and shouted loudly. Today is the 1st of the month. He pointed at the skinny workers. The workers turned to look at him, their eyes vacant. An announcement echoed, it was time to deliver the goods for the offering. One of them knelt down and pleaded, Great Master, please grant me 2 more days. The master's cold gaze responded. An extension? That man scowled and kicked the man violently. If you can't deliver the gold, then dream on. The man was kicked and died on the spot. He pointed, his eyes fierce, his face resolute, shouting out, Get rid of the old things, go find a good feng shui spot soon. On the other side, Xian Zong stared in disbelief. Is this how you just die? The impatient monk shouted, Turn in your gold, hurry up. Those people stood in line, taking turns to hand over the meager amount of gold they had dug up. Others, in fear, looked at the body that was slowly growing cold, and one by one stepped forward. Xian Zong watched and cursed, damn it, another dark pit opened. He cautiously backed away, scared. Xian Zong carefully looked around, whispering in fear. But why was there no one on guard? Xian Zong sneakily glanced around and began to assess the situation. Could it be that there was a trap? He sighed, feeling dizzy, secretly thinking that if he had known this would happen, he would have lured that foreign monster in with him. Wukong popped his head out, disdainfully saying, Monk, where are you touching? Xian Zong had accidentally touched his butt. Startled he exclaimed, Wukong. He quickly withdrew his hand and defended himself, Master swears, Master did not mean to at all. Xian Zong happily thought, now this is a good foreign monster, exactly the one I need, coming right to my door. Xian Zong schemingly threw his arm around Wukong's shoulder, kindly calling out to him, while Wukong was speechless. He originally thought that this monk had realized it, but unexpectedly, he did not notice at all. Xian Zong quietly shared his plan with Wukong. The golden statue of Guanin sparkled, and inside, a chest filled with gold had been gathered. The monk who had just seen the chest piled high with gold said happily, You all did very well this time. He carried the chest of gold and placed it on the cart, looking at the crowd in response. You've worked hard, and you will definitely be rewarded. His gaze was cunning, and his voice was full of deceit. The appointed time is approaching. Xian Zong suddenly appeared and shouted, How dare you commit this unfilial act? The man turned around and was struck in the face. Xian Zong knocked him out, his dignified voice rang out, Watch me act on behalf of heaven to deal with you. After that, Xian Zong clasped his hands. Amitabha Buddha. He stepped forward, closing his eyes, and said, By chance. The people inside were taken aback, their expressions difficult to describe. Seeing the monk knocked out, Xian Zong didn't realize what he had done and still said, You are free now, you don't need to thank me. The crowd looked bewildered and trembled, and Xian Zong waved his hand in confusion at the people standing motionless. You can go home. Go home, do you understand? Noticing countless evil energy gazes directed at him, he thought with a dark expression, could it be that they have become foolish by digging for gold, or were they already foolish to begin with? On the other side, the crowd was not only ungrateful but also extremely angry. The people with clubs shouted, He has killed the envoy of the Bodhisattva Guanin. The group behind them charged forward with weapons, yelling loudly, Revenge, kill him, revenge, kill him. Xian Zong was surrounded by the crowd, collapsing in fear. After a moment, the cave began to grow silent again. The young monk was beaten, his body bruised, lying motionless, with a chest of gold spilled over him. The people around had fierce looks, shouting loudly as they charged. He dared to insult the Bodhisattva, kill him, kill him, kill him, destroy him. On the other side, half-eaten peaches were thrown to the ground. Wukong calmly ate a peach while glancing at the noisy crowd, happily enjoying what the monster ate. When it comes to facing people, you can't bear to strike. At this moment, from beneath him, a trembling hand struggled to reach up, the voice weak. Wu. Before the words could be uttered, Wukong kicked straight into that person's face. Xianzong, dissatisfied, stepped back and rubbed his nose. He glanced at the perpetrator behind him and questioned discontentedly, "You didn't help the master earlier, and now that the master has managed to escape with difficulty, you decide to lay hands on him." "Oh no, I mean lay feet." Tang Seng moved closer, his probing gaze fixed intently on Wukong, questioning with suspicion, "Did you already know that they were tricked by the monks of the divine temple to come here to mine?" Wukong crossed his arms, looking at Xianzong with a mocking tone. "Tricked? Is it not true that one wants to fight while the other wants to suffer?" Xianzong was taken aback, his eyes wide with surprise as he looked at Wukong. Wukong, seemingly unfazed, coldly continued, "Only a madman would place their hopes on these rotten gods and Buddhas." At that moment, Xianzong smiled faintly in a strange manner. "Is that so?" On the other side, people were scrambling to climb onto the platform of the Buddha statue, their voices filled with suffering. "As long as we endure 3 years of hard labor, we can achieve our wish. Yet there is only 1 month left." Another person spread their arms and clutched the statue tightly, tears streaming down their face. "Bodhisattva, please do not blame us." Someone else could hardly believe it, pulling at their hair and tearing at their head. "It's ruined, everything is ruined." Xianzong closed his eyes, his voice tinged with helplessness. This is how people behave when they go mad. He thought of the images of those who were slowly losing their sanity over this matter. "The day I become the top expert in the world has finally come." One person shouted with wide eyes and an open mouth, continuously yelling loudly. "Everything has come to pass, all we need is to be young again." Then a girl with a flirting tone said, "I can marry 12 concubines at once." At the most chaotic moment, an immortal appeared. Guanin stood on a lotus platform and calmly instructed, "At the Buddha's place, we have the great ascension scriptures. Let's send a virtuous person to retrieve them. Everyone's wishes will be granted, and the Tang dynasty will become an eternal paradise." Tang Seng, upon waking, panicked and clutched his unfamiliar face, incredulously shouting, "Mother, what kind of cult have I crossed over to? Is this a missionary phenomenon?" As soon as the emperor heard this, he was overjoyed. "Is what the Bodhisattva said true? As long as I obtain the scriptures, I will get what I want, eternal blessing and longevity." She replied, "Of course." Hearing the fervent thoughts of those blindly devoted to Buddhism, Xianzong muttered sarcastically, "Sick. How could you believe that? Has everyone in the Tang dynasty lost their minds?" At this moment, the system appeared beside him, responding, Okay, you're smart. Quickly accept your mission and get going. I see you can survive for several more volumes." Xianzong, with a mocking face, pointed at the person behind him and reminded the old man. But was there any high monk willing to go to the west to seek the scriptures? He absolutely could not call someone. "Do you believe it, only a fool would go." Right after that, he stepped forward and grabbed Xuanzang's hand tightly, loudly proclaiming, "Great exalted master." He lifted Xuanzang up, holding a loudspeaker towards the people and shouted loudly, "O citizens of the Tang dynasty, the monk Xuanzang has agreed to go to the west to seek the scriptures." Xuanzang, confused, exclaimed, "Huh!" Immediately, amid the cheers of the crowd, he took the opportunity to hold Xuanzang's hand, his voice even more excited, "To save the people of the Tang dynasty, everyone sincerely wishes, may the Tang dynasty last forever." The crowd below, seeing someone endure the ordeal, could not help but venerate him joyfully. "All thanks to the great master, only success is allowed, failure is not permitted. Great master, please do not disappoint our hopes, great master." Even now, when recalling it, Xuanzang still vividly remembers the faces of those who feared death and craved life, internally cursing, insane. Xuanzang opened his eyes and looked at Wukong in front of him. In the next moment, he rushed over like lightning, grabbed his shoulder and cunningly spoke, "Wukong, help the master with something." At the cave entrance just now, the tools were scattered everywhere, and the aggressive people from earlier began to collapse, lying motionless. The vast space is filled with corpses, with only the blinding golden statue of Guanin remaining. A middle-aged man holds a hoe in his hand, his face full of worry. Where's the person from earlier? At that moment, the gigantic statue of Guanin suddenly opened its eyes. Guanin looked down at the beings below, clasped its hands, and said, Amitabha. Hearing the words from the golden statue, the crowd found it hard to believe, their gazes following. But oddly, a moment later, the statue of Guanin smirked. The fanatical crowd rushed to kneel at the feet of the statue of Guanin, saying, the Bodhisattva has manifested. Some raised their golden hose, chuckling as they tried to show off to the divine. Bodhisattva, look at me, I've dug up a lot of gold. From behind, the crowd began to jostle, it was clearly me who came first. Guanin looked at them, opened its mouth, and asked, what is your wish? Speak up. Upon hearing those words, the crowd trembled uncontrollably. People in fear knelt and bowed their heads to the ground. Soon after, the crowd greedily clamored to speak, I want to have 365 concubines, to be an emperor, to be able to use this golden hoe to plow the land, I want to be an emperor, to eat meat every day, I want to preach like that Sun with the beard. Hearing these incomprehensible pleas, Xuanzang disguised as Guanin. Looking at them with a hint of fear, I thought to myself, what kind of mess is this? As soon as the words were spoken, Guanin calmly smiled. At that moment, Wukong and Xuanzang, in the role of Guanin, instructed the group, I know your wishes, to fulfill them, you must first cut off 3,000 threads of suffering. Wukong glanced at Xuanzang, who was speaking and inventing stories, and internally assessed, this monk, after all, is still concerned about his hair. Meanwhile, Xuanzang behind the Guanin disguise spoke more slyly, thinking, who told you to hit me earlier? I'll show you how to entertain the gods above with a sacrifice dance. The crowd below was taken aback, staring wide-eyed at the deities, confusedly shouting, a sacrifice, a fire god dance. Soon after, the dark cave transformed into a Jotaro dance floor. The crowd began dancing under the flashing lights. With Guanyin's encouragement, they let go of everything and immersed themselves in the music. Finally, I found a reason to become stronger. Let me move forward as well. The crowd danced shirtless, their faces sweaty but still trying to keep up. Immersed in the lanterns, my heart felt heavy. Others whispered and got goosebumps. There was something I wanted to hold on to with these trembling hands. On the other side, Xuanzang pursed his lips to hold back laughter, but soon he couldn't help but laugh to the point of tears. Wukong looked at him, his eyes darkening as he silently judged, this monk was indeed a detestable person. At that moment, the statue of Guanin suddenly spoke, stop. Xuanzang continued to impersonate Guanin, secretly thinking that after this fun, it was time to send these people back home. Guanin said, your dance to honor the gods is truly unseemly. The crowd below panted, looking at Guanin, with some hastily wiping sweat from their faces. Guanin looked at them, her voice slightly displeased, noting that it was evident they were not destined for enlightenment and could not awaken. Under the guise of Guanin, Xuanzang smiled smugly and instructed them, I see you are sincere, take some gold for yourselves and live well. After hearing this, the crowd was stunned, sweat rolling down. In unison, the believers stared wide-eyed at Guanin in disbelief. But just then, a sharp voice rang out from behind, don't believe his nonsense. Jin Qi led the Buddhists forward, his face dissatisfied as he shouted. What do you mean Guanin has manifested? It is clear that someone is pretending to be a god. Xuanzang looked at him, smiling as if he was watching a fun show, while Guanin maintained her indifferent state, casting a glance at Jin Qi. As Jin Qi stepped forward, the crowd began to murmur, it's Elder Jin Qi, he says we were deceived. Wasn't it Guanin who manifested earlier? What is really going on? But at that moment, a beam of light shot by from above, and Xuanzang quickly landed. Xuanzang stood up, radiating a commanding aura as he looked at the crowd before him. He reached out to the crowd, his face serious, smirking slightly, and said, if the great master wants to see me, just say it directly. Why gather so many people? Are you accusing me of pretending to be a god? Xuanzang stared intently at Elder Jin Qi, beginning to expose his crimes. Then did you not deceive them into hard labor under the guise of Guanin Bodhisattva? Does that not count as deceiving the crowd? Upon hearing this, Elder Jin Chi's face gradually changed, and Xianzong frowned, looking at him as if he were radiating evil energy. After 3 years of hard labor, will you truly have genuine intentions? Xianzong rested his chin on his hand, looking at him with a warning gaze. By that time, the Tang dynasty will surely be very lively. It can be inferred that there were 56 kings and over a dozen wealthy households. The crowd, after hearing this, was confused and shouted, more than a dozen rich households, 5 or 6 kings. Immediately, one arrogant person pointed at himself. I must be the king. Get lost, I'm the king. Just a second later, the crowd began to fight each other. I am the king, I am the richest. An old beggar with a stunned expression knelt on the ground, his eyes blank. No way, the Bodhisattva will fulfill all my wishes. His gaze was filled with bloodshot disbelief, shouting that it had clearly been said. At this moment, Jin Chi behind spoke loudly, Bodhisattva, do you also want to compete with the Bodhisattva? A bunch of fools trying to transform into angels, how can the Bodhisattva care about you? The crowd immediately fell silent and looked at him. The pain-stricken man sank to his knees, clutching his head and cried out in despair, 3 years, 3 wasted years, how can I show my face? I should just go home. The others angrily charged forward, continuously throwing things in their hands. You trash con man, go die. Soon, a multitude of curses arose as the crowd surged toward Jin Chi, beat this detestable con man to death. Detestable, Guanin Bodhisattva will punish you. Elder Jin Chi narrowed his eyes, dark energy radiating from him as he calmly responded. After 3 years, I originally planned to deal with you in a few more days, but since you can't wait any longer. As soon as he finished speaking, the people seemed to turn into lifeless zombies, their faces and bodies pale. Jin Chi raised his hand to command the monsters to advance toward the crowd, shouting, then let's die together. Once he finished his sentence, the horde of zombies charged at the group. From the corners of their eyes and mouths, streams of green fluid oozed out, looking extremely disgusting. The people were terrified, trembling all over as they tried to scream. They cried out in despair, the envoy of Guanyin has turned into a monster. Guanyin Bodhisattva, save us. Seeing the zombies rushing forward, he knelt down, shaking and clasping his hands together. Amitba, Namo Avalokiteshvara Bodhisattva. Tai Shan Lao Jun obeys your command immediately. On the other side, seeing that the situation was dire, Xianzong leaped forward with great strength. Xianzong forcefully swung his staff, severing the zombie's body. Then Xianzong winked and silently signaled to the people behind him. Wukong proceeded according to the plan. Wukong looked at him with a puzzled expression. The powerful staff struck the ground fiercely. Xianzong bent down, placing his hand on the ground to channel his energy. A moment later, Xianzong clasped his hands, his eyes filled with excitement, and immediately used the earthbound magic. Xianzong smiled, proudly raised 2 fingers, and loudly declared, open. Immediately, a formation was quickly established, and a brilliant light shone. Wherever the light reached, the zombie corpses painfully raised their hands to shield themselves. The people nearby stared in astonishment at the beam of light. The staff soon lifted off the ground. Xianzong swung the staff in his hand, clasped his hands, and spoke loudly to the crowd, as things have come to this. He looked at the helpless crowd, his expression serious as he reminded them, what good is crying? What good is bowing in prayer? At that moment, the statue of the Guanyin Bodhisattva behind him suddenly shattered, and the crowd panicked, covering their heads. Xianzong voiced, if the Bodhisattva truly manifests, how could you suffer here for 3 years? After hearing this, the people suddenly froze, as if realizing something. Xianzong smiled, looking towards the destroyed statue, internally praising, no wonder you are my disciple, your timing is perfect. But at that moment, the hand of the zombie once again rose up. From within, the undead creature jumped out. The crowd screamed in fear, run away, the monster is attacking. Xianzong immediately jumped forward, looking at the crowd with a nonchalant tone. If you want to kneel, you can continue to kneel. A moment later, Xianzong showed clear dissatisfaction, turning to the group and saying sternly, "But kneeling doesn't make any difference, it only leads to waiting for death. You can either run away or fight back." As soon as he finished speaking, the ground behind him erupted with debris, and undead zombies appeared one by one. The crowd gasped in fear. In their astonishment, Xianzong shouted as he charged forward. But first, Xianzong swung the staff in his hand, his powerful force rushing toward the zombies that were growling in unison. Xianzong shouted loudly, "You must stand up." Wukong, hiding in the Buddha statue, looked at Xianzong and assessed, "This monk is quite quick with his words." He immediately used magic to control various weapons. The weapons flew and landed in the hands of the crowd. Their eyes widened in confusion, wondering, "Can we really win? Fight the monsters, me? We are definitely going to die here." At that moment, one person raised their hand, leading the way, and shouted helplessly, "In any case, we all have to die." After saying this, he charged forward like a moth drawn to a flame, shouting, "I will fight alongside you." Hearing this, the people behind tightened their grips on their shovels and picks. In the next moment, they decisively charged forward together with great momentum to fight. "Let's team up with them, let's work together to kill this group of beastly dogs." As soon as the words left his mouth, the group surged toward Xianzong to assist. The crowd advanced together, quickly hacking down the zombies. Jin Qi Elder behind them clenched his fists in anger, shouting loudly at the group, "Retrieve my robe for me." "My robe?" Xianzong glanced at him, his tone playful. "Still so stubbornly attached to my robe?" Xianzong planted his feet, making a strong sideways move to gain momentum. Then, like a flash, Xianzong lunged forward. Seeing him rush up, Jin Qi Elder panicked and quickly pushed two zombies forward, loudly commanding, "Stop him." Xianzong charged in, swiftly giving the elder a skilled spin, calling out, "Old blade." Then, Xianzong danced in front of him, continuously infuriating him, "Do you want this robe?" Immediately after, Xianzong quickly ran away, looking back at them, whistling and saying, "Next life, bye-bye." At that moment, Xianzong secretly told himself, "Why clash head-on? The best strategy is to flee." Witnessing the recent scene made Jin Qi Elder unable to hold back and spit out. He was angry, flailing his arms and shouting loudly, "Chase, quickly chase. Bring my robe here for me, they can't escape, but my robe." The veins were bulging on his face, his eyes wide, his voice high-pitched. He resolutely raised his voice, "Absolutely do not let Tang Xianzong escape." On the other side, the group struggled against the pile of zombies, but soon after, as if seeing something terrifying, the zombies turned and fled in panic. The people rejoiced, shouting loudly, "We are saved, the Bodhisattva protects us." Wukong looked at the crowd who were continuously celebrating. "The Bodhisattva is protecting us, this is great." Wukong's face grew serious, remembering when Xianzong had patted him on the shoulder, carefully instructing, "Take good care of them." Now seeing the joyful crowd, he murmured, "A bunch of foolish ants." Suddenly, Xianzong ran frantically forward, his face tightened, sweat pouring down. Xianzong's eyes widened, his face so angry that smoke seemed to come out of his nostrils, rushing like crazy. "My small universe." After a while, Xianzong stopped, panting heavily. A moment later, Xianzong seemed to collapse, a strange sound rang out, "Tunnel clear." His face changed color, his whole body trembled, forcing himself to stand up. Tunnel clear, the main hall. Xianzong was so exhausted that it felt like his soul had left his body, his trembling arm raised up. "Get!" Xianzong gasped for breath, sweat dripping from his nose. He weakly leaned on his knee, his face scrunched up in pain, saying every word slowly, "In the future, I won't show off like that again. My physical strength has been drained too much." His face was drenched in sweat. Xianzong looked back and softly answered, "Why hasn't the monster caught up yet? Has the plan failed?" On the other side, the horde of zombies seemed tireless, rushing towards him like moths to a flame. Seeing their figures appear from a distance, Xianzong was startled, his face filled with worry. Then, Xianzong opened his eyes wide and shouted as he charged forward, "Mom!" The zombies aimed for him, continuously lunging ahead. Xianzong, dissatisfied, grimaced and shouted angrily, "Damn it, are they all just coming for me?" But just as he was trying to run with all his might, a cold hand grabbed his ankle from behind. Xianzong looked down, silently worried, and shouted, "No." Then, instinctively, Xianzong quickly fell face first to the ground. He clumsily got up from the dirt, propping himself with his staff. Behind him, the horde of zombies stared at him intently. Xianzong glanced at them, sweat pouring down like rain, thinking to himself, "There's no way out." There was no other trick to use. Immediately after, Xianzong reached out to touch his armpit. At the same time, the horde of zombies opened their eyes and mouths, charging towards Xianzong. Xianzong tightly shut his eyes, sweat pouring down. A moment later, he pulled out Kong Kong and shouted loudly, "Monkey King, Sun Wukong." Soon after, Wukong quickly appeared. Hearing that name, the zombies were somewhat frightened and hurriedly stepped back. At that moment, a voice shouted, "Monsters and ghosts, disappear at once." Xianzong kept his eyes tightly closed, raising Kong Kong high in his hand. The zombies wore contemplative expressions. Xianzong was both worried and curious. He cracked his eyes open slightly, thinking to himself, "After all, it is a replica of that monkey, it must have some usefulness, right?" On the other side, Kong Kong stood amidst the zombies, constantly waving his arms and legs, seriously proclaiming, "Let me educate you about the power of this Monkey King." Kong Kong swung his hand and struck the nearby zombie, but not only did it not get hurt, it only made the zombies angrier. Xianzong anxiously pulled Kong Kong back, inwardly cursing, "That monkey said this weak replica is even weaker than a normal person, and it really is." Immediately thereafter, he gritted his teeth and threw Kong Kong into the sky. "Alright, follow the plan." Xianzong glanced at the pile of zombies, thinking to himself, the second step of the plan, the gold trap. Outside, the bright moon illuminated the entire space, while inside, Xianzong kept running forward, escaping from the monsters. As he ran, Xianzong looked back with satisfaction, secretly pleased. Luckily, these monsters are all stupid brainless creatures. Soon after, Xianzong quickly distanced himself from them. He glanced at the zombies behind him, thinking, "As long as I go around, I have enough time to create a copy. Even if they have some IQ, it will still be a bit difficult." But just at that moment, in front of him, another Xianzong was quickly approaching. Xianzong's eyes widened, and his face changed in disbelief as he shouted, "What?" On the other side, Jin Qi saw this scene, smugly smirking with a sinister smile. He decisively waved his hand forward, loudly commanding, "Chop it up, bring back the monk's robe for me." Seeing the zombies getting closer, Xianzong shouted desperately, "Help! Wukong, I'm about to be caught." At that moment, the horde of zombies caught up, with their mouths open wide towards Xianzong. At that moment, from inside the room, a hand reached out and pulled Xianzong in, and the door immediately closed behind them. Jin Qi cast a glance at the door, which was still slightly ajar, and he stepped forward with a mocking tone. "Truly foolish, hiding in this room, isn't it just like a fish in a tank?" A moment later, he pushed the door open and coldly commanded the group of zombies, "Go, capture that insolent brat for me." Inside, Xianzong closed his eyes, clasped his hands, and softly chanted, "Amitabha." Xianzong smirked, revealing a strange smile, good indeed, life and death are predestined, this monk understands." On the other side, Jin Qi, furious, widened his eyes at him and shouted, pretending to be a god or a ghost, "Come on." As the words fell, the zombies behind immediately moved forward. Xianzong glanced at the swarm of zombies, silently assessing them. The position is just right. He looked at them and calmly said, "If your family members." Xianzong raised his staff high, his expression turning serious with excitement, "Are all here in order?" Immediately after, Xianzong slammed the staff down onto the ground, and the earth and rocks immediately shattered. "Then this monk can only send you all off in order." Soon after, a desperate scream echoed from the room as Xianzong struck the staff in his hand hard. Immediately after, the ground and rocks broke apart, and the monsters on the other side trembled all over. The earth and stones around them shattered into many pieces. Xianzong looked at them a moment later, with an indescribable expression shouted, "You guys go eat shit." A moment later, the monsters fell below. Under the water, disgusting sludge splashed up, and the zombies that got hit by the filthy water screamed, "It's a pit of shit." Jin Chi above looked at them, dissatisfied and cursed, "It's just dirty stuff, what is there to be afraid of?" Before he could finish speaking, Kong Kong rushed in and threw a piece of feces at his face. Right after that, he kept shouting loudly. On the opposite side, Xianzong and Kong Kong covered their noses, frowning at the group over there. Kong Kong spoke up, "You asked me to set up a gold trap, is it just to have them bathe in shit?" Kong Kong, slightly worried, pointed at the pile of zombies below. "They are about to climb up, I won't be able to help much later." Meanwhile, in the pit of shit below, the zombies kept climbing the walls. Xianzong looked at Kong Kong, pulled its cheek, and softly reminded, "You can help. Now, focus on this torch." Kong Kong was worried, but his gaze still followed the torch in Xianzong's hand. A moment later, the torch lit up. Xianzong raised his hand and patted Kong Kong's head, praising, "Really impressive." Xianzong glanced behind him. The fiery-eyed golden spirit is indeed very useful. He looked towards the group of zombies struggling to crawl up to the edge of the pit, and a sly smile spread across his face. Next is the moment to witness science. Immediately, Xianzong raised his hand and flicked a spark towards the zombies. Sensing danger, Xianzong rushed in and quickly pulled Kong Kong away. Not far from there, they landed safely. Behind them at that moment, a biological explosion occurred. Xianzong clasped his hands together, adopting a compassionate demeanor. "So sorry, so sorry." He shut his eyes tightly, his face revealing delight. True warriors never look back at explosions. At that moment, a shard was shot out from behind, flying towards Xianzong. The stone hit Xianzong on the head, and he yelled in pain, "Damn it, true warriors dare to face explosions." Shortly after, the system screen kept displaying notifications, making his mood spin like a top. He exclaimed, "This time I've made a profit." A moment later, Xianzong moved forward to hug Kong Kong, continuously doting on him. "Little guy, you really are my lucky star, from now on, I'll call you Shao Kong Kong." Kong Kong looked at him and asked, "How did you do that?" Immediately after, Xianzong transformed into a chemistry teacher and began to explain in detail. In a typical manure pit, there will be a lot of methane gas, and methane gas will explode when it comes into contact with fire, so you little ones must not play with fire near the manure pit. A moment later, Xianzong approached the head that was playing with dung, and don't play with dung either. At that moment, the system echoed from above, announcing, "Congratulations on unlocking a new outfit for your character, please complete the transformation according to the required motion." Reference motion, Sailor Moon. Xianzong was confused, raising his eyebrows in thought as he completed the transformation according to the required motion. When the music started, Xianzong raised his hand and waved it in front of himself, "Love and justice." To the music of Sailor Moon, Xianzong gradually transformed into a warrior in Kasaya. Xianzong stretched out, a beam of light swept over, 7 stars illuminate the Tang dynasty. Immediately, the outfits were upgraded and renewed. "I will represent the Tang dynasty." Xianzong then appeared in a brand new Kasaya, looking heroic, "I will destroy you all." He covered his face with his hand, silently muttering curses at this humiliating plot. It was as if he wanted to scream fire in the direction of the author, continuously shouting, "Screenwriter, if you want to die, just say it directly, I will definitely fulfill your wish." The author was fearful and continuously advised against it. If you don't like Sailor Moon, then change to a handsome high school boy protecting the earth. The layer of rocks in the cave began to shatter due to the explosion. Jin Chi Elder's eyes widened in disbelief as he trembled and exclaimed, How can this be?" Jin Chi Elder sat on the rocky ground, surrounded by shattered stones. From within the dust and smoke, a figure appeared. Jin Chi stepped back in fear. Are you a demon? Xianzong appeared, his scheming expression fixed on him. Oh, there's still a fish that got through the net here. Xianzong stepped forward, flashing a bright smile. Jin Qi Elder, let's have a proper conversation. Jin Qi Elder saw him intact and continued to tremble. Bodhisattva, cassock. Xianzong said, confused, huh? Immediately after, desire surged in the old man's mind. He stared intently at the garments on Xianzong. Bodhisattva, cassock. He suddenly smiled, a disgusting grin showing his gray, dirty teeth. Bodhisattva, cassock. Moments later, his aging hand grew enormous. He screamed, "You!" His body began to enlarge, and his clothes ripped apart, unable to contain this form. What right do you have to wear the robe bestowed personally by the Bodhisattva? Xuanzang and Kong Kong were taken aback at this scene, their eyes wide open. Jin Qi Elder looked at Xuanzang like a giant, grotesque monster. Tang Xuanzang, prepare to die. Meanwhile, Kong Kong looked at him, his eyes suddenly shining brightly. At this moment, old Jin Qi was filled with malicious desires. Human beings are a weak and powerless species. He recalled the past when he was also a moth, and I was just a pitiful being among them. The crowd, driven by superstition, rushed to fight, and Jin Qi's steps became increasingly heavy. Another hand firmly grasped his ankle, no matter how much you struggle. Immediately after, dozens of other greedy hands reached out and tightly bound him. Jin Qi Elder found himself powerless, having to call upon martial arts and chant sutras, yet unable to escape. Jin Qi, his face cold as ice, wherever I go, the sound of the wooden fish echoes, while I strive for liberation. But behind him, dozens of greedy hands continued to cling to him. It wasn't until one day that a demon king appeared, looking at Jin Qi and enticing him. Until then, in accordance with the will of Guanin Bodhisattva, from now on, you shall be Hefu Mountain, the abbot of Guanin Temple. Elder Jin Qi's eyes grew increasingly excited in a strange way. He happily stood before everyone and announced loudly, "Ah, finally, we are no longer mere worms or crickets." The Buddhists below immediately bowed their heads. "We will follow the instructions of the abbot." Because of this delusion, he began to deceive the people. "You are the one chosen by the Bodhisattva. I hope you will not disappoint the Bodhisattva's expectations of you." Thus, a golden statue of Guanyin was erected. With a reverent gaze, Jin Qi rushed to the lotus pedestal, looking at Guanyin Bodhisattva. He seemed to be entranced, his eyes fixed only on the statue, and a sly smile began to emerge. "I will dedicate all that I have to you. This person is very important to the Bodhisattva." However, images of Xianzong were soon circulated everywhere. "This person is very important to the Bodhisattva. Once you discover it, you must report to me immediately. Absolutely do not delay. Please obey the orders of the Venerable One." Elder Jin Qi's once aged eyes were now filled with jealousy as he looked at the person in the picture. "And it's the robe that the Bodhisattva personally bestowed." He reached out to touch every detail of the painting. A moment later, Jin Qi seemed to go mad, throwing his head back and shouting loudly. "He relies on what? We are the most loyal followers of the Bodhisattva." He rushed forward, kneeling at the feet of the statue of Guanin, his voice resonant. "Bodhisattva, I will never waver, I will definitely help you catch Tang Seng." But in some hidden corner, the elder's gaze had begun to darken with desire. Just before that, jealousy had clouded Jin Qi's reason. "I must take back the monk's robe." Returning to reality, the space was filled with dust, and a large figure appeared. Elder Jin Qi's face was flushed, and veins of blood were visible on his face. He gritted his teeth, each word sounding out. "What right do you have to wear the robe bestowed by the Bodhisattva?" Xianzong was stunned, looking at the elder with a confused expression. Jin Qi approached, his face extremely sinister, his enormous foot raised towards Xianzong, shouting loudly, "I am the one chosen by the Bodhisattva, Tang Xianzong, go die." Xianzong was frozen, unable to dodge his foot. The next moment, his foot slammed down onto the ground, causing dust to rise around. Wukong rushed in from nowhere, pulling Xian Zhang's robe to save him at the last moment. What do you mean you are the chosen one of the Bodhisattva? Wukong declared loudly, you are both equally matched. But at this moment, Jin Qi had gone mad, no longer able to hear the words just spoken. He kept mumbling, "Tsai Tsai." Soon after, he yelled loudly, and Wukong on the other side quickly charged in. The one who blocks my path must die. Immediately, both sides charged at each other fiercely to fight. Wukong jumped up quickly, swinging the Rui Jingu bang straight at the old man. While dodging the old man's moves, Wukong shouted, the one that the Bodhisattva chose. Jin Qi gritted his teeth, looking at him with dissatisfaction. What? Just as Jin Qi was still in shock, Wukong raised his foot and kicked him away. Jin Qi was sent flying by Wukong's kick, retreating several dozen meters, his large body continuously scraping against the rocky ground. Wukong confidently walked up, looking down at him mockingly. Is that all? Meanwhile, Xianzong and Kong Kong, at two opposite extremes, kept praising him. Impressive, impressive, really impressive, impressive, seriously. Jin Qi lay motionless on the ground, his words filled with reluctance. And yet. The old man's eyes widened as he stared into the void. One kick has shattered the magical power that Venerable One granted me. Xianzong squatted in front of him, his gaze mocking, sneering, Jin Qi elder, can we talk now? Xianzong grinned smugly, then questioned him. Is the one who manipulates him to deceive others into doing hard labor in the gold mine Guanin Bodhisattva? At that moment, the image of Guanin appeared in his mind. The old man, weak-hearted, shouted, Bodhisattva. Immediately after, he recalled himself when desire plagued him, trembling with fear. No, I cannot go back to how I was before. A moment later, Jin Qi was angry with himself and drew a long knife from somewhere. He did not hesitate but aimed the knife at himself, yet his whole body shook and he couldn't do it. Xianzong was surprised, his eyes wide with disbelief shouting, Hey, you! Jin Qi spoke, I will absolutely not betray the expectations of the Bodhisattva for me. As soon as he finished speaking, in front of Xianzang's astonished gaze, red blood stained the space. Xianzong furrowed his brows tightly, looking down with a serious voice. In fact, you and the miners you deceived are the same. At this moment, Jin Qi lay motionless on the ground, but a sense of relief was visible on his aging face. Xianzong helplessly continued, there is no difference, they are all unfortunate people deceived by gods and Buddhas. At this time, the worshippers knelt down, bowing their heads and shouting, Holy monk. To Xianzang's surprise, the group kneeling at his feet spoke up, earlier, we were blind and offended the holy monk. Xianzong solemnly clasped his hands in front and looked at them as he replied. It is good that you are all safe, no need for more. Immediately after, piercing screams echoed continuously. It is surprising that the person is the messenger of Guanin. Shortly after, numerous other words poured in like blows to Xianzang's ears. Feeling grateful to the Bodhisattva, I already knew it would be like this. Guanin Bodhisattva, we know you will not abandon us. Truly, it is worthy of Guanin Bodhisattva, all-powerful and capable of saving the suffering. And it is certainly going to last for quite a while. Xianzang's eyes widened as he sat dumbfounded on the ground. In the future, I will definitely be even more respectful. Bodhisattva of power and authority, thank you for bringing the holy monk to save us from the sea of suffering. The Bodhisattva is indeed of great compassion. The Bodhisattva is truly an omnipotent being. The congregation of believers and Buddhists joyfully continued to cheer for him. That's great. Long live the Bodhisattva, long live the messenger of Guanin. On the other side, Wukong cast a glance at Xianzong, who had turned to stone, with a smirk. Just like that, messenger of Guanin. Xianzong, angry, felt a surge of fury as he looked at Wukong. Who are you referring to? But at this moment, Xianzang's gaze froze, his expression darkening. Immediately after, the crowd of believers below eagerly spoke up. The Bodhisattva deceived us. Let us leave this disgusting time behind. Life has lost all hope. Xianzong felt a bit awkward and cleared his throat. A moment later, Xianzong spread his arms and looked towards the crowd, declaring loudly that he was indeed the one sent by the Bodhisattva to rescue them. Upon hearing this, Wukong was somewhat confused. Soon after, Xianzong firmly added that as a human, one must rely on oneself and, in order to fulfill one's aspirations, one absolutely cannot just daydream in broad daylight. Seeing the crowd below obediently listening, he closed his eyes and decisively said, "All right, you all should go home now. This matter must not be mentioned to others." However, the people in front stood frozen, the entire space seemed to be suspended. Then, the crowd clasped their hands and bowed their heads in compliance. "We will follow the will of Guanin Bodhisattva. Thank you, holy monk." Shortly after, they left one after another, but the whispers still could not cease. "I said the Jin Chi elder was not right. A true messenger of Guanyin wouldn't act this way. How could Guanyin make us do forced labor? From now on, we must follow the Bodhisattva's words and rely on ourselves." Xianzong looked after the crowd and quietly said, "It seems that getting rid of this superstitious feudalism is going to be a long-term burden." Wukong immediately began to refute. "No, no, no, you are just." Shortly after, several arrows shot towards Xianzong as if starting to accuse him, being pretentious. Trying to act, pretending to be a god or a ghost, feigning deafness and blindness. Xianzong looked seriously at Wukong and replied firmly, "Wukong, the highest form of battle is a battle of logic. If you cannot use your logic to defeat the enemy's logic," Xianzong looked ahead and continued, "then you must learn to use the enemy's logic to kill the enemy." Wukong looked confused. Logic. Xianzong refused to pay him any attention and quickly rushed towards the treasure. "Alright, everyone is gone now. Master is going to loot. I mean, go find the treasures." Immediately, Xianzong felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He gritted his teeth and shouted. Xianzong glanced back worriedly. Behind him, Kong Kong was looking at Xianzong. Xianzong, surprised, asked, "Xiao Kong Kong, why are you still here?" "Kong Kong is being spoiled. Big brother, hug hug." Wukong approached and grabbed Kong Kong, lifting him up and looking at him. "It's really strange, why won't this clone go back into my body?" Wukong decisively clasped his hands and murmured a spell, "Return to Sun, old man." Kong Kong, unwilling, weakly resisted. Die. But just as Wukong's expression changed, he solemnly asked himself, "How can this be? Could it be that the cultivation has been disturbed?" At this moment, Xianzong rushed over, hugging Kong Kong tightly. Alright, let's keep Xiao Kong Kong by my side." Wukong reminded from behind. "Hey, this is a copy of Sun, old man." Xianzong replied cheerfully. "But this is my lucky star." Time quickly passed, and strange sounds continuously emanated from that room. Xianzang's face was tense as he searched continuously, shouting, not here, it's not here either." His gaze soon became lost, trembling in disbelief, "Can't find gold, there's no food either." Shortly after, Xianzong sat on the ground, holding his head and yelling, "Damn it, so much gold." Xianzong approached and snatched the bowl from Kong Kong's hand, looking at it with a sigh. Kong Kong below stretched out his hand and called out, Die. "Gold." Xianzong, feeling powerless, threw the old bowl and asked, "Where on earth is it hidden?" At that moment, a brick gradually sunk in from behind. Xianzong, Kong Kong, and Wukong looked at each other in surprise. "What is this?" Then, a door slowly opened. Wukong looked down the stairs leading below, suspiciously wondering. Secret passage. The door opened, revealing the space below. Xianzong looked at the stairs in surprise. There's actually a hidden chamber. His face quickly lit up with excitement. Concealed like this, the treasure must be inside. Immediately, Xianzong dashed down, eagerly calling out, "Treasure, I'm coming." Just a moment later, Xianzang's footsteps came to an abrupt halt. Instinctively, he fell and landed hard on his backside. Above, Wukong made his way down step by step, thinking to himself, "I didn't expect there would be a place like this in the temple." Then, his cautious gaze glanced to the side, wondering. Wukong stretched out his hand to touch an old object nearby, and it turned out to be an ancient book. Wukong felt a bit curious. What is this? At that moment, above in the sky, lightning surrounded the atmosphere. Below the lake, a small whirlpool appeared, growing larger by the second. From that direction, Xianzong fell a bit more, nearly losing his footing. Xianzong quickly sat up, but then he doubled over, clutching his groin, his face filled with pain. My Xiao Tang Seng. Xianzong looked at the strange scene before him, feeling anxious. What kind of cursed place is this? Where's my treasure? At that moment, the system unexpectedly displayed a notification. Congratulations, blind cat donor has found a fried fish and discovered a distorted space. Now I will help the donor unlock the distorted space. Xianzong glanced at it and replied, Yo, it's been a while, hasn't it? This time, the system screen displayed information. Your signal doesn't seem to be very good. This is an area independent of the main world, capable of freely determining rules not consistent with the world, so of course the signal is poor. Xianzong frowned, his face showing annoyance as he flicked a booger and responded, a distorted space, this rundown street context. Xianzong hurriedly searched around in excitement, gold, silver, treasures, antiques. Xianzong leaned over to look down a pit, his eyes hopeful. Quickly come into my hands. Below the lake, the water suddenly splashed up, and Xianzang's whole body was jolted as he was pulled by something strange. What the hell is that? From the water, he pulled up a set of bones. Xianzong carefully evaluated with a magnifying glass. The ribs are cleaned so thoroughly. Xianzong leaned down to look into the lake, calling loudly, Hey, is anyone down there? The surface of the water remained unusually calm. But after a moment, a line of text appeared. Father, mother, grandfather, grandmother, older sister, aunt, older cousin, second uncle, third uncle, fourth uncle, oldest brother, second brother, third brother, I have no face to meet everyone again. I only want to live a lonely life as a dragon here. Please do not look for me anymore. Unfilial descendant, Ao Lai. Xianzong was surprised to read Ao Lai. Isn't that Xiao Bai Long? Xianzong nervously looked around and said, could this place be Ying Chou Jian? Xianzong stood up and moved toward another direction. But why is Ying Chou Jian in the Guanin Temple? Meanwhile, the system behind him dissatisfiedly shouted, how dare you disrespect a noble system like me? The system angrily crossed its arms and looked at Xianzong, its voice warning, do you still want to complete the mission or not? Xianzong was furious and rushed over as if wanting to rip its face off. I've been disrespecting you for half a day, and only now do you remember to complain? Hurry up and tell me the mission, or else when the signal gets cut off, let's see what you will do. At that moment, the system displayed. Accept the mission to convince Ao Lai to become a disciple. Reward, 100 experience points. Below it was a note. Failure to complete the mission will result in the direct deletion of the donor. The system didn't forget to tease. Stupid donor, may your mission fail swiftly. Xianzong, dissatisfied, pointed at the system, cursing continuously, this silly system, the characters don't match. Do you think I can't see that you've added nonsense randomly? The system hurriedly ran away. Got scared, missed. Xianzong propped his chin, watching the system's retreating figure, and replied mockingly, and do you think a Xiao Bai Long could trouble me? I have an external quirk, I can immediately become a dragon knight. After rummaging through the memories in his mind, Xianzong spoke up, I remember that this Xiao Bai Long was discovered after eating Tang Seng's horse, right? From the recent vortex, a foot gradually appeared, and Wukong along with Kong Kong stepped out. Seeing him appear, Xianzang's eyes lit up like stars, about to rush forward. Wukong saw his appearance and freaked out, shouting, what do you want? Xianzong seized the opportunity to plead, can I borrow your great treasure that can enlarge or shrink just a bit? Wukong gave him a sidelong glance, enlarge or shrink. Wukong repeated the words in confusion. Great treasure. A moment later, Xianzong reached out to untie the last string. After that, he raised his leg and stomped down on the bait, which was a group of zombies, excitedly shouting, go down. Immediately after, Xianzong loudly declared, dragon fishing action. Action. Wukong leaned on his chin, using the Rui Jingu Bang as a fishing rod, quietly mocking, what kind of dragon would be so foolish? Wukong looked at the calm surface of the lake, glancing at Xianzong beside him. He spoke up, do you think everyone is like you, having nothing but eating in their brain? Xianzong gave a knowing look and replied, Wukong, you don't understand gourmet people. Just at that moment, the rod suddenly moved significantly. Wukong gritted his teeth, stood up, and pulled the line, secretly cursing, that damned Tang Seng can really anticipate everything accurately. Soon after, a pure white bailong was dragged up from the lake. Wukong continuously pulled the bailong, grinding his teeth and shouting, come up for me. The bailong was suddenly pulled up, dissatisfied, and opened its mouth to roar loudly. Immediately, dust was kicked up everywhere. A moment later, as the dust settled, the bailong slowly opened its eyes and let out a growl. But just after waking up, the bailong found itself facing Xian Zhang's group. The bailong trembled and cried out, who are you? Where is this? What do you want with me? Upon seeing the strangers, the bailong immediately stiffened. Bailong was terrified, wrapped up in panic, running away while screaming as if he was about to be slaughtered. Who are you? Help! You're going to kill the dragon. Xianzong looked at bailong with a sly expression. Keep shouting, the more you scream, the more excited I become. Bailong, feeling like a bullied girl, sweated profusely and looked towards the crowd. Xianzong pretended to act seriously for a moment, clasping his hands together and speaking, I am Tang Xianzong from the Eastern Tang dynasty, traveling to the west to seek the sutras. Do you wish to take me as your master and go to the west to seek the sutras with me? Hearing this, Wukong behind him frowned and thought, another disciple. Bailong quickly shook his head to refuse, I don't want to leave here. Xianzong raised his hand, immediately grabbing Bailong's horn, and sternly shouted, this place of death has no potential. With teary eyes, Bailong looked at Xianzong innocently and said, I have food and drink here, what do I need potential for? Xianzong stared blankly at Bailong. Realizing that Bailong's words were quite reasonable, Xianzong felt anger rise within him. Unable to refute, he continuously pulled at his ears. Damn it, why did I think it was right? Xianzong changed his tone and quietly spoke to the white horse, while pointing toward Wukong. If you do not agree to become my disciple, I will call the monkey over there to beat you up. Xianzong reminded himself, no, I cannot waver, this is a mission, a mission. Seeing Wukong, Bailong was confused, isn't that Bai Ma one who is supposed to be pinned under Five Finger Mountain? Xian Zhang's eyes were vacant, in a daze, moaning like a ghost, oh dear, I'm done for. On the other side, Wukong heard and approached Bailong, delivering a slap, Bai Ma one, right? Not stopping there, Wukong continued to hit, Five Finger Mountain, right? Meanwhile, Xianzong hurriedly turned away, his face trying to show sadness, true to the place of death, love makes people rush. On the other side, the torment was fierce. Wukong grabbed Bailong by the neck and spun him around, wanting to make it a place of death, right? Eat and drink, right? Across from him, Xianzong held up a blank piece of paper, waving it towards him, speaking enticingly, if you become my disciple now, I will immediately save you. Bailong was later beaten until dazed and disoriented, lying flat on the ground, but Wukong still wouldn't stop, charging at him once more. Bailong, scared, immediately transformed into a human form, desperately shouting, don't hit me anymore. Bailong rushed to hug Xianzong tightly, crying and pleading. Master, you quickly tell him to stop hitting. Seeing the stranger in front of him, Xianzong froze, panic rising as he exclaimed, oh heavens, who are you? Bailong replied, Master, I am Ao Lai. Xianzang's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Ao Lai like he was an alien. Dozens of thoughts flowed through his mind. Is this truly the dashing and graceful third prince, the legendary noble figure? Indeed, it's a chubby one destroying everything. The one most responsible for appearances in this matter is undoubtedly me. Looking closely, he seems somewhat adorable. On the other side, Wukong slowly approached step by step. Bailong looked back in surprise and panic. Immediately, Xianzong rushed forward, repeatedly trying to stop him. Wukong, don't be agitated, agitation is the devil. Wukong angrily threw the old book he had just held at Xian Zhang's face. You see for yourself. Xian Zhang rubbed his forehead and looked at the strange book. What is this? Xian Zhang opened the book, looked at the content inside, and his expression darkened. Xian Zhang was stunned, recalling similar events which stirred his emotions. So that's how it is. His face gradually changed color, thinking to himself, Jin Qi Elder has so much gold. Then he turned to Ao Lai, his gaze filled with hundreds of sparks of evil energy. They all brought this foodie over to buy meat. Bai Long looked at Xian Zhang in fear, tremblingly calling, Master, Master. Immediately, Xian Zhang transformed into the demon Sha Seng, angrily directing at Ao Lai, saying, You return the gold to me. Ao Lai, terrified, repeatedly waved his hands. Master, Master, calm down, it's just the demon that is agitating you. On the other side, Wukong watched this scene with an amused smile, because this monk was even more ruthless than himself for the sake of gold. Wukong's face changed as he remembered the words just spoken by the rotten dragon, and immediately got angry, daring to call me by Ma Wen, it's well deserved if you die. Xian Zhang rushed forward, his eyes fiercely looking at Bai Long, return the gold to me. Ao Lai trembled, crying out in accusation, clearly I already said I would be your disciple, I won't be punished anymore. Upon hearing those words, Xian Zhang jolted awake, he reached out to touch Ao Lai's face. Xian Zhang then trembled, striving to craft a bright smile. Master was just teasing you earlier. Immediately, Xian Zhang gently looked at Bai Long, obediently, call Master for me to hear. Ao Lai stopped crying and softly called out, Master, Master, Master. A moment later, the system quickly appeared, congratulating the thick-skinned donor for completing the task of taking Xiao Bai Long as a disciple. Receive 100 experience points. Xiao Bai Long performed beautifully, that stinking name of yours probably wouldn't be able to obtain any gold. Nah. Wukong, with a cold expression, looked at Ao Lai and spoke sinisterly. Now, let Grand Senior Brother perform a special Accede sect ritual for you. Wukong stepped forward, twisted his body, and prepared to charge. Tell me, where do you want me to stab you with the Rui Jingu Bang? Xian Zhang, worried, stepped forward to intervene. Wukong, be gentle, this is your first junior brother. Xian Zhang anxiously turned his serious face back to look at Ao Lai and said loudly, quickly, give your grand senior brother a reason not to hit you. Ao Lai, terrified, immediately cried pitifully and shouted, why is my life so miserable, heavens, I got engaged and was cheated on, burnt the heart jewel and am about to be killed, I ran here and still got beaten. At this moment, at a barrier by a small rocky outcrop, they were grilling fish together. Xian Zhang handed a skewer of fish to Ao Lai, comforting him, all right, stop crying, come eat a little bit. At this time, Ao Lai was still curled up crying, looking very wronged. Do you all think just one fish can buy me off? However, the piece of fish beside him was exuding a tantalizing fragrance. He no longer cried and happily ate grilled fish skewers. A group of 4 people gathered around the fire, enjoying their meal together. Even though the food was delicious, it did not alleviate Ao Lai's sorrow. This is a bittersweet autumn, even the wind carries a sense of sadness. Kong, sitting next to him, asked while eating grilled fish, Mom, is there wind in the Dragon Palace too? Ao Lai recounted his tragic life. I was originally the 3rd prince of the Dragon Palace. I had a house, and a field, a life of endless happiness, but unexpectedly one day, when he returned to his room, he discovered he had been deceived by his fiancée, you adulterous couple. He painfully recounted what he had seen. I had already been betrothed to Princess Wansheng, and yet she was in our bridal chamber with someone else. Of course, he was furious. Can this be tolerated? Can it be endured? So I burned down my bridal chamber. Xian Zhang looked confused, his face filled with shock. Oh dear, you can burn the people, but why burn the room? What a waste. Meanwhile, Kong continued to ask, Mom, how do you burn fruit? The story didn't stop there, Ao Lai went on to speak. Unexpectedly, the result burned the pearl that the Jade Emperor had gifted to his father. Thus, he committed a serious crime. The Jade Emperor became furious and sent people to imprison him in the heavenly realm, awaiting execution. At that moment, his father, the head of the dragon clan, appeared. He just needed to spare his son, and from now on, the dragon clan vowed to obey all the emperor's commands. He sadly recounted that, to save him, his father had agreed to the Jade Emperor's demands. From now on, the dragon clan would submit to the heavenly realm, and without orders, would not be allowed to leave the four seas. Xianzong, on the side, rubbed his nose and replied, "Why do I smell the scent of a plot?" Then he explained why he was there. He really had no face to meet the others in the dragon clan, so he had hidden in Chou-jian, facing the wall and thinking. Ao Lai was crying sadly while telling the story, but he was trembling with anger. "Are you sure this is what you call facing the wall and thinking? Who faces the wall and eats until they become as fat as a pig?" He took the book in his hand and threw it straight at him. Wukong felt helpless. Surely Buddha sent you to the west to complain. After venting his anger, he turned to ask him, "Dumb fat dragon. Don't you notice that Chou-jian is unusual?" Ao Lai poked his head out from the book and asked, "Unusual?" Xian Zhang's expression was very dangerous as he inquired, "You've eaten to the point of being like this, don't you feel it strange that food falls from the sky every day?" When he sat up, he suddenly found the surroundings unfamiliar. Why have I been transferred to an extraterrestrial space? Seeing a series of his actions, he contemplated for a while. Feeding him regularly seems like they don't want him to go out in search of food, to discover that Chou-jian has changed places, and at the same time hide him so that I can't take on this apprentice. Now understanding the issue, he turned to Wukong and said something that puzzled him. "Wukong, your junior brother shares your predicament, why not let him go?" Ao Lai, sitting beside him, also turned and asked, "What do you mean by sharing a predicament?" Xianzong laughed coldly, his face filled with disdain. "They're all deceived by gods and spirits." He explained the situation to Ao Lai, "With your mind, being able to discover your fiancé's infidelity, it must be because your fiancé intentionally let you see it." After saying this, he murmured to himself while thinking of something. Throughout the day, Ao Lai realized many things. He mumbled, "What?" After thinking for a moment, he pointed at him and shouted, "It's to make the dragon clan submit to heaven." However, after saying that, he felt something was off. "But, I remember that the four seas dragon kings were originally subordinates of heaven, weren't they?" Ao Lai, upon hearing this, became furious and shouted at him, "That's not true. Our dragon clan is very powerful. Although Long Han Zhu Gui has weakened a bit later on, heaven cannot control us." Xianzong was also astonished because it seemed unfamiliar. "What is Long Han Zhu Gui? It doesn't seem like what I saw in Shiyu Ji." Ao Lai was not done yet and wanted to continue, if it weren't for this time. Before he could finish his sentence, he began to transform. His lower body turned into that of a horse. The sudden transformation caused chaos among everyone. "Oh my, suddenly like this." Suddenly, someone appeared, shocking everyone. Above the barrier, a figure descended, and everyone below, including Xianzong, had to look up because of the stars above. The person who appeared was none other than Guanin. "Xianzong, great master, long time no see." Xianzong greeted her calmly, "Bodhisattva, your grand presence, I wonder if there is anything you wish to instruct." On the surface, it seems one way, but deep down there are calculations. It didn't come early, didn't come late, yet it arrived at this moment. Clearly, it wants to silence us. Standing on the lotus platform, Guanin calmly said, "I heard that Jin Qi has been using my name to do wrong, so I have come here to punish him." Wukong, standing by, also had a somewhat bad expression. Why does Buddha's dog arrive at such a timely moment? She continued, stepping off the lotus platform. "I just arrived here. The next words were praise for you. I noticed that the great master Xianzong acted with righteousness." Xianzong did not hesitate to take credit. "When it comes to eliminating evil, I naturally cannot shirk my duty. But he was very wary of this person. This monk lies so smoothly, it seems quite a few people have been deceived by him. Without waiting for the bodhisattva to say more, he directly asked, speaking of which, Jin Chi Elder is just a mortal, yet he creates such a bizarre space for raising a dragon. This is rather strange. Guanin, the bodhisattva, insisted on explaining. Most mortals worship the dragon clan, and inadvertently discovering this bizarre space through their devotion is not out of the question. Of course, he did not believe it, smirking as he said. So that's how it is. We still thought that the bodhisattva was afraid that the foolish dragon trapped here would starve to death. Your provoking words were hard for Guanin to hear. Therefore, it was especially entrusted to Jin Chi to feed it. Xianzong looked at the person in front of him with eyes full of evil energy. The one who has the ability and reason to create a space of abnormal dimension is only you, right? Guanin remained very calm and replied slowly. Xianzong Great Master is just joking. The white horse Ao lie behind Guanin kept stamping his feet. Guanin turned to touch him lightly, binding him tightly. The dragon clan's wild nature is hard to tame, so I imposed a ban, turning him into a white horse. After finishing everything, she also added that it was to prevent Xianzong Great Master from encountering many difficulties on the way. In his heart, Xianzong had long cursed, detestable military, that which, stay calm. But on the surface, he still had to be peaceful and accommodating, so thank you for your trouble. She said nothing more, walking past Wukong. As Guanin walked away, she called back, Xianzong Great Master, I still have one thing I want to remind you of. She appeared to be very concerned, giving careful advice, that on the journey to fetch the scriptures, one should still be very cautious. After speaking, she vanished before the cherry blossom petals. Those petals were also gradually falling to the ground. Wukong watched as her silhouette gradually disappeared, silently thinking, Tung Guanin is an enemy, not a friend, this monk hasn't deceived me at all. Xianzong turned his head and saw Ao lie trembling, the guy was crying again. He continued to comfort him. Xiao Bai, Master is sorry for you. He stroked it gently, reassuringly, don't worry, Master will definitely help you turn back. The ground around them began to crack, and Wukong quickly reacted by jumping up. He cursed under his breath, that damn woman, this space is about to collapse. Seeing the danger, Ao Lai pulled Xianzong onto his back. His little chicken was unexpectedly being squeezed to the point of deformation. Screenwriter, if you keep doing this, I'll be forced to change careers and become a eunuch. The spatial door opened, and everyone quickly made their escape. His white horse galloped up the stairs, causing Xianzong to be jolted, his features distorting, crying out in despair. Guanin, just wait, one day I will kill you. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Bai had escaped from that space, returning to the world above. Xianzong had made it outside and joyfully shouted, Xiao Bai, you did great. Suddenly, the white horse looked at him anxiously, and by the time they realized they were high up, it was too late, free falling to the ground. He shouted in reproach, Xiao Bai, if you don't know how to fly, then don't jump that high. The painful landing made even Kong Kong unable to look. He was covered in injuries, lamenting, why is it always me who gets hurt? Suddenly, the sign above the small temple fell down, and the stones collapsed, causing the whole temple to cave in as well. He was taken aback and screamed in pain. Regardless of his own injuries, he rushed towards the area buried under the rubble. My gold mine. Xianzong grasped the sign with both hands in anguish, tears streaming down his face. He painfully looked at the wreckage, crying out, my little shiny cute gold. On one side, Xianzong was in despair, while on the other, the two disciples were confused. He lamented, I have to be alone, buried deep under this cold, dense mud, but you can rest assured. Wukong was at a loss for words, seeing that he had lost all virtue, while the white horse Ao Lai wondered, can gold be eaten? Xianzong picked up a stone, drew on the sign, and whispered gently, but you can rest assured. After writing, he stood the sign upright on the ground, I will definitely come back to find you. After finishing everything, he wiped his hands and left, thinking, it's fine. Only Kong Kong looked anxiously at the sign with the frightening monster. He felt clever for writing on the sign that it was a cursed land, home to monsters, and to stay away. He then glanced over at Wukong and the white horse, secretly thinking, but why do I feel like I'm forgetting something? Looking at Wukong, he recalled the moment he defeated Jin Qi. It's strange, what could it be? Jin Qi was someone from Guanin, so where did the demon energy he used come from? Wukong happened to discover a strange radish on the ground, and out of curiosity, he pulled it up to reveal the old earth god underneath. He asked, "Earth god?" The old man panicked, constantly pleading for mercy. "Great sage, spare me, I only came here for my usual inspection, I absolutely had no other intentions." Xianzong appeared behind, curiously asking him, "Is this big radish really the earth god?" Wukong didn't say much, directly interrogating, "I ask you, are there any powerful monsters around lately?" He thought for a moment and then nodded, "Great sage, yes, there is." The earth god shared what he had found out, telling Wukong, "In this deep Heifeng mountain, there is a Heifeng cave." At this point, his expression was very serious. "Among them is a Heifeng king. According to his account, this person is a cunning, deeply mysterious, and extraordinarily terrifying figure." Xianzong stroked his chin, trying to remember Heifeng king. Eventually, he recalled something. "It must be He Xiong from Shiyuji, I mentioned that I seem to have forgotten something." With this important news, Xianzong joyfully hugged Wukong. "Wukong, how do you know that the master wants to find that monster? Could it be that this is the understanding between our master and disciple?" He showed an extremely disgusted expression. "Don't get too close to Sun, old man." The person next to him kept babbling about his own combat strength. "This He Xiong is a friend of Jin Qi and will definitely help Jin Qi hide a lot of gold, we cannot let him go. Why don't we take action first and go straight to his door?" But then he thought of another emerging issue. However, how could this He Xiong be a little boss? Reflecting on his journey in the system, even though I leveled up several times after defeating monsters last night, I still feel like I haven't fully grasped this bear dog. He sat in a corner, murmuring calculations to defeat this person. For safety, it is advisable to level up 10 more levels before opening the shopping center. At the very least, additional experience is needed. Thinking of this, the experience points fell like a ton of bricks. After finishing the calculations, Xuanzang suddenly had a dangerous expression. It seems that the time has come to summon the external puppets. At that moment, Kong Kong and the white horse were still oblivious to the situation and spoke up. "Stop eating, the conversation is over." Only the white horse looked bewildered. Is the background of this horse just eating? Colorful candies and honey were scattered all over the floor. Inside the sealed room, there were many types of candies and honey. In the middle of the room, something was talking while looking in the mirror, making sounds from within it. "This is how you worry about me. Not only did you fail to kill Tang Seng, but you also created such trouble." It turned out to be Heifeng using a mirror to make an ancient video call. He referred to the woman in the mirror as the Bodhisattva to explain. Bodhisattva, this time it was Jin Qi who acted on his own accord and ruined the grand plan. I had devised a comprehensive strategy to deal with Tang Seng, which would definitely ensure he died without a burial place. Before hanging up the call, the Bodhisattva entrusted, "I only need the result, you handle it yourself." Suddenly, there was a panic-stricken voice calling out loudly. King is in trouble." Heifeng, who was already annoyed, scolded, "What are you calling for? This prince is still very healthy." The girl, being too hasty, stumbled upon a jar of honey and then collapsed into a pile of candy. Despite the pain from falling and honey sticking all over her, she still tried to report the situation, "But king, that monkey has taken all the monsters from our cave away." Outside on the mountain, light streamed through the leaves. Xianzong asked, "Wukong, did you scare this monster to death?" The situation reversed. Wukong angrily pinched Xianzang's cheek and shouted, "Don't play favorites. Next time, you go steal it yourself." Xianzong couldn't resist. "Wukong, don't be like that. Seeing this, Xianzong glanced at the monster and couldn't help but praise. Wow, your eyes aren't bad, you caught a really fat goat. Saying that, Xianzong picked up a torch and sneered, Wukong, master is going to give you a roasted goat head now. Then he brought the flame close to the fur around the monster's mouth. The monster writhed in pain, shouting, don't burn me, what do you want to do? At this moment, Xianzong showed a face even more sinister than the monster's to threaten. What are you doing? Of course, I want to kill your king Heifeng. The little goat is still trying to protect its king. Impossible, you absolutely cannot defeat our king. Xianzong coldly stared at the monster and said, your king wants to kill me to avenge Jin Qi, his good friend. The monster rebutted, what is Jin Qi? He is just a mere errand boy for the king. Then, Xianzong happily grabbed the goat's head, making it tremble even more. So why does your king want to kill me? I don't know, but as long as you let me go. Before the monster could finish speaking, Wukong threw a bright fire bait at Xianzong. If you really don't know anything. Xianzong's eyes gleamed with excitement, not forgetting to add a bit of spice for flavor. Then should I just release you from the elbow? It's still best to roast the goat. Xianzong cheerfully turned to Wukong and said, Wukong, go catch some more monsters, clarify this monster's situation, and the master will tell you the secret to recovering your power the fastest. Wukong was so angry he trembled but couldn't do anything. Saying that, he turned his back and decisively walked away. Still not forgetting to read the mind, I must endure, it's all for the secret manual, it's all for the secret manual. An hour later, at Heifeng's residence, he was monologuing, the best way is still to eliminate each of them. He sat on the candy throne, resting his chin in thought, I need to send someone to lure Wukong away first, then. Before he could finish his thought, his subordinate rushed in, panicked. King, it's not good, 5 more monsters have been captured by that monkey. Heifeng was shocked and found it hard to stay calm, the worried girl supported him. King, are you okay, King? 2 hours later, in the meeting room of Heifeng's multi-level marketing company, despite the meeting, there were plenty of snacks on the table. Heifeng said, this urgent meeting will be brief. Heifeng ordered his subordinate, that Wukong is still a bit formidable. Tomorrow you all think of a way to lure him away. History repeated for the 3rd time, the girl burst in anxiously. King, it's not good. She reported in a panic, 10 more monsters have been captured by that monkey. At this moment, Heifeng was so angry that he turned into a fire dragon, this must definitely be a ploy by Tang Seng. This king will absolutely not be fooled. A few subordinates could not contain his anger and could only respond in unison, illustrious king. 3 hours later, at the lake. To cool off quickly, Heifeng had to take a bath to cleanse himself of the worldly troubles. A subordinate came to report, King, the brothers will lead Sun Wukong and will set off in a moment. Heifeng felt at ease and thoughtfully reminded, tell the brothers to be careful. For the 4th time that day, the pink-haired girl burst in again. King, it's not good. The girl reported while covering her eyes. 50 brothers sent to lead Sun Wukong haven't even set off yet and have already been captured. Heifeng immediately stood up, reacting. What? At this moment, Heifeng was like a bloodthirsty tiger. He angrily shouted, what planned execution is this? Saying that, Heifeng rushed outside, issuing a second urgent meeting of the day, gather all the brothers. This king is going to kill that Tang Seng now. Meanwhile, the girl was still blushing, shyly thinking, has the king not put on any clothes before leaving? She worried about whether that greenish body had seen anything or not. The sky was strangely blue, sunlight pouring onto the young leaves. As he approached, Xuanzang was surrounded and attacked by half-human, half-beast monsters. Kill him, let him die. But he was not afraid at all, on the contrary, he was very calm. After that, Xianzang struck each one with a whip for daring to block his way. The system then updated the information. Congratulations donor for achieving 150 experience points. Congratulations donor for achieving 200 experience points. Congratulations donor for achieving 175 experience points. Congratulations donor for achieving 120 experience points. The total attack turned into a point hunting expedition for Xianzang. Every time he defeated a creature, the accumulated points went ting-ting. Achieved 50 experience points. Achieved 100 experience points. Achieved 30 experience points. Achieved 45 experience points. Achieved 50 experience points. After exterminating all those insignificant creatures, the system officially praised. Congratulations on the cunning tactics, devoid of feelings, frenzied demon slayer, donor earned 100 experience points. The weak Tang Seng from the past is long gone. Now, Tang Seng single-handedly fought against a horde of monsters, and he also knew how to retort, making me kill the monsters to level up. To say that I have cruel tactics is actually about you. Just when it seemed like everything was settled, suddenly a huge monster appeared behind Xianzong. He just asked calmly. Playing both sides is also smooth. Then, Xianzong coldly glanced and, with just a few strikes of Buddhist martial arts, he had struck the immobilized monster lying on the ground. The system announced, "Congratulations donor, you have achieved 150 experience points." Once everything was settled, the system displayed a large bulletin. "Congratulations donor, you have reached level 10 and obtained the title of Immortal. Attributes, Donor Tang Seng, Occupation Monk, Level 10 Scripture Seeker, Experience Level 190/5120, Item Kasaya, Camlin Stick, 9 Complete Sutra prohibiting 3 women." Xianzong stood in the middle of the forest, arms wide open to embrace his new achievement. The system checked that the donor had obtained the title of Immortal, the shopping center system had been opened, and the space system had been opened. The modern monk, with a shiny bald head, wearing earrings, and sharp features, Wukong was halfway through eating an apple in the tree and could not help but be stunned. This monk had suddenly become an immortal with a blink of an eye. Below, Xianzong was undergoing the level-up process, and Wukong was so astonished that he dropped the apple in his hand, eyes wide open. A mortal wishing to cultivate immortals must undergo heavenly tribulation. He had never seen anyone suddenly become an immortal like this. What mysterious cultivation method had this monk used? Xianzong remained unaware that someone was watching him. He was only concerned about the light and words of the system that were too bright and fast. "Can you lower the brightness a bit? It's too glaring. And let the text appear gradually, please. I can't stand it." Suddenly, Xianzong clutched his stomach due to the sound. He was so hungry that he felt like a skeleton, squatting on the ground, trembling, unable to catch his breath. "I'm hungry." The system mocked him. "Aren't you just a weak chicken, unable to resist the strength of the immortal? Hurry up and eat some monster meat to regain your strength, or you will become a skeleton right now." After hearing this, Xianzong jumped up and shouted, "I want to eat meat." He completely lost his cool demeanor from the battle. Despite someone shouting loudly behind, "The Heifeng King has arrived," Xianzong quickly ran off, mumbling, "Meat, meat." In a green pasture, Kong Kong was feeding the horses. In the quiet space, a group of people in black and red was searching for Xianzong, led by Heifeng. He arrogantly declared, "Tang Seng, I have come to take your life." Wukong was still sitting on the tree, watching the show. Indeed, the demon energy on Jin Qi is coming from him. Below, Heifeng pointed his 5 fingers and commanded, "My minions, charge for me." He said this as a horde of fierce monsters surged forward. I don't know how Heifeng had so many of them. A series of arrows and spearheads were aimed at Xianzong. "Kill." In that situation, Xianzong shouted loudly, "Wait." Surprisingly, the monsters actually stopped. They must be foolish. Taking the opportunity, Xianzong scolded the system. "You despicable system, I've already become an immortal, but the shopping center has no powerful weapons to exchange." The system helplessly replied, "Donor, your experience is only 190 points, you can't exchange for any type of weapon, you might as well lie down and accept your fate." With Xianzang's stubborn nature, like his gleaming bald head, he rummaged through the shopping center himself. "I don't believe it, damn system, I will find it myself." After a while, Xianzang's eyes lit up as if he had found gold. "This is it." Then Xianzong brought out to fight, "Look at me." The automatic rice cooker. At this moment, Xianzong didn't know if he was a protagonist or an antagonist, even bringing out a gadget that may not have existed in the 4.0 era. The monsters were startled and ran away in a panic. Smoke appeared in the sky from Xian Zhang's device. The monsters were astonished. What is that monk holding? Could it be the secret treasure of the Buddha? He Feng frowned. Although he couldn't see his eyebrows, Xian Zhang ordered, "Silent, let's see." Noticing the enemy had gone silent, he pressed the button. The monsters pulled by the suction device were drawn inside. Bang! The signal rang out that it was ready, and fragrant, steaming dishes appeared. The delicious smell wafted into Xian Zhang's nose. Without hesitation, his eyes brightened, and he devoured the tasty food. So fragrant, so delicious. Ignoring the enemies surrounding him, his wrinkled skin, like that of an old man, became smooth and shiny after having his fill. Xian Zhang truly was a relaxed guy, holding 2 drumsticks excitedly. I finally feel awake. The system introduced the product, automatic cooking robot. A product of black technology, in just 1 second, from ingredients to gourmet dishes, the #1 choice for home travel, a must-have for the night. The system was helpless, yet you exchanged for these 2. Wukong was also speechless with Xian Zhang. You're about to die and still want to eat. Being a chilling person, Xian Zhang continued to indulge in his food, so fragrant, so good. Meanwhile, He Feng and his children had the chance to watch a home mukbang. A beautiful girl next to He Feng spoke up, "King, that Tang Xing seems to just be eating rice." He Feng began to get angry and ordered, "Disgusting, how dare they play with me, bring it all on, kill that annoying monk." His minions returned to their original state, shouting together, "Attack!" Then they rushed in droves, "Kill the annoying monk, avenge our brothers, charge forward." Not long after, there was chaos within. "You stepped on me, can't you move over a little?" Suddenly Wukong, sitting in the tree with his arms crossed, spoke up, causing the monsters to tremble and hesitate to move forward. "Dare to run over here? Do you want to die? Can't you see the Monkey King sitting over there?" Elsewhere, Xian Zhang was leisurely enjoying his meal when the monsters charged at him. Xian Zhang, holding a weapon, ate and fought off a few monsters, then casually tossed them towards the machine. The process of cooking was very professional and smooth. After a while, Xian Zhang also lost his temper and shouted, "Don't disturb me while I'm eating." The monsters were frightened by this. Then they were once again taken aback. The image of a monk with his mouth full of food crumbs, a bloated stomach, surrounded by scattered plates and bowls. Yet Xian Zhang was still not satisfied and demanded more food. "It's all meat, too greasy, I need some greens to balance it out." Saying this, Xian Zhang glanced around and spotted a fresh, vibrant green cabbage monster. "That green cabbage isn't bad at all." As soon as he said it, Xian Zhang wielded his divine weapon, capturing the delicious person to taste. "Cabbage demon, try your grandfather's new technique here." Xian Zhang unleashed the Vajra magic staff, pouring light and power into the cabbage, causing it to lose all its leaves. Just for the sake of wanting to eat cabbage, Xian Zhang was showing off like that, which panicked the monsters. "It's Buddhist light. Mom, I want to go home, I've heard that touching it means instant death." Wukong was once again astonished. There were too many shocks from handsome men today. It was just the immortal realm, how could he use Buddhist light? Wait, that's not right. Over here, Xian Zhang was still passionately enlightening the believers to return to the righteous path. One monster heroically rescued the beautiful cabbage and tried to escape but was chased by the monk CEO Xian Zhang. "Stop right there." While he wasn't paying attention, He Feng seized Xian Zhang by the neck. Nevertheless, he still didn't give up on his meal and shouted, "Put that cabbage down." With his superior strength, He Feng knocked Xian Zhang far away. Xian Zhang fell to the ground, creating a loud explosion. The little demons saw this and praised, "King is majestic, King is #1. The king is really skilled." Xian Zhang was trembling, trying to push himself up from the rubble. He might have been too severely injured, as he was vomiting blood at Wukong's feet. Wukong looked down and made a request to Xian Zhang, "Give me the secret manual, and I will handle this for you." Xian Zhang raised his hand to wipe the blood from his mouth, then smiled faintly, Wukong, you are not allowed to steal the credit from the master." After saying that, he took his meditation staff, stood up, and left. Wukong watched Xian Zhang's figure fade away, thinking to himself, the Buddha light on this meditation staff, if you look closely, you'll find that it's actually fake, fundamentally unable to deal with that dark shadow. What is he really trying to do? Suddenly, Xian Zhang gathered momentum and leaped to attack He Feng. "Behold the Buddha light saving the world of my master." Xian Zhang swung the meditation staff with a powerful blow at him, but the attack not only had no effect, but Xian Zhang was also knocked back away from him. He struggled to stop himself, muttering, "So that didn't affect anything." He Feng, seeing the male protagonist struggling against his technique, looked pleased and showed disdain. "Is this thing even worthy of being called Buddha light? Do you think I've never seen Buddha light before?" Xian Zhang calmly replied, "Oh, then whose have you seen? What about Guanin Bodhisattva?" He Feng, angered, shouted, "What does it have to do with you?" As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately launched a powerful attack against the male protagonist. A huge explosion then occurred. Xian Zhang tried to shield himself with his hands, attempting to protect himself from the force of the technique. After a while of struggling, Xian Zhang emerged unscathed, with only a bit of dust on his face. He took the opportunity to mock, "Ha, is this all the ability of a He Feng king?" Provoked, He Feng went into a rage and charged to attack the male protagonist again, but Xian Zhang agilely dodged. Xian Zhang avoided the danger and criticized him verbally, but in his heart, he was still in awe of He Feng's strength. Truly worthy of being the He Xiong Jing personally nurtured by the Bodhisattva, indeed very powerful. At that moment, he could only think of reinforcements. Why hasn't Mada arrived yet? Meanwhile, He Feng was determined to finish off the male protagonist, boldly declaring, "Tang Xian Zhang, today is the day you die." He followed through with his words, unleashing the chain of cursed demons aimed directly at Xian Zhang. The little demons cheered, "The domineering and powerful king, the #1 in the world, the magnificent king, kill that bastard, avenge our brothers." Wukong stood outside observing the battle, silently thinking, "Is this dead monk going to make it or not? If he dies, then the secret manual of the old man's son." Back to the battle, at this moment, Xian Zhang took the opportunity to grab the staff and calculated in his head, life and death is at this moment. Then he lifted the staff and thought, "I will risk it all against you." Having thought that, he charged boldly to attack directly at He Feng's hand. The two sides clashed fiercely, and Xian Zhang's staff gradually gained the upper hand. Finally, He Feng could not bear it any longer and shouted, "What is happening?" In no time, he dissolved into the air along with Xian Zhang's watching gaze, finally soaring into the sky like a rocket team in Pokemon. The force emitted from the staff blasted the entire mountain apart. Following that, the entire space was covered by an enchanting golden light along with the appearance of a hand. The face of Buddha Tathagata, accompanied by the face of the male lead, while Xian Zhang stood in the middle striking a heroic martial pose. He Feng's little demons stared wide-eyed, "What supreme Buddha radiance is this?" Wukong was also amazed by the power of the male lead, this strike far exceeds his current level. Meanwhile, Xian Zhang was feeling quite pleased, "I have activated the damage power now. Laozi is indeed very lucky." To explain further about the skill, this is the skill of the Vajra demon subduing staff, accompanied by the effect of Buddha light. When attacking, the damage effect is extremely low, only 50%. In addition, this is a special optical effect, with no practical effect. The item level is 3 and the required experience is 180 points. After defeating He Feng, Xian Zhang walked proudly in front of the gazes of the little demon. Suddenly, amidst the wreckage, there was a noise and a cloud of smoke rose up. A black creature appeared, startling Xian Zhang. It turned out to be He Feng in the form of a black bear with one eye blind. Xian Zhang couldn't contain his joy at this cuteness. "My little man's heart has awakened." He Feng thought the main character was teasing him and immediately lunged to bite his leg. "Ouch, annoying monk, I haven't lost yet." The little demon were in shock at the sight of He Feng and couldn't believe their eyes. "Is this our king? An illusion? It must be an illusion created by that monk." No wonder the king doesn't let everyone see his true face now. Xianzong lifted He Feng with 2 fingers despite his struggles. You look so cute like this. We can spare your life. You immediately set a condition. As long as you answer me truthfully, is the one who instructed you to make Jin Qi feed Xiao Bai Long in the alternate space Guanin Bodhisattva? Upon hearing Xian Zhang's question, He Feng was shocked and thought to himself, he already knew. Wukong was still outside observing the conversation between the two, while Xianzong continued to interrogate He Feng. Do you want to kill me? He Feng remained resolute in his thoughts, the reputation of the Bodhisattva could not be tarnished. Then he came up with the idea that he must kill him. Thinking it, he acted, and He Feng immediately opened his mouth wide and lunged to attack the male protagonist. Xianzong calmly raised his staff to block and finished saying, Guanin sent you to do this. He Feng, with the staff in his mouth, still tried to speak, you must not tarnish. Suddenly, he was thrown by Xianzong into a rock, oh no. Meanwhile, the male protagonist laughed triumphantly. He Feng was severely injured, trembling as he tried to get up. Seeing this, Xianzong showed concern and asked, Little bear, are you still alive? In He Feng's eyes was the image of Guanin gently inquiring about him, are you still alive? Guanin kindly helped him up, tenderly comforting, little guy, let's go back together. He Feng was so moved at this moment that tears filled his eyes. Guanin continued to offer him his favorite treat. Here, the candy you love the most. He Feng took the candy from Guanin, ate it happily, and secretly wished, if I could be by the Bodhisattva's side forever, that would be perfect. But it turned out that all the scenes just now were merely He Feng's recollection. At this moment, he had started to tear up. He blamed himself, I clearly want to become stronger, to help others. I'm sorry, Bodhisattva. The last tear fell from him and landed on the candy full of memories with the Bodhisattva. Xianzong felt a pang of emotion upon seeing this. I know I am very lucky. Or maybe you are just unlucky, causing this much damage with just a little touch. A love wolf, seeing their king perish so tragically, became furious. The remaining little demons shouted in unison, the king was killed by the monk, we must avenge the king. If we cannot kill Tang Xianzong, we swear we are not demons. After saying this, they cheered and created an atmosphere of charge ahead. But it turned out that the little demons turned around and retreated. They ran while cursing the male protagonist. Stinky monk, just wait, we will be back. Xianzong raised his hand to his chin and began to ponder. In Journey to the West, after He Xiong-jing meets Tang Seng, he is taken in by the Bodhisattva. But now it seems that He Xiong-jing has long colluded with Guanin and is just a loyal dog. Suddenly, Xianzong senses something, and he is so frightened that he breaks out in a cold sweat. Meanwhile, Wukong, who has been standing behind him for some time, joyfully asks, so? How do you feel now? Xianzong, in panic, runs back and forth. It's over, it's over. That witch Guanin will definitely come to settle the score with me. Where can I hide? Where can I hide? I'm in such a hurry. A series of ideas come to him, since we started this, we have to finish it and bury it. Your brain must be damaged, doing that will definitely get us caught. The evil side of Xianzong thinks, just eat it. But the kind side of Xianzong objects, how can you eat such a lovely little bear? In the end, Xianzong seems to come up with a plan. That's right, isn't there still that thing? At this moment, in the peaceful setting of Guanyin's palace, the atmosphere is extremely sweet. Intermingled with the silence is the sound of golden scissors cutting willows. At this time, Guanin feels a heavy heart, He Feng is dead. She bitterly grits her teeth at the mention of the main character, Tang Xianzong. As for Xianzong, you seem to be displaying something. It turns out to be the monsters you have defeated. You fly out like a meat shop. Gazing at your achievements, Xianzong raises both hands and proudly says, finally, I have a food store. Meanwhile, the system is incredibly angry, exclaiming, what kind of debt have I created to have to encounter a greedy eater like you? The system complains, such a miraculous personal space has been turned into a refrigerator by you. The system reiterates the rules of the game, relying on the mountain and water, the scenery is pleasant and enjoyable, you can freely access the personalized time rules depending on your potential to develop your own small world, it's not a dream. Note that to bring living things inside, you must have the consent of the other party. Xianzong raises his hand to give a thumbs up, praising, extremely large capacity. Absolute fresh preservation. Accessible at any time, this refrigerator is amazing. Wukong sees the male lead's demeanor and is speechless, thinking to himself, all the monsters are gone, there's not even a breath left, as if they have been completely eradicated from this world. Wukong approaches the male lead wanting to ask something. The monsters just now. Xianzong turns his head to listen. Without allowing Wukong to finish his sentence, Xianzong quickly changes the subject. Wukong, how did you know that the master would give you the secret manual? Wukong didn't understand the male lead at all. Xianzong spoke while taking out a bundle of papers resembling a secret manual from his chest. Indeed, you are quite a clever little demon. He didn't hand it over to Wukong immediately. Instead, he danced gracefully like a performer, saying the name of the secret manual, Supreme Dance. Xianzong gave it to Wukong and chanted to himself with one hand. This secret manual was born from the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, a culmination from ancient to modern times. As long as you diligently practice, even if 10 Buddhas were to strike you, it would not be a problem. Wukong focused on the secret manual and immediately thought of the freedom it could bring. This momentum could help me break free from the golden circlet. But after reading a few pages, he noticed something unusual and questioned, but why does the skill posture look so odd? Xianzong quickly patched things up upon hearing the question. If it weren't so, why would it be called an extraordinary cultivation skill? He added, by the way, this secret manual has a miraculous aspect. Xianzong began to brag, you must practice the entire thing to receive its essence. Wukong, without diligence, you cannot become a demon. If you can't master the number 1 dance of Shiyu, do you still deserve to be called a disciple of the master? Wukong, hearing this, suspiciously asked again, if this secret manual is so powerful, why don't you practice it? Xianzong was put in a difficult position and could only stammer. Wukong became angry and immediately slapped Xianzong, sending him flying. Indeed, you are deceiving Sun, old man. Xianzang's face was swollen and he lay on the ground in pain with the secret manual. Seeing that Wukong intended to continue beating him, he hurriedly stopped him. Wukong, wait, calm down a bit. He explained that he had already practiced this skill. He also recounted his journey of cultivation, remembering the hard work he had put in to achieve his extraordinary power. He was about to begin a solitary battle journey with no opponents, invincible. Remembering the scene at that time was indeed very impressive. Then he again danced and twirled before Wukong, saying that as a result of saving someone from the Five-Finger Mountain, the master had suffered a major loss of power. Look, the moves he could display now are of no use anymore. To gain more trust from Wukong, Xianzong even used tears to express his feelings. You actually doubt the master? The master is truly distressed. Then he knelt down, holding the secret manual out to Wukong with both hands, gently coaxing, come on, Wukong, quickly take the love that the master has for you. On the outside, Xianzong appeared calm, but inside he was extremely frustrated. This monkey is really too alert. Luckily, I am clever. Kong, on top of Wukong, continuously affirmed, it's fake, definitely fake. You have to finish training the whole thing for it to be effective, and I'm hearing about this for the first time. However, he still had some doubts, but I have never really heard of a skill like this. And you've seen the monk's strength before. At this moment, Kong had two opposing thoughts, then let's kill this monk. But what if it doesn't work after training? We kill him and then he gets resurrected, and then we kill him again. After a while of thinking, Wukong decided to take the secret manual. Alright, I'll trust you this time. The two Kongs celebrated by high-fiving. Wukong also raised a hand to his throat, making a warning gesture to Xianzong. If you dare to lie to me, Xianzong calmly replied, don't worry, a monk doesn't lie. The system, upon seeing the main character's actions, immediately questioned, "Do you not feel any guilt deceiving your disciple like this?" The description of the martial arts convention item is a comprehensive illustrated manual of all types of dance, essential for someone learning to dance. The next actual dancer is you, the item level is 1, and the experience required is 1 point. Xianzong pouted at the system, "What's so annoying? If I had a conscience, could I still live in this world?" But as soon as he finished speaking, he changed his attitude and reached into his pocket to take something out. He pulled out a few seeds to nibble on, thinking to himself, "However, now I have to wait for Guanin to come here and face the PK." Outside, the sun was high in the sky, and the weather was clear and fresh. Inside, Guanin held a jade vase and sat on a stool, her face showing a hint of panic, thinking, "What?" Looking at the small box behind her, the aura was gradually rising, and Guanin assessed it quietly. In just a moment, the aura from Heifeng's corpse will be completely eliminated. Guanin's gaze froze, and her displeasure was evident in her heart, silently calling out, "Tang Xianzong. If those powers weren't interfering with Buddha, I would have taken action myself long ago." Guanin stepped down, her bare feet touching the floor. She stood up, looked towards the door, and thought to herself, "It seems." Immediately after, she smiled maliciously, her eyes distant. "It's time to invite one last player in." On the other side, the bright moonlight illuminated the forest. In the middle of the woods, Xianzong and Wukong were resting. Kong Kong mischievously played, raising his right hand high. Xianzong spat out the seeds, feeling dissatisfied and thinking, "Why hasn't Guanin arrived yet? It stings." But the next moment, Xianzong retracted his serious contemplative demeanor. Could it be that he had overestimated the importance of He Xiong-jing to Guanin? She basically had no intention of coming. Having thought that, Xianzong became angry, pounding his fists together and shouting loudly, "Forget it, whether she comes or not is up to her, I need to eat." Immediately after, Xianzong stirred the bowl of food in his hand, mixing in a bit of sadness with the seasoning, and then carefully poured it into the pan, controlling the oil at a temperature of 121.5 degrees, frying the spices until fragrant. That strange sound attracted Wan Ting nearby. Xianzong was still diligently working in the kitchen, quickly chopping vegetables, and did not forget to add commentary, using his knife skills to neatly cut the cabbage into pieces measuring 2.5 by 2.5. The delicious aroma of the food quickly spread around, wafting into Wan Ting's nostrils. Xianzong calmly sautéed the food in front of him while saying, quickly adjusting the heat to below 187.5 degrees and stirring evenly. After a long time of playing and admiring, when the cabbage is moist and tender, it can be taken out of the pan. While the two were happily preparing to enjoy their meal, Wan Ting suddenly rushed in from somewhere. On the table, the dishes were beautifully arranged by Xianzong. He was pouring chili sauce while exclaiming, "Finally, add some of the secret chili sauce." Xianzong clasped his hands together, his face gleaming with desire, drooling. Behind him, a figure rushed over, the cabbage delicacy that loves no one is out of the oven. Xianzong quickly enjoyed the first bite, this feeling. At that moment, Wukong had noticed the stranger, his eyes were wary as he glanced in that direction. On this side, Xianzong seemed petrified, while Wan Ting snatched the tray of food and began to eat greedily. After Wan Ting finished eating, his face satisfied, he joyfully praised, "It's really delicious." The chopstick slipped from Wan Ting's hands, rolling near Xianzang's feet. Xianzong was furious, his face radiating evil energy, grabbing the collar and shouting, "Evil thief, return the cabbage to me." Seeing the person in front of him, Wan Ting froze and quietly realized, the monk has 7 stars on his head. A moment later, Wan Ting's face lit up like a star as he rushed forward to hug Xianzong, joyfully shouting, "Master, I finally found you." He was so happy that he burst into tears, rushing in to kiss Xuanzang but being pushed away by him in disdain. "Master, save me." The three of them then entered the city together. The atmosphere here was incredibly bustling. A crowd of people appeared. Xuanzang glanced to the side. A rabbit man was dissatisfied with the shop. Introduce me to rabbit fur cloaks. Is your brain numb? On the other side, someone was comparing their height with a dear person. Clearly, I am taller than him, that doesn't count. Meanwhile, a pearl girl was promoting the jewelry shop's products. The new products from the #1 beautiful human clan in the center, no deception or trickery. At that moment, a beautiful girl was happily chatting with a bird youth. I really admire you, you can save so much on cosmetics. On another side, a dog person was being scolded by the shop owner. Damn it, back for free food again. Xuanzang looked at the harmonious scene in front of him and spoke in confusion. Aren't demons supposed to see humans as food? How can there be such a mixed place for humans and monsters? Xuanzang observed the joyful scene before him and calmly smiled. It seems quite moving. Beside him, Huan Ting, who had been beaten badly earlier, also excitedly spoke up to provide an explanation. That's right, this is the special feature of our Gao Old Man clan. All around here are ordinary weak little demons. In the past, I have never harmed anyone, and at times, I have even lent a helping hand to those in difficulty. Gradually, people have also lowered their guard. Both sides have openly compensated each other, ultimately forming a Gao Old Man that the beloved couple admires. Xuanzang approached, his sinister face extending a hand as if to tear Huan Ting's face, pretending to show affection as he said, "Ba Jia, didn't master go a bit too hard just now?" In his heart, Xuanzang thought, don't think that just by calling me master I will let it slide. Huan Ting, pinched on the face, trembled in pain, sweat pouring out. He closed his eyes to endure and cried out, it's heavy, no more, it's normal for master to discipline his disciple. Being able to receive the strict yet loving care of master is the greatest honor for a disciple. Then he pointed towards a beautiful courtyard, the aura rising vigorously, declaring loudly, Master, my home is ahead. From the window, the aura surged. Inside, a person was angrily throwing things. Still not back, still not back. Clothes fell from above onto the two below. The girl sobbed, covering her mouth, crying loudly, Master, what should Cui Lan do now? The old man beside her anxiously comforted, you should have gone to find the expert. Let's wait a little longer. At this moment, from outside, Huan Ting, his face disfigured from being beaten, excitedly ran towards the two people, shouting, Father, Mother, I have brought my master. Before Huan Ting could finish his sentence, the two people worriedly exclaimed, Son-in-law, what happened to your face? Huan Ting panicked, raised his hand to touch and knead his face, carefully saying, I almost forgot, Cui Lan likes my face the most. Inside the room, the noise from earlier had stopped, but items were tossed all around. Cui Lan appeared, her beautiful face like a fairy, her alluring figure flushed as she sweetly called out, Husband. Cui Lan walked over to Huan Ting, gently saying, You have finally come back. Without hesitation, Cui Lan hugged Huan Ting, pressing his face into her bosom, sweetly saying, I missed you so much. Cui Lan looked at him, her face flushed, and asked, Husband, do you think my new corset is beautiful? Huan Ting was nearly suffocating, trembling and trying to escape, saying, Wait, you're going to suffocate me. Cui Lan stepped forward to hold Huan Ting's chin, face to face, Husband, please tell me. The eyes of the two met, and at that moment, a light seemed to hypnotize Huan Ting. She continued to ask, So is it beautiful or not? The next second, Huan Ting looked at her and kept nodding in praise. Beautiful, very beautiful, my lady looks good in anything. Cui Lan happily coaxed in a soft voice, then Husband, come with me to the room and help me take it off, shall we try together? Huan Ting, tempted by Cui Lan, had a greedy expression on his face and quickly followed the woman into the room. Okay. Behind them, Xuanzang, dissatisfied, sternly cleared his throat a few times as a reminder. Ba Jia, didn't you have something to find master for? Huan Ting was startled and quickly stepped back behind Xuanzang, both frightened and stammering in reply. Thank you, master, for waking me up. Xuanzang looked at him in confusion, what exactly is going on? On this side, Cui Lan glanced at Huan Ting and softly called, Husband, come here quickly. Huan Ting blushed and felt awkward, glancing at Cui Lan and softly explaining, "It's really embarrassing to say, I don't know what happened, but Cui Lan suddenly made excessive demands about a month ago." Wan Ting recalled the image of that adult and couldn't help but blush and continue shyly, "I can't refuse when I see her." But his expression changed to one of despair. "But at this rate, I will quickly be drained dry." Wan Ting cried out in pain, begging Xuanzang, "Master, you must help your disciple." Cui Lan stepped forward, touched Xuanzang's throat, and praised him. "This great master is really handsome." A moment later, Cui Lan approached, hugged Xuanzang, rested her head on his shoulder, and whispered, "Would you like to go to the room with me for a little exercise?" Xuanzang was taken aback and glanced at her. He didn't expect her to be Gao Cui Lan like this. Cui Lan clung closely to Xuanzang, playfully speaking in his ear. "How about we study the Book of Psalms together? You can read, and I'll be the midday sun." Behind them, Wan Ting panicked and didn't dare to look. Xuanzang's expression changed, and he thought to himself, "This isn't right, Gao Cui Lan is absolutely not the kind of person like this." Soon after, Wan Ting suddenly knelt on the ground, loudly crying and hugging Cui Lan's legs, sobbing as she said, in the past, she wouldn't even glance at other men. At this moment, the system screen displayed a notification. The main mission of fetching the scriptures has been announced. Accept Zhu Bajie as a disciple and help him resolve the matter with Gao Cui Lan. Reward, 5,000 experience points. Hearing this, Xuanzang jumped up with joy, clapping non-stop. 5,000 points, indeed doing missions is the most rewarding. A moment later, he became serious. Xuanzang called out, "Bajie." Then he looked towards Wan Ting, who was tightly hugging Cui Lan's thigh, and continued, "Don't worry, Master will definitely help you solve this problem." On the other side, Wukong glanced at the scene before him. Xuanzang quickly approached and firmly grabbed Cui Lan's wrist. Her face quickly brightened with joy, turning red as she exclaimed. Xuanzang seriously held onto her hand without letting go, but immediately after, he had a lewd expression, delightfully pulling Cui Lan inside. "If I don't go to hell, who will?" Xuanzang even remembered to look at Wan Ting and remind her. "Be confident, just leave it to me." Wan Ting glared angrily at Xuanzang, dissatisfied and wanting to charge at him. "Tang Xuanzang, beast of a human, you dare to touch Cui Lan even a little bit, Zhu old man." But just then, Wukong appeared and swung Rui Jingu Bang to block his path. Wan Ting, dissatisfied, cried out, Cui Lan, my Cui Lan." The two inside pulled each other into the room. The door quickly closed. Cui Lan lay on the bed, extending her foot towards Xuanzang, who was standing motionless by the door, and spoke seductively. "Great master, hurry up." Cui Lan's face was flushed with shyness, eagerly wanting to rush over. "I can't wait any longer." Xuanzang clasped his hands in meditation, looking at Cui Lan in front of him as he responded. "How can a man speak quickly?" Cui Lan extended her leg, and with a swift motion, grabbed the collar of Xuanzang's robe and pulled him closer. "Take your time, it's fine." Cui Lan blushed, crossed her legs on the bed, and began to untie her clothes. "Then we will take our time." But just as the ties fell away, a mark appeared on Cui Lan's chest. Xuanzang froze, his eyes wide with disbelief, feeling a great shock inside. What is this evil energy on her chest? Xuanzang rushed forward, firmly grabbing Cui Lan's hand and pinning her down. Cui Lan looked at him, pulling the straps of her outfit down on both sides with a coy voice. "If the great master wants to see, then why not take a good look?" But at that moment, Xuanzang held her hand tightly, stopping her. With one hand clasped, and the other gripping her, Xuanzang closed his eyes and spoke. "A friend's wife cannot be played with, we have destiny but no fate." Cui Lan knelt on the bed, blushing as she exclaimed, "I never expected the great master to have such special interests." Cui Lan closed her eyes, pouting towards Xuanzang. "I like it even more." Xuanzang's face darkened, furrowing his brow as he issued an order. "System, find a tool in the shopping center so I can examine Gao Cui Lan." The system appeared beside them at that moment, crossing its arms and responding in a loud voice. "Donor, why don't I tell you what happened to Gao Cui Lan? She was invaded by evil energy, which stimulated her lewdness, making her always want to engage with men. Xuanzang listened, furrowing his brow as he looked at it and asked, "What is the solution?" In his heart, Xuanzang secretly doubted. Why is this system being so nice today? The system extended its hand, its voice naturally responding. It's very simple, just find someone with a pure yang body from 10 lifetimes to help. Xuanzang glanced at it and asked, "A pure yang body from 10 lifetimes?" Immediately, stones fell on Xuanzang's head, and the system shouted loudly, "That's you, 10 lifetimes all as a virgin, how pitiful." Xuanzang grumbled, clenched his fists, and glared at it, cursing. So what if I've been a virgin for 10 lifetimes? I'd rather be that way for a lifetime than you, having been a broken screen for thousands, tens of thousands of lifetimes, unable to do anything or enjoy the pleasures of men. You quickly tell me what to do. The system spoke, each word it said seemed to turn Xuanzang to stone. Transfer your pure yang blood into her body, and you can force the evil energy out. Sure, she has been invaded by evil energy for a long time. If you don't hurry and force the evil energy out, she will die. Xuanzang glared at the system, coldly warning, "If you dare to deceive me." He angrily reached out as if to crush it. "Then you're finished." The system in his hand trembled in fear and exclaimed, "I swear to the heavens, I would never lie." Xuanzang pushed Cui Lan back onto the bed, propping himself up and said, "If that's the case." He looked at Cui Lan in front of him, speaking calmly, "Saving the person is important, then let's go." Immediately after, Xuanzang raised his hands to take off his shirt, revealing his 8-pack abs. The system beside him drooled and blushed, exclaiming, "We didn't expect to witness such a spectacular action scene." Soon after, the pained cries of Cui Lan echoed throughout the room. "Great master, be gentle, please, it hurts so much." The loud sound attracted 2 people outside. Wan Ting angrily looked towards the room. He turned to the source of the sound, and Wan Ting quickly rushed towards it, his voice filled with anger. "Tang Xuanzang." Wan Ting, with a face full of evil energy, charged forward, a wild boar silhouette appearing behind him. He shouted, "You human-faced beast." Wan Ting's eyes sparkled with anger as she charged forward, unwilling to accept the situation. "Detestable bastard." Wan Ting rushed to break down the door, shouting a warning, "What have you done to my poor little treasure?" "Cui Lan, don't be afraid, your beloved husband will come to save you." Xuanzang was preparing to do something good when he was interrupted, his face changing color immediately. Behind him, Wan Ting shouted loudly, "My dear Cui Lan." Wan Ting's eyes widened, pupils constricting, veins appearing. In the next moment, Wan Ting summoned her weapon, which was a 9-toothed rake, surrounded by a fierce evil energy. Holding the rake, Wan Ting's face was icy as she angrily shouted, "How dare you lay a hand on my treasure?" From behind, Wan Ting wielded the rake, aiming to strike the other person, "I will fight you to the death." Xuanzang glanced at her, frowning as he reminded her, "Ba Jie, why speak to master like that?" Wan Ting cried out in confusion. Furious, Wan Ting seemed ready to charge at Xuanzang. At that moment, Xuanzang's face was scrunched up, beads of sweat pouring down. The system nearby expressed disappointment, turning away to scold him. "Humph, after all this time, and you end up doing this. Malicious." Xuanzang raised his hand, continuously poking Cui Lan's nostrils, making her uncomfortable as she opened her mouth and shouted loudly. Xuanzang was dissatisfied and glanced at the system beside him, retorting, "Is it that you don't have a brain, or do you lack so much brain that you think I am the same?" Xuanzang's face turned cold as he took out an object from Cui Lan's nose and directed it towards Wan Ting, reminding him, "This is your wife's belonging, you should handle it. Exorcising spirits is more tiring than fighting monsters, and your wounds won't get infected, right?" Seeing this, Wan Ting frowned in fear and kept backing away. He quickly returned to his cowardly demeanor and exclaimed, "Don't come over here." Wan Ting realized he had misunderstood, stepped back, and awkwardly replied to Xuanzang, "Master, your disciple will get water for you to wash your hands immediately." But just as he was about to leave, Cui Lan called out loudly from inside, "My husband." Cui Lan approached, grabbed Wan Ting's hand, and with a pouting expression scolded him, "Didn't you say you loved everything that belongs to me? She moved closer, tightly embracing Wan Ting and continued. Whether it's the dandruff in my hair or the dead skin on my heels, you think they are the most adorable things in the world, right? Just because of a tiny little thing in my nose, you've abandoned me. You don't love me anymore, do you? At this moment, Wan Ting's face turned ashen as he tried to lean away and awkwardly replied. How could this be? How could I stop loving her? But inside, I silently cried out, this simply cannot be. Cui Lan saw this and stepped forward, her face flushed, looking at him with eyes full of affection, softly coaxing, then you show me. Wan Ting anxiously exclaimed, show you? Outside, Wukong, Kong, and Wan Ting's parents were peeking in, waiting for the drama to unfold. Wan Ting felt like he had lost control, rushing towards Xianzong, who looked panicked, shouting loudly, Cui Lan, my darling, I love you. Xianzong stood in disbelief. What on earth? A moment later, his face blushed deeply, filled with satisfaction. At that moment, the screen turned pitch black, and the author explained, we sincerely apologize, the image cannot be displayed for various reasons. The image is invalid, the content is not harmonious, the editor automatically cut the image, infringing on someone else's copyright. As soon as it was done, Wan Ting collapsed helplessly onto the ground, his eyes vacant. Cui Lan looked at him happily, while the people outside began to retch in unison. But soon after, Xian Zhang's gaze froze, staring wide-eyed at what lay beyond. From Cui Lan's bosom, a glowing mark emerged, releasing a stream of bright red energy. In an instant, Cui Lan began to transform. The outpouring energy took the shape of a dragon. Outside, Wukong encountered that incomprehensible flow of energy. A moment later, his eyes sparkled like sparks, loudly shouting in his heart, what is this evil energy? The dragon that had just emerged stood menacingly opposite Xianzong. Wukong anxiously looked at Xianzong, who was still pretending, and scolded, does this annoying monk want to die? Xianzong remained calm, lightly snapping his fingers. The dragon opposite charged forward, aiming to bite his smooth head. But just as it lunged, Xianzong calmly stepped back. In the next moment, the dragon was subdued by Xianzong. Finally, it disappeared mysteriously. Seeing Wukong in front of him, Xianzong was a bit surprised and asked, Wukong, why are you here? Wukong's face turned a gloomy gray, stammering to reply. He crossed his arms, turned away, and answered, slipped. But deep down, Wukong was banging his head against the wall, silently cursing himself, Monkey King, what's wrong with you? That monk is dead, shouldn't you be free? Why did you rush in to save him? You must have caught his stupid disease for sure. At that moment, the system announced, while Xianzong naturally raised his hand to his mouth, congratulations donor on completing the mission, you can still think while facing a beauty. It was no joke that the rookie had scored 5,000 points. Conveniently, I asked, how does it taste? After reading the last sentence, Xuanzong's face turned gray, his eyes rolled back, and he quickly withdrew his finger. A moment later, Xuanzong knelt down, retching continuously. Beside him, Wan Ting anxiously shook Cui Lan. Darling, wake up, darling. Cui Lan frowned and let out a sound of discomfort. Moments later, she sat up, clutching her head in pain, and weakly spoke. Husband, my head hurts so much. But immediately after, looking at the people around her, Cui Lan was stunned. Why are there men in my room? Cui Lan tightly hugged herself, raising her voice and shouting. You all listen carefully, I absolutely will not comply with you, my body and soul only belong to my husband. Right after that, she rushed to hug Wan Ting's neck, almost causing him to choke. Cui Lan cried out in fear, husband, save me. From inside, a delighted voice rang out. Great. The happy couple leaned into each other. Cui Lan softly called, husband. Wan Ting gently lifted Cui Lan's face and softly said, all right, you are finally okay now, you had me so worried. Is there still any place where you don't feel well? You must tell me. No matter what, I will always love you. Right after that, Wan Ting blushed, closed her eyes, and pouted her lips to kiss Cui Lan. "Sweetheart, can I have a kiss?" Cui Lan shyly blushed, pushed Wan Ting away, and softly reminded her, "Husband, it's broad daylight, and there are others around us." "Husband, what happened to me before? It seems I was always in a hazy state." Wan Ting hugged her for comfort, pointed to the two people like light bulbs, and introduced them. It's okay, it's all in the past now. Let me introduce you." Wan Ting happily added. "This Master Xianzong is the master I recently accepted, a highly accomplished monk who is traveling to seek scriptures." He walked over, his eyes sparkling as he imagined a model master, and said, "You are a person of great wisdom and strength, and it is thanks to the master that your life was saved." He approached and looked at Wukong, who had a cold expression but was excited, and said, "And this is the Monkey King, Sun Wukong, who with just one Rui Jingu Bang wiped out thousands of soldiers, causing all the gods and Buddhas in heaven to be astonished. He is my grand senior brother." Cui Lan saw this and respectfully approached, bowing to thank the two. Cui Lan thanks the master. Cui Lan pays respects to the grand senior brother. Upon being complimented by the beauty, Xianzong leaned on his hands and laughed loudly, his nose seeming to grow long like a mountain. "Well said, well said. The wife of my disciple is just." Before he could finish his sentence, Wan Ting shot him a warning look with a sullen face. Xianzong awkwardly called out, "My daughter-in-law." Wan Ting closed her eyes, bowed her head, and smiled in response. The great kindness and grace of the master are something the disciple will never forget. Wan Ting firmly clasped her hands together and spoke solemnly, "I vow to follow and protect the master to the west to seek the scriptures." Xianzong walked over, excitedly hugged her neck, and continually praised her. Good disciple, good disciple." Xianzong covered his mouth with satisfaction, secretly smiling, unable to contain his joy. With two disciples already under my wing, the glory of the main character is indeed impressive. Just at chapter 29, I already have two disciples. Xianzong approached Wan Ting, gently reminding her. "However, the master still has one thing to ask you." Wan Ting fearfully pushed him away, raising her voice to stop him. Xianzong glanced at her and quietly probed, "Answer me honestly. Who called you to come and pay respect to me as your master?" After hearing this, Wan Ting felt awkward, his eyes wide open, cautiously glancing at the person beside him, stammering, Right after that, Wan Ting, like a small dog, stuck out his tongue and licked Xianzong's face, happily replying, "Of course, it was the special charisma of the master that attracted me." But a moment later, Wan Ting closed his eyes, his face showing discomfort, and began to recount. "That day, even though my Gao old man was very far away, he sensed an extremely fierce and tyrannical aura." Wan Ting lowered his head, his loving gaze admiring Xianzong, and his voice became increasingly earnest. "So I rushed there. Immediately, I was captivated by your extraordinary character and willpower, and I wanted to take you as my master and follow you to the west to seek scriptures." Xianzong frowned in disbelief, stepped forward, and tugged his ear, bringing him back to reality, unhappily reminding him, "Hey, have you learned to lie to your master so quickly? Do you think I'll perform the transforming pig head trick for you again?" Wan Ting cried out in distress. No, don't pull my ear." Wan Ting, with his mouth covered, uncomfortably explained, "What I meant is, actually, a great deity directed me to find you, but he deliberately concealed his face." The disciple really didn't know who that was. Xianzong raised one hand to support his chin, secretly thinking, "Great deity." Although he was still deep in thought, his other hand did not forget to pinch Wan Ting's ear, causing him pain and making him tremble and shout, "Master, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts." Xianzong seemed unconcerned and continued to ponder, fearing that the gods in the heavens would lose their treasures, and no one would intentionally oppose him, right? Xianzong said seriously, pulling his ear hard, speaking, "So the culprit behind the curtain who used evil energy to harm Gao Cui Lan wants you to be exhausted to death. Ba Jie, do you know who it is?" Wan Ting's face changed now, making it difficult to guess. On the other side, a stream of immortal weapon approached, and a lotus flower appeared. Amidst the beautifully serene scenery, Guanin stepped down calmly, without saying a word, she walked steadily, but secretly thought, if the old man takes action. From behind, a girl ran towards Guanin, affectionately calling out, "Guanin, elder sister." Guanin turned to look back at the person behind. Ling Gu rushed from afar, joyfully hugging Guanin and exclaimed, "I can finally go out to play with you." Ling Gu rubbed her face back and forth on Guanin's chest, gleefully exclaiming, "It's still very comfortable like this." Guanin pushed her away, poked Ling Gu on the face, and playfully replied, "Ru Lao actually let you out." Ling Gu dissatisfiedly retorted, "Don't mention that cruel-hearted name again. I had a hard time finding a chance to sneak out." Ling Gu mischievously held up a small box. "By the way, where's your Xiao He? Call him out so I can pet him." Guanin didn't care and quickly turned away. Ling Gu loudly called out from behind, "Xiao He, come out here, I brought sweet candy for you." Guanin replied with a gloomy face, "He's dead." The candy box in Ling Ji's hand unexpectedly fell to the ground. Ling Gu, furious, with an evil energy expression, gritted her teeth and asked Guanin, who dared to do this. Angrily, she raised her hand to summon her weapon and looked at Guanin, "Tell me." Ling Gu, furious, clenched her fist and shouted loudly, "Let's see if I can crush that guy." Xianzong closed his eyes and didn't look at her, softly saying the name, Tang Xianzong. A moment later, Ling Gu froze, her face turning panicked and scared. "What? It's him again!" Ling Gu yelled angrily. At that moment, flames of rage erupted. "Why is it him?" She sat down, clutching her head, and shouted angrily, "According to the agreement, we cannot directly take action against him." Ling Gu jumped up, the ground shattered beneath her. She shouted, "It's all because of those guys. Why did Buddha agree to this deal? Why didn't he just kill him instead of taking the scriptures? Isn't it simpler to just kill him?" Guanin approached, reaching out to stroke her head gently, "If you keep rubbing it like that, you'll go bald." Guanin softly comforted Ling Gu, "It's all right." Ling Gu frowned sadly. A Buddha votive tablet fell, sounding an alert. "Bodhisattva Ling Gu, you have a new mission." Ling Gu panicked, fearfully covering her mouth, "Why is Buddha's paper figure chasing me here? That trashy boss has ruined all my youth and now wants to force me to work too hard." Her eyes widened blankly, her pupils shrinking. She quickly changed her expression, grabbed the tablet in her hand, and exclaimed excitedly, "Got it." Looking at the Buddha tablet, Ling Gu smirked wickedly, "I have a way to take revenge on Xiao He." 3 days later, in the imperial capital, red silk banners with writing fluttered in the wind. "Welcome the holy monk of the Tang dynasty to direct the work, wishing for a successful journey to obtain the scriptures from the West." A group of people gathered around the dining table. The octopus artist drawing spoke up, "The ones in front, don't move anymore." The octopus painter quickly sketched a portrait of Xuanzang and others. "Finished drawing, everyone line up to take your pictures." Over here, the crowd of beast men rushed towards Xuanzang. "Master, please sign for me, could you also sign for Wang Ni Hoa? Is receiving your signature considered lucky?" Seeing the large crowd in front of him, Xuanzang anxiously stammered a reply. Okay. Upon hearing the agreement, the crowd shouted loudly, "Thank you, great master, sign for me, great master, sign for me first." Amid the chaos, he crawled out through a crevice in the ground. Xuanzang stood up, tiredly sighed, thinking to himself, "Such a large crowd and not even a pretty girl." Xuanzang turned back discontentedly. Xuanzang angrily looked at the people inside who were relaxed. What is Gao Chuilan talking about wanting to have a joyful farewell party? Wukong on this side was reading a book while practicing martial arts, and Kong Kong was busy feeding the white horse grass. Looking towards Chuilan who was affectionately with Wan Ting, Xuanzang thought to himself discontentedly, "It has taken 3 days for a party that is still not finished. I think she doesn't want Bajia to leave." Xuanzang's face grew increasingly sour. He squinted at the crowd, dissatisfied and cursed. "This bronchitis Bajia, always sticking close to Gao Chuilan, if he has the ability then don't go to beg for scriptures with me." Soon after, he smiled in a strange way, his eyes clearly revealing malice. "However, after waiting 3 days, I have been very dedicated." Chuilan at this moment hugged Wan Ting, gently instructed. Darling, you must prepare 180 sets of clothes for him before he can go. He cannot wear someone else's clothes. Wan Ting hugged her, pouting and babbling. Little darling Chui Lan, you are thinking too much. Without you by my side, how can I continue to live? But just as the two were embracing, a force pulled Wan Ting away. Especially personal items, he can only wear clothes made by me. In the next moment, Wan Ting was quickly pulled away by Xian Zong, who looked back at Chui Lan, reluctant to speak. Little darling Chui Lan, wait for me, I will return immediately. The scene shifted to another place, Wan Ting's voice full of flattery. Master, it's not that I don't want to go. As he kept punching the back, he continued to massage. It's because I'm afraid after this trip, Chui Lan won't be able to bear it. Wan Ting seemed to become multi-handed, chattering in Xian Zhang's ear. The compassionate representative may generously allow the disciple a few more days. Wan Ting continuously tried to please Xian Zhang. He spoke up, if not, Master, you can set off with Grand Senior Brother first, and I will immediately catch up with both of you later. Master, rest assured, I have sworn to the heavens that I will never go back on my word. Xian Zhang smiled and glanced at him, secretly thinking, I don't believe you at all, lustful pig head. Xian Zhang calmly enjoyed his cup of tea and reminded, Ba Jia, don't you understand yet? If you stay here. His gaze became serious, and Xian Zhang continued, not only Chui Lan but everyone at Gao Old Man's place will be in danger. Upon hearing this, Wan Ting froze and jumped up as if electrocuted. Shortly after, Xian Zhang casually set his teacup down. Xian Zhang leaned on his hands and softly warned, Ba Jia, do you think that by avoiding talking to me? As if struck in the heart, Wan Ting turned to stone, I wouldn't know who wants to harm you. Xian Zhang moved closer, leaning on Wan Ting's shoulder, and said maliciously, it's the Jade Emperor. To harm others, he wouldn't hesitate to target even your innocent little treasure Chui Lan. Let alone your father-in-law, mother-in-law, and your neighbor Wang Old Man. The sharp gaze raised an eyebrow at Wan Ting, who was feeling frustrated. He hasn't acted for now because your master is here, as soon as your master leaves. He thought to himself, in this entire Shiyuji, aside from having enmity with the Jade Emperor, who else could you possibly make an enemy of? Even a child could guess that. Wan Ting stammered, speaking softly. But master, as if anticipating his words, Xian Zhang threw a device called a video communication machine at him. At that moment, the system announced, User Guide, Product Introduction for the Video Communication Machine. No matter where you are, as long as you have the video communication machine in hand, you can video chat with that person without any obstacles, no signal, no electricity, it doesn't matter, experience points required, 100. Xian Zhang was furious, shouting loudly and pointing towards the door. Go talk to your little treasure, and quickly follow us, otherwise, I might not need you anymore. Seeing Xian Zhang angry, Wan Ting approached and hugged his leg, obediently saying, Thank you, Master. You truly are wise and divine, like a jade tree standing tall, kind and compassionate, loyal and righteous, nothing at all. Oh no, everything at all. In the next second, Wan Ting happily hugged the item and skipped away. Behind, the system suspiciously asked, Are you taking care of him so much? I always feel like there's some conspiracy involved. Xian Zhang couldn't contain his anger and shouted at the system, What conspiracy are you talking about? What else can I do? This little guy can't even walk when he sees Chui Lan. I've really had enough of their nauseating couple vibes. A moment later, he regained his composure, smiled slightly, and silently thought, however. Xian Zhang held his staff in hand and cheerfully said, I can finally set off. The eagle soared lightly in the vast blue sky, carrying a proud and vigorous presence. Below, the endless desert revealed the silhouette of Xian Zhang's group. Xian Zhang calmly savored the hot cup of tea in his hand, while Wan Ting was focused on video calling Chui Lan. Chui Lan blushed and praised, My dear husband, your appearance now really has a manly charm. Wan Ting happily replied, I'm sure I can mesmerize countless young women now. The scene unfolded, Xian Zhang sat on the back of a white horse, with Wukong diligently reading in front of him and Guanin playfully lagging behind. Cui Lan, my little treasure, rest assured that in my heart, there will always be only you. I absolutely will not even glance at other women. Xianzong was enjoying his tea while having to listen to those sweet words, and his face became increasingly grim. The officer told him to make sure to rest well every day. Also, he should not be exposed to the wind and rain daily, he should take care not to get sick. Cui Lan, my little treasure, you too, without me by your side, you must take care of yourself. Xianzong, dissatisfied, threw the teacup in his hand, sighed, and cursed. Really, why did I give them a communication device? But soon after, a shout arose that made Xianzong freeze, his eyes widening. How could there be such a beautiful blonde in front of him? As soon as he heard there was a beauty, Guanin thought happily, a blonde beauty. He quickly turned off the video. Cui Lan, my little treasure, the master has something urgent to find me, so please go for a stroll quietly. Ask about the health of your parents-in-law for me, love you lots. Just a moment later, Guanin folded his legs up and ran toward the city wall ahead, loudly claiming, Master, this arduous yet glorious reconnaissance mission should be entrusted to your disciple. The golden-haired beauty, we have arrived. Inside the palanquin, Xianzong lifted the curtain and smirked with a sarcastic smile. If men were trustworthy, pigs would know how to climb trees. But clearly, the beauty he saw was just a sand statue. Guanin rushed over, her body seeming utterly defeated, and fell down in disappointment saying, so it's just a sand statue. In the vast desert, the statue of the beautiful girl stood still with her hands clasped, birds flying around her. Xianzong dismounted his horse and walked over with Wukong, raising his voice mockingly, a perfect posture, beautiful features, and a lively expression. Truly quite skillful. But yeah, I wonder if Cui Lan likes this sand statue, or should you send it to her to see? Guanin gathered her emotions and anxiously analyzed, placing the sand statue at the village entrance definitely indicates a problem. We must be cautious. Immediately, he stood up and politely extended his hand, saying, Come, please enter first, master. Xianzong calmly strutted inside, speaking as he walked, in terms of sailing with the wind, Ba Jie, you have indeed grown too tall. Suddenly, a large crack appeared on the shoulder of the girl, revealing a color red that had changed from within. In the vast desert, solid walls surrounded the small house, and free birds soared in the high sky. The deeper they advanced, the more sand sculptures of people appeared. Xianzong and the group moved inside together. Xianzong propped his chin on his hand, looking around and assessing the surroundings. By common logic, these sand sculptures are as lifelike as real people. The sand sculpture looked as realistic as actual humans. Using his sharp intuition, Xianzong pointed and boldly declared, surely they are all created by someone. Upon hearing this, Guanin exclaimed, Master is wise. Wukong merely shot him a cold glance and waved his hand, causing dust to rise. Xianzong waved his hand to quickly avoid it. Oh dear, Wukong, I told you, it could be. Just then, one hand of the sand figure detached and fell down. Xianzong, with a swollen face, scratched his head in response. This sand sculpture is indeed very amazing, very amazing. But his gaze soon detected something. The entire large city lay in ruins, with houses scattered all around. A sound rang out, attracting attention. Xianzong pulled out a lollipop, waved it forward, and coaxed, Come out, little one, uncle has candy for you. At that moment, Guanin rushed up from behind to shield Xianzong, shouting, Master, I am the holy monk from the Tang dynasty, highly esteemed, here to exorcise evil. Xianzong looked confused, his gaze assessing the situation. But that noise seemed to have disappeared, and the space became silent. Xianzong raised his hand and threw candy towards the wall, Watch me. The candy flew to the other side, and the little ear attentively listened for the sound. As soon as the candy fell, a beast girl quickly jumped out to grab it. Immediately after, she caught the lollipop before it hit the ground. Xia Hua squatted on the ground, happily licking the candy in her hand. Seeing her, Guanin, struck by love at first sight, couldn't help but exclaim, beast girl, so cute. Looking at Xia Hua in front of him, Xianzong quickly remembered the statue at the gate from earlier. It resembled her 99.99%. Xia Hua said nothing, silently sitting and eating the lollipop in her hand, as if the surrounding scene and these strangers did not affect her mood. Xia Hua happily praised, so delicious. She looked up, her eyes shining as she gazed at Xianzong, blushingly thanking him. Thank you for giving me this tasty treat, you are truly a good person. As if struck by Cupid's arrow, Xianzong couldn't help but exclaim, oh my gosh, so cute, it makes me want to commit a crime. Wan Ting stepped forward and shoved Xianzong aside. Wan Ting raised the Shuaizhua Tian fan, appearing dangerous and cold. Wan Ting walked over, his friendly face opening up. Hello miss, I am Zhou Wan Ting. He seemed to forget about Cui Lan at home, boldly reaching out to touch Xia Hua's chin. If we are both from the demon clan, then we are even closer now. May I know your name, miss? Xia Hua shyly frowned and blushed in response. Ah, I am Xia Hua. At that moment, Xianzong raised the communication device, causing him to be startled with fear. Ba Jie, here's your communicator. Wan Ting immediately behaved like a little puppy, sitting obediently in the corner to let Xianzong take over. Xia Hua, what happened to this village? Did you make all these sand sculptures? As soon as she heard this, Xia Hua's eyes turned red, and she gritted her teeth sadly. The one who made these sand sculptures is someone else. A moment later, Xia Hua covered her mouth, suppressing the sobs in her voice. It is my master, Xia Yu. Then, Xia Hua reminisced about the past and began recounting. I have always lived with my master in this Huang Sa village. Although this village has become increasingly dilapidated, with some villagers leaving and others dying, my master has persisted in staying here. Xia Hua and everyone else always stood at the entrance of the village, waving their hands to welcome people. For all those who had left the village, the owner would create a sand sculpture for them. Xia Hua had once personally made a sculpture for a mother and child, and even the sculptures of nurturing mothers with many children were portrayed very vividly. At that moment, Xia Hua often sat above, looking down. Thus, it seemed that they still existed in this village. But one day, a chubby guy appeared. However, one day, an annoying fellow showed up. He carried a sand sculpture made by himself every day to compete with the owner's sculptures. He was inherently no match for the owner. He angrily knocked over the sculptures and shouted, "These works clearly show my confidence, why do I still lose?" At that moment, Xia Yu approached and patted his shoulder, comforting him, "Art is a heartfelt endeavor. Why should we worry about winning or losing?" Xia Hua spoke in a sad tone and continued, "In the beginning, the owner was very happy to exchange skills with someone. As a result, innocent people fell before her." Xia Hua trembled as she stepped forward. The other guy's sand sculpture was made from a living person. Xia Hua looked at him with a mix of sadness and anger, cursing him. "You are a cruel bastard. You see human life as worthless, fundamentally disregarding true art. You are not worthy to be a sand sculpture artist." The man became angry, his face grimacing. He pounded his chest and shouted a warning, "You do not have the right to insult my sincere heart with sand sculpture art." Xia Hua, worried, spoke up pleadingly. "The master is angry and wants to drive him away, but my strength is not enough to protect the master." Xia Hua sobbed, tears streaming down her face. She sadly said, "You all should leave quickly, that detestable man will come again." Xianzong stepped forward, patted Xia Hua on the shoulder, and calmly said, "Don't worry." Xianzong extended his hand, waved the hem of his robe, and calmly added, with the compassion of a monk. Xianzong slammed the staff down onto the ground. He sat down, propped his chin up, and spoke, "If we do not eliminate this monster, what are we even doing in the West?" Xia Hua beside him, upon hearing this, felt happiness swell in her eyes and covered her mouth in praise. So cool. On the other side, Wukong, along with Wan Ting in the white horse, exchanged assessing glances and raised their middle fingers towards Xianzong, who was pretending to be a deity. Wukong's sharp gaze curled into a smile, he closed the book in his hand, and calmly remarked, "Have you come so quickly?" From the desert, dense clouds of dust rose up. From that side, a beam of light opened up, and a large leg appeared in the middle of the air, shrouded in dust. He, along with a big belly, made his appearance. Angelo looked at the crowd before him and said, "For our first meeting, I am Michelangelo, commonly referred to as the king of sand sculptures." Seeing him, Xia Hua broke out in a sweat, her eyes wide. Xia Hua angrily pointed at Angelo, her face fuming, and shouted, "You despicable one, return my master's life." Angelo looked at the group and replied sarcastically, "This decrepit place limits my creative spirit too much." He extended his hand, his face filled with malice, excitedly shouting, "After waiting so long, new goods have finally arrived." Angelo smiled brightly and quickly rushed toward the crowd. Noticing him approach, Xia Hua and Yuan Ting, filled with fear, stepped back. The crowd anxiously watched as Angelo constantly split and flew through the sky. Angelo approached, his eyes like stars, coldly gazing at Wukong, who was intently reading his scriptures. "This figure is truly beautiful, such graceful features." Angelo walked over and looked at Xianzong, marveling, "This shiny bald head." But when he saw Yuan Ting, he shook his head in dismay. "This face, apart from the round black eyes, holds nothing worthy of explanation, just give it a number." Yuan Ting, upon hearing this, was furious and began to curse. Angelo soared into the distance, looking at the group of Xianzong, and said with satisfaction, "This position is indeed beautiful, and the posture isn't bad either. I have to ask, sculptor, was the sand statue of the young lady at the village entrance made by you?" He lifted his face to the sky, laughing proudly and said, that's right, I have made over 3,000 sand statues, but this is the work I'm most satisfied with." He moved closer, his face slightly regretful as he looked at Xianzong, although it's still a bit far from perfection. Xianzong frowned at him and asked, 3,000. Angelo flew high, spreading his arms wide, and excitedly replied, "Yes, 3,000. He reminisced about the innocent, unfortunate people who had fled in panic and continued to speak with delight. "I have tried countless materials and discovered that using people to make sand statues is the..." He smirked, a cunning smile spreading across his face, "the most exquisite, the most lifelike, and the most expressive." The panicking people drowned in the sea of sand, their eyes wide, mouths open in silent screams. Xia Hua, upon hearing this, couldn't contain her anger and cursed, "Despicable." He flew closer to the two and sighed, "What a pity, you live to fight." Angelo's face was covered in veins. The cold black eyes warned softly, "If you ruin the entire image I have envisioned, you will die unable to display the pose I need." Angelo's face turned cruel as he opened his mouth to shout in satisfaction. "Finally, I have found a wonderful method. Very soon, you will also get to experience it." He turned back to smile sweetly at Xianzong. "To have the chance to become one of my most perfect creations, don't you feel honored, Tang Elder?" After hearing this, Xianzang's face quickly became very stern. "Despicable." Xianzong stood up suddenly, his face filled with anger, his eyes flaring with evil energy. "Today, I will take you to the west." Yuan Ting watched him prepare his magic, thinking to himself, "Master is quite resolute too. Yet he usually doesn't show it." Xianzong stood still, twirling the staff in his hand, as a sandstorm rose up obscuring everything. Meanwhile, Wukong glanced at Xianzong with a judging look. "He can only put on airs in front of monsters like this." Angelo couldn't hide his excitement, shouting praise. Very good, this is the pose, this is the expression. Finally, I have waited for this." Xia Hua stared in shock at what was in front of him. The innocent face could not hide the worry. Xia Hua rushed over to stop Angelo. Xianzong, seeing the concern, shouted loudly, "Xia Hua, come back quickly, he's about to use the magic attack." "Great master, you should run away." Angelo extended his hand, summoning a beam of light, and commanded, "Little windmill, move." Angelo smirked with delight and shouted, "Block." In the next moment, a whirlwind of sand engulfed Xianzong. "What is this?" Xianzong exclaimed, raising his hands to shield his face, his eyes fixed on him, silently cursing, "This sculptor has such a powerful magic weapon." Moments later, Xianzong became a statue of sand, standing motionless, while the others quickly met the same fate. Angelo, holding the magic weapon, praised it. It truly is a Buddha's magic weapon. The exclusive magic weapon of Buddha, with a power 5 times stronger, capable of freely controlling both wind and sand, making it difficult for even deities to escape. He rushed over to examine Xianzong, not satisfied, and assessed, isn't the power too strong? The outline is a bit rough, and many details are yet to be fully expressed. It seems I should experiment a few more times. Soon after, Angelo left, letting out a sigh. That is Tang Xianzong from legend. It really is such a waste of materials. But after a while, cracks appeared on the sand statue, and gradually, the statues of Guanin and Wukong also started to crack. A moment later, Xianzong escaped from the sand statue, his face twisted, coughing continuously. The system appeared, smirking in praise, "Congratulations donor for overcoming death, preventing this manhwa from ending at episode 34. I'm about to choke to death." Next to him, Guanin had just escaped from the sand statue and began to rub his head in dissatisfaction, exclaiming, "My hair is completely ruined." Wukong beside him calmly brushed the dirt off the book and reminded, "This magic weapon has a quite disgusting aura." The system appeared next to Xianzong, holding a magnifying glass to evaluate back and forth. "You really didn't waste time eating all that monster meat. Your body has been enhanced to this level, the opponent is indeed underestimating you." Xianzong glanced at him, brushing off the sand on his body, and said unhappily, "I'm not dead yet, do you find that very regrettable? And about that terrible ending, I have remembered this debt clearly." Recalling Angelo, who had proudly used the magic weapon earlier, Xianzong couldn't hide his anger. "I really was careless. Yet he was played by that guy. What kind of king carves sand sculptures? That bastard is clearly Huang Feng demon." At this moment, the system screen displayed a notification, "Congratulations donor for correctly guessing the identity of the opponent, activating the main quest on the path to obtaining the scriptures, kill Huang Feng demon, reward of 8,000 experience points." Beside him, Guanin gazed at Xianzong with admiration. "Master truly has profound knowledge and extensive connections, so you know the true identity of that monster." "I am in awe, I am in awe." Xianzong frowned, resting his chin on his hand, recalling Buddha Tathagata and felt dissatisfied, cursing Angelo. "This rat only went to steal Buddha's oil lamp but can unleash a gust of wind that even Wukong cannot withstand." In the end, it was still Linga Bodhisattva who used the fixed wind staff to control him. Noticing something strange, his expression became resolute, the corners of his mouth curled into a cunning smile, and he pondered inwardly. "However, now that I have the outer armor in hand, I'm no longer afraid of anything. Earning 8,000 experience points will be as easy as flipping my hand. I should use this cunning rat to lure out Linga Bodhisattva." The smile on his lips grew more pronounced as Xianzong joyfully thought. Perhaps it could even create some extraordinary device. While he was still thinking, a voice suddenly startled Xianzong. "Young lady Xia Hua, are you okay?" Xianzong glanced over, seeing Xia Hua still in a state of sand sculpture, while Guanin next to her was happily jumping around. "Young lady Xia Hua, is even your terrified appearance worthy of the Demon King?" Guanin approached, looking lewdly at Xia Hua as she spoke. "I absolutely did not mean to offend you, I just wanted to confirm your safety." But as soon as she reached out to touch her chin, Xia Hua broke apart. On the side, Xianzong watched the two, letting out a sigh. "It seems you're fine, after all, you are a demon." At that moment, a small mouse poked its head out from within. Seeing it, Xianzong's eyes widened with worry. Looking at the feeble little creature lying sprawled on the pile of sand, Xianzong became frantic, his eyes bulging and veins appearing as he shouted, "Is it dead? Is it really dead?" Wukong stood beside him, just crossing his arms and glancing over before assessing the situation. "She is just too weak." Xianzong lowered his head, looking down at the small creature, his expression turning bleak and his voice cold. "Yes, she is indeed too weak, but do the weak deserve to die?" Immediately afterward, the group of Xuanzang gathered to chant sutras in front of the sand statue to help the souls transcend. Nam Mo Adida Fat. The sand statue of Xia Hua was erected, and underneath it was a tombstone that read, Tomb of Xia Hua, Xia Yu. Kong Kong and Xuanzang wore sorrowful expressions, clasped their hands, and spoke, "Rest in peace, celestial realm deities." A moment later, Xuanzang angrily grasped the staff in his hand. He glanced at the people around him and called out loudly, "Disciples." Xuanzang smirked, a fighting spirit shining in his eyes, and continued loudly, "If it is the corrupt heavenly Tao, then we shall act in the name of heaven." On the other side, a strange sand cave appeared, and outside it were several sand statues of people. Inside, Angelo and Ling Ji's voices echoed, calling, "Busy, calling, busy." Angelo held a small cat in his arms, smiling with anticipation. "As long as I finish the work with the Bodhisattva, I won't be stuck in this damn place anymore." He joyfully soared upward, thinking of his masterpieces. Remembering the applause of everyone, he continued, "I will complete the most perfect work, making the whole world go crazy over my artistic beauty. Great Master Sand Sculpture, Great Master, please accept the worship of us lowly mortals." At this moment, Ling Gu beside him angrily cursed, "Who is bothering me again?" Angelo walked over and hugged Ling Gu, smugly reminding her, "Bodhisattva, Tang Xianzong has been turned into sand. You promised me, don't forget that." Hearing this, Ling Ji's eyes sparkled with joy as she shouted, "Has that guy finally died?" Ling Gu happily responded, reinforcing the agreement, "Don't worry, I will, wait a minute." But just after that, Ling Gu propped her chin, her serious face realizing that Ling Shan still hadn't received news that the one who went for the scriptures had died. Ling Gu turned around, her eyes blazing as she yelled at him, "Hey, you rotten rat, don't think you can fool me." Angelo beside her raised 3 fingers, his voice firm, "I swear on all my works. Tang Xianzong is truly dead." At this moment, the sand bird sounded the alarm, "Alert, alert. Intruder, intruder." Soon after, the vast space of Angelo echoed with the sound of the alert bird, "Intruder, intruder." Suddenly, at that moment, a fragment fell from above the cave. From above, the sand began to fall down. The sand bird sounded an alarm, simultaneously displaying an image of Xuanzang, accompanied by a frantic voice. "Warning, warning, 538 works have been destroyed, immediate action is required." Seeing Xuanzang, Angelo was taken aback. "That monk is still alive after all." Ling Gu approached, pointing at Angelo, continuously cursing, "You filthy rat, how dare you deceive me? If you're tired of living, just say so, and I'll take you to meet Buddha." Angelo immediately lifted his legs, jumped high, and then furiously gritted his teeth as he shot out. The sand birds continued to cry out behind him, "Warning, warning, 2152 works have been destroyed, immediate action is required." Angelo shouted angrily the 3 words, "Tang Xuanzong, this time I will definitely turn you into a permanent sand statue." Seeing Angelo, he instantly vanished. Behind Ling Gu, her face full of worry, she quietly spoke, "Can this filthy rat really do it?" From inside the cave, Angelo rushed out. Here, fragments of sand kept falling continuously. Seeing his works destroyed, his face turned gray, and he gritted his teeth in silence. "Ta!" Angelo stepped forward, his shadow casting over the scattered works lying on the ground, calling out in frustration. "The works." A moment later, he looked up at the sky, his eyes wild as if taken by a great shock. Angelo clenched his fists, shouting, "My work." On the other side, a machine gun continuously spat out bullets. The bullets were fired in succession, piercing the sand creations. Once the task was complete, they all fell to the ground. On this side, the 3, Xianzong, Ruan Wukong, each wielded a high-end gun. They appeared together with an impressive flair. Xianzong hoisted the 5-barreled gun on his shoulder, his face filled with pride, pointing behind him. "Shajiao King, all your waste products have been wiped out." Next, as soon as he finished speaking, Xianzong aimed the gun at Angelo and fired continuously. "It's your turn now." Dozens of bullets were fired in a flash. Angelo was equally quick, skillfully dodging them. The bullets that were fired didn't hit him, but they gradually caused his hideout to collapse. Angelo gritted his teeth looking at the group before him, so angry he couldn't form words. All. He extended his empty hands, dust particles swirling around his face. Angelo smirked. Everything has been completely destroyed. But at his feet, there was still a sand sculpture of a snail left. Angelo had a sad expression, his whole body trembling. He reached down to gently hold the sand snail, his voice filled with nostalgia. There's still one last one. But just as he wanted to touch it, a bullet shot through, piercing the snail. Angelo faced the destruction of his final work directly, his eyes displaying regret. On this side, Xianzong and Guanin looked at Kong Kong with satisfied expressions, not sparing any compliments. Kong Kong did great, that was an excellent shot. But at that moment, Angelo seemed to go mad, he kept laughing loudly. Guanin trembled with worry, hiding behind Xianzong, saying, "Master, you have driven that monster to madness." After hearing this, Xianzong, with an incredulous expression, looked toward Angelo and questioned, "Is he really mad? Is that hateful guy's little spirit so weak?" On the other side, Angelo spread his arms wide, his eyes gleaming with evil energy, responding to the group. "This is perfect, thank you so much." He bared his teeth, his eyes wide and red, his voice full of excitement. Failed works should be destroyed early on. On the other side, Xianzong raised his hand to shield Kong Kong's face and reminded him, "Good child, don't look at that annoying guy." Seeing those people look down on him, Angelo continued to speak, "Do you feel honored?" He pulled out the magic weapon of Buddha Tathagata and looked at Xianzang's group, asking, "You will be the stepping stones for me to advance on the path of art, becoming the most perfect works of my creation. This time, I will not allow any mistakes." He threw the magic weapon into the sky, pointing and loudly commanding, "Sandstorm." Immediately, the magic weapon summoned a massive whirlwind. From within, Angelo shouted, "Fifth level." An unexpected explosion erupted, flames blazing, rocks and dust flying everywhere, obscuring the view, with thick clouds of dust and smoke, and shadowy figures emerging from inside. At that moment, Xianzong swung his staff, dispersing the smoke. The people of Xianzong appeared, all wearing gas masks, completely unharmed. Xianzong took off the gas mask and smirked at him. "That is, a refined product provided by the system, an indispensable item for travel." At that moment, the system displayed a product information line, item information, top-notch sandstorm mask, single use. The name says it all. It is a one-time use sandstorm mask, item level required, 1,000 experience points. Xianzong pointed angrily to accuse. "You rotten merchant, a toy that can only be used once is so expensive, and buying more doesn't get a discount." Below the desert, the magic weapon of Buddha gradually slowed down. Angelo was incredulous, trembling as he sat down on the ground, his gaze vacant in disbelief. Yet it can fight against the magic weapon of Buddha. At that moment, Xianzong raised his staff and swung it towards him, his face tightened. "Shajiao King, feel free to go." But at that moment, he struck a heroic pose and replied, "Has anyone not died since ancient times?" A Z Shajiao filled with passion, "I am Mixon Angelo, a sand sculptor." Xianzong and the others, Wukong, Guanin looked at him with evaluative eyes for several seconds to take it all in. Angelo then knelt down and pleaded, "Everything I did was forced upon me. Great Xianzong, please spare my life." Seeing Angelo kneeling on the ground begging, Xianzong still could not quell the anger within him. He extended his hand, his gaze filled with rage as if enduring some grievance. Angelo began to recount. It then has to be said that it dates back a long, long time ago. I was originally a golden-furred weasel following Buddha to learn sculpture. Remembering the painful past of being imprisoned, he continued sorrowfully, as a result, I was thrown into the wondrous realm of Buddha, serving as a living decoration for 500 years. After hearing his story, Kong Kong somewhat agreed and said to Wukong, "Baby, the time he was locked up is similar to us." Angelo continued, "Every day, I had to endure that Zi Wang Ba with his foul mouth. I couldn't stand it anymore and finally found an opportunity to steal Buddha's pinwheel and escaped, wanting to pursue my own artistic path. Recalling the time he was bullied by Ling Gu, he resentfully said, I was also hunted down by that terrifying Ling Gu Bodhisattva. Xianzong angrily retorted, so many complaints, still just the cliché sob story of an old villain. Seeing Angelo with tears in his eyes looking at him pleadingly, Xianzong said, so. Xianzong flicked him, making Angelo stagger. He continued to question, it was Ling Gu Bodhisattva who forced you to kill me, wasn't it? Angelo painfully cradled his swollen forehead, weeping, how did you know? Xianzong rested his chin on his hand, smirking with a sly smile, and began to explain. She was tracking down the person who was living well here, it was definitely you, and she had made a filthy deal with you, using my network to exchange for your freedom. In his heart, he thought, this old trick, even if guessed, won't highlight my high IQ. Behind him, Guan Ting listened and seemed to turn into a pig, her eyes filled with uncontrollable admiration. Master is really impressive, Kong Kong chimed in, not wanting to lose out. Madam is truly amazing. Xian Zhang's face turned ashen, his eyes red and shining with a hint of evil energy. He grinned menacingly at him, swinging his scepter. If what you want to say is only that, then, as the scepter swung down, Angelo fearfully covered his head and screamed, Celestial realm deities want to kill you. Upon hearing this, Xianzong stopped. Wukong calmly glanced at him, while the pig, Guan Ting, turned pale. In the next moment, Guan Ting, terrified, pulled her hair and cried out as if preparing for slaughter. Celestial realm deities, is it too late for me to withdraw from the group and go seek the scriptures? My dear Cui Lan, her precious child was scared and just wanted to go home. Wukong remained calm, gazing solemnly at Angelo, secretly thinking, Celestial realm deities, nice. Xianzong pursed his lips, his sword-like brows slightly raised, coldly saying, go on. Deep down, Xuanzang was silently cursing. It turned out that not only Guanyin but also the gods wanted to kill him. This evil journey was too much already. Angelo was afraid of being taken to the heavens, his face was sullen as he began to recount. They are bound by a pact that prevents them from directly harming you, so they can only use us monsters as tools. Fearful that he would be turned into smoked rat meat, Angelo rushed to hug Xuanzang's leg, his eyes red as he spoke. We are all forced into this. Xuanzang's face was grim as he coldly questioned him. Why do they want to kill me? And who made the pact with them? Angelo appeared to find a glimmer of hope, he looked at Xuanzang earnestly and spoke. This I do not know, I accidentally overheard these things. Xuanzang great master, please spare me. I just want to be an ordinary sand sculpture artist. After hearing him, Xuanzang coldly replied in an inscrutable tone. An artist of murder, is it? Angelo lifted his innocent face, worry in his eyes, and spoke with all certainty. I am a monster, isn't killing a matter of course? Immediately after, Angelo revealed a sinister smile, his voice filled with excitement. In addition, for us, humans are just like grass dogs and insects. His face was excited as he smiled at Xianzang. Don't the immortals say that? All beings are equal, humans are, in the eyes of the cultivating immortals, just like those ephemeral grass dogs, meaningless creatures. You're going to seek the scriptures, are you not also trying to escape that insect life? Xianzang lowered his head, his emotions gradually rising as he held back, repeating the words he had just heard. Grass dogs, meaningless creatures, the natural order. Who gave you that right to the natural order? So in your eyes, humans are just something that can naturally be. He recalled the old, hungry people and continued, deceived. He remembered Xia Hua, who had completely buried herself to become a sand statue, humiliated. And remembered Guanyin, who once warned him, destroyed. Finally, he remembered Buddha, who had once represented good. Xianzang shouted in dissatisfaction, is that a curse? Angelo looked confused, his face innocent as he looked at him. Is it not? As soon as he finished speaking, Xianzang rushed forward to grip his throat tightly. Xianzang held the magic weapon of Buddha in his hand, smiling wickedly as he repeated. We take you as a sand statue, and you will think this is a matter of course, right? Upon hearing this, Angelo was terrified, trembling and wriggling. Xianzong great master, please don't. Xianzong shouted, and the sand flew away. The fifth cake. After hearing this, Angelo was frightened and trembling, his grey face shouted, no. Just as the sandstorm approached, wanting to turn Angelo into a sand statue, a voice rang out from afar, stop it, old woman. At that moment, a notification appeared from the system, congratulations donor for completing the main mission on the journey for scriptures, achieving 8,000 experience points. Xianzong excitedly and fiercely raised his foot to crush Angelo's sand statue. From inside the cave, Ling Gu jumped out and shouted, Tang Xianzong. Ling Gu, furious, clenched the weapon in her hand, surrounded by evil energy, shouted loudly, the serious criminal the Buddha is pursuing, how dare you kill so recklessly. Ling Ji's angry gaze stared at Xianzong, questioning him. Are you tired of living? Xianzong remained calm, smirking as he responded. The big fish has come to the door itself. Xianzong crossed his arms, looking at the person in front of him, and asked, you are Ling Gu Bodhisattva. Seeing Ling Gu, Guan Ting exclaimed excitedly, oh my, that lowly actually came on her own. Ling Gu approached, her serious face looking at the crowd. She rushed forward, holding the imperial edict high, shouting loudly, look closely. Don't say that I deceived you. Seeing Xianzong beside her with a sneaky look, Ling Gu squinted, secretly thinking, Tang Xianzong, you put this handle in my hand yourself, let's see how I can take you down. Xianzong regained his composure, stroked his chin, looked at Ling Gu, and calmly replied, I didn't expect that you not only borrowed a knife to kill me but also used power for personal gain, colluding with a fugitive. Hearing his words, Ling Gu suddenly froze, sweat pouring down. Struck right in her core, she angrily gritted her teeth and yelled, Tang Xianzong, what nonsense are you talking about? Inside, Ling Gu cursed angrily, damn it, could that filthy rat have betrayed me? Xianzong, with an itching smile, patted his belly and spoke, that rat has confessed everything. I have evidence in my hands as well. Xianzong smiled wickedly inside. This lowly looks foolish at first glance, just a little twist, and she will definitely fall into the trap. On this side, Ling Gu was trembling with rage. Xianzong pointed behind him and reminded, don't forget that there is the support of the underworld behind me. In the blink of an eye, you could die without a place to be buried, while also punishing Buddha for poor management. Ling Gu, furious, swung the weapon in her hand and shouted loudly, hand over the evidence. Xianzong replied to Ling Gu with a defiant expression, if you think you can take it, come and try. Ling Gu, enraged, charged towards Xianzong. I see you here. She seemed ready to go crazy, fiercely striking her weapon towards Xianzong, wanting to die. He quickly raised his staff to block, but his entire body shook from the impact. The force Ling Gu exerted was so powerful that Xianzong grimaced and immediately spat blood. Just a moment later, a terrifying explosion occurred, debris flying everywhere, and the shockwave knocked people back, causing them to raise their hands to shield their faces. Guan Ting stared at the scene in front of her, her eyes wide with both worry and confusion. And the master is still provoking her. That lowly once fought the four great heavenly kings so fiercely that their teeth were scattered everywhere. Has the master gone mad? Wukong next to her looked over and smirked with interest. This monk is becoming more and more interesting. To talk back to a bodhisattva like that is truly something. Ling Gu jumped forward, raised her foot, and kicked towards Xianzong, loudly yelling, Tang Xianzong, go die. Xianzong was kicked back by Ling Gu several feet, leaving a long trail on the ground. Covered in blood, Xianzong struggled to stand up while holding his belly and continued to taunt Ling Gu. Is that all you've got? Your fighting power is only fit for catching mice, you're still far too inexperienced to fight me. But in his heart, Xianzong thought seriously, I'm only at level 10 and I'm already battling a bodhisattva, this is really pushing it. Ling Gu, hearing this, became enraged and glared at the person who was about to perish. She was furious, her eyes filled with blood vessels, and shouted at Xianzong, I'll kill you. Seeing Ling Gu angry, the pig Guan Ting nearby trembled and called home to report the news. Cui Lan, my dear, this little one is probably about to return to Gao old man's place. At this moment, Wukong could no longer keep his composure, worrying to himself why this smelly monk kept provoking her. Lingu the Bodhisattva had completely lost her rationality. Lingu rose into the air, swinging her weapon in circles like a propeller. She shouted loudly, "Watch me." Immediately, from the center of the whirlwind, her weapon flew towards Xianzong, with Lingu yelling, "Chaos and power, go." On this side, Xianzong smirked and quietly thought, this should be sufficient. Immediately after, the sphere hurled towards Xuanzong and exploded violently. In the sky, dark clouds began to gather, and thunder and lightning filled the air. Just a moment later, several powerful bolts of lightning struck down, colliding with the previous explosion and immediately detonating. From the entrance of the cave, a strong bolt of lightning surged upwards into the sky. The intense light shot through Lingu and soared upward. In an instant, she cried out in pain. A moment later, her eyes went blank, devoid of any color. The next second, beneath the cave, heavenly thunder struck down, penetrating through the layers of earth and rock, causing everyone below to panic and dodge. Guan Ting, in disbelief, shouted loudly in panic, "Oh my God, the 9 heavenly thunder tribulations, the master can even summon this." Wukong watched the scene before him, his pupils contracting, grinding his teeth, thinking to himself, if Buddha wants to withstand this, he will surely be choked. From above, Lingu fell to her knees on the ground, her expression inscrutable. She gasped for breath in disbelief, murmuring, "Is this the price to pay for killing Tang Seng? Forget it, consider it helping Sister Guanyin and Buddha just this once." But just as she was about to slip away, Ling Ji's eyes widened in shock. The figure of that person became clear in her sight. From within the dust and sand, Xuanzong slowly emerged. Xianzong leaned on his staff, his face full of smugness. It turns out the real bad guy will be struck by lightning after all. Indeed, heaven has eyes. Lingu couldn't believe it, stunned for a moment before spitting blood. How is it possible? Xianzong smirked, smiling defiantly, thinking to himself, indeed I must endure a beating to a certain extent to be considered in violation of the wish. Damn this dog. Lingu stared, her pupils wide as she looked at him, thinking to herself, with the last attack, I used all my strength, how can this monk still be alive? A moment later, Lingu collapsed, lying sprawled on the ground. Xianzong looked at her, smirking, recalling the earlier moment, internally explaining that as long as he hid in his personal space, no technique could touch him. Unfortunately, after hiding, the exit could only remain in one place, otherwise, he would have been undefeated. Xianzong approached, angrily looking at her, voicing his questions. Lingu, Bodhisattva, I wonder where I have offended you that you must kill me so mercilessly. Lingu lay still on the ground, her eyes reflecting unspoken sadness. Seeing Lingu didn't respond, Xianzong stretched out his arms toward her, his face clearly showing contempt. Hey, can't you learn from the Huang Feng demon? Why can't you just honestly play the role of a tool to advance the plot a bit? But just as Xianzong touched it, a beam of light burst forth. The Buddha Tathagata's tablet shone brightly, and from there a voice reminded Tang Xianzong, to advise someone, one must have a forgiving heart. Xianzong saw him respond. Buddha Tathagata, look at what you are saying. He raised his eyebrow and smiled, continuing mockingly. It seems I have turned into the villain instead. With this one arriving, another will be here soon. At that moment in the air, a whisk appeared, reminding him. Buddha, Lingu has violated the agreement and breached the heavenly Tao. According to the rules, she should be sentenced to death. The whisk moved closer to the Buddha tablet and continued. Now you are protecting her like this, unless you want to show favoritism. Xianzong was taken aback, staring at the whisk, thinking to himself, the Buddha must want to kill me, but the one who made an agreement with those Buddha people wants to protect me. I wonder what kind of divine being this is. Beside him, Guan Ting, frightened, hid behind Wukong, trembling as she spoke. Grand Senior Brother, the amount of information and dialogue for the new character is a bit overwhelming. Can you help me sort it out a bit? Wukong looked at him with disdain. Use your pig brain to think for yourself. Buddha Tathagata's expression remained calm. He compassionately continued to speak in defense. Bodhisattva Lingu has a straightforward temperament. If he is not intentionally provoked by others and acts impulsively, he can be forgiven out of compassion. Xianzong, dissatisfied, held up a wanted poster of Angelo and pointed at it loudly, accusing, "Oh, Divine One, it was those people from Linga Bodhisattva and this rat who wanted to deal with me. After I discovered them, they even wanted to kill me to silence me." Xianzong, dissatisfied, pointed at the white horse lying on the sand, angrily continued, "And the handsome third prince of the Dragon Palace was turned into this by Guanin, which seriously affects my great quest for the scriptures." Upon hearing this, the whisk also looked at the Buddha tablet with dissatisfaction and questioned, "Buddha, are you all intending not to uphold the agreement?" Buddha Tathagata firmly stated, "Our agreement is that we cannot directly harm those who seek the scriptures." Seeing the whisk looking confused, Xianzong approached and whispered a reminder, "We cannot take direct action, but we can send someone to act indirectly." The whisk angrily looked at the Buddha tablet and said loudly, "Buddha, stop playing word games. Let's have a direct match between us." Xianzong approached anxiously, his voice gentle as he advised, "God, don't be angry, don't be angry." Xianzong glanced at the talisman, while the other hand rubbed the whisk, making it blush. He calmly spoke, "Everyone shouldn't harm the harmony." Xianzang's cold face looked towards the Buddha talisman and continued, "Actually, I have a way to solve this problem." Xianzong calmly gritted his teeth and said, "If the gods above want to kill me." He extended his hand towards Buddha Tathagata in challenge and said, "Then let them come openly and kill me." Upon hearing this, the whisk also bristled, and a moment later, the Buddha Tathagata talisman shattered into many pieces and fell. On the other side, Yuan Ting anxiously reported back home. "Cui Lan dear, yes, you heard correctly. Your darling is about to be back by your side." Kong Kong, looking cute, turned to Xianzong and enthusiastically shouted, "Madam spoke very well." Wukong crossed his arms and looked at him, thinking to himself, "This monk is deliberately causing a ruckus between the two major forces, planning to surrender and wait for death." Xianzong calmly looked at Buddha and raised 2 fingers to make a suggestion. "On the existing agreement among you, I would like to add 2 more conditions." Immediately, in the presence of both parties, Xianzong spoke loudly, "First, each deity can send 1 representative to kill me. This representative can be a monster or a human, but must absolutely not be a god. Second, after the representative loses, the deity who sent that representative must not plot against me and my disciple, and must compensate me with a magic weapon." On the other side, Wukong seemed to guess his intention and smiled, "So that's how it is." Meanwhile, the pig Yuan Ting remained cheerful, looking forward to reuniting soon with his beloved wife. After returning, I will go shopping with her for 3 consecutive days. If she wants to go for a stroll, that's fine, that's fine. Xianzong raised his hand to pat the shiny head, just reminding, "As long as you agree to my conditions, I can also overlook past grievances." Hearing this condition, one person immediately retorted angrily, "Tang Xianzong, have you lost your mind?" The staff rushed forward and continuously struck Xianzong. Xianzong, furious, waved his hands and feet, "Great deity, even though I don't know who you are, but since you are wise and stand by my side, you must understand the nuances in my proposal." He covered his mouth and whispered to the whisk that said, "Great deity, think about it. Doing this will not only prevent their conspiracy to kill me in the shadows, but it can also control the number of times they come to kill me. Therefore, isn't my chance of survival greater? Moreover, you all chose to make an agreement instead of fighting right from the beginning." Immediately, the image of the whisk and the Buddha tablet rushed into battle. Xianzong, as a commentator, spoke up in response, "This can prove that both sides are equally matched. Now that we've started fighting, haven't you reconsidered?" The Buddha Tathagata kept a calm face, but his expression gradually worsened. The Buddha Tathagata smiled and reluctantly agreed, "I can represent our side to accept this condition." Xianzong, with a fawning expression, approached to probe the whisk, "By the way, great deity, why do they want to kill me? Knowing the reason will help me prepare a countermeasure." Upon hearing this, the whisk jumped up, its face changing color. The whisk flew up and replied loudly, "Isn't it because you are a jinx? Buddha, the new agreement has been set, and if you violate it again, we will not let it go. Tang Xianzong, you should take care of yourself." Xianzong wore a confused expression, pondering in his heart. Unlucky, what a misfortune. Why is this group of NPCs not pushing the script forward? Xianzong rushed towards Buddha, his eyes like stars looking at the card. Buddha Tathagata, could you remind me a little, so that I can die in clarity in the future? Buddha Tathagata smiled calmly and replied, thank you for sparing Ling Gu, the windmill is a gift for you, with a master like you, surely Sun Wukong. But right after that, Wukong extended Rui Jingu Bang and smashed the Buddha's card. In the bewildered gaze of everyone, Wukong calmly said, now that it's done, hurry and get lost. Why are you so talkative? Xianzong helplessly looked at Wukong as he was leaving, feeling frustrated. Why could you hold back against Buddha until this moment, but why are you so aggressive towards me? At this moment, Zhu Ba Jier Wanting knelt down on the ground and called out loudly, Master. Moments later, Wanting slammed his head against the ground so hard that the earth cracked, continuing, Master, what you did today is truly earth-shattering, and in the future, we must stand against the minions sent down by the deities. I am just a tiny little monster. Currently unable to keep up with the realm of the Master, I only request permission to return home and train again. Once I have trained enough, I will return to serve beside the Master. Xianzong was somewhat taken aback by these moving words, secretly thinking, to want to disband yet still speak such heartfelt and meaningful words, truly deserving to be my disciple. Xianzong turned his back and calmly responded, Ba Jia, you should listen to the Master as he speaks. Wanting watched the figure leave, feeling happy in his heart. Even if you can utter the name Cui Lan from your mouth, old man Zhu will not continue to accompany you to your demise. Xianzong looked at him and raised his finger to ask, do you know what the secret is for a protagonist to achieve victory? Immediately afterward, Xianzong became a serious teacher, teaching step by step. First, defeat the small bosses to level up. The plot involves killing and limiting great NPCs. After being sufficiently leveled, then go kill the final boss. Of course, that is the cowardly development, don't worry. Wanting seemed enlightened, his eyes shining as he replied to the person in front of him. What the Master means is that we can use those representatives to enhance our strength while simultaneously preventing those gods and Buddhas from secretly attacking us. Xianzong stroked his chin and proudly praised. It is understood that the Master can also earn rewards beyond the limit. After hearing this, Wanting held his face and thought about his glorious future, feeling so happy that he drooled. Zhu Ba Jia clapped his hands loudly and exclaimed, so that's how it is. Around Wanting, things blossomed. He smiled, raised his hand to massage Xianzong, and spoke in a very flattering tone. The Master is indeed clever and smart, full of strategies and wisdom, as clever as a god. A true genius. Wukong glanced at Wanting, who was praising endlessly. Smart and beautiful, great wisdom yet foolish. Wukong maintained a cold expression and said nothing, but silently thought, it seems that this monk wasn't deceiving me before, he's still not a follower of Buddha. But if he has such schemes, why did he act so innocent before? There must be significant secrets. On the other side, Xianzong pointed at Wanting and asked, Ba Jia, is Kong Kong hungry? The Master will now prepare a meal of windmill stew with super champion delicacies for you. Wanting and Kong Kong jumped up joyfully upon hearing this. Wukong, on the other side, had a gloomy expression and silently reminded himself, for someone who only knows how to eat, I must have overthought this. A moment later, Wanting called out to his beloved wife, sweetly giving instructions. Dear Cui Lan, my precious treasure, you cannot return home for now, but my heart will always be by your side. But a moment later, his face grew cold, thinking silently, I can't shake the feeling that I've forgotten something important. Elsewhere, as the cranes flew across the sky, strange voices echoed, let the representatives take action. This sutra-chanting individual has a concerning IQ, so who do you plan to let take action first? What are you looking at me for? Right below in the underworld, the crowd couldn't help but discuss. This interesting monk, it's a pity that once the sutra-chanting person dies, he will entirely turn to dust, and we will no longer have the chance to meet him. On this side, Ling Gu lay motionless in the sphere. Guanin with a grim face approached, frowning and pressing her lips tightly without saying anything, just staring intently at Ling Gu. A corner of the Ling Shao Yu Hall appeared under the brilliant sunlight. The vast Ling Shao Palace, a breathtaking sight. High above, seated on a jade throne, a man spoke. The ones from Ling Shan actually use secretive methods, how despicable. This man was the Jade Emperor. The Jade Emperor continued to praise the person in front of him. Truly, it's the old gentleman who sees further than others. I have instructed to observe from the sidelines without getting involved with that old group. The old advisor clasped his hands and bowed his head, calmly responding, "Your Majesty is too kind." A moment later, the old advisor raised his hand to his chin and thoughtfully continued, "However, if that monk is not eliminated, I will find it hard to eat well and sleep peacefully. Moreover, now Tianping has already taken him as his master." The old advisor fell silent, his gaze turning contemplative, pondering back and forth, fearing that eliminating Tianping might be the most important task. At this moment, the old advisor held the feather duster from earlier in his hands, closed his eyes, and replied, "All right, I shall help your Majesty think of strategies." In his heart, he calculated, while also assisting Guanin to navigate the situation smoothly. The Jade Emperor stepped forward, gripped the old advisor's hand tightly, his eyes shone like stars, and his voice was full of gratitude. "Thank you for your hard work, old advisor." The old advisor, sweating, reminded him, "Your Majesty, please remain calm." The Jade Emperor regained his composure, cleared his throat, and continued to ask, "Who does the old advisor want to send to deal with them?" The old advisor smiled, looking at the Jade Emperor courteously, and replied, "Your Majesty, please wait for good news from me." On the other side, a vast space opened up with birds soaring across the sky. In the expansive atmosphere, the group of Xian Zong continued their journey. But at this moment, Xian Zhang's eyes widened, his forehead furrowed, and sweat poured down. "What is this?" In front of them stood a blood-red spider lily, surrounded by countless skulls. Upon seeing Xian Zong, the flowers emitted a malevolent energy aimed at him. Xian Zong propped his chin on his hand, smirking as he assessed the situation. Even the deities in the underworld know how to joke. Jade tablets appeared, each engraved with a name. Zhou Guang King Representative, Wu Guang King Representative, Yiqing King Representative, Chu Jiang King Representative. On the spider lily, various engraved name tablets hung in abundance. Dizong King Representative, Chuanluan King Representative, Yan Luo King Representative, Thousand-Year-Old Spider Lily, the first to strike death, Ping Deng King Representative, Bian Qing King Representative. Wukong, witnessing this scene, had a grim expression and a wary gaze, speaking up to remind them, "There might be a trap, let me go first to check." Seeing this, Xian Zong beside him suppressed a smile. Wukong has been quite proactive lately. Could my hero stance during our verbal sparring with Buddha have thoroughly won him over? Thinking about it does make me feel somewhat flattered. Xian Zong stepped forward, pushing Wukong back as he spoke, "Wukong, don't move, let me handle this." Xian Zong thought to himself, feeling grateful is one thing. But the experience points absolutely cannot be stolen. Xian Zong advanced, thrusting his staff forward, causing a blinding light to burst forth. From the ground, he leaped several feet into the air, dashing toward the flower tree. Swinging his staff, he slashed the cluster of flowers into pieces. His face was cold as ice, striking decisively again and again. Each time Xian Zong struck, the system continuously chimed with notifications. "Congratulations, donor, you have gained 1,000 experience points." The red spider lilies were quickly shattered into countless fragments. A second later, a piece of paper fluttered down from the remains of the flower. Xian Zong reached out and caught it. Attached to the paper was a flower pistol. A line of text appeared. "Millennium Red Spider Lily Pistol, Magic Weapon, Personal Item. This magic weapon can gradually restore memories of past lives." Xian Zong smirked, full of satisfaction. As expected of the great elder, can't win, can't win. The next moment, dozens of jade cards rained down from above, repeatedly striking his bald head. Rubbing his head while picking up one of the jade cards, he muttered, "So there's evidence too, huh? The administrators do have a sense of humanity." He held up the jade card and read the clearly engraved text. "Dizong King Bodhisattva has exercised his representative privileges. Still rubbing his swollen head, Xianzong excitedly continued speaking. Not long from now, we will have enough for a mahjong table. Wanting stepped forward, hastily asking, Master, what does underworld really mean? Xianzong lifted Kong Kong, who was being mischievous, and began to argue, they don't want to get involved in this. Just a moment later, he suddenly twisted both sides, and Kong Kong warned, good boy, don't eat anything bad. Xianzong then looked at Wanting and continued, so they took advantage of the alliance treaty to excuse themselves from the game. After hearing this, Wanting stared down at the flower of the Bianlian beneath his feet and replied, no wonder they sent so many weak monsters, they also proposed such useless tricks. Wanting walked over, rubbing his hands, his face bright with excitement as he continued, maybe there aren't that many immortals who want to kill us. That's great, it's made Zhu old man worry these past few days to the point of having dark circles under my eyes. Xianzong looked at him, uninterested in responding, are you daydreaming? And those dark circles under your eyes, didn't you cause that yourself? Xianzong supported himself on his hands, smiled lightly, his voice filled with some anticipation. The group of immortals is still deeply troubled at this moment. Xianzong raised his eyebrow and thought to himself, the timing to take action, Buddha, Guanyin's ambush location, choosing the representative, the Jade Emperor is unaware of their identity, strategies in the game, the content of compensation. After thinking for a while, Xianzong hesitated, what should we ultimately choose? Wanting, upon hearing this, fell down in despair and said, if we wait for them to think clearly, won't we all end up dead? Xianzong, with eyes bright like stars, full of spirit, spoke with a strong voice, therefore, our most urgent task right now is. Wukong on this side looked at the two strange people, feeling too tired to speak. A moment later, Xianzong reminded, let's eat first. Then, Xianzong and Kong Kong diligently cooked while Wukong and Wanting practiced martial arts nearby. Xianzong looked into the pot of food and gently reminded, after we finish eating, we will continue on our way to Lu Sha River to find your junior brother as soon as possible. Looking at the flower stamens in the pot, Xianzong thought, can these flower stamens be steamed? There seems to be too little. As soon as he said that, Wanting and Wukong froze and looked at Tang Seng. Junior brother, Lu Sha River. Wukong pointed into the distance, asking, is it over there? Tang Seng walked up from behind, peering forward and asking, what? The group of Xianzong moved towards the side of the river. There was a sign that read Lu Sha River. Seeing the river before him, Tang Xianzong excitedly stretched out his hand and laughed, so this is Lu Sha River. Wanting, looking down at the vast water, began to express his feelings. The place where junior brother lives is really spacious. But Wanting's face was now gloomy, his sadness evident. He thought to himself, why do I suddenly feel a kind of inexplicable guilt in my heart? At that moment, Xianzong approached, his face flattering as he waved the cotton ball in his hand. Wukong, this time it's all thanks to you, so do your best. Wukong said nothing and quickly moved forward. He jumped up and swung the Rui Jingu Bang in his hand. The Rui Jingu Bang swiftly grew larger, piercing down into the calm river. He reached down, continuously stirring the water below, creating a gigantic whirlpool. The immense force made the whirlpool reach deep down to the riverbed, bubbles rising to the surface. From below, a merman with a trident leaped out of the water, its fish tail splashing and sending glimmering droplets flying. He soared up, revealing a solid six-pack body. Wu Jing held the trident in his hand, his serious voice ringing out. Who dares to be disrespectful here? Tang Seng stood on the shore, resting his chin on his hand, quietly evaluating Wu Jing. It seems this Sha Seng guy is both handsome and capable, perhaps he's very trustworthy. Wu Jing looked at Wukong beside him and asked, it's you. Wu Jing frowned in dissatisfaction and loudly questioned, how dare you hit this master with a stick? But a moment later, his eyes widened, and his pupils trembled. The next moment, Wu Jing seemed like a different person, blankly looking around. Who are you? Why am I here? Below, Tang Seng repeatedly waved his hand. Hello, I am Tang Xianzong, I am. Wu Jing heard this, and with a serious expression looked at Tang Seng, thinking to himself, could it be him? The next second, Wu Jing excitedly grabbed a trident and charged towards him, shouting, die! Tang Seng was frightened, jolted, and gnashed his teeth at the person, quietly thinking, "Oh no, has my disciple turned into an underling of a deity?" At this moment, a message appeared on the screen. Main mission, subdue Sha Wu Jing as a disciple. Reward, 10,000 experience points. Xianzong glared at Wu Jing, gripping the staff tightly, thinking to himself, why worry about him? Just fight first. If one battle isn't enough, then fight two. Wu Jing, angry, lunged at Xianzong with a trident, but it was from behind Xianzong. In the next moment, Guan Ting was knocked out by him. Immediately, Guan Ting fell to the ground. Upon seeing him, Wu Jing became furious, his face changing color, and shouted loudly, "Tianpeng, if I don't kill you, I swear I won't be human." Guan Ting was bewildered, his body covered in wounds, his eyes wide with confusion. Just a moment later, Wu Jing charged at Guan Ting, striking towards him. Guan Ting quickly dodged. Wu Jing was determined not to let up and continued to charge. Guan Ting, worried, shouted loudly. Seeing Wu Jing continue to advance, Guan Ting cried helplessly and ran to find reinforcements. "Master, save your disciple, I can't let this junior brother, who doesn't care about elders or juniors, harm me." Upon seeing Wu Jing charging fiercely from behind, Xianzong hastily fled, waving his hand at Guan Ting, "Oh no, don't run towards me, go find your grand senior brother." Behind, Wukong watched the scene but did not respond. Below, Wu Jing caught up, raising his trident to strike. Guan Ting shouted, "Grand senior brother, save me." Wukong rushed up and used the Rui Jingu Bang to block Wu Jing. In the next moment, Wu Jing quickly jumped back to Lu Sha River. Xianzong approached, putting his arm around Guan Ting's shoulder warmly, and whispered a question. "Ba Jie, why did Wu Jing want to beat and kill you as soon as he saw you?" Guan Ting replied blankly, "His name is Wu Jing." "I have never heard of that name before." Xianzong, disappointed, looked at Guan Ting and asked again. "He used to be a powerful general of the heavens, do you really not know him?" Guan Ting coolly responded, "The old man Zhu is the commander-in-chief of 100,000 naval troops, he is at most just a guard of the Jade Emperor, why should I know him?" At this moment, Xianzong glanced at him, his voice filled with suspicion, "Unless, between you and his wife." Xianzong and Guan Ting looked grimly towards the Lu Sha River. Xianzong stroked his chin while looking at Guan Ting, suspiciously speaking. "Unless between you and his wife." A moment later, Guan Ting broke out in a sweat, his face turned pale and gloomy. Guan Ting, furious, seemed ready to shout loudly at Xianzong, he was dissatisfied and defended his innocence. Old man Zhu has always kept himself pure, whether back in the heavens or now, there has only ever been Cui Lan. Xianzong looked at him, his gaze incredulous, suspiciously asking, "Ba Jie, so you are really such a pure person?" Guan Ting's face was grim, surrounded by many positive attributes appearing towards him. How could one act in a way that is no better than a beast with someone else's wife? Moreover, how could a lowly guard like him have a wife? Xian Truong did not care, turning back to look at the Jade Emperor, happily waving his hand continuously. "Jade Emperor, please use your small staff to call that fish out to have a chat." The Jade Emperor firmly grasped the Rui staff, swinging it towards the Lu Sha River. "You damned fish, come out here now." The Rui staff quickly enlarged, growing 100 times longer, striking towards the calm surface of the river. From below, the Jade Emperor lunged up with his trident, the fish's tail flicking lightly causing droplets of water to splash everywhere. The Jade Emperor appeared with a solid six-pack body. His face showed displeasure, and he clenched his fist tightly. On the shore, the two watched the Jade Emperor and continuously shouted, "Who is it? Who is it?" They questioned together. "Why does this scene seem so familiar?" The Jade Emperor looked towards the two who had questioned him. "Is it you two? How dare you use a staff to strike me?" A moment later, the past seemed to repeat itself, the Jade Emperor's eyes began to bulge, his pupils shaking violently. He shook his head, seemingly forgetting everything. "Who are you? Why am I here?" But a moment later, his expression turned fierce, his eyes bloodshot. The next moment, Wu Jing grabbed the trident and rushed towards Tang Seng and Ba Jie. Tianping, die. Once again, in Xian Zhang's helpless gaze, Wu Jing gave Ba Jia a good beating. Tang Seng's face turned an indescribable color, and he whispered worriedly, "Why does this plot seem so familiar? My disciple can't possibly be another lunatic, can he?" Hearing this, Wukong, carrying Wu Jing on his shoulder, approached to question, again. Immediately, Xianzong was frightened and kept explaining, "I wasn't talking about you, calm down, calm down." Then Tang Seng got angry, his fury flaring up as he pointed at Wan Ting and shouted, "Now please kindly get away a little, wait until Master finds out the reason before coming back." Wan Ting retorted, "Master, does it have to be like this?" Seeing him talking too much, Tang Seng decisively threw a punch, sending Wan Ting flying. "I told you to get lost. Don't you listen to your master's words?" Wan Ting lay on the ground in pain, trembling and crying out in agony. At this moment, Wu Jing looked confused, scratching his head innocently and asking, "Who are you all? Why am I here? What do you plan to do with me?" Xianzong looked at him with some dissatisfaction and introduced himself. "I am Tang Xianzong." Upon hearing this, Wu Jing's eyes sparkled like stars. Wu Jing clasped his hands and looked at Tang Seng. "Master." Xianzong was still angry, grinding his teeth, when Wu Jing quickly bowed down and shouted, "Master, please accept a bow from your disciple." At that moment, the system chimed in, "Congratulations, the donor has completed the mission and earned 10,000 experience points." Tang Seng looked helplessly at Wu Jing, thinking to himself, "Has this scriptwriter run out of ideas and started being lazy?" But a second later, Wu Jing seemed to forget everything, looking around in confusion and asking, "Who are you? Why am I here? Why do I have to bow to you?" Tang Seng was truly infuriated, his eyes blazing as he shouted at him, "I am your master, Tang Xianzong." In his heart, Xianzong silently doubted, is it because he turned into a monster fish that his memory is like a fish, only lasting 7 seconds? Xianzong was grinding his teeth in anger for a long time, sweat pouring down, feeling confused. With such a poor memory, what else can I ask? But why doesn't he recognize Zhu Bajie? At this moment, Wu Jing calmly shouted, "So you are my master. I must remember quickly, I cannot forget." The next moment, Wu Jing nimbly pulled out a notebook and began to take notes. Xianzong and Wukong exchanged electric glares. Tang Seng gestured towards Wu Jing. Moments later, Wukong unhesitatingly struck Wu Jing hard with the Rui Jingu Bang. Xianzong approached Wu Jing and picked up the notebook from the ground. Tang Seng held it up, staring intently, looking somewhat reproachful. "Am I not talking about you, Wukong? You really need to fix that habit of hitting people at the slightest provocation. Do you understand the meaning of unity and friendship?" Wukong, dissatisfied, pinched Tang Seng's face and reminded him, "Then you can handle it yourself next time, don't call me for help." Tang Seng cried out painfully, it hurts, can you be gentler? Seriously, you won't listen at all, just get back to your business." Xianzong rubbed his swollen cheek with one hand while looking at the notebook in his other hand. There's always a feeling of excitement when sneaking a peek at someone's private diary, isn't there? Right in the middle of the page, the words were clearly visible. "I, a grand and majestic general, have been transformed into a monster that turns into a fish, all because of that damned Tianping. And just as I left the country, things went awry, so to avoid any mishaps, I must write down the important matters here. I have become like this because of Tianping, and when I encounter Tianping, I must kill him, kill him, kill him." Seeing these words, Xianzong smirked and reminded, "More than half of the notebook is filled with your name, it seems you have a deep-seated grudge against you." Wan Ting next to him quickly replied, "Master, this junior brother not only has poor memory but also seems to have delusions. Disciple basically doesn't know him at all." Xianzong reached out to turn to the next page of the diary. His expression suddenly became stunned, his face pale and incredulous as he spoke. He was harmed by someone, and the harm extends to 9 lifetimes. A great deity told him to wait here for me to take him as a disciple. Staring intently at the diary, Xianzong pondered seriously, no wonder he was in such a hurry to become a disciple. But then Xianzong was taken aback as he looked at the page. What is this? Memories seemed to resurface. At this moment Wan Ting wore a serious expression, regretting silently, if I hadn't gone there that day. Wan Ting was stunned. On the ground were shards of glass. The reminiscence continued, if I hadn't witnessed those things with my own eyes. If I hadn't shattered the colorful glass, would my end be completely different from what it is now? The time recorded in the diary, it was in the summer of the 316th year, I became a formidable general. Alone, Wu Jing walked down the corridor holding a glass flower. His face changed with worry as he stood in front of a door, from which ominous sounds were continuously emanating. Don't, please. Wu Jing's face was panic-stricken, his brow furrowed in disbelief as he struggled for words. The lines in the diary continued to appear. That night, I entered a nightmare. On the other side, Wu Jing anxiously pushed the door open, and inside, Wan Ting was committing lewd acts with Chang Yi. Soon after, rumors began to spread, and Wu Jing's face grew increasingly grim. Have you heard? That Tianpeng, so bold, dares to engage in depravity with Chang Yi. It's truly vicious, even bringing him down to the mortal realm would be too lenient. He has tens of thousands of water soldiers at his command, this matter. But on the other side, the girl complained. You slander Tianpeng, acting despicably, unworthy of being a leader in heaven. The person across from her warned softly, if you don't want to die, behave and forget everything you know. At this moment, Wu Jing looked painfully at the reflection on the glass platform, silently screaming in his heart. I see nothing, I see nothing, I see nothing, I see nothing. We must force ourselves to forget everything. The girl inside immediately shouted, I'd rather die. The man across from her replied, do you really think I dare not take action? Outside, Wu Jing gritted his teeth in pain, I just want to live a life like before, a quiet life with nothing changed. Wu Jing's hand trembled as he tightly grasped the glass flower, his gaze sharp with evil energy, blood vessels appearing in his eyes. The diary continued to be written, I struggle in nightmares, unable to escape. A moment later, the glass flower was crushed by Tianpeng, shattering into pieces, shaking the entire realm. Tianpeng forcefully pushed the door open to look at the two people inside, seeing Chang Yi sitting on the ground in disheveled clothes, while Wu Jing's anger seemed uncontrollable. Perhaps Wu Jing had done something wrong. The diary continued, I thought I had awakened from the nightmare. Soon after, Wu Jing was arrested. The general neglecting his duties, intruding into the Guangshan palace, is immediately stripped of his position. He was dragged by a group to the door of the afterlife, and a voice announced, sever the celestial bones, banish to the lower world, transform into a beast, never to be human again. Wu Jing glanced towards the Jade Emperor and Chang Yi who sat silently beside him. He quietly understood. The diary on the paper continued, but then I discovered that my struggle was in vain. Moments later, he was cast down to the mortal realm, his arm lingering towards the heavenly palace. Wu Jing fell into the great whirlpool on the Lu Sha River. His eyes closed tightly, gradually sinking into the cool water, tears began to flow. The diary was resumed. If everything had never happened, that would be great, it's all Tianpeng's fault. After hearing the story, Xian Zong sympathized, so tragic. Wu Kong beside him remarked, so useless. Wan Ting, with an innocent face, added, so based on what can you blame me? Hearing him say that, Wu Jing angrily pointed his trident at him and began a long speech. If it weren't for you holding the military power, how could the Jade Emperor envy you? If he didn't envy you, why would he set a trap to harm you? If he didn't harm you, how could I have coincidentally witnessed that scene? How could Chang Yi be implicated? Did I have to shatter the glass flower to save Chang Yi? After that, I was discovered by the Jade Emperor and ultimately pushed down to the mortal realm. After hearing this, Wan Ting's face turned ashen. Xian Zong applauded, genius logic, very outstanding. Wu Jing walked over, his eyes filled with malice as he stared intently at Wan Ting. He fearfully continued to explain, Junior brother, the real culprit is clearly the Jade Emperor, both of us are just victims. Besides, we are now senior brothers, so how can you treat me like this? Wu Jing's face turned serious as he gritted his teeth and questioned, is this matter going to be let go just like that? At that moment, Xianzong raised his hand high. A moment later, Xianzong calmly continued, of course, it cannot be let go like this. Guan Ting, upon hearing this, panicked and shouted, "Oh heavens, master, which side are you on?" Tang Seng did not respond but pointed towards the two, loudly declaring, as a disciple of Tang Xianzong, how can I endure such humiliation? The grievances of you two, master, will surely seek vengeance on your behalf. Guan Ting's face was serious, his eyes deep with thought as he secretly mused, us. Does this also include the debt that the Jade Emperor inflicted on me? Immediately after, Guan Ting looked at Xianzong with eyes full of admiration, wholeheartedly praising, master is truly wise and fearless in the face of violence. You will definitely uphold justice on behalf of your disciple. Guan Ting thought to himself, it's not a bad idea to create a big pie for junior brother first, as long as he doesn't cause me any more trouble. But just to everyone's surprise, Wu Jing's whole body shook. A moment later, he collapsed to the ground. Xianzong anxiously shouted, disciple, disciple, what's wrong with you? Wu Jing did not respond, his face contorted in pain, gritting his teeth. A moment later, Wu Jing turned into a middle-aged man with unkempt hair and beard. Seeing this scene, Xianzong, dissatisfied, put his hands on his head and shouted, my disciple was just a handsome mermaid, how did he suddenly turn into a vulgar old man? Down by the Lu Sha River, large waves relentlessly crashed against the rocks. At that moment, the system's voice rang out, leaving Xianzong bewildered. Friendly reminder, Sha Sang was originally a fish demon. If he stays on land for too long, he will die. If you don't send him back to the water soon, the donor will quickly achieve the feat of killing a disciple. Xianzong pointed at Wu Jing, muttering in protest, do you want me to carry around a large barrel of water like a coffin to put him in? At this moment, the electronic shopping system display chimed in, don't worry, the donor can exchange for this portable fish tank that can be shrunk, allowing the donor's disciple to enjoy life in water anytime, anywhere. The current preferential experience point exchange rate is 3,000 points. Note that his memory will also be restored to normal within the country. Xianzong looked at the innocent system with sparkling eyes and said, I knew it, you are basically craving my experience points. The system replied, so what? Xianzong took out a handkerchief and sadly wiped away his tears, deal. The next moment, a mobile fish tank appeared in the air. Wu Jing was soaking in the fish tank. Xianzong assessed, it seems just about right. Below, Kong Kong expressed jealousy and said, Madam, I also want to get in. Inside the mobile fish tank, Wu Jing felt the water. The next moment, Wu Jing opened her eyes wide, looking ahead, her legs that touched the water began to transform into a fish tail. Wu Jing joyfully bathed in the water, exclaiming, this water is really clear. Outside, Tang Seng silently thought in dissatisfaction, my 3,000 experience points wasted on that. Tang Seng clenched his fists, his face serious with anger, use all the remaining experience points to upgrade for me, to prevent you from longing again. At this point, the system appeared on the screen, a tribute control panel. Donor, Tang Seng, Major, Flower Merchant seeking scriptures. Level 13. Experience 2468/13000. Item, Patchwork Cassock, 9-ringed staff, fake golden cicada. Immediately after, Wu Jing stared in astonishment at Xianzong, who was continuously increasing his cultivation, internally assessing, in such a short time, he has managed to break through 3 times. Wu Jing's eyes sparkled, his mouth pouted, and his excitement grew. Such a powerful person is my master, the great deity truly did not deceive me. Xianzong coldly waved his hand twice. In the next moment, to the astonished eyes of everyone, a small fish tank containing only Wu Jing's head appeared. Wukong pointed below, dissatisfied, and said, Madam, I want one too. Xianzong approached and draped his arm over Wukong and Wu Jing, with Ba Jia behind them, joyfully exclaiming, all right, our 4-man scripture-seeking team is finally complete. Tang Seng sat on a rock, looking at the complete team, and loudly declared, the master officially announces that the scripture-seeking team is officially formed. At this moment, Guan Ting came over and quietly said to Wu Jing, Junior brother, there is something that senior brother must tell you. Immediately, Guan Ting's face revealed a dangerous expression as he began to speak rapidly. It is like this. Upon hearing this, Wu Jing opened his mouth to respond but was continuously choked. Note that he was wearing a mask, making it difficult to speak. Wu Jing hurriedly removed the fish tank from his head and shouted loudly at Guan Ting, representing the immortals. Is it any different from being hunted? Seeing Wu Jing frothing at the mouth and falling to the ground, Guan Ting shook his head in dismay. The mental quality of the junior brother isn't very good, is it? Wukong looked at him. Do you still have the face to talk about others? On the other side, Xianzong glanced at them and quietly retorted, what kind of representation of immortals, representation of monsters, all came here? Guan Ting leisurely entrusted the task from behind, saw junior brother, I'll leave the luggage retrieval to you from now on. Xianzong joyfully waved his hand towards the group, all of this will turn into experience points for my esteemed self. And then, the four of them along with a little monkey set off on their journey to seek the scriptures. The four ventured deep into a forest outside. A blood-written inscription looked truly terrifying. Wu Jing, with a weary middle-aged face, extended his hand forward. Master. A moment later, Wu Jing fell to the ground, his eyes rolling back as he struggled to call out. Xianzong approached, calmly putting a fishbowl over his head, his voice full of helplessness. This foolish disciple is dehydrated again. Meanwhile, Guan Ting was still excitedly calling home. Cui Lan, my little treasure, your little piggy has to go save the world again. That's right, of course, I'm the most impressive. Xianzong looked at Wu Jing and continued. Indeed, after charging for 2 hours, we only talked for 5 minutes. Xianzong glanced at the bloodstained sign and asked, this is the 10th name, right? Guan Ting approached, with a flattering face and starry eyes, beginning to speak. Yes, Master, the wise and divine one has surely realized the mysteries within, please guide us, Master. Xianzong tapped his forehead, his expression difficult to read as he replied. There is a legendary item, just mentioning it will contradict your words. Xianzong's gaze turned cold and gloomy, and then he continued solemnly. The agreement will be voided, speaking of victory will lead to failure, speaking of life will result in death. Before the admiring eyes of Guan Ting and the coldness of Wukong, Xianzong stroked his smooth head and said casually, that item is. A moment later, he raised a large flag high, shouting, Frag, if I see that toy, I will definitely tell you, it will surely boast about its origins. In the midst of the group's confusion, Xianzong pointed forward excitedly, saying, it relies on the effects of frag. The next moment, Xianzong rested his chin on his hand and calmly stated, we will immediately encounter danger. As soon as he finished speaking, a flag appeared, a giant frag wielding an axe in hand, looking at the dissatisfied crowd and yelling, Tang Xianzong. His eyes were bloodshot, devoid of pupils. The lower fang protruded as he angrily continued, daring to look down on the warnings from this lord. Just when Frag appeared, the entire forest shook, birds frightened spread their wings and flew away quickly. Frag, covered in evil energy, stood defiantly in front of Xianzong and the group. Xianzong, feeling awkward and flustered, responded that he was just pretending to say something to provoke, but he ended up stimulating Frag instead. Behind him, Guan Ting hid behind Wukong, excitedly praising him. Who would have thought the master was also a great prophet? Frag swung his hammer and struck fiercely at the group. Xianzong quickly pulled Guan Ting to jump out of the way. Frag shouted loudly, saying to quickly get lost or else he would tear them apart. On this side, Xianzong and Guan Ting landed safely. Guan Ting, with a worried face, trembled and covered his head. Master, just listen to him, should we quickly return the way we came? Xianzong held his staff in hand, his face calm as he replied. How could we go back now? Of course. A moment later, in front of Guan Ting's admiring gaze, Tang Xing smirked and continued, saying it was time to start exterminating demons to gain experience points. Xianzong reached up to stroke his head, the commander looking at the group. The master had been focused on research lately and had finally found the most suitable fighting method for them. Right after that, to everyone's surprise, Xianzong became a strategist who started to instruct. Xianzong, excited, pointed and shouted, Wukong, you and the master will be responsible for the most violent tasks. Wukong crossed his arms and glanced, responding with a sound as if he had answered. Xianzong rested his chin in his hand, thought for a moment, and continued delegating. Wu Jing, you assist, and keep an eye on Xiao Kong Kong and Xiao Bai. Upon hearing this, Wu Jing excitedly shouted, Master, don't worry, but what does assist mean? Next, for the last person, Xianzong smiled mysteriously, and, looking towards Ba Jie Wan Ting, who was trying to sneak away quickly, Tang Seng called, Ba Jie. Tang Seng looked at Ba Jie and spoke seriously, I am assigning you the task of luring this glorious monster. Wan Ting, frightened, accidentally raised his staff just in time. A moment later, Xianzong grabbed him. Ba Jie, terrified, struggled repeatedly. You have mistaken the pig, I am not Ba Jie. The next moment, Xianzong decisively threw Ba Jie toward the flag, shouting loudly, get moving. Meanwhile, below, leading the way was Xianzong, shouting powerfully, Wukong, let's go. The pig Wan Ting, thrown into the air, cried out while shouting, Cui Lan darling, let's meet again in the next life. But unexpectedly, when Wan Ting fell down, the nine-toothed rake fell out and cut the flag in two. Wan Ting buried her face in the ground, and the flag behind her burst forth with a dazzling blue light. Wan Ting cried out, you are forever the one I love the most. Immediately, the flag transformed into several skeleton ghosts pieced together. Seeing themselves exposed, they anxiously cried out. The faces of Xianzong, Wukong, and Wu Jing were beyond words. Xianzong was furious, trembling in disbelief, and shouted loudly, the world is truly treacherous, even monsters can disguise themselves. On the other side, the skeletons were terrified and began to speak. Tang Xianzong, if you enter Baihua City ahead, you will surely be turned to bones and ashes. Yes, there won't even be any ashes left. Xianzong smirked at the skeletons and coldly questioned, who sent you here? The skeletons cried out in fear and fled in a panic. Mother, this monk is too scary, you will regret it. Watching the monsters run away, Xianzong sighed, are they here to make a fool of themselves? Soon after, Xianzong stroked his chin and smirked. However, Baihua City. On the other side, Ba Jie Wan Ting lay still, her pig ear perked up upon hearing the familiar location. Xuanzang's face shone like a star, satisfied as he said, just hearing it, I know it's definitely a large, extravagant and decadent city. Finally, we're about to escape this wild place. Wan Ting beside him added, Baihua City is sure to have many beautiful women. Wukong, on the side, glanced at the two of them, Baihua City. As if unable to wait any longer, Xuanzang hefted his staff and looked at everyone, commanding, disciples, let's move forward together. Wan Ting beside him shot a dissatisfied glance, I swear to die with the master. Kong Kong below lazily said, Baihua City sounds like it will have a lot of delicious food. Soon after, under the afternoon sun, Xuanzang excitedly dashed ahead, surely the master will be the first to arrive. Wan Ting chased behind, shouting, it's annoying, playing dirty. Sure enough, right ahead was a very large city, Baihua City. Upon arrival, Xuanzang and Wan Ting, lost in dreams of beautiful maidens, hurried inside. They shouted, Baihua City, we are here. Both entered with excited feelings, but as soon as they stepped inside, they realized their dreams were shattered. The entire place was filled with strong men, left and right were men, men and more men. Wukong looked at the dejected expressions of the two and couldn't help but laugh. Suddenly, one person shouted, Ling Long, dance, dance. Everyone here echoed, Ling Long, dance. Hearing this, Wan Ting and Xianzang's spirits lifted. Curiously, the two shouted, Ling Long, there's a woman. Both of them quickly pushed their way to the front of the crowd, annoying some people, don't push. Xianzang and Wan Ting continued to squeeze through the fans holding banners. Ling Long, I love you. Both of them were excited. Make way, make way. The atmosphere was extremely lively, with some people imagining in their heads, their gazes affectionate, saying, such a gentle posture. Some admirers even kissed the stage. The dance is so graceful, one person even had a nosebleed, her skin is so smooth. Xianzang and Wan Ting, filled with delight, made their way through the crowd, eagerly looking forward. I told you, in Manhwa City, how could it be, but reality slapped the two in the face. On stage, a dancer appeared, but it was a man in drag, covered in body hair, twisting and dancing, saying, "Oh my dear fans, raise your hands. Let me see your hands." Looking at the scene before them, the two of them were so scared that they vomited all the food they had eaten. Guanin couldn't believe the reality in front of him. He patted the shoulder of the person in front and asked, "Hey, where do you guys have a lot of beautiful women?" The person pointed ahead and said, "Over there." Hearing this, Guanin felt like he had struck gold and hurriedly ran over, excitedly saying, "I'm coming." However, at that moment, Xianzong suddenly felt a wave of anxiety. Why do I suddenly have a bad feeling? He pointed at a place called Kun Fong Garden. As Guanin and Xianzong approached the entrance, they saw a picture of a beauty displayed outside that was enough to make their noses bleed. Guanin couldn't contain his joy, saying, "I feel like I can do it again." Then, he hurriedly urged Xianzong to go inside. "What are you wasting time for? Hurry up." Just then, a group of soldiers appeared, escorting several young ladies. These girls were all crying, and their parents were unable to hold back their tears for not being able to protect them. "My child, you must live well. It's useless for your father and mother, so you have to take care of yourself." The soldier angrily turned around and scolded, "What are you crying about? Your daughters are about to live wonderful lives." Xianzong recognized at a glance and thought to himself, "Kidnapping women. Forcing people to become prostitutes." Suddenly, Guanin's shout startled Xianzong, "Let those young ladies go." From behind, Guanin brandished a rake, and with a single move, he dispatched the entire group of guards. He stepped onto the ground heroically and proclaimed, "Beautiful young women are treasures of humanity." At that moment, Guanin spoke loudly like a hero of the era, "The enemies of the young ladies are also the enemies of me." He struck a cool, handsome pose and said to the young ladies, "Rest assured, I will definitely protect both of you." But a slap to the face from Guanin, as the young ladies looked up, their beauty seemed to offend the very essence of art. "Isn't that a man?" They did not thank him but instead angrily shouted in Guanin's face, "Who are you? What does it have to do with your butt?" A person beside them also angrily yelled, "We are so happy that we could cry, so happy that we could cry, do you understand?" The person from earlier agreed, "Exactly, exactly." The parents who had been crying just a moment ago now pounced on Guanin, scolding him furiously. "Our daughters are about to become princesses. Why are you trying to ruin it? Do you want to ruin his lifelong happiness? What an interfering person, quickly go apologize to the noble." Guanin was being scolded, sitting curled up alone, trembling, with tears in his eyes. More than ever, he felt truly lonely, weak, and disheveled. At that moment, a larger number of guards arrived, pointing at Guanin. "Where did this impudent fellow come from? Daring to approach a woman about to enter the palace." Hearing these words, Xianzong felt frozen. Entering the palace? Is your king's taste so heavy? Just then, a scent wafted into Xianzong's nose, and he quickly looked up to see the door of Kun Fong Garden opening. A graceful beauty stepped out. She softly said, "It's already 1:15. That person was none other than Chu Nu. Seeing Xianzong in front of her, Chu Nu was somewhat surprised. "You?" Xianzong was also taken aback. He smiled and waved his hand frantically to get her attention. Chu Nu immediately became alert, thinking to herself, "Why is it him?" This reunion scene was indeed hard to describe. A soldier hurried over to report, it was he who disrupted the tranquility. By Chu Nu, it's because someone caused trouble that the little one was delayed. By Chu Nu unhappily said, "Stop wasting words, quickly bring him inside. Don't interrupt the king's official business." The soldiers reluctantly let Guanin go. "This time we'll let you off, now get lost." After that, they went inside and shut the door. One soldier bowed and reported, "By Chu Nu, we had a hard time finding two 16-year-old women this time." The two girls shyly pretended to be demure and said, "We humbly pay our respects to Bai Chu Nu." When Bai Chu Nu looked at the remarkably ugly appearances of the two girls, she angrily asked, "Why are women getting uglier by the day?" The attendant soldiers fearfully replied, "The women of appropriate age throughout the country have mostly been captured, Your Highness." Upon hearing this, she relaxed a bit. Bai Chu Nu then ordered, "All right, bring them in, I'll handle it." She couldn't help but feel joy remembering Xian Zong outside. "You really have come, Tang Xian Zong." Transitioning to Xian Zong, the earlier events lingered in his mind. He recalled the moment Bai Chu Nu looked at him thoughtfully and wondered, "I feel like there's something unusual about the way she looked at me." He immediately fantasized, could it be that she was captivated by my handsome looks and fell in love at first sight? Wan Ting was also thinking about what she had said, "Master, your disciple has fallen into the sea of love." Xian Zong immediately struck Wan Ting with a stick. He angrily shouted, "Impudent, daring to covet your master." Wan Ting quickly apologized, "I was wrong, master. I have 18 strategies to win over others, which can definitely help you." Suddenly, something caught Xian Zhang's attention. A strong matchmaker came to embrace both of them, intending to make a match. "Just looking at the two of you brothers, it's clear you also enjoy the beauty of flowers." Wan Ting's eyes lit up upon hearing this. "Do you also have a preference?" Xian Zong was a bit suspicious. "Matchmaker, or perhaps?" Immediately, she pulled Xian Zong along. "Follow me, I guarantee you won't be disappointed." The sky was gradually getting darker. She led the two to a rundown slum. Wan Ting felt a bit uneasy upon seeing the place and asked, "Master, why do I feel something is not right? Are there really beautiful women here?" At this moment, Xian Zong could only go along with the plot and naturally said, "Beiji, you don't understand. As the main character, it's hard to avoid following the storyline." At this point, the matchmaker glanced at the two and said, "Brothers, we have arrived." Before them was Yi Zhu Jing Tian, with two strong men guarding the entrance. Mrs. Mai swung the door open and entered, revealing people that the two brothers also liked. "Gentlemen, please." Inside, there were 4 brawny bodybuilders striking poses. Wan Ting, frightened, leaned against Xian Zong and said, "Master, I feel that the flower is a bit cool." Xian Zong darkened his face and shouted, "Shut up." At this moment, Mrs. Mai said, "This is our Guangzhen rebel base." Upon hearing this, Xian Zong picked his nose and quietly observed. "The Guangzhen rebels, aren't they just a bunch of single dogs warming up to each other to kidnap someone's sister?" Suddenly, one of them shouted, "This person is our leader, named." This also made Wan Ting excited. In front of them was a beautiful woman, taking a puff from her pipe. Mrs. Mai's voice echoed once more, "Lu Fu Feng, Su San lady." She stood up and approached to greet Xian Zong. She exhaled from the pipe and said, "Tang elder, I have paid my respects." Xian Zong was stunned by her beauty. What's with this adorable sister who is 2 meters tall? He was already quite flustered. Oh my god, can't there be even one normal girl in this city? No wonder there had to be a rebellion. Su San leaned down, getting close to Xian Zong. She winked, making his heart race. She whispered, "Tang elder, with your formidable reputation in hunting demons and exorcising evil, your arrival here means our Guangzhen rebel group has been saved." Xian Zong felt delighted upon hearing this. "I didn't expect someone as handsome as me to be so well known." After that, Su San suggested, "Tang elder, let's go into the room to talk." As the door was closed, Xian Zong and Wan Ting looked around cautiously, but then something shocking happened. Su San actually removed her clothing and even her hair. This left both Xian Zong and Wan Ting utterly stunned. It turned out that Su San was a man. He even laughed and said, fearing Xian Zong would think wrongly, "Tang elder, I'm actually not a bad person." Looking at the muscular man in front of him, Xian Zong avoided eye contact, thinking, which eye of mine was blind to think he was a woman? At that moment, Su San trembled, overcome with emotion, and tears fell freely. He gritted his teeth and said, "It's all because of that tyrant king, he forced all the women into the palace. My brothers and I had to disguise ourselves as women just to be looked at. Su San spoke without hiding his fear. Even more terrifying is that no woman can escape from that palace. After saying this, Su San tightly grasped Xian Zhang's shoulders and shook him repeatedly. He excitedly said, "Tang Elder, you have killed many demons before." He shook Xian Zhang until his head was dizzy. "You must help us." Su San closed his eyes and shouted loudly, "I don't want to pretend to be a woman anymore." Xian Zhang felt dizzy, foaming at the mouth and murmured, "Is it possible that your king, with his immoral beauty, has been enchanted by a demon?" Su San was instantly furious, his head throbbing with anger, and replied, "Our king." Filled with rage and tears welling up in his eyes, he gritted his teeth and said, "He is actually a demon." Night had fallen, enveloping the entire Zhu Jing Tian. The sturdy disciples outside were jostling to see what was happening inside, creating a chaotic scene. Shouts rang out, don't push anymore, let me see if there's any movement, why is it so quiet?" Su San couldn't help but knock on the door to signal for silence, but someone shouted, "Master." Then they all rushed in. "Tang Elder, are you okay?" Su San couldn't help but hit a few of them with his stick. "Make them scream in pain." "Boss, please be gentle." Su San yelled angrily, "Shut up." She was so angry that she stomped on the floor as a warning, "Don't disturb me while I discuss important matters with Elder Tang." Hearing this, the disciples quickly closed the door and obediently stepped outside, sweetly saying, "Oh dear, please continue to hit us, today we also get to be tortured." "So much fun, you look adorable when you're angry." One of them, showing a bit of rationality, hurriedly shut the door. "Then we won't disturb you two anymore." As soon as the door closed, Su San took off her clothes and transformed back into a man. Xian Zhang saw this and praised, "Grand Senior Brother, your skill in disguising as a woman is impressive." Su San shyly replied, "If Elder Tang wants to learn, I will gladly teach you." Xian Zhang found it a bit awkward and quickly changed the subject. Then he returned to the main topic, asking, "By the way, besides killing the king to usurp the throne, massacring innocent people, and indulging in extravagance and debauchery, what else could make him provoke the anger of both humans and the holy Gerla?" Xian Zhang could not hide his curiosity. What on earth could cause him to be so angry that he stomps the ground until it sinks? Su San plopped down on the ground and said, "In fact, the crimes we just talked about are nothing serious, as the previous king was not much better." At this point, Su San could barely hide her anger. But, the anger surged within her, and Su San could not hold back anymore. The previous king, for better or worse, only liked beautiful women. Now, every woman has been taken to the palace, not a single one is left for us. Xian Zhang fell silent, recalling the scene of the women being taken to the palace. Indeed, there is no selectivity. Su San's eyes lit up as she continued, because he has Zhu Nu in his hands, it is said that any loathsome woman who enters his Kun Fong garden immediately becomes beautiful. Mentioning Kun Fong garden made Xian Zhang feel a headache. Kun Fong garden, that is her. Saying this, Su San grasped Xian Zhang's hand earnestly and pleaded, "Tang Elder." He fell to his knees and said, "You are a person of great compassion, you must help us." Xian Zhang had intended to smile and decline, "I am a monk, so," but unexpectedly, the system delivered a new mission. The new scripture-seeking mission has been issued, kill the current king of Baoxiang Kingdom. The reward is 1 million experience points. After hearing this, Xian Zhang's eyes brightened like car headlights. "Oh my, 1 million. But remembering that I am a monk, I must chant a mantra to calm myself. Forget it, forget it. As a monk, I am responsible for saving those in suffering, and I absolutely cannot sit idle." But at that moment, a thought crossed Xuan Tang's mind. "Wait, this is the Baoxiang Kingdom, so that monster of a king must be." Xuan Tang voiced his suspicion to Su San. However, the matter of the rebels needs to be approached with great caution. How about tonight I secretly enter Kun Fong Garden to see if I can blend in and gather intelligence? As soon as Xuan Ting heard this, she jumped up. "Master, I am willing to accompany you into the fray." Good intentions were not seen, only the benefit for the pig Ba Jia, who could not miss the chance to see beautiful women. Su San was moved to tears, saying, Elder Tang truly has a compassionate heart to save those in need, indeed a living bodhisattva. His tears washed over the heads of the two master and disciple. Xuan Tang gently wiped the water off his bald head and said, There is no time to delay, my disciple, and I must set off now. He called after Wan Ting, saying, Ba Jia, master feels as though he has forgotten something. Wan Ting wiped the water from her face and replied with a smile. Master, saving people is more important, let's hurry to Kun Fong Garden. After that, they closed the door and left before his eyes. Once the two had gone, Su San beside him quickly lost her fragile demeanor. He spoke up, as expected by you, they have already gone to Kun Fong Garden. Suddenly, a voice echoed. Alright, you've worked hard. At the same time, inside the luxurious palace, laughter and conversation resounded everywhere. Fruits and fine wine were served, and the emperor was surrounded by countless beautiful women. King, open your mouth. Mulan lay among the beautiful women, laughing and eating, while the girls were doing their best to please him. King, my horse hurts so much, please help me. It's so hot, is this good enough for you, King? There was a girl who took care of him from head to toe, even feeding him with her own mouth, making Mulan feel extremely pleased. So it turns out that the prince in this mortal world also has a life as luxurious as an immortal. In reality, he was a transformed demon known as the Black Stone Spirit. While he was enjoying wine and beauty, a cold voice suddenly rang out. Black Stone Spirit. Mulan was startled. He pushed away all the women around him and suddenly turned cold, asking, Might I ask what the old senior needs? The voice from above sounded somewhat displeased. Why hasn't Tang Xianzong died yet? How dare he come to your Baihua city? Mulan, hearing this, confidently said, The old gentleman still doesn't know that as long as we lure him into the city, won't it be advantageous for us? But in reality, he was furious deep down. Bai Tian still hasn't dealt with that monk. The mysterious old gentleman warned again, If you ruin the big plan, don't blame me for not keeping my promise. In the blink of an eye, that person was gone. Mulan immediately revealed his true nature, his eyes sharp as he said, This Deluo golden immortal usually looks down on us little deities, always acting high and mighty. He looked at the ruins before him, angrily stating, But who would have thought that just a lowly monk could scare them so badly? At this point, Mulan smiled wickedly and said, This astral prince will personally descend to the mortal realm. He couldn't help but laugh excitedly. That monk will definitely end up without a place to be buried. After saying that, Mulan wiped the wine from his mouth. He took a grape, casually sat down. Such trivial matters are not worthy of making our astral prince lose face. Saying this, he popped the grape into his mouth and chewed heartily. Switching scenes to Xianzong, after questioning Wan Ting. A big question arises. The monk always had a mindset of pursuing girls, but now he has forgotten something. In the city, the lanterns were brightly lit, and at this moment, Wukong and Wu Jing could not find Xianzong and Wan Ting, so they kept searching every nook and cranny. Kong Kong shouted in panic, I can't find madam anywhere. Wu Jing also said, Grand Senior Brother, we can't find Master and Second Senior Brother either. Hearing this, Wukong dismissively replied, Why care about them? The night covered the Kun Fong Garden, and at that moment, several carriages from the palace entered the Kun Fong Garden. From the carriages, several beauties emerged, and the soldiers beside them shouted, Hurry up. After that, he turned to report to Chu Nu. By Chu Nu, the king said he is tired of these women, please take care of it. Unaware that two pairs of eyes were watching them, those were Xianzong and Wan Ting. The two were currently hiding behind a carriage, struggling to stay out of sight. Xianzong couldn't contain his anger, this deceitful system, spending 1,000 accumulated points just to buy an invisibility potion, and it only lasts a few minutes. Wan Ting beside him was no better off. He clung tightly to the carriage, struggling to speak. Master, what should we do now? Taking advantage of the guards not paying attention, the two slipped over to the bushes nearby. Here, they clearly overheard a conversation between two guards. One said, This time with so many people, it must be quite a number. The other replied, The king's taste really is getting quicker every day. Hearing this, the first sighed and responded, I really admire that. Unexpectedly, among the horse-drawn carriage party, there was an uninvited guest, Kong Kong. He clung to the bottom of the carriage, too exhausted to keep his face from hitting the ground. After landing, the small Kong Kong looked around in confusion and called, "Madam." Upon hearing this, Xianzong and Wan Ting sneaked deeper into Kun Fong Garden. The two approached the source of the strange fragrance. The master and student could not help but peek inside. What is this? Upon seeing, both could not hold back and had nosebleeds. Inside was none other than the bathing area of the beauties here. Everyone was irresistibly charming, their smooth, pale skin visible beneath the water. Some comfortably exclaimed, "This medicinal water is really nice to soak in." A few others nearby teased one another. "The elder sister's chest is really big, let me touch it." The girl shyly replied, "You're so annoying." The scene truly made it hard for a man to remain composed. Outside, Wan Ting could not help but want to rush inside immediately. Fortunately, Xianzong still retained some sense of reason. "Ba Jie, don't forget our main task." Hearing this, Wan Ting protested, "Master, are you even a man?" At a time like this, Xianzong explained to Wan Ting, "We need to quickly think of a way to infiltrate the palace." At this moment, Wan Ting understood, looking at Xianzong with admiration, "Master, you are brilliant." He glanced inside once more and then discovered, "Master, you should see this." Upon hearing this, Xianzong moved closer, scolding, "There's no potential, just wait a moment to blend in and then we can." But what was happening inside made Xianzong freeze. Inside, Chu Nu entered. Upon seeing her, the girls exclaimed in unison, "Bai Chu, the Empress is here." One girl looked at Chu Nu with adoration and said, "Bai Chu Nu, we must trouble you once again." One girl expressed a hint of fear, "Do we have to go through this again?" Bai Chu Nu replied, "The king is urging us, I'm afraid I can't be as delicate as usual." "You've all been soaking in the potion for quite a while, haven't you?" She touched the face of one girl and said, "Now, split into pairs and follow my example to do makeup for each other." The chosen girl could not hide her joy. "I'm really lucky." Bai Chu Nu pointed at herself and instructed the girls, "Be very careful. If something goes wrong, come find me immediately." The girls heard this, and some were dissatisfied. "On what basis are you making us do our own makeup?" Some had already paired up. "You're in my group." "That's great." Some were worried and started to cry. "Doesn't anyone want to be in a group with me?" Bai Chu Nu approached and touched the face of one girl, speaking to the chosen one. "We won't be making many adjustments this time. It will be done quickly." She smiled, reassuring her. "Bai Chu Nu, I feel at ease with you in charge." Unexpectedly, just a moment later, Bai Chu Nu gritted her teeth. She forcefully made a cut on that beautiful face. Along with the sound of frantic screams, Bai Chu Nu acted even more violently, the blood staining the ground beneath the girls. Someone panicked and shouted, "I think I opened the corner of the eye wrong. Stay calm, don't panic, don't move. Do you want to be ruined so Bai Chu the Empress will help you?" The bloody scene made the two onlookers shudder. Isn't this plastic surgery, one of the four evils in Asia? But at that moment, Xianzong had a suspicion. He remembered Chu Nu's expression before taking action and thought to himself, "But why does she have that expression?" Wan Ting also recalled when Chu Nu was punished, that expression, could it be that yet she is even more beautiful than before. Hearing this, Xianzong curiously asked, "Ba Jie, do you know her?" Wan Ting skeptically replied, "I've only seen her from a distance once. When she was still a fairy, she secretly had an affair with an immortal." When the incident was exposed, Wan Ting, as if recounting his own glory, even took out a fan to show off. She was stripped of her fairy status and fell into the mortal realm. At that time, I also went to see the commotion. I didn't expect she would end up as a monster. It truly is a case of beauty causing disaster. Xianzong, feeling powerless, asked again, "Are you sure you're not mistaking her for someone else?" Feeling suspicious, Wan Ting angrily shouted, "Master, I can assure you I wouldn't mistake this." Xianzong could only quietly say, I know, I must have blamed you wrongly." Unexpectedly, Kong Kong had followed the sound and arrived, shouting, "Madam." But because it ran too quickly, it knocked over a vase. The vase rolled away. On the other side, after the cosmetic surgery, the ladies had put on new outfits. Everyone was satisfied and expressed their gratitude. Earlier, that corner of the eye really was a nuisance. I don't want it to happen again. Chu Nu listened and thought to herself, Tang Xianzong, I have prepared so much. Her gaze glanced at the window next to her. You better not let me down. Once the matter was done, the girls quickly left. Xianzong and Wan Ting were already hiding in front. As the group passed by, Xianzong and Wan Ting immediately pulled the last two people in line and eliminated them. Both quickly took the clothes of the two girls and disguised themselves as them. But standing before the beautiful figures, Wan Ting couldn't help but have a nosebleed. Xianzong angrily shouted, Your nosebleed, don't dirty that outfit. Both quickly adjusted their appearance and then blended into the group of women as if nothing had happened. But seeing Xianzang's appearance after dressing as a woman, even Wan Ting was captivated. Master, I never expected you to transform into such a great beauty. I am already intrigued. Xianzong shyly yelled, Shut up. Both, adorned in flashy figures, hurried after the group. But at that moment, Wan Ting grew suspicious. Master, don't you think this time we are too lucky? But Xianzong did not respond, only smiled and said, I cannot let down the heart of a beautiful person. Wan Ting asked in confusion, the beauty? Is it those two who we knocked out? Saying this, both of them left the two women behind and moved towards the group of women. On the other side, Chu Nu quickly approached the overturned vase. She used magic from the vase, which allowed her to know the whole story. Chu Nu couldn't help but wonder, where is Sun Wukong's clone now? She quickly set the vase back up, I need to figure out a way to have him caught and taken into the palace. She used magic to access all the memories of the vase, saying, best. Just then, the voice of Black Stone Spirit rang out, causing Chu Nu to freeze. By Tian Tian, have you dealt with those women yet? Shouldn't you explain to me about that Tang Xianzong guy? Bai Chu Nu was in painful restraint, clutching her heart. She gritted her teeth and thought, I can't prolong this any longer, but if I can let Tang Xianzong infiltrate the palace tonight. She cautiously reported back, King, I have sent someone to do it, but the group of Tang Xianzong is large and strong, so it will take quite a bit of time. Before she could finish her words, she was attacked by Black Stone Spirit. Excuse. Bai Chu Nu painfully fell to the ground. The voice of the Black Stone Spirit resounded. It seems that my master did not make it clear before, did he? His words were sharp. You personally go find Xianzong and kill him. Hearing this, Chu Nu's nails dug into the ground, creating a long scratch. The Black Stone Spirit coldly ordered that if you can't kill him, then wait to die with him. After the Black Stone Spirit left, Bai Chu Nu remained seated, motionless. Only after a long time did she let out a sound, raising her finger to cast a spell. She had completely transformed, and she silently resolved that it seemed the only option was to kill you. Cutting to Xianzong, he followed several women into a strange room. The two kept walking, but unfortunately, Wan Ting's fake chest fell out. He quickly bent down to pick it up, his chest. Xianzong saw this and hurriedly reminded him not to pick it up anymore, focus on the main business. But when both were about to follow those women inside, they were stopped by a bony hand. Xianzong was startled, why did she come here? Did I guess wrong? In front, Bai Chu Nu had set a trap to welcome the two. She spoke, Xianzong Great Master. The two watched as the group of women entered. The moment the door closed, Xianzong did not hesitate to remove his disguise. He quickly drew his staff, and both of them entered a fighting stance. Wan Ting trembled in fear behind them. Master, they seem to have the advantage in numbers, maybe we should. Xianzong in front silently calculated. Based on her previous actions, she clearly wanted to help me succeed. Why is she suddenly turning against me now? On the other side, Bai Chu Nu was no longer verbose. Since you all have come, then let's see who lives and who dies. She tightened her grip on the whip in her hand and then smiled. The tension in the air enveloped everything, both sides remained still, neither having struck yet. Finally, Bai Chu Nu was the first to launch an attack. She shouted, "Kill!" Immediately, the group of monsters rushed to attack, and Xianzong instantly responded. With every blow he struck, a system notification sounded. "Congratulations, donor has gained 1,000 experience points." But this was not the optimal way to resolve the situation. Xianzong lowered his voice, "Miss, I think we should have a talk." This made Bai Chu Nu pause for a moment, but just a few seconds later, she launched her attack again. The demon minions continued to assault, and Xianzong was not weak, promptly defeating all of them. At that moment, Cui Lan's phone called Wan Ting. "Xiao Zhu, your little darling has been wronged." Wan Ting immediately sat down to talk, leaving her master to fight. Cui Lan on the other end was rambling, "The sister-in-law of my sister-in-law, the daughter of the great demon king next door, has made me a widow today. How can she speak such malicious words to Xiao Zhu?" Wan Ting quickly whispered, "Cui Lan, I now," but Cui Lan on the other end shouted, "How can you call your little darling by her name like that? Do you have another woman outside, Xiao Zhu?" The conversation at that moment made Xianzong, who was fighting alone, furious. Wan Ting had no choice but to run away from the skeletal monsters to pacify Cui Lan. "Cui Lan, my darling, the little darling Cui Lan loves." He was being bitten and torn by the skeletal monsters, but his heart was still devoted to Cui Lan. Xiao Zhu was wholeheartedly for him. Heaven and earth are witnesses. Xianzong really couldn't take it anymore. He shouted, "Expressing affection will only get you killed faster." Ba Jie, he couldn't help but glare at Wan Ting. "This pig, just let it go, consider it gathering more experience." At that moment, Kong Kong rushed in from somewhere. It landed right on Wan Ting, clearing away the demon essence piled on him, but it interrupted the sweet words Wan Ting had for Cui Lan. "The sun and moon bear witness." At this point, Wan Ting let out a cry of pain. Cui Lan heard this and felt unhappy in her heart. "Does talking to me cause you such pain? Fine, I won't seek you out anymore." Kong Kong shouted with great delight, "Villains, I'll beat you to death." In contrast, Wan Ting, covered in injuries, called out, "Cui Lan, my little heart." Upon seeing Kong Kong, Xianzong couldn't hide his joy. "Kong Kong." The little clone looked with sparkling eyes at Xianzong and called, "Madam." Then the two rushed into a warm embrace as if they hadn't seen each other for 1,000 years. However, seeing Kong Kong again brought joy, but Xianzong also felt a lingering fear. "Oh no, in the chaos with Ba Jie, I completely forgot about Wukong and Wu Jing on the street." He immediately resolved, "I must quickly deal with this matter." Then, Xianzong looked at Bai Chu Nu and said, "Can we talk now?" Bai Chu Nu was a bit surprised and paused. Xianzong stepped closer to her and said, "I see your appearance, or rather, your looks do not resemble an ugly demon." He pretended to be righteous and asked, "If there is anything troubling you, you can speak directly to us. Why must things be so confrontational?" In Xianzang's heart, he thought, this must be the white bone demon from Shiyuji, a monster without a mastermind behind it, so it is highly likely that it is being instigated. Xianzong and Kong Kong adopted a casual demeanor of a Taoist, saying, "After all, I am not a demon leader who kills monsters without a second thought." Wan Ting, listening, could not hide her disdain and was unsure who had killed the monster for food. Xianzong gently mentioned the previous demon leaders, asking, "The humorous skulls before were sent by you, right? You actually do not want to kill me, do you feel threatened? The one threatening you is..." Before he could finish, Bai Chu Nu attacked him. "Tang Xianzong, you are smart." She smiled smugly, "But you must be even smarter." At this point, her gaze turned sharp. "Regarding my matter with Black Stone Spirit, I will not tell you." As soon as Xianzong heard the name Black Stone Spirit, he felt something was off. Black Stone Spirit? Are they your lover or have they been captured? In his heart, he thought, is the monster related to Baoxiang Kingdom not the Huangbao demon? Who is this Black Stone Spirit? But at this moment, Bai Chu Nu launched an attack from behind. She continuously shot strikes towards Xianzong. "You don't need to know." Then, the group of bone demons beside her formed a powerful war chariot. This left Xianzong astonished, unable to close his mouth. I didn't expect this girl to know how to operate a mecha as well. Bai Chu Nu sat in the mecha attacking Xianzong, but he quickly dodged and couldn't help but praise, it seems very powerful. He even waved to her, saying, unfortunately, your moves are too slow. But at that moment, Bai Chu Nu controlled the mecha to fly up. Xianzong was startled and shouted in panic, what the? Now only Wukong was reading outside. Suddenly, he looked up as if he had sensed something. The white bone demon unleashed countless attack techniques against him. Xianzong firmly grasped the staff in his hand and smiled, so it's also a transforming vitra. Too bad. The head of the staff shook violently. He spun the staff continuously to create a formation. The sound of metal clashing echoed. It's too fragile. He shattered the tentacles. Bullets flew out of the gun's muzzle at high speed. Xianzong once again used the staff to knock the bullets away. He stared intensely at the enemy in front of him. It seemed that he had to thoroughly deal with this toy before he could handle the white bone demon. Xianzong exerted all his strength and counterattacked, using the other end of his staff to stab straight at her. Sorry, miss. Her image filled the pupils of the seal that stood facing that girl. But strangely, her eyes were brimming with tears. The iron arms began to rise and attack him. One arm pierced the ground where Kong Kong was standing. It tried to grab Xianzang's leg as he flew up to dodge the blow. Just as he was caught by the iron whip, a voice called out, Master, disciple is here to save you. Ba Jia also caused the master to fall face down. Master, are you okay? Xianzong, holding his head, appeared indignant. Ba Jia, the master had long realized that you were envious of his handsome appearance. The iron monster continued to advance toward them. The white bone demon cried while pressing the switch. He stood facing the enemy, filled with determination. The wall in this area was not yet finished digging by the master. Upon hearing this, Ba Jia could no longer hold back and cried out, the network can hardly be maintained, and you're talking about digging a wall. Master, have you been blinded by beauty? Xianzong changed his attitude and turned to smile at him. Ba Jia, whether the master succeeds next depends on you. He immediately shuddered in fear, what do you want to do? Kong Kong, tightly embraced by him, could only cry for help. One blow from him sent his disciple flying, obediently helping the master draw its attention away. Ba Jia certainly felt unwilling, why was he always the one to take the hits? Kong Kong safely landed at this moment. Xianzong gently patted his head and pressed his cheek lightly. Good, go find a hiding spot. Seeing the master, Kong Kong raised his hands in a clingy manner. Its eyes suddenly sparkled. Hey, stinky monk, I'm coming, don't act recklessly. Hey, answer me. Kong Kong stood there in a daze, poking his cheek with his hand. As Ba Jia ran to throw a few punches, he shouted, save me, master. Xianzong was trying to climb onto it when a voice said, I didn't expect the donor to be such a precious person. He was very annoyed and shouted, cut the nonsense, bring out the props quickly. Immediately, a message from the system appeared, I exist in the depths of your subconscious, helping you understand any girl who appears before you deeply. Then conquer her in one fell swoop. Item level 3, required experience 2000. A golden heart-shaped circlet was neatly placed on his head. The system continued to brag with pride, within 2 meters, you can see through any woman. Xianzong was of course very displeased with this. Don't you have any props that look decent? Meanwhile, she was still controlling the iron beast. He stomped a foot down to gain momentum to jump. Xianzang's face was pressed against the glass, detected an observable target, about to connect. His head felt like something was shaking. Begin. Xianzong then lay down on the ground, about to enter the target's subconscious. He was now within the opponent's system. A deity with an angry expression said, by Tian Tian, tell me, who dares to associate with you? At the magnificent Fei Xiang Hall, with beautiful swans flying, the scene shifted to someone's mansion, where a girl was happily holding a vase. I am by Tian Tian. A normal palace made in Fei Xiang Hall experiences the suffocating life in the heavenly realm day by day, until Xianzong didn't seem to like this part much. The opening is already full of grandeur. Is life in the heavenly realm so dull? That unfortunate girl stumbled upon something and was about to fall. It's quite Western to slip and fall on this ground. Suddenly, a man appeared, catching her while also supporting the vase. At that moment, Tian Tian fell in love with a Xing. The man smiled, enchanting the girl. Woman, you are attracting my attention. Tian Tian was mesmerized by a Xing's beauty. Kuei Mulan Spirit Lord. At this moment, he suddenly remembered something and said, wait, so Black Stone Spirit is actually Kuei Mulan. I told you I wasn't wrong. Isn't the Huang Bao demon of Baoxiang Kingdom in Shiyuji actually sent down by Kuei Mulan? This clearly has the flavor of a melodramatic romance. I suggest we fast forward 3 times. The system followed his command and fast forwarded immediately. You indeed like me. I missed you so much yesterday. If it could continue like this, that would be great, truly great. Finally we can leave this dull heavenly realm together. Xianzong hurriedly waved his hand to signal the system. Stop. From this point, return to normal speed. The system seemed very dissatisfied with this attitude. So meddlesome. After a while, she was pushed down to the mortal realm. By Tian Tian violated heavenly rules, plotted to descend to earth, concealed her illicit love, and refused to repent. But it seems she still had some regrets. Punished to be banished to the mortal realm, alone for 10 lifetimes, until she turned to dust. Tian Tian kept remembering the image of that man. I don't know why he never came, but I always waited for him. Xianzong could only shake his head in frustration and helplessness. Could it be? This is already evil journey, yet the male lead still doesn't change his ways. The plot has become so cliché, I really don't want to chase after it anymore. A cardinal maiden chose the way of hanging herself. In the first lifetime, the country perished on the day of her grand wedding. I was forced to go to Shun Kingdom, he didn't come. Again, a scene of a girl being bullied by 2 men. In the second lifetime, I was assaulted by bandits, dying with my eyes closed, he didn't come. A pure white monk with a pack of fierce wolves. In the third lifetime, 4th lifetime, 8th lifetime, 9th lifetime, 10th lifetime, I was devoured by a pack of wolves, my body left to rot in the wilderness. He still hasn't arrived. From the eye sockets of the skull, a ghostly fire flickered. After a moment, it burst forth with demonic power. At this moment, Bai Tian Tian had transformed into the white bone demon. I refuse to be turned into dust, the resentment of 10 lifetimes rises within me, I will become a monster. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind her, Tian Tian. Kuei Mulan stood before her, I finally found you. The white bone demon was incredibly happy to see her lover. A Xing, the two embraced tightly. She had descended to become a demon, and was now claiming the throne of the Baoxiang Kingdom. He held her, but his expression was cunning. I will not let you leave me again. Xianzong seemed unable to hold back any longer. The kind of lover you are after a long separation, not even a diamond drill could penetrate that wall. At this moment, he fell into deep thought. Why is this girl crying inside the mech? Is it because the scumbag has changed his heart? Then go and deal with that scumbag. Why take it out on me? His eyes widened as if he had thought of something. The white bone demon had now appeared before him, and she was astonished by the scene in front of her. How did you get into my subconscious? Xianzong ran to hold her hand and advised her. Little sister, when looking for a boyfriend, you have to be extremely cautious. The type that runs away together dares to deceive people, only to come back to find you after 10 lifetimes. Now he is just a fickle man, it's truly not worth it. Her response was a terrifying gaze. He doesn't have a fickle heart. Xianzong was still undeterred and added, if he doesn't have a fickle heart, then why is he collecting so many women to bring to the palace? Is it to play cards with them? But he still had some hesitation in his heart. This reaction doesn't seem quite right. Could it be? Xianzong leaned closer to her and whispered, by Tian Tian, has he ever loved you? She was stunned by that question. Love? Did he love me? Has he ever loved me? She was heartbroken to the point of tears, saying to herself, no, it can't be like that, it won't happen. Xianzong knelt before the suffering girl. Everything you're doing now, is it all because you want to? Bai Tian screamed in pain. Tang Xianzong, I'm about to explode. Her bony whip had shattered into pieces. At that moment, Tian transformed into a monstrous form. Dai Gui Yutuan, his gaze became more serious than ever. Indeed, he had been controlled, so there were some words he could not say. Therefore, even though he was unwilling, he was forced to kill me. Kuei Mulan had now appeared. Tang Xianzong, I didn't expect you to deliver yourself right to my door. He tightly embraced his lover and laughed, the beloved servant of my deity, how adorable. He gently slid his fingers into her mouth. Every command from my deity, she had to think of all sorts of ways and risk her life to comply, which was more useful than a group of puppets who followed instructions rigidly. Inside her subconscious, he embraced her and laughed cruelly. It was worth all the effort my deity had arranged beforehand, implanting my original spirit into her subconscious, waiting for her to endure 10 lifetimes, completely transforming into a monster. I then awakened my original spirit, completely controlling her, turning her into my loyal servant. Outside, Tian was tightly bound by chains. What have you done to me? Xianzong had taken hold of his staff. Therefore, only by eliminating you could she be free. Kuei Mulan laughed loudly upon hearing this, looking at his opponent with disdain. Arrogant. He embraced the face of the girl who was suffering. However, it just so happens that this deity also feels a bit reluctant towards this beloved servant. He made his demon beasts appear. Kuei Mulan's eyes were filled with evil energy, then let this deity personally kill you. Xianzong clung tightly to the glass while Ba Jie coughed, his face swollen, staring back in confusion. Stop, did Master really dig into someone else's wall? The door was flung open forcefully. Wukong appeared and grabbed Ba Jie's collar. Where's that monk? He was also surprised by him. Grand Senior Brother. He anxiously pointed ahead, Master went inside. Wukong immediately rushed in, but Ba Jie stopped him. Grand Senior Brother, wait. Without saying a word, he used Rui Jingu Bang to strike. After the hit, White Bone Demon and Xianzong fell to the ground. What is this? He looked at the girl in front of him in confusion, isn't this monster about to explode? Why did it suddenly stop? Then Wukong looked at Xianzong again, have you entered the subconscious already? At that moment, Mulan was flying towards him, carrying her to attack. Xianzong raised his staff while wondering, clearly, I triggered the detonator. Why is it? The opponent's strikes were surrounding him, and Xianzong could only kneel down and endure. He immediately displayed a disdainful attitude. Is that all you've got? I had thought highly of you. Despite being quite beaten up, Xianzong didn't feel sad at all. No wonder you are a celestial being, indeed more formidable than a monster. He became furious at that attitude and retaliated. Even when death is near, you continue to talk back. You are nothing but a mediocre performance. Xianzong was holding something in his hand. I'm sorry, but I am the main actor. Previously, the system had given him something. Donor, the remaining time is 10 seconds, and the side effect will last for 2 hours. A great deal for you. He took it but was still very angry. You opportunist, jump for me to see. Immediately, Xianzong put the item in his mouth and chewed. Fortunately, I had one step left, originally intended to deal with the White Bone Demon. His entire being emitted a terrifying power, suppressing the spiritual force. Kuei Mulan was also dazzled by that light. Such strong spiritual force, how can this be? Instantly, he was incinerated by that power. The White Bone Demon looked back at itself in astonishment. The original spirit that the Black Stone Spirit implanted in my body has dissipated. We are free now. The system couldn't hold back any longer and started applauding. Very good, the mental strength has increased by 500%. In reality, fighting is not useful, but in the subconscious world, it instantly becomes super powerful. The white bone demon immediately flew toward him. Xianzong, great master. He was very puzzled upon seeing this. Kuei Mulan's original spirit had been destroyed, he would surely notice it right away. Next, the girl had approached him. Xianzong, great master, are you still doing well? Xianzong was startled by this action. She paused and made some confusing gestures. The white bone demon wore a mysteriously meaningful smile. The subconscious suddenly disappeared. Could it be dead? Ba Jie was next to him trying to explain. Master, that ring was broken by Grand Senior Brother, it has nothing to do with the disciple. Wukong kept shaking him. What did you mean by what you just said? Speak clearly to me. The white bone demon next to him just watched without saying anything. Suddenly, Xianzong shouted in anger. The system had also begun to detect errors. The side effects were starting. He danced madly like a person who had lost his mind. I am the sect master of the supreme Taiji Sun Yuan mind. Xuanzang stood with hands on hips and shouted, young men should teach martial virtues, 5 consecutive thunderclaps. Ba Jie beside him was also very confused. Master, are you alright? Master, Grand Senior Brother, the master has lost it. The white bone demon was frightened by Wukong's attitude, I really don't know anything. He looked at the opponent with a terrifying gaze. Following the previous command of the master, you must die. The starry night with a purple moon and the palace illuminated in the darkness. Contrary to the peaceful scene outside, inside the palace was a fierce battle between the dragonfly warrior and the grasshopper. The dragonfly leaped down from above, using its spiky weapon to strike at the grasshopper's head, rendering him unable to resist and losing the battle. The weapon also broke in two as a result. The end of the battle coincided with the curtain call of the performance. Mulan and Xian kept praising. Great, very good, beautiful, get up quickly. Mulan contentedly used chopsticks to pick up the unconscious grasshopper's body, this time I guessed right again. The dragonfly fighter joyfully flattered, the king's insight is extraordinary, truly deserving of being a celestial deity descended to earth. After saying this, Mulan turned around to touch the cheek of the beautiful person beside her affectionately. So does the army deserve a reward? Xian hesitated and replied, King, I. Outside, she was pampered, but inside, Xian was struggling. She was an immortal being, a diligent monster working hard to earn money here. A beautiful woman adjusting her monstrous appearance. To calm herself for selling her body to capital for money, she reassured herself, no, I must endure. When working outside, I must have professional ethics. Suddenly, many beautiful women in vibrant colors excitedly ran in calling, King, interrupting Xian's thoughts. Seizing the moment when the other girls surrounded Mulan, Xian joyfully slipped away. Have you all come back? The other girls were only concerned about asking Mulan. We really miss King. We haven't seen King for a while. Suddenly, Mulan's expression darkened as he realized something. Lifting his gaze to observe and recognizing that the original spirit implanted in by Tian has disappeared, the train of thought only made Mulan angrier. Bai Tian has been killed. Truly useless. A powerful source of light appeared around him. In his moment of distraction, the overwhelming spiritual energy unintentionally distorted a girl beside him. She could only scream, Master, King. The other girls, frightened, quickly distanced themselves from him. Xian beside her was equally astonished. She tried to cover her mouth to avoid screaming. How can someone who looks so gentle be so detestable? Suddenly, another girl rushed in, remorseful. King, there's trouble. Then, she frantically reported, report to the king. Kun Fong Garden suddenly caught fire, and Bai Chu Nu's body cannot be found. After the incident where a beautiful woman vanished, Mulan, holding both girls in her arms, instead of flattering them like before, the two girls were awkwardly anxious. Meanwhile, Mulan coldly ordered, go and instruct everyone below to search the entire city for Tang Xianzong. Mulan's gaze was sharp, anyone who dares to protect him will be killed without mercy. The pile of ruin was the result of master and disciple Xianzong stirring up chaos. The righteous light shone across the land, illuminating all dark places. After finishing the destruction, the group set off. Inside the sphere that Wukong was holding, Chu Nu announced, "Sun Great Sage, I have a place where everyone can temporarily hide." Kong Kong's eyes lit up with excitement. Wukong also released his grip and replied, "Lead the way." Saying that, Chu Nu flew ahead to guide them. The entire army set off. Wukong was still deep in thought. That monk told me before the discovery to make this demon pretend to be dead. He wants to make a fuss about her. Meanwhile, Xianzong has not yet returned to his normal consciousness. Little fish, swimming in the water. Not finished yet, Xianzong pinches Ruan Ting's cheek, coquettishly asking for a title. Ba Jie, is Cui Lan important or is the master important? Ruan Ting, feeling helpless, threatens to report to the authorities. "Master, if you keep this up, I will call the police." Wukong can only sigh, scratching his head and tugging at his hair. Forget it, let him do what he wants. Time passes quickly, and Xianzong is deep in sleep, illuminated by light. Suddenly, Xianzong opens his eyes wide. The first thing that catches his eye is an abundance of fruit, making him sigh internally. "Oh my, have I ascended to heaven?" Xianzong is lying on the lap of a beautiful girl with a sweet voice. "Great Master, are you awake?" Just waking up to such an overwhelming display of fruit, Xianzong trembles, his nosebleed suggesting he wants to go to heaven. Inside the room, the adorable Kong Kong runs in calling, "Madam." Xianzong finally starts, quickly sitting up. Su San can't help but tease him. "Leaning your head on a beautiful person's lap really is therapeutic, isn't it?" Hearing this, Xianzong feels terrified and trembles, blaming himself. "It should only be a beauty that I can lay on. What's wrong with me?" At that moment, the system also released a recording of Xianzong going crazy, making him want to disappear. "Ba Jie, don't you need the master?" "Great celestial dragon, where can the monsters escape?" the system teased playfully. "Donor, I've recorded every word you've said," he began, but before he could finish, the system was knocked into the other world by Xianzong, who threw the blanket and fiercely asked, "Where is Bai Tian Tian?" Kong Kong held up the sparkling orb. "Madam, it's in this jar." The beautiful Chu Nu gently inquired, "Xianzong Great Master, are you okay?" Xianzong took the orb. With the beautiful woman's concern, Xianzong replied tenderly, "I'm fine, but I have a few questions I want to ask you." Inside, he didn't forget to praise, "Wukong handles everything well." Suddenly, a group of strangely dressed people rushed in, panicked, to report, "Everyone, soldiers are heading this way." Everyone fell silent to listen as they announced, "If the soldiers come in to search, we'll be exposed." They even said that capturing Tang Xianzong would earn a reward of 2,000 taels of gold. With that, Su San stepped down from the bed. She then knelt, bowing her head in front of Xianzong, startling him in the process. Su San frowned, closed her eyes, and pleaded, "Now we can only rely on you." At this point, Xianzong's face was frozen in thought. "Hey, you're not planning to kidnap me and force me to surrender, are you?" Interrupting Xianzong's thoughts, Chu Nu spoke up, "Su San, open the equipment storage so the brothers can follow the plan. In this chaos, let's directly initiate the uprising." Upon hearing this, Xianzong panicked and spoke in Han, "By Tian Tian, you. Chu Nu could only bow her head in apology to him. "Great Master Xianzong, I'm truly sorry. I was also forced and had no choice but to involve you, but now you've helped me control the Black Stone Spirit." Her gaze turned resolute, "Then let the matters between me and him, and between him and the people of Baoxiang Kingdom be resolved by us." With that, Su San stood up and bowed gratefully. "Great Master Xianzong, the situation is very urgent, you should leave Baihua Pavilion quickly." The group outside the door also respectfully bid farewell, "Great Master, safe travels." However, Xianzong calmly replied, "There's no rush, I think we should talk to each other again." In the forest, a huge tree soared high into the blue sky. Kong Kong cheerfully exclaimed, "The tree is so big." Wukong, standing above, looked down at the group roasting meat and, after observing for a while, couldn't help but marvel, "This is indeed a remarkable place. The passage of time here is completely different from the outside." Below, the group of Xianzong was roasting meat. Chu Nu was trying to explain to Xianzong her feelings. "Actually, I have long stopped loving him, I was just forced to follow his control." Chu Nu took the skewer of meat, eating while confiding in Xianzong, "But thankfully, he cannot control my every action, so I have managed to find some opportunities by exploiting the loopholes in his commands." The two enjoyed their conversation without noticing those around them. Wan Ting found it increasingly puzzling. Could it be that the master has fallen for this demoness at first sight? Nevertheless, Wan Ting was still most concerned about the fish that had just been grilled after much anticipation. But human intentions cannot compare to master's calculations. The food that was already offered to the mouth was snatched away by Xianzong to give to the girl, leaving Wan Ting with tears in her eyes, falling into the trap of the Tujiao Chan. Xianzong only cared for the beauty. "Come on, try the grilled fish, Tian Tian. Are you really letting the officials revolt to help deal with Kuei Mulan?" Chu Nu gently replied, "Actually, my plan is." After finishing her plan, they were also done feasting. Xianzong stood up, serious about the discussion. "Tian Tian, if you want to accomplish your plan, the first important thing is." Chu Nu looked at Xianzong like a devoted fan. Xianzong imagined the illusion realm facing off against Mulan later, then excitedly continued, "Quickly become strong." Xianzong contacted the system, quickly exchange for a powerful skill for me." The system happily replied, "Donor, I see you have been taking care of my business lately." The system presented a round object glowing in yellow, the strongest technique of the ancient world. The intermediate Buddha formula from the West, describes the 6-character mantra very well. Xianzong glanced at the system, doubting the nature of life. "How much more experience do you want to deceive me with this toy? Can you provide a simpler description of that item of yours?" Before he could finish admonishing, Xuanzang's attitude changed dramatically, his mouth agape in disbelief upon hearing. "You should be grateful to me, donor, this time it's free." Who wouldn't like free stuff? Xuanzang accepted it and used it immediately. The item emitted blinding light, growing brighter by the moment. Rays of light flew out accompanied by text above. Finally, the light was so powerful it erupted with a thunderous blast. It seemed Xuanzang was about to return to Buddha to retrieve scriptures. Wan Ting shouted, "Master!" Chu Nu struggled to hold on and observe, "Xuanzang, great master." Wukong was also drawn in, astonished by the loud explosion. Fortunately, Xuanzang was unharmed. "Just testing a new item." It started to activate. "Now let's begin the draw." Spinning the dial stopped at a position, Xuanzang received the text, "Guess if the blind bag reveals anything special." He received the item, which was a self-determining Hong, a major upgrade to attack power level 1, experience 0 to 1. This skill can enhance the skill usage time. Donors must earn experience points at a specific conversion rate to facilitate the upgrade of this skill. Xuanzang put the item on his hand, feeling uneasy, a familiar sensation of being deceived. Then Xuanzang coldly looked at Wan Ting. Finally, Xianzong still wanted to try a new technique. He pulled back his punch in preparation. "No, I should first test the power of this formula before saying anything." The chosen one, Wan Ting, panicked and shouted loudly, "Don't come over here." Under the giant tree, a loud explosion shook the heavens and the earth. Xianzong directly attacked Wan Ting. Chu Nu ran over in a panic, trying to stop it, but it was too late. "Xianzong, great master, don't." Wan Ting could only stand and take it, closing his eyes tightly in acceptance. But it seemed like there was no sensation at all. Xianzang's punch cut through the air only to make the space silent. Wukong observed the result with a look of disdain. "The flash is too exaggerated, but there's no effect." Seeing the injured master, Wan Ting hugged him and shouted loudly, "Master godly strength, your disciple feels like my insides are crushed. Thanks to a bit of true qi I managed to keep from falling." But the more he did, the more Xianzong felt humiliated. The saying that being ashamed can lead to anger is true. Xianzong angrily shouted, if I had time to grind for experience points, would I even ask you? You're forcing me to have to stockpile living monsters in my personal space, aren't you? This thought suddenly sparked in Xianzang's mind, living monsters. Suddenly, he took Chu Nu's hand. Xianzang's words and actions, Tian Tian, I need you, made her world turn pink. She was as shy as a blooming girl, my heart is racing. Wait, I seem to have no news at all. Xianzong recalled the plot involving the white bone demon and asked her, you should quickly transform into some avatars for me to defeat. His words left Chu Nu's heart both confused and shattered. Is love just beginning to blossom really supposed to fade away so quickly? Xianzong remained focused on his goal, I need to kill a few monsters to quench the bloodlust that I cannot contain within myself. Guan Ting looked at Xianzang's actions in confusion, huh? Master, what are you doing? Is this a technique to flirt with girls? Chu Nu solemnly admitted, but I don't know how to change into avatars. Xianzong was taken aback, what? He was shocked by the character in this world, what does this world have to do with Shi Yuji? Why is nothing the same? But because she was the kind of man she wanted, and with the white bone demon having an M trait, she suggested, but if the great master wants to fight monsters, then let's fight me. She then shyly prepared herself to be struck by the great master. I am the white bone demon, with an innate nature. As long as you don't strike my first vertebra, I can still regenerate myself. The beautiful woman agrees to offer her body to me. Xianzang's eyes light up, if that's the case. But before he could do anything, a few unfriendly gazes were directed at him from behind. Faces of disapproval followed, with harsh words, Madam is a bad person, not a man, detestable, vile, scum. Zhu Nu didn't care and reassured, Great Master, I'm fine. Zhu Nu even urged Xianzong, come on, please hit me with all your might. It must be the first time Xianzong met someone who enjoyed being hit. In another place, in ruins and desolation, soldiers were patrolling each house searching for the person responsible for the incident. Open the door, anyone who dares to shield them will be killed without mercy. Xianzang's group had also arrived at the place. Inside the castle, soldiers stood guard day and night. Guan Ting anxiously asked, Master, with so many of us entering the palace, won't it be a bit too conspicuous? Shoo, I didn't expect the guards to be this numerous. Guan Ting, being timid, sought ways to stay behind. How about I and Xiao Bai stay outside, we can provide support. Xianzong looked at the weapon in his hand. Time is pressing, this move from the master has only reached level 27. The sharp gaze glanced at Guan Ting, why don't you help the master test the power of this move? Guan Ting panicked and quickly explained, I can't, I won't, please don't. Guan Ting then hugged Xianzang's leg and flattered, Master's divine skill is unparalleled, I won't need any backup. It is my shallow thinking, I will follow the master. Xianzong patted his head in praise, good disciple. Interrupting the cheerful moment between the master and disciple, Wukong coldly spoke, why not just go find Kuei Mulan and kill him? What are we hiding here for? Guan Ting quickly interjected, Grand Senior Brother, the master must want to rescue Su San and not startle the snake in the grass. Xianzong raised his hand to rebut, actually, the master intends to. Before he could finish, the crowd outside was already shouting, charge forward. Xianzong peeked out to see, wow, the brothers of the rebel army are really punctual. The rebel army stormed in directly, brothers are acting on behalf of the heavens, and today is the day, charge forward for happiness. Later, soldiers reported in shock, there are bandits causing trouble, everyone be alert. Before them was a lavish banquet spread with various delicacies. Mulan gently picked up a piece of perfectly cooked fish fillet for Su San, certain she would like it. He wanted to feed her himself, try it, Su San. But Su San was furious with him, you might as well kill me. Mulan's hand held a plate of food on the table, moments ago he was so caring, but now he ruthlessly poured the entire plate of food over Su San's head. You are just a mortal, daring to fight with this prince. I truly admire you. He showed no mercy as he gripped her throat tightly, as long as you obediently answer one question for me. Su San trembled, indifferent to his actions, then I will spare you and your useless gang. Mulan became terrifying, forcing her to speak, where is Tang Xianzong? Su San showed no fear, retorting, he is just a passerby, he left the Baoxiang kingdom long ago. After saying this, Mulan tightened his grip on her throat even more, and with no pity, he threw her hard to the ground. If you won't talk, that's fine, someone meddlesome like Tang Xianzong will definitely come to save you. Su San fell heavily to the ground, not making any further movements. A pink-haired woman rushed in. She worriedly covered her face and quickly relayed the message, Your Majesty, the rebel forces have entered the palace. He smirked and said, Look, aren't they here already? Mulan moved her feet. He walked over to where Su San was lying, his expression darkening, stepping heavily on her head, ordering, Where are the others? Drag her outside and hang her in the main hall for me. As he pressed her head down hard against the ground, he cruelly said, Every time, cut 10 pieces of flesh from her body for the dogs to eat. It had turned dark, and the master and disciples of Tang Seng had finally found the place. Xianzong held a map in his hand, examining it closely before confidently stating, This is the place. The map clearly indicates each location, making it easy to read. Xianzong was very satisfied. Tian's map is really detailed. Wan Ting, chewing noisily, assessed this person. Could it be that in his eyes, there's no one but his lover? Watching the man in love holding the map and smiling to himself, Wukong impatiently said, Hey, where exactly is this place? Xianzong didn't answer that question but instead asked him another unrelated one, Wukong, do you think if I fought Kuei Mulan one-on-one, what are my chances of winning? Looking at your level, that's only to be expected. He loses. Xianzong then raised the difficulty and asked him, so if his strength quadruples, what will the odds be? This time, our Wukong was not confident anymore, making excuses, if it weren't for my current power only recovering 20%, even if 24 celestial beings rushed in together, they wouldn't be able to match a single finger of mine. Wukong honestly replied, all of us together are not his match. Xianzong was very pleased with this disciple, patting him on the shoulder and praising him, no wonder you are Wukong, understanding both yourself and others, your temperament has stabilized a lot lately. Wukong quickly caught hold of Kong Kong, who was trying to jump over to him, while his master quickly said, so the main task for us now is. Xianzong seriously outlined the direction at this moment, destroy the divine bone of Kuei Mulan, fostering a spirit of unity, everyone work together to fight, let the disciples do their jobs. Immediately afterward, Xianzong reached into his robe to rummage for something and threw something out. Wan Ting, standing next to him, reminded, Master, carelessly throwing trash is not good. What Xianzong threw out was a glowing blue cube. In the darkness, it emitted a blinding light. Wan Ting gasped in amazement. Xianzong explained, this is a signal shielding device. With it, Kuei Mulan won't detect that we have sneaked in before the divine bone is completely destroyed. Wan Ting clasped his hands in admiration, Master, you are impressive in martial arts. Xianzong put on something on his arm, it's time to test its new power. After putting it on, he easily broke the door in front of him without using any force. The shattered door fell to the ground in pieces. Although Wan Ting was terrified hiding behind the door, he bravely said, Master, be careful, your disciple will provide support. The scene inside made Xianzong freeze for a few seconds, what is this? Inside the room were all kinds of talismans and massive chains, entwined around a stone object known as the divine bone. The sight before them was astonishing. Since entering this room, Xianzong wondered, why is there a faint scent? Yet he came up with the puzzling explanation, is the armor being roasted? He recalled a few things following by Tian's words, the most important element lies deep within the body of the deity, the divine bone is equivalent to a storage barrel for magical power. 90% of the magical power of the immortal beings is contained within it, leading to possibilities. Once one's divine status is stripped away and the divine essence is extracted and destroyed, the magical power within will naturally vanish. Upon hearing this, Wan Ting trembled like a frightened chicken. Master, Kuei Mulan has clearly had his divine status revoked, yet the divine essence remains intact, how could this be? Just as he thought, Xianzong blinked. Exactly, he must have had some illicit dealings with an immortal being in the heavens. Guanin flailed his arms and legs like a frantic cricket, speaking rapidly. If he uses that to replenish his magical power, we definitely won't be able to defeat him. Luckily, Master used a strategy of misdirection to allow us to come here and destroy the divine essence first. Xianzong casually struck a cool pose. Basic operation, basic operation. This disciple certainly has a way with words, whispering right into his ear. Master, is this Miss Bai's plan? I didn't expect you two to have progressed to that level already. Xianzong scolded the boy to be quiet. Wukong stared at them, unsure of what he was doubting. What's going on? It seems like theirs. With his brilliant acting skills, Guanin clutched his head, spinning around and wailing dramatically. Master, my head suddenly hurts too much, I'll go outside first, it hurts too much. Master feels utterly helpless with this kid. Can you pretend a little more? Suddenly, Kong Kong collapsed on the ground, foaming at the mouth, causing everyone to panic. Xianzong anxiously called out, Kong Kong, what's wrong with you? One of his disciples suddenly rushed to the position where the divine bone was sealed. Xianzong shouted loudly, Wu Jing. He didn't know why he was so angry, charging forward while shouting. The divine bone, affected by this, began to tremble violently. It freed itself from the chains that bound it and lunged toward Wu Jing. Xianzong swiftly threw a thunderous punch to stop him. An outstanding display. Wu Jing struck the ground with a loud crash, while Xianzong landed impressively. Once everything settled, he handed Wu Jing over to his disciple, Ba Jie, go hold Sha junior brother for me. Wu Jing caught a whiff of something, so fragrant. Guanin quickly rushed over and slapped him continuously. Junior brother, wake up a bit, you're not a dog, don't just rush for bones like that. Xianzong focused on the divine bone, it seems there are still quite a few foreplay scenes arranged here. We don't understand how this smoke can transform into this cute puppy shape, it looks quite adorable. They rushed towards Xianzong, and he cracked his knuckles, preparing to fight them. But what exactly are these teddy things? A message board appeared, introducing briefly as follows. Donor Tang Seng, title of monk, scripture seeker. Level 19, experience 12, 355/19,000. Equipment, patterned robes, 9-ringed staff, golden banishing 3-ghost talisman. He signaled to his disciples, you all don't need to move, let master try the newly learned technique. The introduction continued. Hong self-determination, greatly enhances energy power, level 27, this technique can be upgraded. The duration of usage, the donor must earn experience points at a certain conversion rate to upgrade this technique. But only Guanin cheered for her master, master is powerful. The little puppies were rushing towards Xianzong, looking forward to it. One punch was all it took for the little puppy to receive a divine fist strike from the young monk. Just one punch and it exploded already. Not interesting at all. But no worries, Guanin was still in awe, while Wu Jing was sleeping with his butt up, completely oblivious. Amidst the gray-black smoke, a handsome man with a shiny bald head appeared, it was Xianzong. What a waste to show off my skills without gaining any experience points, so disappointing. Just when he thought it was over, that divine figure returned to its former state, showing almost no signs of being destroyed. This time, even more puppies appeared, rushing toward Xianzong, leaving him unsure of what to do, and all he could do was shout, "Oh my God!" He imagined being surrounded by these puppies, how tragic it would be if I, unable to accept losing his image like this, don't even think about touching me. Xianzong slammed his fist down on the ground, creating a tremor to scare the puppies away. Guanin, clearly frightened, hid behind Wukong but was still determined to cheer for his master. Master, you can do it. After finishing this act, Xianzong felt extremely relieved. Beneath his feet, a puddle of white water flowed out. Xianzong shook his head in disapproval. The aesthetics of this Kuei Mulan person is really unconventional. Does a wolf hybrid have a weakness against a dog spirit? Suddenly, that puddle transformed into a hand with sharp claws, aiming to ambush Xianzong. Moving to Mulan's palace, the moon had reached its zenith. Inside the palace, the two of them were engaged in sweet intimacy. It seems this face is even more handsome than before. Before they could fully indulge, loud noises erupted from outside. Good, very good, don't let it die. Xian Xian nervously peeked out towards the sound. It's the king outside. Mulan's eyes turned frightening. He growled, soon, someone will willingly walk into the trap. Back with Xianzong, the outside was still being guarded by a layer of mist. A hand with sharp claws was about to reach Xianzong. In anger, he struck it with a palm. Is it not done yet? Once again, it dissolved into liquid, spilling across the ground. The liquid continued to move, and it was uncertain what form it would take next. This time, it did not change shape but charged directly at Xianzong and his companions. A violent whirlwind arose, causing the liquid to swell larger. From it, a lion emerged, roaring, with sharp claws scraping the ground, repeatedly dissolving and reforming, becoming more formidable each time. Xianzong could hardly endure anymore, he was in disbelief. Why is it transforming again? This aesthetic is too impressive. Guan Ting, concerned for Xianzong, leaned close to Wukong and whispered. Grand Senior Brother, this thing has some strength. Can Master handle it alone? This time, Xianzong must be serious. It seems that the only way is to use that method. From the lion's mouth, they look so small, just one gulp and it's done. I thought you had some amazing strategy, but you ran off to ask your disciple for help. Why are you all still standing there? Come together quickly, this person doesn't care about Guan Ting at all, kicking him to the front. Old rule, go lure the monster. Guan Ting was unexpectedly pushed forward, shouting, can I have a moment to prepare? Facing this beast made his initial fear escalate. The large lion roared threateningly, and Guan Ting could do nothing but confront it. At this point, if he didn't run, he would definitely be done for. Guan Ting immediately turned and ran for his life. How long can I live in this life anyway? Before closing his eyes, Guan Ting just reminded them, Master, Senior Brother, Junior Brother, please take care of my beloved Xiao Chui Lan. Wukong stood there indifferent, while Xianzong could only speak without acting. Ba Jia, you must hold on, Master will come. These two people were oblivious to Guan Ting's desperate cries. His master managed to utter two words, I'll save you. Guan Ting called out hopelessly, Master, save me. As for the master of this household, he was blind to the situation. Wukong or you? Seeing Xianzong point him out specifically, he could only cough. But they were fellow disciples, how could he just stand by and watch someone die? He had no choice but to step into battle to save the person. Useless person. No one else but our Wukong, in the blink of an eye, could swing his staff to strike the beast. Guan Ting gaped at this terrifying strength of her senior brother. Just one strike was enough to catch the monster off guard. It became enraged, generating a wave of power with its mouth. Wukong focused his gaze, there can be no mistakes. Indeed, the sphere of power it released was enormous, yet Wukong showed no fear. He faced it head-on, using the Rui Jingu Bang to block it. Xianzong could not just stand by and watch his disciple face the monster alone, so he decided to step in to help. He rushed in front of the beast, channeling power into his fists, then struck down at it. It seems this beast is not easy to deal with. Xianzong gritted his teeth, pouring more strength into his arm for greater damage. A powerful punch came crashing down. It brought the monster to its knees. Its head crashed violently to the ground, creating a strong earthquake. Finally, it lay motionless on the devastated ground. Xianzong and Wukong finished the performance with a loud explosion, causing the surroundings to shake. This collaboration was so perfect, this master and disciple pair were truly impressive. Xianzong signaled, saying, don't forget there are two of us. At that moment, Wukong spotted something, speculative gains. Seeing this, Xianzong prepared to launch an attack at the central position. Here, he suddenly remembered Chu Nu's words, the divine bone becomes extremely weak after being extracted from the body, striking the central position can completely destroy it. Suddenly, that liquid began to gather in one place. It formed the shape of a human being. Xianzong quickly launched a tangle of chains to bind whatever it was. However, he seemed somewhat contemptuous upon seeing that action. Suddenly, a beam of light shot down from above, and Xianzong swiftly moved in to strike. Hey, disappear completely. Xianzong wound up and delivered a thunderous punch. His punch immediately landed on the protected entity. Under the enormous impact, it shattered into hundreds of pieces. Guan Ting saw this scene and seemed to not dare to believe his eyes, stammering, It's successful now. Xianzong thought he had handled everything and proudly said, "It's done." But he was suddenly surprised to notice that something was amiss. Strangely, two pieces of stone had appeared on both of Xianzang's shoulders. Looking at the person in front of him, he was stunned and bewildered, exclaiming, "It's arrived so quickly." Mulan's technique was disrupted, and his face darkened as he snarled each word, "Tang Xianzong." Yet he still managed to force a contemptuous smile. Guan Ting, watching from below, was annoyed by his madness, saying, "Your divine bones have all been destroyed, what are you so arrogant about?" Xianzong saw him, but his confidence remained unshaken, growing even stronger. Wukong quickly jumped behind to support his master. Facing two terrifying forces, Mulan showed no fear, instead, he laughed even more brightly. At that moment, stones from all around began to gather in one place. Before Mulan could make a move, Xianzong and Wukong had already charged forward to attack. Upon seeing this, Mulan raised both hands, not to surrender but to summon a technique. Xianzong was in mid-attack when he was suddenly suppressed by a radiant light. Both were swallowed and immediately hurled far away. Mulan thought she was certain to win, so she opened her mouth and said, "The magical power of my divine essence has finally returned." Meanwhile, Xianzong and his companions were pushed back. Guan Ting seemed unconvinced and shouted in protest, "The divine essence has been destroyed, how can the magical power be restored?" Mulan floated in the air, growing more arrogant as she replied, "Thank you, Tang Xianzong, for breaking my divine essence." Her gaze seemed glued to Xianzang's body as she emphasized, "As a reward, I will tell you an interesting story." He heard this but couldn't resist because his body was injured. The last words Mulan said seemed to stun Xianzong. Tian's plan is quite impressive, isn't it? He felt a surge of anger, you. Yet, he became increasingly excessive, that woman, who doesn't enjoy putting on a tragic show, tormenting men, and converting them. It's so vulgar. Mulan didn't stop, but there are always men who believe. Guan Ting screamed like a madman, "That spirit is your secret agent, you told her to trick us into coming here." Xianzong thought of the girl and turned furious, "She tricked me, she tricked me, she tricked me, she tricked me." A strange light quickly enveloped the spacious house. Mulan, after demonstrating his power, gently landed before everyone. He looked at the crowd with a disdainful gaze and said, "The stinking monk, you have once again been defeated by a woman." Guan Ting, upon hearing this, panicked and shouted, "The divine core is destroyed, and my magical power has vanished. All the deities in the heavenly court know this, but you, why?" Mulan, wanting to add fuel to the fire, declared, "Because you, a dignified Tian Ping Yuan Shui, are just a fool." He continued, speaking as if rapping, "To become a deity, must one implant a divine core? Once the divine core is destroyed, one's power disappears. Who told you this?" Guan Ting seemed to understand and shouted loudly, "Jade! Jade Emperor!" Wukong and Xianzong, upon hearing this name, were also taken aback. Mulan was still trying to provoke them, "Why don't you guess how the Jade Emperor's divine core was dealt with?" As he was immersed in conversation, Wukong gently blew a few strands of hair. 3 figures with weapons appeared from nowhere in the sky. All 3 rushed to attack while shouting, "Stop babbling." Mulan was not to be outdone, immediately manipulating several pieces of rubble around. The stones immediately flew up, gathering in a spot in the sky. Unfortunately, that place was exactly where Wukong was hiding. Having been exposed, he angrily shouted, "Damn it." At the same time, he had approached Xianzong closely. He provocatively said, "What's the matter? Don't you believe by Tian will betray you?" His eyes revealed a savage look like a wild beast, "So why isn't she following you here?" Why did she run away by herself? Mulan seemed to evoke that scene more and more. Remember carefully, let me see where you've hidden her. What he saw was only a roasted pig in Xian Zhang's eyes. The bizarre scene seemed to confuse Mulan. Meanwhile, Xian Zhang sarcastically remarked, if you enjoy making up stories so much, why don't you become a screenwriter? But Mulan was not so easily dismissed. The fact that you can trust her so much shows that Bai Tian is doing quite well. He quickly brushed his hand away and said, I only trust my own IQ. With trust in the top girl in his heart, Xian Zhang smiled brightly. Bai Tian can detect your divine bone because you intentionally arranged it. Time passed swiftly. A day ago, in the royal palace of the Baoxiang kingdom, Mulan held a stone in his hand, but it seemed to be shattering. He held the small object, ready to declare, in a few days, once Bai Tian kills Tang Xianzang. Mulan increasingly displayed actions like he had just escaped from prison. I will fulfill the pact with Tong Lao Jun, and then I can implant the divine bone and return to the heavenly realm. The stone quickly flew into the air without command, a pile of charms appearing from the sky to protect it. Feeling the task was complete, Mulan brushed himself off and turned away. He had left behind a piece of green debris. As he walked, Mulan laughed maniacally. On the other side, Chu Nu held a necklace in her hand. The attendant standing beside her found the scene puzzling but still tried to read. Chu Nu, it's too risky to spy on the celestial lord like this. She looked into the mirror before her but still wasn't satisfied. No matter how great the danger, it holds its value. A sinister smile appeared in the mirror. It seems I need to find a way to destroy the divine bone to be able to kill the black stone spirit. Having thought this, she turned to the logistics area. By the way, you all said that Tang Xianzang is very formidable. The skulls trembled at that question, all three of them joining together to accuse him, with crocodile tears. Especially cunning, and very wicked too, he truly is not human, they are absolutely right. Chu Nu grew more intrigued the more he thought about it. This is indeed heaven-sent opportunities for me, it seems I have to rely on Su San now. At the same time, in a small tavern, voices could be heard reminding each other to be careful. Make sure he treats disciple Tang Xianzang very well. In the empty room, a few people stared at each other with wide eyes, Mulan still pretending to be clueless, asking, Tang Xianzang, what nonsense are you talking about? Yet he remained unperturbed amidst the ever-changing world, saying, Bai Tian said you act cautiously and think deeply, she had to go through a lot to probe into your divine heritage. Still, Mulan insisted on arguing. You still don't admit that Bai Tian tricked you. Upon hearing this, Xian Zhang's mouth quivered slightly. After a few seconds, he suddenly burst into laughter. Xian Zhang glanced at Mulan, questioning, if you are indeed a cautious person, then how come you didn't realize she was the one leading the uprising from the shadows? He stepped closer to him, questioning, you just discovered she wanted to kill you early on. Therefore, it's better to take advantage of the situation, you want to use her to help you destroy the divine body. Mulan seemed to be at a loss, her face stiffening with embarrassment. In that case, when Tai Shang Lao Jun and the Jade Emperor come to question you, you will pretend not to know and push her forward to take the blame. Xian Zhang continued speaking like an old gossip, of course, it's best that you kill Bai Tian sooner rather than later, if she's dead with no witnesses, no one will pursue it any further. Mulan maintained her composure but ultimately accepted, impressive. The corners of his mouth curled in contempt, no wonder you are the one chosen by heaven to retrieve the scriptures. However, Xian Zhang seemed indifferent, mumbling something as if he had just hit a rock. Brother, it seems you don't like those deities very much, huh? A green lens appeared in his eyes. At that moment, the system prompted Xian Zhang, donor, this item has no battle capability, do you wish to die in Shirbai? Want to see the data in the system? Dream on. But he replied with indifference, one day I will erase all data in the system. After a while, he decided to place his hand on Mulan's shoulder and said, if that's the case, why not consider following me instead? In Xuanzang's eyes, a series of information about the person before him quickly emerged. Kuei Nu Tianjun, high cunning, considers himself a cultured person, mocking his lack of culture might slightly disturb his psychological state. When the divine essence was withdrawn, it left a consequence at the tail vertebra. The attack efficiency increased significantly, while seriously destabilizing his state. The magical power has just been retrieved, and it is still not possible to use it proficiently. The current strength has only recovered about 50%. Weaknesses: greedy, lustful, ruthless, cold-hearted. Mulan misunderstood and pushed his hand away, teasing, "Being a celestial really is boring, it's better to stay in the mortal world and be a great demon king." Surprisingly, Xuanzang agreed, saying, "Yes, yes, yes, that's the idea." While the two were talking, Xuanzang secretly signaled to Ruanting, making him confused. What? After a while, he finally realized the message Xuanzang wanted to convey. You two quickly go around behind him and strike at his vertebra. Although he had signaled, doubt still arose in his heart. Such a clear suggestion, they must understand. However, contrary to him, Ruanting was spraying glue because he didn't understand anything. What does Master want to do? Swift as lightning, Xuanzang grabbed Mulan's hand and asked, "So, what do you mean?" But with his head full of questions, he thought, "Oh dear, why aren't Wukong and Beiji making any moves?" Unable to stay calm, Xuanzang reluctantly stuck out his middle finger and cursed inwardly. Could it be that I still want the master to demonstrate? Meanwhile, Mulan replied sincerely, "Thank you, great master Xuanzang, for your assistance." Before finishing his sentence, he flew swiftly behind him. Xuanzang's face showed a determined intent to take down the enemy. Strangely, however, a mysterious smile appeared on Mulan's face. He had seized the opportunity to disappear right before Xuanzang's eyes. From the cloud of smoke, a small object was suddenly thrown into his stomach. Although small, the object was powerful enough to cause Xuanzang to spit blood. The blow sent him kneeling on the ground, unable to rise. Mulan, now surrounded by a full aura of evil energy, declared, "Once I deal with all of you, I will gain the means to become the ruler in Lao Jun's place." He summoned a pile of dazzling objects for the sake of immediate gain. At that time, I will use the excuse that the divine bone has been destroyed to request to stay in the Baoxiang kingdom as king, and he will have no choice but to agree. Mulan flashed a cunning, seductive smile. From now on, I will no longer be a little fairy dependent on the whims of others in the heavenly court. Who will be a monarch holding the power of life and death immortal? The power of Xianzang was gathered into a cluster like a bunch of yellow grapes. Mulan did not hesitate to pluck one. He brought it to his mouth to taste, but after finishing, Mulan could not hide his disappointment. I didn't expect this Tang Xianzang's magical power to be so limited. He recalled the times he diligently studied formations and magical power with regret. I even specially set up the great formation of 9 heavens to absorb magical power, truly wasting these extraordinary talents. But looking at the magical power of Wukong and Black Stone Spirit, his attitude immediately changed. On the contrary, these disciples of his. He looked at the enormous magical power of Sun Wukong, bursting with might. Mulan sighed, no wonder he's the Monkey King. Glancing at Ruanting's energy, though smaller than his brother's, it still made him exclaim in admiration. Tian Peng Yuan Shui from the past, was also decent. There was only Wu Jing left. Seeing him approach, Wu Jing panicked and shouted, "Don't come over here, don't come over here." But unexpectedly, Mulan directly ignored him, moving straight ahead. The reason was that his magical power was too weak to pay attention. This was a shock straight to Wu Jing's mentality. At this moment, Mulan left with the thought, in half an hour, all the magical energy will be exhausted. He stepped outside and thought, once I absorb all this magical energy, I will have the strength to confront Lao Jun. He stroked his chin deep in thought. The important thing now is to find out. Seeing Mulan approaching, Bai Long Ma, who was grazing, was also startled and almost choked. Fortunately, he ignored it and slipped past, allowing Bai Long Ma to breathe a sigh of relief. But suddenly, the next moment, a rope wrapped around Bai Long Ma's legs. It was pulled inside the room, joining the 9 heavens magical energy absorption formation with several masters and disciples. The entire team was swept away by Mulan in one move. Suddenly, something stirred in the chest of Sun Wukong. it turned out to be Kong Kong. As he looked around, Kong Kong was bewildered and did not understand anything. He poked Sun Wukong's cheek to wake him up, but there was no response. Annoyed, Kong Kong pinched Sun Wukong's cheek until it was distorted and shouted loudly, "Get up, now." Seeing Xuanzang lying beside him, Kong Kong abandoned Sun Wukong and ran over. "Madam." He embraced the bruised face of Xuanzang, calling out affectionately, "Madam." When Kong Kong saw he did not respond, he became frightened, crying and holding on tightly. But at this moment, a strange object fell from Xuanzang's body. Kong Kong immediately abandoned his madam and ran to pick it up. On it appeared a few words: "Tang Xianzang, extraordinarily skilled in culinary arts, enjoys meat. Against enemies, like autumn winds sweeping away all the yellow leaves, against friends, like spring breezes nurturing new buds." Kong Kong was puzzled and brought it closer to his eyes for a closer look. Through its lens, a guide appeared. The Great True Nine Heavens absorption technique absorbs the spiritual power of living beings. Anything with a soul in the three realms cannot escape. To break the formation, a very strong impact must be applied to the formation's core. Once trapped in the formation, divine souls are controlled and eventually drained of all their spiritual power until death. The function and specific duration depend on whether the trapped individual has high or low spiritual power. The crafting method is as follows: take 10 toads amber, 10 fossilized lizards, 10 pieces of mineral amber, 10 branches of worry-free vapor, and 10 pieces of amber incense. So this is the legendary all-knowing glass. After reading those lines, Kong Kong was so frightened that he dropped the small glass. Tears streamed down his face, with his focus fixed on one word: "will die." Shifting the scene outside the spatial pocket, Bai Tian Tian was now deep in thought, gazing at the large tree. "I wonder how the situation of Master Xianzang is right now." Suddenly, an aura rushed through, leaving Bai Tian Tian stunned. This aura was. She quickly moved closer to the cave entrance. From within, a huge Hei Long appeared, shocking Bai Tian Tian. She couldn't believe it and shouted, "In Tang Xianzang's personal space, how can there be this?" Scene shifts back to the Baoxiang Kingdom Palace. Mulan angrily beat the servants brutally. His gaze was filled with icy severity as he looked down, making the servants tremble, not daring to raise their heads. Mulan held a beauty in one arm, continuously cursing, "A bunch of useless people." He pushed the beauty down and coldly ordered, "Keep searching." At this moment, a voice came from outside, "It's time, cut 10 pieces of flesh from Su San's body." Right after that, agonizing screams echoed throughout the palace. Mulan couldn't hide his smug smile, thinking, "Bai Tian Tian, this celestial lord doesn't believe you can hide, even the aura won't be able to find you." Scene shifts to inside the Nine Heavens absorbing crystal formation. Kong Kong sorrowfully hugged Xianzang and cried out, "Madam." It looked at the people lying scattered around here and cried loudly, "They will die." Kong Kong cried in grievance, looking at Xianzang and saying, "Madam, Kong Kong wants to save you." Suddenly, it remembered something it just saw in the mirror. "That's right, attack the formation eye." He made a firm decision and stood up, trembling. Then, he charged towards the core of the Nine Heavens absorbing stars. Kong Kong attacked with his head, but was thrown back by the core. The small Kong Kong immediately fell flat, banging his head on the ground, and a large bump appeared on his head. He held on to the bump, crying pitifully, "No, Kong Kong's power is not enough." But suddenly, Kong Kong had an idea. He looked towards the power being absorbed from Xianzang, power. Kong Kong used his intelligence, recalling what he had just read, absorbed the energy of living beings. An idea sparked in his mind, and Kong Kong immediately ran over, voraciously consuming all of Xianzang's power. After that, he flew around to absorb the strength of everyone. Kong Kong ate so much that he choked, his belly swelling up. But the result was impressive. Now he possessed immense power. Kong Kong glanced at the core, then painfully looked at Xianzang with regret. He placed his hand on Xianzang's head, tears streaming down, but his small hand quickly clenched with determination. He summoned all his strength, then soared upwards, charging straight towards the core. A loud crash sounded, the core shattered, but Kong Kong was also injured significantly. From the eye of the storm, a large force of energy erupted. With a loud bang, its pressure scattered the trees outside. Gradually, the energy was returned to each person. Xianzong slowly regained consciousness, rubbing his head. "My head hurts like hell." He couldn't help but look around cautiously. A sense of foreboding rose within him. Xianzong spun around, looking behind him. Kong Kong was trembling all over, struggling to call out, "Madam," but failing repeatedly. This scene shocked Xianzong. Wan Ting was also worried and asked, "Grand Senior Brother, what happened to Kong Kong?" Wu Jing anxiously called out, "Kong Kong." Sun Wukong used the Rui Jingu Bang to help Kong Kong. Everyone immediately rushed in to provide assistance. Kong Kong's actions played back in everyone's mind. Wan Ting could not hold back her tears. "It was Kong Kong who saved us." Wukong was also filled with sorrow. "There's nothing we can do now." Wu Jing bowed her head. "It's too late now." Kong Kong left this world in the embrace of everyone. The image of Kong Kong diving into the formation kept flashing in Xianzang's mind. Unable to withstand the pain, he clenched his teeth in anger. Xianzong immediately struck the ground beneath the eye of the storm. He then shouted in anger, "Tang Xianzong." The scene shifted to the palace where Mulan was. He was resting when he suddenly felt something strange. He was startled and shouted, "The formation of our celestial lord." Mulan also felt a surge of anger, gritting his teeth, "Tang Xianzong." Immediately, he left the palace. Mulan returned to the formation, but it was empty. He walked close to the spot where the formation had been broken and couldn't help but wonder, who could it be? Bai Tian Tian and those useless people surely lacked this kind of ability. They definitely had someone helping them. Mulan took a few deep breaths to catch the scent but was once again surprised. The aura has completely vanished. What on earth did they do? Mulan quickly moved past the formation, thinking, they surely can't have gone far. But unexpectedly, just as he took a step, a teleportation appeared. From it, Sun Wukong's hand emerged. He used all his strength to strike directly at Mulan's back. A cracking sound echoed, as if Mulan's spine had been broken. He was also slammed straight into the door. From the smoke and flames, a figure gradually approached. Mulan was furious, his anger flaring, "Tang Xianzong." As the smoke cleared, the 5 disciples of Tang Seng stood up, ready to challenge. Everyone carried their anger, staring at Mulan. Xianzong spoke up, "Kue Mulan, our master-disciple duo will take your dog life right now." As soon as he finished speaking, Wan Ting raised the rake in front of him, shouting loudly, "Avenge Kong Kong." But Mulan showed no fear. He sneered and then gathered strength in his hand. He charged forward, shouting, "You don't know your limits." The two sides engaged in a stalemate. Xianzong immediately shouted, "Ba Jia, hold master tight." But before he could finish, Mulan sent Wan Ting flying backward. Just at that moment, Sun Wukong appeared, attacking from behind. Mulan was caught off guard by this blow, quickly dodging and thinking to himself, how did this Bai Ma Wen suddenly become so strong? But in the end, Mulan managed to evade the attack. Sun Wukong didn't give him a chance to do anything, charging forward immediately. He swung the Rui Jingu Bang up, delivering a strike to him. Sun Wukong silently thought, after the power within my body was drained and then returned, it has reduced the sealing effect of the old Buddha by 30%, which can be reluctantly accepted. He raised the staff high, full of indignation. Looks like I don't need to use that monk's plan anymore. The two sides' techniques clashed, resulting in a stalemate. From that center, a terrifying explosion occurred, blowing everything away. The smoke and fire gradually dissipated. Surprisingly, Wukong was injured quite a bit, but his opponent, Mulan, had not a scratch. Wukong gasped for breath, exhausted, thinking, still not enough. On the other side, Mulan smiled triumphantly, "Monkey King, that's all you've got." At that moment, an aura appeared behind Mulan. He immediately recognized it, turned around scornfully, and said, "Tang Xianzong, why do you always sneak around like this?" He instantly turned back and struck at Xianzong. He was immediately defeated, surprising Mulan a bit. But in reality, it was just a strand of hair as a decoy. Xianzong was actually lying on the ground, attacking Mulan from below. Mulan was startled and dodged, angrily shouting, "Cunning." But in the next moment, Xianzong immediately released his Hei Long. Looking at the Hei Long, Mulan was shocked inside. Evil energy celestial. He couldn't believe this could happen, shouting, "Impossible." But not giving that guy a chance, Hei Long pierced through him in one move. It left a large gap in Mulan, and his magical power dissipated from there. Mulan was pushed back, blood dripping down, staining the floor red. He still couldn't believe what had just happened. He held his wound, his eyes filled with anger, gritting his teeth. Tang Xianzong. Xianzong retracted the evil energy celestial, smiling, "Your master gave this gift to my disciple." He raised his finger affectionately at Mulan, smiling smugly, "Now I'm returning it to you, do you like it?" Seeing his master so cool, Guan Ting admired and shouted, "The disciple master mentioned is me, master is standing up for me." Pushed into a corner, Mulan gathered all his strength to explode. He immediately used his final killer move, his power shooting straight up into the sky, piercing through the roof. He refused to back down, shouting, "I am a celestial being." Guan Ting, who was sitting back watching, couldn't help but exclaim, "You even bring out your primordial spirit. Are you ready to go all out?" His strength sent the crows in the forest flying in all directions. The true essence of Kuei Mulan is the devouring heaven. He plunged down with all his might. Xianzong also gathered spiritual energy in the palm of his hand. He immediately launched a punitive strike. This move of Xianzong struck directly at the monster before him, its imposing presence making even the great sage like Sun Wukong wary. A cataclysmic explosion occurred. It was like a glowing orb that lit up the entire forest. As the dust gradually settled, it left behind a scene of devastation. The building had been leveled by this move, leaving only Xianzong standing majestically there. In front, Mulan was beaten to a pulp. He struggled to say, "I, the true spirit monarch, will not lose." Mulan laughed loudly, smugly proclaiming, "I am the god of my own destiny." Before he could finish, Xianzong landed another punch right in his face. He was instantly sent flying several meters before crashing into a rock and coming to a stop. Gasping for breath, Mulan looked at Xianzong with hatred and said, "Tang Xianzong, you want to challenge the disobedient to heaven, don't you?" Xianzong was unfazed and approached, glancing at him, and replied, "God." His eyes glowed with a bloodlight, his whole body radiating killing intent, stating, "Right now, I am exorcising demons and slaying evil." Xianzong clutched a piece of Kong Kong's artifact. His whole body trembled, his voice became more resolute, "In the name of heaven's justice." Saying that, he gave Mulan another punch. Xianzong, while punching, angrily shouted, "For all the common people of the Baoxiang kingdom." Xianzong immediately appeared behind Mulan, shouting, "For the rebel army." He then punched straight into Mulan's back, causing him to fall to the ground, coughing up blood. Xianzong's voice echoed, "For by Tian Tian." He jumped up from the ground and then landed in front of Mulan. He gathered all his strength and shouted, "For Kong Kong." He then prepared to unleash his power to kill. Mulan could not believe he was defeated, yelling, "How can a person?" The heavenly punch descended, creating an oppressive force disobedient to heaven, causing Mulan to vanish with the technique, but he still resolutely said, "Compete with immortals." Xianzong disdainfully replied, "Then you have to fight to find out." At this moment, Mulan was completely dead. He looked at his body on the ground and said, "Actually, it was possible to fight." After all, looking at his body gradually disappearing, being a Buddhist, he also chanted for him, "Even immortals have many lowly and worthless beings like you." The atmosphere became quiet again. Guan Ting could not believe it and screamed, "We have won, truly won." Even Sun Wukong was unexpectedly astonished, "It can happen again." Xianzong watched as Mulan gradually faded away, but deep down he couldn't feel joy. He thought of Kong Kong and said with deep sorrow, "But what does it matter if we've won?" His gaze was filled with anger as he said, "The dead cannot come back to life, and Kong Kong cannot return." At that moment, the system announced, "Congratulations donor, you have completed one of the main tasks on the pilgrimage, earning 1 million experience points, which has been completed. A notification appeared, congratulations donor, you have upgraded your skill, self-determined chant, significantly increasing attack power, level 35, experience points 2435. This skill can be extended in duration. The experience points earned by the donor will be converted at a certain ratio to level up this skill. The time to update skills has come, would you like to draw new skills? The system was surprisingly impressed, exclaiming, not bad, now you can instantly level up by 20 levels and use many new features. The character info board appeared, donor Tangseng, profession, monk on a pilgrimage. Level 19, abundant experience, item, patchwork monk robe, 9 treasure staff, golden emergency 3 gongs. But Xianzong was indifferent. He turned to leave, saying, this time, if Kuei Mulan is killed, there won't even be a representative to witness it. Heavenly Court, I will settle every account clearly. He called to his disciples, don't just stand there are still official matters to attend to. Guan Ting saw this and turned to ask Sun Wukong, Grand Senior Brother, is it because of Kong Kong? Although Wukong did not respond, everyone likely knew the answer. Guan Ting understood this as well. After that, Master Tang Seng and his students left this place one after another. The scene shifts to the capital of the Baoxiang Kingdom, where chaos is still unfolding. The court soldiers and civilians are engaged in fierce fighting. One of them, holding a wound on his arm, shouted angrily, damn it! He looked towards the palace gate where Su San was being hung and couldn't help but feel sorrowful, sighing, even if I try my best, I can't save the boss. But just then, a voice shouted, surrender. The soldiers were startled and turned to look. From afar, a figure soared. Tang Xianzong rode by Long Ma, appearing like a dashing prince. He stood in the battlefield, shouting, you have already been surrounded by me. Upon seeing him, several civilians joyfully shouted, Great Master Xianzong, it's all right. The boss has been rescued. The soldiers were filled with worry upon seeing this. Wu Jing ran up from behind, Master, we're here to help. But before they could do anything, Guan Ting pulled them back, wait a minute. Wu Jing was choked, coughed a few times, and said, Second Senior Brother, aren't we going over there? Guan Ting helplessly reminded his junior, let Master handle it himself. On the other side, Xianzong confidently declared, relying on the advantageous position to resist will lead to no good outcome. Your king is dead, yet you still refuse to awaken. Upon hearing this, the soldiers immediately dropped their weapons. They were even more joyful than the others, all shouting, finally dead, why didn't you say so earlier? We are all just trying to make a living, now we are here to follow you. This was something Xianzong hadn't anticipated. Finally, everything was settled, and he let out a sigh. The sun also appeared, signaling that good things were about to come. Xianzong thought to himself, these people following the style of Kuei Mulan are not truly loyal to him, since there's nothing left to do, it's time to leave. Xianzong looked back at everything that had happened and quietly said, Kong Kong, do you see? The bad guy has been killed by me. This country was saved thanks to that child. He firmly grasped the scepter in his hand and resolved, I must also strive to become stronger. Lost in thought, Guan Ting suddenly called out, Master. Guan Ting laughed heartily and said, from now on, let my disciple take care of the good deeds, so don't worry. Quickly go find Miss Bai, she will surely be very happy to know that the enemy is dead. Mentioning this, Xianzong finally smiled after a period of tension. Shifting back to the space of Tang Xianzong, looking at the evil energy celestial immortal before her, she couldn't help but be surprised. This evil energy celestial has been used before, yet it appears longer. How can that be? A thought flashed through her mind, could it be? Bai Tian recalled the previous conversation with Xianzong, I heard that this heavenly immortal energy can corrode everything, it becomes strong against the weak and weak against the strong. She said worriedly, if we cannot control this evil energy celestial, weakening the black stone spirit, I just don't have complete confidence in that. She lowered her eyes, recalling unhappy events, I already made a mistake with the divine bone issue before. Xianzong, hearing this, patted her shoulder in comfort, what are you afraid of? Why not give it a try? This statement left by Tian Tian deeply moved. She blushed with happiness. I never expected Great Master Xianzong to trust me like this. But the next sentence crushed by Tian Tian's hopes. Xianzong helplessly said, there is no other way after all. Bai Tian Tian was discouraged and left, but her heart was still full of thoughts. Could it be that I made a mistake? Then Great Master Xianzong, lost in her thoughts, she heard someone call her name, Bai Tian Tian. She turned and looked at Great Master Xianzong. Bai Tian Tian quickly approached and said, Great Master Xianzong. She looked him over and felt a surge of worry. You've been hurt quite a lot. Seeing that she was about to cry, Xianzong comforted her. Don't cry, there are debts to settle, you should be happy. Hearing this, Bai Tian Tian shyly replied, that's right. Still lost in thought, she sighed, but from the moment you saved me. Bai Tian Tian grasped Xianzang's hand and said, the only person I care about is just one. She shyly turned away and said, I am Bai Tian Tian. Then she made up her mind and said, if Great Master Xianzong doesn't mind, I humbly request to follow you. As soon as these words were spoken, Xianzong was taken aback. On a beautiful sunny morning, when the leaves had not yet fallen from the branch, suddenly from under the giant tree, someone shouted. Chu Nu, with a serious expression, held Xianzang's hand and tearfully said, whether it's serving tea or cooking and washing. She used her natural beauty to lean on him, even if it's training with the Great Master to level up, I will not mind. Xianzong hesitated in his heart, why are you hesitating about this good thing? Haven't you been a monk for so long that you've forgotten you're a man? If the girl has opened her mouth, what kind of man would you be if you don't agree? He hesitantly said, all right, then you can follow me from now on. She was pleased at his agreement and added happily, I won't cause you any more trouble. When you fight, I can watch over Shao Kong and Shao Bai. As Chu Nu said this, the atmosphere suddenly became silent, and his expression turned sad. After a moment, he said, Kong Kong is dead. His words surprised her. Then, thinking of something, she grasped Xianzang's hand and whispered, but isn't Kong Kong a split form of Sun Great Sage? Can't we make Sun Great Sage manifest again? At that moment, a thought struck him, and he quickly regained his composure, agreeing, that's true. The group of teachers and students gathered at the foot of the mountain, with the crowd behind cheering, Senior brother, go for it. Xianzong urged, Wukong, hurry up and perform the spell. It turned out that all this time, Wukong had completely forgotten that Kong Kong was his clone, and he helplessly said, I'll give it a try. Then, he focused on casting the spell and managed to transform into a Kong Kong. 4 or 5 people gathered around and looked at the little one, shouting, Kong Kong. However, this little one was not like the previous Kong Kong. It asked, what the heck is Kong Kong? It rudely pushed Xianzang's hand aside, saying, what are you staring at? If you keep staring, I'll make you regret it. Seeing that the others were still looking, it exploded, why are you still staring? Get out of here quickly, or I'll beat you stubborn ones to the ground. Now, Wukong didn't even know where he went wrong, only knowing to shout, I'll try again. After that, he transformed into a bunch of lively little ones, but none of them were like the previous Kong Kong. Wan Ting saw Xianzang's silence and hesitantly asked, Master, is Shao Kong Kong? Even Chu Nu couldn't help but comfort him, saying, Great Master. He sighed and gently touched Wukong. Take it back. He followed his words, waving his hand to retrieve all of Shao Kong. Xianzong silently turned and walked away. Zhu Nu saw this and hurriedly called after him, Great Master Xianzong. The 4 disciples followed in Xianzang's footsteps. Suddenly, a star flashed in the sky, he saw it and sensed something unusual. At this moment, in a palace in the heavenly realm, in the chamber of a certain minor character, there was a fox spirit tied up inside. Suddenly, someone outside shouted, Lao Jun. The Jade Emperor rushed in from outside the door, saying, that Kuei new Star Lord. He seemed to have seen something he shouldn't have and blushed with embarrassment. He shifted to the side, not daring to look at the bed that was shaking. Lao Jun slowly put on his outer robe, calm as if nothing had happened, Your Majesty has come at the right moment, Qing Qiu just sent someone to report. After tidying up, he continued, last time, Your Majesty wanted to deal with Tianping and took an evil energy celestial from Qing Qiu's demon seal. His words made the Jade Emperor's expression worsen by the moment. Now the demon seal has been loosened, an acquaintance has escaped. Upon hearing this, he immediately became anxious, pacing back and forth. Lao Jun, how should we handle this? If it turns out that I was indeed the one who tampered with the seal of the demon. Lao Jun was not worried at all and calmly said, evil energy celestial, aside from us, only Tang Xianzong has seen it. Once Kuei knew the celestial being kills them, there will be no issue. Upon hearing this, the Jade Emperor stepped closer and grasped his shoulder, his voice more anxious. Lao Jun, I came precisely to discuss this with you. Kuei Nu has already been killed by Tang Xianzong. The Jade Emperor's words made Lao Jun cautious. That Tang Xianzong even had Tianping send a letter to Tiannan sect, wanting you to personally go and give them an answer. Meanwhile, the male protagonists had arrived at another large palace. The disciples took turns, some bringing food, others massaging him. Suddenly, they noticed Kong Kong lying at his feet. Wan Ting whispered to Xianzong, the little sisters inside have also been let out, and Su San is handling the remaining matters. Seeing Kong Kong uncomfortable, he quickly raised his hand to signal, quiet, lower your voices, don't disturb Kong brother. He looked down at the little one sleeping soundly and sighed softly, I didn't expect to have such a little ancestor. Reflecting on the moment, the little one stood up and took charge. From now on, Kong brother is your boss. Everyone was bewildered, unable to believe their eyes. What is this little brat with the tough guy appearance? His tone is so arrogant, and the scar makes him look even cooler. The cool version of Kong brother didn't say much, immediately flying over to hit Xianzong with a stick. From now on, you all have to call me Kong brother. Then he turned and kicked Wan Ting, who are you calling arrogant? Without hesitation, he punched Wu Jing in the mouth, what do you mean a little cool? It has to be extremely cool. When Chu Nu saw Kong brother rushing towards her, she instinctively raised her hand to block, but the kid actually kissed her on the cheek. After doing that, he put on a cool expression, turned his back, and said, don't worry, Kong brother never hits women. Tang Sanzong, having gone through so many shocks, hurriedly hugged Wukong, pleading, Wukong, is there any way to get him back? Who can stand this? He pushed the boy away in disgust, helplessly saying, I've already tried, this one just can't be recalled. Kong brother no longer paid attention to them, declaring, stop wasting words, from now on, everyone must listen to me. Back in reality, he suddenly became alert, and his expression immediately turned serious. You instructed, Tian, be careful with Kong brother, there are guests at home. Wan Ting, hearing the tone, became alert. Suddenly, Lao Jun appeared, calling out your name, Tang Xianzong. He appeared with a very impressive demeanor, asking you, what do you want from me? You inwardly thought, isn't Tai Shang Lao Jun supposed to be an old man with gray hair? Why is he more handsome than me? Externally, you showed disdain, smirking as you asked, you don't touch the mundane world at all, you pay a lot of attention to hygiene, huh? You said this while slowly stepping down to face him. Standing before his radiant presence, you stood your ground, saying, actually, it's nothing serious, I just wanted to have a little chat with you, old sir. Pausing for a moment, you continued slowly, about Kuei Nu the Star Lord. Lao Jun showed curiosity when you mentioned this person, after the previous Kuei Nu Star Lord was punished to descend to the mortal realm, there isn't one now in the heavenly realm. I don't know what you want to discuss. You turned your back and faced him, saying, I now have witnesses and evidence that can prove you intentionally dispatched the previous Kuei Nu Star Lord to the mortal realm to eliminate me. Seizing the advantage. Xuanzang continued, you made a deal with him, after killing me, he can immediately return to the heavens to restore his divine status and even get promoted. He slowly climbed each step, not forgetting to expose him, what you are doing is intentionally trying to evade the rules that the representative agreed upon beforehand. Once seated again, he continued relentlessly, you blame all the responsibility for my death on him. After all, your desire to kill me came before he turned into a demon, and that's why the contract wasn't established. Xuanzang and his disciple looked at Lao Jun with great disdain, and he scoffed, "This one thinks too much." After condemning that person, he still remembers to remind me that I have both witnesses and evidence, so dear sir, you might spare some of your free time to concern yourself with me. Lao Jun realized he was in a weak position, and his expression wasn't too good either. Ultimately, the best option left was to compromise. "What do you want?" He had hit the nail on the head, and Xuanzang was pleased, "Isn't that right?" Receiving the signal, Guan Ting took out his weapon. He pulled out a book and read its contents slowly. "Dear Tai Shang Lao Jun, violating the terms of the agreement has caused severe losses in terms of people and property for the pilgrimage group and the Baoxiang kingdom." The more Lao Jun read, the more his face turned pale. Now, petition for compensation from the Baoxiang kingdom of 20,000 gold, to protect the Baoxiang kingdom for 100 years with favorable weather, to compensate the group of scriptures seekers with 10 magic weapons, 100 healing potions, and 500 healing medicines. If there are any other treasures, they must be deducted according to the situation. Additionally, Tai Shang Lao Jun must personally apologize and offer gifts to the group of scripture seekers. His eyes were now filled with rage. He relaxed and leaned against Guan Ting to watch the show. After finishing the reading, he smirked at him. "Did you hear that clearly? If you can do it, I won't report you to the Great Elder, but if not, just wait for it." Lao Jun was so angry he almost laughed, his voice tightened. "Tang Xianzong, you are trying to blame me." Xianzong was equally fierce, playing along with him. "What do you think it is then?" Having successfully provoked Lao Jun, he thought to himself, "The agreement doesn't allow me to kill him, but it doesn't say anything about not being allowed to injure him." After thinking this, he suddenly vanished from sight. He reappeared abruptly in front of the two. Xianzong showed no fear. Instead, he asked defiantly, "Are you sure you want to stand here?" Upon hearing that, he was taken aback. "Your power was able to injure the Bodhisattva Ling Gu and kill the Kuei New Star Lord. It must be a cunning trick. Yet you really stepped back and shouted, you intentionally provoked me to move forward, there must be some conspiracy." I saw him smiling happily, which confused Lao Jun. His reaction is like this. Could it be that his previous words were meant to pressure me into leaving that spot? Thinking this, he moved forward to threaten, "Tang Xianzong, don't play tricks." Suddenly, a formation illuminated beneath Lao Jun's feet. The two, teacher and disciple, laughed. "You chose this position yourself." His disciple joyfully chimed in, "Master, I told you long ago, Lao Jun is very cautious, and thinks too highly of himself." The formation shone, creating a Bagua diagram. Lao Jun realized this and shouted, "What?" It was too late, he was already bound by the formation. Furious and frustrated, he roared, "Tang Xianzong." The five of them stood watching, but no one came to help. Xianzong raised his hand to signal and explained to him, "The agreement was that you wouldn't kill me, but nothing was said about me not being able to kill you." The disciple behind seemed to have prepared for a long time. The three people were just waiting for this moment, stepping forward together, saying little, and immediately surrounding Lao Jun. He struggled violently, hatred evident in his voice. "Tang Xianzong, do you really think you can kill me?" Tang Xianzong, clearly now in a superior position, taunted, "Guess." Not wanting to joke with the prey any longer, he outright commanded, "Disciples, attack." As soon as he finished speaking, the three rushed forward directly. A scene of chaotic fighting erupted. He sat to the side watching, continuously exclaiming, "Indeed, a Deluo golden immortal, the physical qualities are truly good, enduring such a beating for this long." However, after a moment, he fell silent, thinking of something. "It's a pity that Kuei Mulan left only a small corner, this formation can only hold Tai Shang Lao Jun for a while, otherwise, I really want to." Stopping there, he performed a spell to create something and thought, "It's almost time." He called out loudly to the disciples, "You should stop at the right moment." Once they halted, Tai Shang Lao Jun was battered, his body covered in wounds from head to toe, especially his face, which bore many footprints. He endured the pain and slowly crawled up. Unexpectedly, when he finally stood up, Lao Jun had the intention to fight back. "If you did that, don't blame me." He really couldn't hold back anymore, angrily shouting, "Tang Xianzong." Lao Jun turned around only to find the person had vanished. He never expected to be played like this. "He can disappear right before my eyes, not even leaving an aura, this Tang Xianzong is indeed from an evil sect. Suddenly, a piece of paper like a flyer flew into his face. Lao Jun, feeling irritated, opened it to read. It turned out the paper was nothing more than a draft left by Tang Xianzong. Remember to deliver my stuff, or I will report to my great elders. Tang Xianzong, May 17, 2021. After reading it, Lao Jun immediately destroyed it. His face was filled with frustration as he stared at the paper in the firelight. At that moment, Wukong was gorging himself happily. Meanwhile, the delicious aroma filled the air as Xianzong showcased his cooking skills, attracting everyone. Guan Ting looked at the pile of dog food in front of him, missing his loved one. I never expected I would have a day like this, just able to watch others being affectionate. He suddenly remembered Wukong's arrogance. Bad guy, I wish I could beat you all up. In the meantime, he groaned in pain, shouting loudly, my little sweetheart Cui Lan. Guan Ting finally couldn't hold back anymore and had to take out the communication device. My beloved Cui Lan, it has been 3 days since we last contacted each other. He had just seen his beloved's face and was acting spoiled. Cui Lan, my dear. However, she gave him a gigantic avocado instead. The connection has been terminated. Guan Ting didn't expect Cui Lan to reject him like that. He looked at his sweet love and asked for permission. Master, I would like to take a leave and return to Gao Old Man's place for a while. My beloved Cui Lan is upset with me. At this moment, there was also a disturbance in the heavenly court. Lao Jun and the Jade Emperor happened to have free time and looked for each other. Meanwhile, Lao Jun was leisurely sitting and drinking tea. Next to him, the Jade Emperor was angrily saying, he could actually lay hands on Lao Jun like this. He couldn't help but roar, I wish I could peel his skin and break his bones. The Jade Emperor was furious, determined to seek justice for Lao Jun. Lao Jun, rest assured, I will get justice for you. However, Lao Jun displayed an indifferent expression and said, Your Majesty, if you have something to say, don't hesitate to speak. He didn't want to continue the current topic. In a little while, I have to go to the pill refining room to supervise the pills, so I'm afraid I can't chat with you for long. The Jade Emperor heard this and said straightforwardly, actually it was still about Tianpeng. He suddenly approached Lao Jun and mentioned that the underworld had reported more chaos. The Jade Emperor did not want this to escalate, so he whispered, hoping to avoid long, troublesome nights, and asked Lao Jun to pay more attention to Tianpeng's situation. Upon hearing the Jade Emperor's words, Lao Jun remembered the situation with those masters and their disciples. He suddenly put down his teacup. Then Lao Jun stood up and said he had come up with an idea, it could be a net to catch them all. Suddenly, his expression grew a bit complicated, but he would need to ask Lady Wang Mu for help. The Jade Emperor, upon hearing this, panicked. Lao Jun, apart from being married to her in name, has had no real relationship with her for a long time. I dare not bother her indiscriminately. Lao Jun understood that the situation between the two was tense, but he still advised, Your Majesty, we cannot miss the big picture for small matters. Hearing this, the Jade Emperor gritted his teeth and endured, he could not let the prey slip away. Fine, he would go, as long as he could eliminate Tianpeng. Lao Jun knew his plan had succeeded halfway, so he bowed his head in gratitude. He spoke with a sharp look, Your Majesty is wise. Meanwhile, their masters and disciples were at the fair, unaware that a storm was about to hit. The streets are now adorned with banners and slogans cheering on the participants. A few dancers stand in the middle of the road, rallying for their teacher and students. Every inch of our land is filled with love. Great Master Xuanzang is always the best. The four of us can peacefully seek the scriptures. The Baoxiang kingdom supports us wholeheartedly. A man who was once helped by Tang Xuanzang is now moved and says, If it weren't for Great Master Xuanzang, I fear I would never have married my wife. Even the soldiers cannot help but praise. Even Bai Chu Nu fell for Great Master Xuanzang at first sight, which shows his charm. The other soldier beside him responds, That's right, Bai Chu Nu is a good person. At this moment, the story of Tang Xuanzang has spread everywhere, being compared to a bright star. The previous monarch claimed to be a star among mortals, but Great Master Xuanzang just waved his hand, and he instantly met a gruesome end. Only Su San is trembling in distress, unable to believe his ears, repeatedly saying, "Great Master Xuanzang must not leave, no matter what, he must." Hearing this, his junior brother beside him reminds him, "Big brother, stop pulling your shirt, if you keep doing it, your chest will be exposed." Suddenly, everyone shouts loudly, "Great Master Xuanzang has arrived, Great Master Xuanzang." As soon as Su San heard the news of his arrival, he became eager and concerned for his junior brother. "The old man hasn't broken yet, has he?" The group immediately parted to welcome Xuanzang, who, along with his disciples, slowly walked in. At that moment, Su San rushed in front of them, kneeling down with a sincere expression, saying, "Saint Master, you cannot leave." Su San was determined to keep him there at all costs. A country cannot go a day without a king, and a people cannot go a day without a ruler. However, Tang Xuanzang replied, "What are you talking about, king?" Su San, confused by the word, asked, "King? Who?" Upon hearing this, Tang Xuanzang looked at him with gentle eyes. "The king cannot run away, are you trying to shift the responsibility onto someone else?" He knew this person wanted to be lazy, so he spoke plainly. "The uprising was initiated by you, and it is also you who wants to overthrow the tyrant to save the people. These past 2 days, you've been handling official matters, right? I have only killed one demon, so don't blame me for it." Su San did not expect Xuanzang to leave him speechless. The uprising was built with Bai Chu Nu's help, and I want to overthrow the tyrant because I don't want to wear women's clothes anymore. Isn't this matter one that you directed me to handle on your behalf? The person you killed isn't just an ordinary monster, but the former ruler. This matter isn't one that you asked me to take care of." Tang Xuanzang spoke only after resolving all the issues here. The king is modest and cautious, working without boasting and disregarding false reputation is a good thing. He carried the brilliance of the Buddhas from all directions, but now the Baoxiang kingdom is faced with numerous issues, only you can lead the people to restore the Baoxiang kingdom. Upon seeing this scene, everyone immediately revered him like a deity. So it turns out that young Master Su San has always been quietly planning. What young Master Su San? King, we always support you. The vision of Great Master Xuanzang is undoubtedly correct. Suddenly, Su San noticed someone walking behind Tang Xuanzang. He approached and asked, "Bai Chu Nu, or are you?" But she looked like she wanted to splash cold water in Su San's face. "No, I don't want to. I just want to follow Great Master Xuanzang." Upon hearing this, Tang Xuanzang handed him a silver item, a treasure. "Rest assured, we will give you a silk pouch to ensure you can manage this country well." Knowing that there was nothing left to hold Tang Xuanzang back, Su San realized he could only let him go. As everyone saw him leave, they shouted words of blessing. Great Master Xuanzang sailed smoothly, everything went as desired. They followed him until they reached the city limits before stopping. "Great Master, I love you, Great Master, take your time." Su San curiously opened the silk bag. His expression was no different from that of someone unwrapping a surprise gift, and it was indeed a wonderful surprise. Tang Xuanzang used the light of the party to illuminate Su San. Serving the people, you can disguise yourself for your brothers, empathizing with others. You can become a wise king, the first step to transforming the world. A small spark can set the entire grassland ablaze. After walking for a while, Chu Nu finally asked Tang Xuanzang, "Great Master Xuanzang, do you truly have no attachment to the fame and fortune of this mundane world?" Tang Xuanzang stroked his bald head and said, "What is this?" He expressed his lofty dreams to Chu Nu. "My dream is to collect all the magic weapons of the celestial realm gods and Buddhas." Upon hearing the continuous progressive spirit of the great monk before him, Chu Nu felt moved. Indeed, he is the man I have chosen. At the same time, Wan Ting was at Gao Old Man's place, where his relatives were happily watching Wan Ting in pain. "No wonder she is my daughter." Cui Lan's father worriedly asked, "Has the son-in-law been kneeling for a day and a night already?" Even the servants in the house were puzzled, writing 10,000 times, "How terrifying." Meanwhile, Wan Ting trembled as he wrote each character, not expecting the roof to be so hard. At that moment, inside the room, Cui Lan was both crying and scolding him, "You don't want to talk to me, so why did you come back?" Guan Ting didn't know how to plead his case and said, "My dear Cui Lan, you said I can't speak unless I kneel and write 10,000 times. Cui Lan suddenly got angry and scolded, "Are you still arguing? Have you finished writing? If not, hurry up and finish." Guan Ting, as a son, didn't dare to argue back and could only say, "You won't let me speak and then blame me for not talking to you." Suddenly he noticed some movement behind him, and Guan Ting immediately stood up alert. Cui Lan thought he was rebelling and said, "You, how dare you stand up, you?" Suddenly, a beam of light appeared from behind the house, striking directly into Cui Lan's yard, causing everyone to gasp, "What is that?" At that moment, Guan Ting worried about her safety and called out, "Cui Lan." Just a few seconds later, Cui Lan's house was shattered by the waves. Everywhere was now just water. Guan Ting successfully pulled off a heroic rescue of the beauty. At that moment, he looked no different from a prince on a white horse in her eyes, calling out, "My dear Cui Lan." Cui Lan was no longer angry and responded to him, "My beloved husband." In a moment of emotion, the two intended to go deeper. However, a voice interrupted from behind, "Enough, Tian Peng." Guan Ting immediately became cautious, pushing Cui Lan behind him for protection. "My dear Cui Lan must hold on to me tightly, do not loosen your grip." Seeing this, Cui Lan happily replied, "I will follow your command, my beloved husband." Suddenly, two huge glass-cleaning fish appeared out of nowhere, saying, "It's been a long time since we've met." Returning to where Tang Xianzong was, while the birds were in pairs, "You were still single." Right below, those birds were where the masters were sitting. Bai Chu Nu asked with concern, "Great Master Xianzong, it turns out your culinary skills are so good, can you teach me in the future?" However, he was indifferent, only pondering the issue he had just encountered. In order, which monster will I meet next? Bai Chu Nu saw this but did not stop, trying to seduce him. "Great Master Xianzong, I see your hands are a bit dirty, would you like me to feed you?" She tightly bit the piece of skewered food and brought it closer, and yet Xianzong suddenly grabbed one end and said, "It's fine." Bai Chu Nu felt helpless in front of the straightforward monk. In fact, he even applied the rule of eating dirty to live long. If it's not clean, eating won't make you sick. At that moment, Bai Chu Nu was no different from a crazy fan, finding everything attractive. Even the way the great master eats is so enchanting, I want to be devoured by him. Suddenly, Guan Ting ran over and shouted, "Master." He rushed forward, emotionally crying as if they hadn't seen each other for years. "Master, I have finally returned to your side." Tang Xianzong heard him cheerfully calling, "Ba Jie, you've finally come back." Guan Ting became even more enthusiastic, uttering heartfelt words, "To be able to once again bathe in your divine radiance, to listen to your wise teachings, to feel." Just as he ran over, he was grabbed by Tang Xianzong, who said, "Slow down." He wasn't easily fooled by the appearance of this guy. Tang Xianzong scolded, "You tell me first, what are those two demons following you?" At that moment, the fish that had scrubbed the glass had found its way. "If you have the ability, don't run away." The catfish beside interjected, "The brothers are waiting for you down below." Suddenly, the fish that wiped its glasses bowed down to beg, "We didn't know she was sister-in-law. Seeing her disrespectful to you made us take action. We have also prepared nourishing fish soup for sister-in-law. You can't just abandon us without caring. 100,000 brothers are waiting for you to return and rectify the banners and drums, to lead us to exterminate the heavenly palace and take revenge." They pleaded, both offensive and defensive, "Lord Tian Peng Yuan Shui." However, perhaps Guan Ting was immersed in the radiance of Buddhist teachings, responding, "Amitabha, I only wish to protect Master on his pilgrimage to the west right now. I do not wish to involve myself in any mundane matters." Tang Xianzong, hearing his plan for terrorism, was somewhat intrigued. 100,000 brothers to exterminate the heavenly palace. He immediately felt a tremor like a blossoming young girl, this feeling of excitement. Bai Chu Nu, observing his demeanor, was also moved. Great Master Xianzong is truly handsome when he is touched. The scene felt more awkward than ever. Guan Ting looked at Xianzang's expression and found it strange. Master is having some deviant thoughts again. He immediately dealt with the glass-cleaning fish. Guan Ting showed loyalty like a child in front of him. "Master, I will never leave your side. Xianzong heard this but remained suspicious. It's really a pity that the time to overthrow the heavenly court has not yet come, but to just let go of 100,000 troops is truly regrettable. What if? The two glass-cleaning fish insisted on not letting him be. Yuan Shui, big brother, the Jade Emperor treats you like this, don't you want to become human? Then, the other one immediately added fuel to the fire. The brothers have been waiting day and night, tears are about to flow like a river, at least you should come back and take a look. Wan Ting saw Xian Zhang's doubts and tried to preserve his dignity. I don't want to, I don't look, I don't know. Suddenly, Xianzong put his arm around them as if they were old friends, gently calling them, you too. Xianzong then had a strange thought, too much coercion will easily lead to a counterproductive mindset, especially since I have a grand plan. Your big brother will definitely reunite with you, and I will also go find the Jade Emperor for revenge, so don't be impatient, listen to my instructions and act accordingly. He took on the role of a principal teacher, resolutely defending his disciple, my disciple, no one can take away. They were immediately fascinated upon hearing it. We understand now, great master, we will all obey you, great master. Xianzong then took out his space bag. He caught 2 fish in the net and said, first, you all go into my personal space to reflect on your mistakes. Wan Ting, who had been watching this entire time, felt a bit strange, am I being sold again? After finishing his tasks, Xianzong called his disciples, all right, after breakfast, we need to tidy up the trash. Just then, a little girl introduced herself, I am Mingyu, greetings great master Xianzong. He immediately recognized that the NPC from the next plot point had arrived. Luckily, she came right after we finished eating. The girl noticed he was silent and repeated, I am Mingyu, greetings great master Xianzong. Mingyu, indifferent yet efficient, did her job as a messenger. Master Zhen Yuanzi heard that great master Xianzong and his disciples passed through this area. The girl, with the innocent smile of a child, added, I invite all of you to Wuzhuangguan ahead as guests, so the master can show some hospitality. Upon hearing this name, everyone exclaimed, Zhen Yuanzi. Bai Chu Nu anxiously hid behind Xianzong, saying, Great master, there are rumors that Zhen Yuanzi has a peculiar temperament. Mood swings. Even Wan Ting looked pale, master, the bad people come, and the good people do not. However, Xianzong seemed unconcerned, just smiling. Everyone was surprised that he agreed to enter the tiger's den. If that's the case, then declining would be disrespectful. After saying that, Xianzong walked casually, and the group stared at him like strangers, realizing it was because he loved ginseng that he came. The real ginseng is here. They followed the instructions of the attendant through a picturesque area and finally reached their destination. The whole group was astonished at the building in front of them. Xianzong looked at the sign, which reeked of medicinal herbs, and pondered, is the taste of Zhen Yuanzi so elegant? At this moment, the little attendant opened the door and invited them in, politely saying, Great Master Xianzong, everyone, please come in. Suddenly, Bai Chu Nu anxiously pulled his hand, wanting to express her concern, Great Master Xianzong, I am still a monster, and I fear I cannot enter inside, shall we wait in your personal space? Meanwhile, the attendant was winking at Wukong, Great Sage, you understand the old rules, right? Wukong, however, ignored it and just walked in. Only Wu Jing was trembling and collapsed, prompting Wan Ting to remind him, Sha Junior brother, what are you scared of? Hurry up and go in. Xianzong approached to inform Mingyu, sorry, Tian is a bit scared of saints, so he won't go in. Mingyu understood and replied, it's nothing, do as you wish, great master. At that moment, loud cries from the disciples inside rang out, Sha Junior brother, Shao bye, master, second senior brother, I want to die, don't touch me. Tang Xianzong immediately became alert and looked inside. After confirming that there was nothing, he charged in and asked, disciples, are you all okay? However, as soon as he stepped inside, he activated a formation, and the silhouette of a young girl appeared, his body suddenly underwent a transformation. Tang Xianzong looked around in confusion, wondering, what happened? He couldn't believe his eyes, and after observing, he said, have I turned into a woman again? But just a few seconds later, he quickly adapted, this Zhen Yuanzi is quite dramatic. Inside Zhen Yuanzi's residence, it was more chaotic than ever. Wu Jing couldn't take it anymore and shouted, I don't want to. Guan Ting, on the other hand, took this opportunity to compliment. Mong Sha junior brother is really energetic. Wu Jing couldn't help but scold, let go of me. Guan Ting surprisingly continued to tease, I really can't hold back anymore. Then he moved closer to Wukong, saying, Kong brother also has a different elegant look. However, when he saw Xian Zong walk in, he exclaimed excitedly, Master, you have lost everything. Xian Zong, hearing this, could only helplessly say, that kid of yours goes from gender to gender just like that. Unexpectedly, their white horse also looked more alluring than ever. Meanwhile, Wukong, feeling angry, slammed the Rui Jingu bang to the floor, shouting loudly for the host, Zhen Yuanzi, come out quickly. But the one who came out was Zilan, great sage Gich. She rushed out from the house and called out, you have come too. Upon seeing Wukong, she jumped into his arms, saying, I've been waiting for you for a long time. The crowd behind, upon seeing this girl, all had the same expression, wondering, damn, is this Zhen Yuanzi? Even Guan Ting had to question, how has this girl not been beaten to death yet? Wu Jing was surprised to see a beauty appear here, oh my, great senior brother has a younger sister. Tang Xianzong felt the need to cut in as they were getting all cozy. Wu was caught off guard when Zilan quickly covered his mouth. She warned him with a serious face, don't ruin the atmosphere. Then, Zilan returned to Wukong and tempted him with hawthorn candy. Great sage, do you want some hawthorn candy? Wukong kept blaming Zilan for a while until he finally caught her. She immediately asked, do I need to feed you? Just then, Zhen Yuanzi came out of the house, saying, girls really like this. When Xuanzang saw this newcomer, he was shocked, thinking, oh no, which crazy person is this? Zilan immediately called out, Sister Zhen Yuanzi. Tang Xuanzang remembered at that moment. The person before him was not the original and introduced herself, I am Zhen Yuanzi, pleased to meet you, great master Xuanzang. Yuanzi then explained the meaning of the barrier, I only like girls, which is why I established a barrier in Wuzhuangguan. She skillfully apologized to them, saying, beings in the three realms can only operate in female form in the mansion, if there's any offense, please forgive me. Tang Xuanzang was still recovering from the heavy shock of this copyright violation. Yuanzi then noticed the great sage Wukong and said, long time no see. After greeting everyone, she invited them inside. Dear guests, please enter the flower hall. The young lady still wore a bright smile as she welcomed them, saying, just in time for two old friends, you all can reminisce about the past. At that moment, Guan Ting, upon hearing her words, angrily remarked, is it you women again? Fortunately, Tang Xianzong quickly approached to advise him. Guan Ting could only silently curse, annoying. After they entered, Zhen Yuanzi then told those inside, Ling Gu, don't provoke them. Tang Xianzong, knowing his disciple was unhappy, spoke up, the little lowly recovers quickly. Guan Yin, upon seeing them, commented, indeed, those who bring disaster live long. Xianzong countered sharply, then I should thank the auspicious words of the Bodhisattva. Guan Yin, of course, would not let him win, summer insects know nothing of ice and snow. Yuanzi, aware of the animosity between the two, intervened to ease the tension, dear guests, why don't you sit down first and then reminisce about the past later? Guan Yin, hearing this, replied without showing any respect, sitting down is unnecessary, I originally wanted to wait here for you to return and wanted to say thank you and goodbye in front of you. Zhen Yuanzi still wore a courteous smile to welcome his guests, it's just a casual help, nothing worth mentioning. Tang Xianzong looked at Guan Yin's attitude with some thought. Even Guan Yin has to show her respect, it seems that Zhen Yuanzi's status in this world is quite high. He was lost in his thoughts, unaware that Ling Gu was deliberately teasing him. When the time comes to steal the ginseng fruit, I fear we'll have to be a bit careful, but as long as I don't get caught red-handed, putting the ginseng fruit into my personal space means she won't have any evidence against me. The little girl left while still cursing. That detestable guy, next time you're dead for sure. Guan Yin, standing beside, knew what the girl was thinking and said, don't worry. She comforted Ling Gu, they won't survive for long. Zilan brought out a sugar gourd and said, "Great sage Gij, this is really delicious, you should eat more." Zhen Yuanzi, in the corner eating ice cream, sighed, "Being with women is really enjoyable." Meanwhile, Yuan Ting, the nosy one, suddenly piped up. "Master, I have some gossip from many years ago." He whispered and recounted. Back then, the Monkey King was extremely angry just because of a beauty, almost flattening Wu Zhuangguan. At that time, no one believed it. Now they looked at the scene before them, with Zilan tenderly saying, "Great sage Gij, this is delicious to drink too." Wukong seemed unbothered and simply replied, "Okay." Xianzong observed for a moment and also felt that it might be true. Could it really be true? Zhen Yuanzi suddenly emerged, saying, "It is indeed true. I am the one who was wronged back then. Great sage really came to find me because of Zilan." She wanted to clarify the rumor a bit, however. "He wants to flatten Wu Zhuangguan because I turned him into a woman." The group looked on and exclaimed, "No wonder it's her." Suddenly, Yuanzi unexpectedly pulled Xianzong forward, saying, "Zilan, in front of Great Sage's master, shouldn't you quickly explain how you know Great Sage?" Just as Wukong was about to say, Zilan's next words nearly made him choke, "Great Sage Gij almost ate me." The group was startled and asked, "Ate you?" It was a beautiful sunny day with blue skies and white clouds, perfect for storytelling. Outside, a gentle breeze blew, while inside, it felt like a storm was brewing. After listening to their story, Xianzong finally said, "That could be said." He finally understood and added, "You secretly left heaven to come here, were attacked by monsters and reverted to your original form, then cooked into a soup and offered to Grand Senior Brother." Wukong listened but did not say anything. Zilan, seeing this, stepped closer to admit, "That's true, but Great Sage Gij not only didn't eat me but also came to Zhen Yuanzi Jiejia's place to get ginseng to help me recover my cultivation." The little girl looked into his eyes with emotion, saying, "Great Sage Gij is the best and the gentlest." Xianzong and Yuan Ting were immediately terrified. Talking about Wukong, gentle is a lie, this girl must have a problem with her eyes. Xianzong, seeing Wukong showing signs of getting aggressive, became anxious. "Oh my god, Wukong isn't going to kill anyone to silence them, right?" The two of them quickly shrank back to hide. Unexpectedly, Wukong just walked past and said, "Don't look at me, Zilan, let's go." They couldn't believe their eyes as they watched Zilan leave. "Yes, Great Sage Ca." Xianzong was shocked to hear such startling news. "No way, is this really true?" Zhen Yuanzi then gently said, "Ladies and gentlemen, please go back to your rooms to rest. I have prepared a little surprise for you in your rooms." Inside each room, she had arranged a piece of ginseng for them. At that moment, Bai Chu Nu's voice echoed in the room, "Great Master Xianzong, please go ahead. The front is almost done." She moved closer, looking worried, and said, "Turn your back here, don't move." Xianzong couldn't hold back and shouted loudly, "Be gentle, it's too tight." Bai Chu Nu above was trying her best to respond, "Almost done." After a while, Xianzong finally tried to take a deep breath. Bai Chu Nu had also finished and reported, "All right, Great Master Xianzong." At that moment, he dared to breathe a sigh of relief and replied, "You women generally don't have it easy either." Xianzong looked at the two bulges in front of him and said, "I feel like there are two sandbags tied to my chest, I can't straighten my waist." Bai Chu Nu, as if enchanted, said, "You'll get used to it, it will be easier later." Then she helped him down from the bed. Seeing his suffering appearance, Chu Nu said, "But normally we don't tie it that tight." He didn't care much and said, "Later I have something to do, it can't be a hindrance." Then he went to the table and picked up the ginseng tray. Xianzong held it in front of Chu Nu and said, "This is a gift, thank you for helping me earlier." Upon hearing this, Chu Nu was so touched that she shed tears. "Great Master Xianzong, you are too kind to me." She wanted to take this opportunity to get a little tofu. The girl didn't know how she could. As soon as she uttered the word report, she was cut off. After reorganizing her thoughts, she realized why the great master had stuffed her into the personal space. At that moment, Xianzong felt comfortable coming out. After waiting so long, it's time to get to serious business. As far as he remembered, the fruit ginseng, a level 20 item, had an effect that could grant 1 million experience points when used. The fruit ginseng, also known as the herbal complete pill, takes 3,000 years to bloom, another 3,000 years to bear fruit, and waits another 3,000 years to ripen, yielding only 30 fruits in 10,000 years. Those who smell it can live up to 360 years, and eating one can extend life to 4,700 years. He relaxed after a hard struggle and said, "It takes 10,000 years to produce 30 fruits, I wonder how many Jin Yuan Zi has in stock. We should first study the terrain and then act tonight." Suddenly, he bumped into someone in front of him. Wukong looked at him with a gloomy expression, as if ready to start a fight. He slammed the book onto him and said, "I've finished reading the book." Wukong gave him a disapproving look, as if to say, it was all useless. Previously, Xian Zong had given Wukong a secret manual for his training. The path of cultivation in the secret manual of Sun Wukong was formed by the mysterious conception of heaven and earth, resonating throughout history. As long as you diligently practice, defeating 10 Buddhas will not be a problem. At that time, Sun Wukong was half in doubt. What if it doesn't work out after training? Another persona within him said, then I'll just kill this old monk. After that, he continued to train diligently every day. Lift your hands higher. Every day, Sun Wukong earnestly practiced the exercises in that secret manual. He truly believed in it and didn't miss a day. Wukong immersed himself in reading without caring about what happened around him. Why should I care about them dying? Thus, we come to the end of Sun Wukong's cultivation path in the secret manual. Finished. Only today did Wukong realize one thing, not effective. Xian Zong was questioned by him and could only stammer. No, it can't be ineffective, how is that possible? Surely you didn't read carefully enough. He could not believe Wukong learned so quickly. Oh my god, it hasn't been long and he has finished reading it. At that moment, Wukong was no different from a furious Lu Cha reprimanding Xian Zong. I need an explanation. Tang Xianzong found himself in this situation with his disciple questioning him, I don't know what to do. Explain, is that it? He didn't want to face Wukong's anger, slow down. But it was too late. Wukong's fury was like a volcano erupting, making him shout for help. At that moment, he noticed a last straw of salvation, and Xianzong immediately pointed behind him to catch Wukong's attention. Zilan. Seeing him suddenly pull out his lover, Wukong said, don't change the subject, do you take me for a fool? Xianzong knew this guy was stubborn, so he had to be assertive. How could the master deceive you? Being pulled like that, Wukong irritably said, let go. He turned around and immediately saw the faint figure of Zilan. Zilan. He looked at her silhouette, wondering, what is she hiding? Why is she being so sneaky? Then he resolutely held on to Wukong's hand, Tang Xianzong wanting to run with Wukong. Stop dawdling, let's quickly go check it out. Thanks to Zilan, he finally sighed in relief, thank goodness, thank goodness. They hid behind the bushes, following her wherever she went. Just then, Jin Yuan Zi from afar couldn't help but mock, finally managed to leave your great sage Gage, huh? Remember, it's time to get back to business. They followed along the way without missing a moment. Finally, they saw her arrive in front of a person. Zilan placed the iron box she brought and said, it has been a long time since we last met great sage Gage. Yuan Zi suddenly asked about her situation, how long have you tortured Wang Mu this time? She picked up a branch, concerned, and asked her, before you could descend to the mortal realm to do this useless task. Zilan confidently stated a number, 10 days. Upon hearing this, Jin Yuan Zi praised, Wang Mu's patience has significantly decreased. At that moment, Zilan noticed and asked, Jin Yuan Zi, are there no more ginseng fruits left on the tree? Have you given them all away? Yuan Zi did not conceal anything and said, there are 4 fruits left, just in time for Tang Seng's 4 disciples, 1 for each person. Zilan, upon hearing this, felt sympathy for her and asked, aren't you going to miss them? Yuan Zi, with a mindset of taking small matters seriously, replied, innocent men bear the burden of the precious, I can finally be at peace. This meant that those who possess valuable things are often envied, watched, and harmed by others. This news hit Xianzong like a thunderbolt. Indeed, all the ginseng has been given away. He painfully watched his 1 million experience points fly away, crying, "Oh, my experience points." At the same time, Jin Yuanzi said, "Right now, I am only worried about how to finalize the results for the 2 mutated ginsengs." As soon as he heard about the mutated ginseng, he eagerly forgot the past issues. The mutated ginseng. Zilan, who was closest to her at that moment, replied, "But Princess Wang Mu said that whatever could be given has already been given, so you have no other options left." Yuanzi knew that she truly wanted to thank Wang Mu for her efforts. "I know I have indeed troubled the princess a lot already." Upon hearing this, Zilan responded to Zhen Yuanzi. However, Princess Wang Mu also said that if you trust her, you can bring back a branch for her to research carefully. Upon hearing this, Zhen Yuanzi said, "Finally, the princess has agreed, I will lead you there." Just as the two of them were leaving, the 2 disciples on this side took action as well. Zhen Yuanzi led Zilan into a cave. "Come on, this way." They seemed to be entering a strange tunnel that led deep inside to a source of light. When the 2 teachers and students entered here, they returned to their original form, and he exclaimed, returning to being a man again. "It seems this is no longer the territory of Wu Zhuangguan." Suddenly, Xianzong turned to ask Wukong with a hint of worry, "Wukong, will we not be discovered like this?" "Let me be clear, Master isn't doubting your magical abilities." He looked at the indifferent expression on his face and said, "Really, with a wife, you forget your father." Just then, Wukong signaled, "Shut up." He immediately silenced Tang Xianzong. At this point, he noticed the scene before him. They were stepping into a place that resembled a holy land. The barrier surrounding them began to shatter. Seeing this, he could only anxiously hide behind Wukong. "Oh no, Wukong, my camouflage can't hold much longer." Xianzong looked at the stone in his hand, even more terrified. At the same time, Jin Yuanzi had discovered them. "Who?" A strange glint appeared in her eyes. Yuanzi swiftly attacked them. Zilan, seeing this, wanted to speak to stop her, "Sister Jin Yuanzi." Wukong knew that everything could no longer be hidden, so he stepped forward to block. Zilan realized the situation was getting worse and said, "Great Sage Gij, Sister Jin Yuanzi, please don't fight anymore." Jin Yuanzi knew she was no match for Wukong, and she said, "Sun Wukong. For the sake of Zilan, I can let you off this time." She declared this as she ruled over Xianzong, but Tang Xianzong must die. Wukong naturally did not want her to achieve her wish. "Don't talk too much." He slammed the Rui Jingu bang down on the floor to create a resistance. Suddenly, Yuanzi reminded, "Great Sage, your powers have not yet recovered, you are definitely not a match for me right now." She looked directly at the one fighting passionately in front of her and said, "Why must you confront me for Tang Xianzong?" Suddenly, Xianzong reached out and grabbed Wukong's shoulder, stepping in to advise, "All right, leave the rest to the master." Xianzong approached the 2 of them and told Zilan, "Zilan, if you want to protect your great sage Gij, take him away first." Then, without hesitation, he admitted, "Jin Yuanzi, I concede." Yuanzi seemed to turn into a completely different person at this moment. "Xianzong, great master, I only wanted to treat you well, but your curiosity." She drew her divine weapon and scolded, "Is too much." Zilan knew the situation was dire, so she pulled Wukong away. "This is not good, great sage Gij, we should leave now." Yet Xianzong stood calmly, watching her prepare to attack him and said, "There are only 2 trees, yet is it worth killing me?" You are not afraid at all as you look straight at her and say, "Aren't you worried that after killing me, the people above will investigate you?" Of course, Yuanzi was not afraid either. She replied frankly, "Do you want to settle scores with me?" "I am not foolish." "You seem to understand," and pointedly stated, "the mutated heavenly ginseng, it blooms in 3 days, bears fruit in 3 days, and ripens in 3 days, with each producing at least 1,000 fruits, each as large as an apple." It seems Xianzong was also no longer gentle. He said, "Although its effectiveness is only half that of regular ginseng fruit, the quantity is greater, and you are worried I will leak this information because of this item." Each following word from him seemed to tear apart the mysterious veil. "Doesn't it belong to this world?" Yuanzi did not expect him to dare to speak his secret so directly. At this point, he no longer held back. You spared Wukong because he saw Zilan being led here, he definitely wouldn't meddle. But why are you so adamant about killing me? Seeing her silent, Xianzong pressed on, do you really want to kill me? Or are you trying to probe me? Yuanzi naturally remained calm and said, please stand away from me. She struck again with her weapon. Then she shot him a glare with a bullet-like gaze, saying, Xianzong, great master, if the matter of me growing the different world trees gets exposed. The gentle smile on her face was replaced by an expression filled with evil energy. I would become the enemy of the three realms, and my flesh and bones would be gone. Would you allow a stranger to hold the secret of your life in their hands? However, Xianzong suddenly grasped her divine weapon tightly. He didn't want to fight but said, that would be a bit difficult. Then he unexpectedly moved closer to her. Xianzong made a strange proposal, then let's become accomplices. Yuanzi suddenly didn't know what to do in this situation. Xianzong pulled out a book and said, follow this method, and it will surely make the mutated ginseng bear fruit. He gently placed it in her hands. Then Xianzong reminded her, remember to allocate 3 parts for me when it's done. Yuanzi silently stared at the name of the book, Guide to Growing Trees, Mutated Ginseng. With an expressionless face, she inquired, you just give this to me? Aren't you afraid I still want to kill you? Xuanzang seemed to have grasped her, saying, are you sure that later there will be things you don't know that will still need my help? He knew she was shaken, and continued to press. As a person, you should leave a way out for yourself, so that it will be easier to face each other in the future. Although you are not human, there are principles you should also learn. Yuanzi warily looked at him. She didn't want to act recklessly. It seems that this Tang Xuanzang is more unpredictable than we imagined, but what is his ultimate goal? Suddenly, Zhen Yuanzi asked coldly, so, as an accomplice, what can I do for you? He said with a face full of confidence for the future. I haven't figured it out yet, but it definitely involves making this world more ordinary. In his mind, he pictured a magnificent scene. For example, a peaceful world. Xuanzang thought more passionately, making the fates of deities, lovers, and mortals harmonize within a common framework. Seeing that she had no further objections, he said, if there are no other opinions, then I'll take that as accepted. Xuanzang left without any hesitation, saying, comrade accomplice, goodbye. At this moment, Yuanzi, with a profoundly inscrutable expression, watched his silhouette and said, Tang Xuanzang, I accept this gratitude of yours. She seemed to still want to deal with him. But you will definitely regret your actions today. She turned and looked at the figure appearing behind her and asked, what do you think? Dizang King Bodhisattva laughed loudly and replied, no wonder you are the common enemy of gods and Buddhas. At that moment, Xianzong realized the tree of the different world, the object of the different world. The system suddenly said, donor, haven't you saved anything at all? Yet he didn't care, it simply stated, people of the different world. Suddenly, Xianzong shot straight to its dark heart, what? Afraid I'll discover your little secret? He glared at it, questioning, those gods and Buddhas do not know the existence of the different world and are quite hostile towards objects from the different world. You never told me about this before. The system, unsure of what to do, said, anyway, whether it's horizontally or vertically, they all want to destroy you, this small matter doesn't need your attention. However, he didn't want to discuss it with it anymore, forget it, I still need to deal with Wukong first. After getting outside, Xianzong was facing another problem, Wukong, Master is truly sorry for you. He had to cry and beg his disciple, Master didn't expect this secret book to be useless for you, Master is truly sorry for you. But Wukong was unmoved and said, it's fine, I can just kill you. After that, he swung down without mercy. Go die. Tang Xianzong saw this and had no choice but to use the beauty trick, saying, Wukong, actually. Suddenly, Zilan shouted out to stop him, no. Wukong also didn't expect that she would dare to jump out like that. Immediately after, Xianzang's staff hit her on the head. Zilan had been standing in front of them without knowing since when. Xianzong watched this scene, knowing he had committed an even greater crime, trembling, "Oh my God, I accidentally harmed an innocent person, I didn't expect this girl to be so bold." Suddenly, he remembered the power of the staff, success rate of refinement, 100%. After refinement, it can achieve, after hitting the opponent's head, there is a 0.1% chance that the opponent can awaken memories of their past life. Continuing to use the same medicinal materials as for refinement can increase the chance of awakening past life memories. However, during the previous trial of the refinement system, there was an additional special effect for the heaven staff. Xianzong stared at her in thought. It seems there is still no effect. Indeed, it's due to the low probability. Wukong said coldly, "Zilan, get out of the way." Xianzong saw that he was so uneasy, so he had to step in. "Wukong, it's all the master's mistake. The master doesn't know that the secret book from a different world is ineffective for you." Upon hearing this, Zilan felt a bit shaken. The secret book from a different world. Wukong ruthlessly dragged Zilan outside, ignoring her screams, "Let me go." Zilan, lifted like a struggling cat, said, "Great Sage Gij, don't be like this." Xianzong breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Wukong had finally let him off. "That was too dangerous, I almost met my end here." Even after getting outside, Zilan didn't forget to advise, "Great Sage Gij, you absolutely must not do anything foolish." At this moment, Wukong turned around to ask, "So, what about the secret book from a different world?" Seeing this, Tang Xianzong was startled and said nervously, "This time, the master said it urgently, so he told you." He carried an aura of a sworn gentleman. "The master swears, the master just didn't expect that this secret book would have no effect on you." Wukong surprisingly didn't care, just said, "If anyone possesses an item from a different world, they will become an enemy of the three realms. The gods and Buddhas will unite to kill them. Is that why they want to kill you?" Xianzong heard this and vehemently opposed, "Definitely not." Wukong asked him this because he said so. "So why?" He heard and only replied with one sentence. "I did nothing." Wukong was surprised he could say that, asking, "No clues?" Tang Xianzong honestly responded, "Gods clash, and flies die." Wukong suddenly asked about his future. "What are your plans for the future?" He then expressed his lofty dream, to become the CEO of the three realms. He began to share his vision for the future, to marry 7 fairies. Xianzong, with a noble goal in mind, stated, "Climb 6 high mountains." Upon hearing this, he expressed some doubt, "Who exactly are you?" Xianzong made a cute innocent face and said, "Wukong, I am your master." However, Wukong disdainfully remarked, "Master, you can't even make me stronger." Upon hearing this, Xianzong suddenly asked him, "Haven't you actually gotten stronger during this time?" After a back-and-forth argument, the moment to say goodbye finally arrived. Zhen Yuanzi and Zilan saw them off outside. Tang Xianzong politely said farewell to them, "Then we part ways here." Wan Ting then noticed his own body and felt a bit regretful. Why has it changed back? Zilan did not forget to remind Wukong, "Take good care of yourself, okay?" Tang Xianzong smiled to himself as he witnessed the fluttering pink love scene beside him. He suddenly called out, "Sister, come to visit us more often when you have time in the future." Zilan replied gently, "Great Master Xianzong, we'll meet again if it's meant to be." At that moment, Zhen Yuanzi spoke up, "Great Master Xianzong, I wish you smooth sailing in all your endeavors." Xianzong responded, "I wish you all the best as well." Zilan watched as they left and shouted, "Everyone, take care of yourselves." She then turned to Zhen Yuanzi and said, "Sister Zhen Yuanzi, I must go now." Zhen Yuanzi kindly patted her head and said, "You won't need to come here in the near future." She didn't forget to advise Zilan, "Be careful in your actions and take good care of yourself." Yuanzi kindly said something that carried deep meaning, "You are very important to Great Sage." Zilan shyly replied, "I know, he is very important to me as well." Yuanzi sensed that the little girl didn't fully understand her meaning. "Little girl, you don't realize how important you are to him." Hearing this, Zilan looked a bit sad and responded, "I already know." Then she turned and left. Before departing, Zilan made sure to say goodbye. "Then I'll go ahead, Zhen Yuanzi sister, see you next time." Yuanzi watched her leave and said, "Zilan, it seems there's been a slight change. At this moment, Dezong King Bodhisattva appeared from behind, asking, "What's wrong?" Yuan Zi, with a look of annoyance, replied, "I've said everything that needed to be said." She suddenly asked him for assistance. "By the way, there's something I need your help with." Meanwhile, Zilan had returned to Tiannan's sect, but she was blocked by soldiers outside. Zilan observed their stern expressions and said, "I am Zilan Fairy, subordinate of Lady Wang Mu. How dare you treat me like this?" Lao Jun rushed out from inside to accuse her. "Zilan Fairy, you stole the magic weapon of Lady Wang Mu, descended to the mortal realm without permission, a crime that cannot be forgiven." He darkened his face and ordered her arrest, immediately imprison her at the True Tien platform as ordered. In the meantime, several of them were taking a break on their journey. Xian Zong was studying the hand-drawn map in HD number he had. Wan Ting looked admirably at him and said, "This HD non-numbered map doesn't exist in this world. It's perfect for someone like Master who has to climb over mountains and wade through rivers to find the scriptures, just don't know where Master will head next." Xian Zong seemed indifferent to his disciple's words, only remembering what Jin Yuanzi had said. "If we are accomplices, I will show you a place." After that, he followed her instructions, Qing Qiu. Wan Ting was caught off guard upon hearing this. He couldn't believe his ears and thought in astonishment, "Qing Qiu. The place that is cursed by ghosts, where not a blade of grass grows, desolate and remote, a place where no one lives for 1,000 miles. Seeing the expression on his face, Xian Zong thought he was quite familiar with that place and asked, "Are you very familiar with that place?" Wan Ting didn't want the bad news to be exposed, so he resolutely denied it. "I don't know it at all, I was just talking nonsense earlier." Hearing this, Xian Zong angrily chased after him, saying, "Lunch is roasted pork." Wan Ting couldn't understand why his master disliked him and had to cry out for mercy, "Master." Even Wukong had thoughts upon hearing this, Qing Qiu. At that moment, a signal from heaven arrived, and Lao Jun's screen appeared, limited to Sun Wukong. It was showing the scene at the True Tien platform, and Wukong immediately recognized the figure before him, Zilan. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zilan was being captured by them. Lao Jun indifferent stated the punishment, Zilan Fairy cannot be pardoned. According to celestial rules, by decree, he was exiled to True Tian Dai, with his soul scattered forever. He did not forget to whisper to the other end of the line, "But if you can kill the one who goes to seek the scriptures and Tianpeng, bring their heads back to the heavenly realm, to exchange for Zilan Fairy's sins, the death penalty may be forgiven." Lao Jun calmly uttered each word, "Sun Wukong, time is limited, don't play tricks, I await good news from you." Upon hearing this, Zilan immediately rushed out to stop him, "Don't listen to him. You must not do that." Wukong, upon hearing this, could only remain silent, bow his head resolutely, "Zilan, I will definitely save you." At that moment, outside, Xian Zong was about to host a pig feast. Ba Jie, hiding information from the master is not what a good disciple does. Suddenly, Wukong called out to Xian Zong, "Hey." Xian Zong saw him suddenly appear behind him and said, "Wukong, do you need something from the master?" Bai Chu Nu observed them for a while and suddenly realized, "Am I seeing things?" Just now it seemed as though they both disappeared for a moment. Suddenly, the scene before her left her unable to comprehend, as Wukong pointed his Rui Jingu Bang at Xian Zong and questioned him, "In this master-disciple scenario, can I borrow your head to help me solve a problem?" Xian Zong, seeing this, was sweating and fearfully said, "Wukong, if we are master and disciple, you should let the master die clearly, right?" Lao Jun on the other end kept pulling the strings, "Sun Wukong, no more talking, just take action." Zilan didn't want him to do that and anxiously urged, "Great Sage Gij, don't." Wukong, not wanting anything to happen to her, gritted his teeth and endured, no matter what, Zilan must not get hurt. Wukong no longer hesitated, grasped the Rui Jingu Bang tightly, and struck a direct blow. Zilan, seeing this, shouted loudly, "Stop it, Xiao Ho Zi." Wukong turned back to look at her upon hearing her voice. Zilan, disregarding her own safety, rushed out and said, "Xiao Ho Zi, you must not kill him, you will regret it." Lao Jun, seeing her reckless action, ordered, "Don't let her jump down, pull her back." Wukong, witnessing this scene, could only stiffen and call out, "Zilan." Yet Zilan still charged out, painfully looking at Wukong one last time and said, "I'm sorry, Xiao Hozi." Then she no longer cared, jumping straight down from the Chu Tian platform. At that moment in the personal space, Wukong recounted everything to Tang Xianzong and said, "That's how it is. Think of a way to get out quickly." Xuanzong heard this and immediately activated all his neurons. "Wukong, don't panic, Master has a way to save that little girl. Wait until we go outside, you just need to behead me and Ba Jie." He saw the worried expression on his face and touched, saying, "Are you worried about Master and your second junior brother? Don't worry, Master has a treasure." Hearing this, Wukong continued to ask, "What then?" Tang Xuanzong proceeded to explain his plan. "Then you take my head and Ba Jie to the heavenly court, we will quietly follow, and when the opportunity arises, we will act to rescue Zilan. Wukong, it's time to test our acting skills." Yet in the end, their plan fell apart. "We clearly had everything planned out, why didn't you wait for me?" He recalled Zilan's painful expression. "Sorry, Xiao Hozi." Along with the subsequent image of her jumping off Tru Tien Dai. Xuanzong, outside and unaware, urged frantically, "Wukong, keep going, don't just stand there." However, Wukong, having just suffered a great blow, was on the verge of turning dark. A stream of memories flashed through his mind like a slow-motion film. "You must remember to take good care of yourself." He recalled the moment she came to save him. "Not good. Great Sage Gige, let's go ahead." Even the memories of the two of them together, "Great Sage Gige, this is also very delicious, you should eat more." And the times she affectionately jumped into his arms, "I have waited for you for a long time." The more Wukong thought about it, the more painful it became. He called out, "Zilan." Wukong remembered the first time they met at Huagua Mountain. He stared at the bowl of water, wondering, "You are Zilan." Seeing this, she frantically pleaded, "Don't eat me, I'm not tasty." He looked at Zilan's cute appearance and said, "In the future, I will protect you." Zilan. When Zilan heard someone wanted to be her bodyguard, she ran after him excitedly, "Great Sage Gige, this is a thank you gift for saving me last time." The cute girl looked at him with her adorable eyes and said, "You really are a good person." Hearing this, Wukong seemed to feel warmth from her. At that time, he had caused a great uproar in Heavenly Palace, and Wukong arrogantly asked from above, "With a heavenly court this big, not a single person can fight against me, just a bunch of useless people." The Jade Emperor and Lao Jun could only watch this scene helplessly. Suddenly, Zilan appeared from behind to cheer him on, "Great Sage Gige, go for it, Great Sage Ge is the best." Even in his most humiliating moments, she stayed by Zilan's side, worried. Every day she would ask, "Great Sage Gige, please don't ignore me, it's really hard for me to escape here." Wukong didn't want to involve her, so he said, "You shouldn't come looking for me anymore." Seeing him so cold, Zilan had no choice but to leave. She took her pain and disappeared into the rain. Wukong seemed to have awakened his skills. Xianzong, seeing his crazed demeanor, realized, could it be that Zilan has? He tried to comfort him, "Wukong, don't be agitated, the master can still find a way for you." But at that moment, his heart was filled with pain. Wukong remembered how Zilan had once been by his side, "Xiao Hozi, it's okay, eating will make you feel better." He knew that it was the people who stood by him in difficult times who were truly worthwhile. "From now on, I will protect you, Zilan. Ultimately, what causes me pain is still the memories." Memories of their happiness flooded back. "Xiao Hozi, how did you find such a powerful weapon in that mess of mud?" Zilan had promised him, "From now on, I will take you out for fresh air every day." Wukong happily replied, "Okay." Returning to reality, Wukong painfully realized he was left all alone. He was in pain, trembling as he spoke his apologies. "Zilan, I'm sorry." Wukong didn't want to accept reality, saying, "I came back late." A warm stream appeared on his cheek. The tears of the little monkey rolled down, this drop was no different from an overflowing cup. Then, he immediately went mad, "Zilan, I will definitely avenge you." The radius around him was oppressed by a suffocating pressure. The teachers and disciples from afar couldn't resist and said to each other, "Oh my, the grand senior brother is really going crazy." At this point, Xianzong was even more certain, something must have happened to Zilan. Wukong's eyes were filled with hatred, he only wanted to wreak havoc. He roared like an angry tiger, "Tai Shang Lao Jun, Jade Emperor, you old fool." Another storm was about to break out in the heavenly palace. Wukong shouted furiously, "Die!" After Wukong's outburst, he left a pile of debris amidst the dust. As the dust gradually cleared, only Xian Zhang's group remained in a daze. Wan Ting spoke up, "Master, what happened to the grand senior brother? Has he gone to the heavenly palace?" Xianzong fell silent in contemplation. Then, he stood up and called his disciples. Xianzong calmly said, "The heavenly palace's hospitable invitation is hard to refuse, they want to invite us as guests. Your elder brother has gone to scout ahead." Xuanzong looked up at the sky and declared, "We should also set off." At the heavenly palace, in the true Tian platform, the soldiers were in a frenzy. "Lao Jun, what about that little girl?" Lao Jun looked down below, "Very well, Zilan Fairy. Not to mention the plan has failed, I'm afraid it might provoke Wang Mu further." Suddenly, a loud voice interrupted Lao Jun's thoughts, "Tai Shang Lao Jun." The figures of two people gradually appeared, hearing the voice before seeing the figure, "This is your absolute blunder, right? Let it go, it's all unexpected incidents." Despite the Jade Emperor's earnest attempts to stop her, but Wang Mu is angry, unexpected incidents. Lao Jun stood silently like a statue. Wang Mu reached out to touch Lao Jun and threatened, "If I push you down now, it could also be called an unexpected incident, right?" The Jade Emperor panically advised, "Don't be agitated, let's discuss this slowly." Finally, Lao Jun spoke up to explain, "Your Highness, if you have been watching, you should know that Zilan jumped down herself." Wang Mu grew even angrier, grabbing Lao Jun's collar and shouted, "It was your plan that drove the girl to her death." At this point, Lao Jun could only calmly reply, "The person has agreed to that plan already." Lao Jun provocatively said, "In fact, you didn't anticipate this, did you? You have carefully nurtured her for so many years." The harsh reality left Wang Mu in a predicament. She subconsciously let go in shock upon hearing Lao Jun say, "Yet she died without hesitation for a man named by Ma Wan." Seizing the opportunity, Jade Emperor urged Wang Mu gently, "I know Zilan's death pains you, but this cannot be blamed on Lao Jun. We originally only intended for her to act, who knew she would not be sensible like that? She ruined our plan, and we haven't pursued it, have we?" Wang Mu glanced at Jade Emperor, making him uncomfortable, "So I should still thank you on her behalf." "Not necessary, not necessary." Suddenly, a loud voice shook the heavenly palace, "Old Jade Emperor, Tai Shang old thief." Outside the barrier, Wukong was breaking in, "Quickly roll out here so the Sun family can kill you." Lao Jun frowned in displeasure, "Is he already here?" Jade Emperor ordered, "Quickly open the barrier for him, or he will ruin everything." Jade Emperor rubbed his hands excitedly, "Sun Wukong is here, Tang Xianzong and them must surely be following." Wang Mu, standing nearby, did not forget to remind, "Your Majesty, although the celestial palace has a vague barrier, one cannot hide from the heavenly Tao, scheming against you to seek the scriptures." The Jade Emperor smirked at Wang Mu. "Heavenly Tao?" He then grabbed Wang Mu's shoulder, putting on a cunning expression. "Haven't we done enough to hide the heavenly Tao?" Saying this, the Jade Emperor pulled Lao Jun away, not forgetting to reassure her, "Don't worry, Lao Jun and I will handle this well." Wang Mu stayed behind, her face pensive, "Zilan, I have harmed you." The dark night surrounded the people, and beneath the deep ocean, there was not a single ray of light shining down. The group with Xianzong swam with the mermaid monster. "Great Master Xianzong, we are almost there. Is this really a path to the celestial palace? Why do I feel like we are swimming down instead?" Wu Jing, leading the way, was asked by Wan Ting swimming behind. "When did we actually find this secret waterway?" Suddenly Xianzong stopped, frowning and asking, "Isn't there a barrier here?" Wan Ting confidently replied, "Master, don't worry, this barrier won't stop us." They finally reached the barrier of the celestial palace. Then, Wan Ting reached out to touch it, saying, like this. After that, Guan Ting hugged herself, not forgetting to pout cutely. Be a little softer, no need to use too much strength. Finally, Guan Ting truly made it through the barrier in front of everyone. You can get in now. Guan Ting didn't forget to explain the mechanism of the barrier. The more strength you use, the more solid this barrier becomes. Everyone in the heavenly court knows this, so usually they are careful when coming and going. Because of her tendency to show off, Guan Ting's hand was swollen and painful. Xianzong curiously asked, then what's the purpose of this barrier? Guan Ting, in pain but still answering, said, to have some face. The heavenly court must have a barrier, right? The group of fish people announced. Great Master Xianzong, going up will lead to the surface. It's very close to the tranquil Dao pond. We haven't been detected yet. Suddenly, the force of the water grew stronger. Xianzong was startled. Don't randomly create flexes for me. Forming an increasingly powerful whirlpool, Xianzong became more panicked, screaming, Scriptwriter, don't be so effective. The sucking machine of the whirlpool grew stronger, pulling everything in. Being sucked inside, everyone experienced an adventurous game, flowing through pipes with piercing screams. After that, they all fell into a large pool of water. Xianzong, the only one holding his breath underwater, saw something. He patted the mermaid on the shoulder, pointing at the love whirlpool but unable to speak. Quick, throw it in, avoid talking nonsense. The mermaid immediately replied, Great Master Xianzong, it wasn't like this before, we can ensure it. The sparkling water churned together, and Xianzong finally surfaced. He gasped for the fresh air. Guan Ting waved to the master from behind. Xianzong signaled, Quick, come over here. The two of them hid behind the observation platform. After a while of observation, Guan Ting and the dull-witted second brother Xing discovered, Here, this is the Dao Qi, Xianzong excitedly thought, again. Inside the room was a system of pipes connecting to many robots. The robots were installed exactly in the shape of an adult man. What is this? Xianzong pinched Guan Ting's neck, amused as he asked him. He seemed startled. Ba Jie, the little secrets of the heavenly realm are quite numerous, huh? Tell the master, what is going on here? Guan Ting trembled as if being interrogated. I have never been to Dao Qi, so I don't know what this is about. Dao Qi is a palace surrounded by a clear pond and lush greenery. Dao Qi is the retreat of the goddess Wang Mu, and she has never liked being disturbed. Even the Jade Emperor wouldn't come here casually. Guan Ting was still concerned about the robots. What are these things? Meanwhile, Xianzong was deep in thought, saying that beings from a different world are enemies. Isn't that just beating the drum and raising the alarm? Noticing Kong Kong was unconscious, Xianzong pulled him up, still pondering. There's no time to investigate these matters now, we need to find Wukong first. Seeing that Kong Kong had not yet woken up, Xianzong pinched the boy's cheek. After Wukong exploded and disappeared, Kong brother has been out cold, looks like he can't be relied on. Saying that, Xianzong climbed out of the lake and urged, Hurry, let's go find your grand senior brother first. Xianzong made Guan Ting go ahead, feeling helpless. Ba Jie, you go first. Before leaving, both of them took a moment to observe the robots inside. The more he looked, the more peculiar Xianzong found it, a version of me with hair. At that moment, he was very surprised, these people look just like me. Then Xianzong casually reached out to touch one of the robots, feeling anxious, they want to impersonate me, but I don't have hair. Suddenly, the robot opened its eyes wide, staring intently at Xianzong, who jumped back in shock upon seeing it. While they were still confused, the alarm went off, intruder alert, 7 fairies deployed. Then, a different piece of technology appeared, not just 1 but 7, called fairies. They flew in to surround the two of them. Guan Ting jumped in panic into her master's arms, but I still remember the other woman, this time we are definitely dead, Cui Lan is still waiting for me. In contrast, Xianzong calmly reassured the handsome man, Ba Jie, don't be so jittery all the time. If we've been discovered, let's talk quietly, shall we? The alarm continued to ring. Suddenly, someone appeared and said, Tang Xianzong, there's nothing for us to discuss. Xianzong was astonished as Wang Mu confidently stepped forward and commanded, "Seize them, all 7 fairies, and deliver them to the Jade Emperor for processing." Observing Wang Mu, Xianzong thought, "Dressed like that, does she really think she's a research staff member?" Following the order, the 7 fairies rushed in unison, "At your command." Xianzong tried to buy some time, "Wait a minute." He calmly said, "Don't rush, we surely have a lot to talk about." He smirked and continued, "For example, divine bones." Wang Mu looked a bit surprised, "Divine bones?" At this moment, Huan Ting behind him looked at Xianzong with shining eyes full of admiration. "Does Master want to use a divine skill to dig corners this time?" The gates of heaven shook violently. It turned out to be Wukong stirring up trouble, prompting the heavenly soldiers to receive orders to stop him. Unfortunately, the soldiers were no match for Wukong. The title of Great Sage was not just for show. When the sign of heaven fell, Wukong kicked it down and shouted, "Get out here." The chaos at the gate grew increasingly intense. Soldiers were sent flying in all directions. The Jade Emperor used his heavenly eye to observe the commotion at the Tiannan sect. He was also astonished to see the situation, never expecting Wukong to cause trouble there. Then, the Jade Emperor excitedly pointed towards the Tiannan sect and said, "Lao Jun, the Tiannan sect is about to be destroyed, shouldn't we take action?" Lao Jun coldly raised his hand to stop the Jade Emperor, replying, "Your Majesty, do not rush. This time we're aiming to lure Tang Xianzong and Tianping here." Only after being reminded did the Jade Emperor recall the main plan. "All right, Tang Xianzong and Tianping." Then he changed his expression and clapped his hands happily. "As long as this stupid barrier remains, even heavenly Tao cannot probe into the situation in heaven. Even if I kill Tang Xianzong, I won't be struck by lightning, killing without fear of divine retribution." The Jade Emperor was even more excited thinking about Tianping. Of course, the main concern is still to eliminate Tianping, to avoid a great disaster in my heart. Lao Jun couldn't help but ponder this thought. "Your Majesty," but then Lao Jun fell silent and thought, killing Tang Xianzong could bring peace to the 3 realms for several hundred years. As for Tianping, let's consider it fulfilling the wishes of the lower realms. The two continued to observe Wukong wreaking havoc. Both could only stand helplessly and watch as everything was destroyed around them. At this moment, the Jade Emperor could no longer hold back and became furious. "Lao Jun, the Tiannan sect has been dismantled, why haven't Tang Xianzong and Tianping arrived yet?" On the side of the group, Xianzong could not proceed because he was blocked by Wang Mu. Wang Mu calmly smirked, then approached Xianzong with her arms crossed and praised, "I didn't expect you to understand so much about the divine bones." Xianzong politely replied, "It's nothing to mention." Wang Mu continued calmly, "Unfortunately, there's something you still don't know." The slap from Wang Mu caught Xianzong off guard. "The divine bones were invented by me to help the Jade Emperor. Trying to rely on this to buy time is useless, you still know too little." Wang Mu's words left Xianzong utterly dumbfounded. "Tang Xianzong, you have not had Wukong as your disciple for long, is it worth it to put your life on the line for him?" As she said this, she glanced at Huan Ting, causing his little heart to jump. "There are a few more names, right?" Xianzong remained fearless and replied resolutely, "Once you bow to me as your master, you are under my protection. Running away midway is not allowed. Moreover, who said I would sacrifice my life for this?" Before he finished speaking, Wang Mu had already made a move against Xianzong. "Ignorance breeds fearlessness, I won't laugh at you," Wang Mu said before turning to leave, not forgetting to order, "Make your move." Xianzong then spoke up, "Wait a minute." Xianzong tried to buy some time. "I still have something to say." Huan Ting behind him encouraged enthusiastically, "Master, we depend on you." Xianzong's question blossomed like a garden of flowers in Wang Mu's heart. The statement that shook the 3 realms came from Xianzong. "Do you have a secret crush on me?" Wang Mu was stunned at this moment, while Xianzong was just confused and scratched his head, clearly embarrassed. After that, she turned around angrily. "Tang Xianzong, you." Wang Mu frowned, not having the chance to explain before being interrupted. "If not, then why do these robotic simulations have faces that resemble mine?" While Xianzong was pleased with his correct guess, Wan Ting remained confused behind him. Huh? The chicken spirit simulation. Wang Mu held a fairy, gritting her teeth in anger. What Wang Mu did next was unexpected. She actually lunged at Xianzong and stuffed a fairy into his mouth. He's much more handsome than you. Xianzong wouldn't back down, arguing, you're lying, without his hair, he looks exactly the same. Wang Mu was furious but couldn't respond since he had hit a nerve. After that, Xianzong slowly stood up. So. He then tightly grasped Wang Mu's hand and confidently asked, you also crossed over, right? Wang Mu stammered, cross over. Finally, Xianzong admitted the secret, actually, I crossed over from a different world. In Ba Jia's imagination, he was surrounded by beautiful robot girls, but reality always disappointed people as these robots were a bit lacking. On the screen was a person surrounded by the robots. After a while of observation, Xianzong spoke, the other things are fine, but the central processing unit of the brain is too inadequate to handle this huge amount of data. At that moment, countless questions filled his head. Clearly, she is not a crossover, and doesn't understand the basic concepts of modern science. But I know how to create a simulation robot. What on earth is going on? Suddenly, Wang Mu slapped him on the shoulder. Wang Mu, his eyes shining with admiration, said, I didn't expect the great master to excel in this as well. It seems the great master has a way to help me complete these simulation robots. On the outside, he smiled, but inside he felt unhappy. This technology will at least take a few hundred years to develop. In my current era, should I use my brain as the main processor for her? She unexpectedly pulled his shirt up, looking a bit displeased. Wang Mu showed visible discomfort. Does the great master refuse? Xianzong just smirked and shrugged. If you need my help, you must tell me honestly, right? He looked at her scrutinizingly. Why do you want to create a simulation robot? Xianzong leaned in close to Wang Mu and asked, who is the person you created? She was extremely irritated, pushing his hand away. He is an old acquaintance of mine. Her push sent him flying back a little. The technology to simulate a robot was taught to me by him. Thinking of that man, her heart ached again. He has already dissipated, though. Wang Mu still held on to that piece of clothing. There is no way to bring him back to life. He immediately appeared on guard. You want to use this technique to bring him back to life? Wang Mu was still trapped in those feelings. I know that even creating a simulated robot won't be him, but at least it will have his appearance. I can also input the memories we once had together. Her gaze suddenly became extremely dangerous. Choose. Help me or die. Xianzong, frightened, quickly jumped back. Let me think about it first. He was trying to whisper to the system. System, is there a central processor for the simulated robot? The system, hearing the question, immediately became smug. Of course there is. Saying this, it eagerly slapped a check in front of him, just that it costs 20,000, okay? Xianzong, in anger, grabbed it tightly. What good does it do you if I die now? But the system just shrugged, pretending to be helpless. I have to follow the rules, sorry about that. But seeing his attitude, it was a bit flustered. Don't make a scene, you can't steal from the system. Xianzong, with determination, returned to her side. His expression was very serious as he said, I will help you. Upon hearing this, she immediately broke into a smile. Xianzang's expression remained unchanged. But you must agree to 3 conditions of mine. White cranes were flying around the heavenly realm. Xianzong stared at the place in front of him. Wang Mu looked at it and felt regret. Zilan jumped off the True Tian platform herself, and her soul dispersed right at that spot. I couldn't save her. Ba Jia trembled all over and pointed ahead, Master is coming, coming. In contrast to his attitude, he smiled. In front of them stood a magnificent, vast palace. Xianzong stood before Do Chu Palace, excited, experience points, I'm here. Xianzong stood before the system and requested, Condition 1, I want to know the past of Zilan Fairy and Sun Wukong, and how she died. He didn't wait for a response and continued, Condition 2, you must help me infiltrate Do Chu Palace, while ensuring Tai Shang Lao Jun does not return during the time I infiltrate Do Chu Palace. Condition 3. Wang Mu immediately interrupted him, Don't worry, he is nothing like you at all. Her expression was clearly that of a girl in love. He will definitely live longer than you, you fool. Xian Zhang's group had now arrived at their destination. They walked on, regardless of the many fairies around them. Xian Zhang expressed to his two disciples while walking, Wang Mu's magic is truly impressive. He turned to look at the boy and teased a bit, Ba Jia, how could you, who used to be Tian Peng Yuan Shui, not be familiar with the great elders in this heavenly realm? Ba Jia walked away with a sulky expression, a disciple is in the mud yet does not smell of it, I am not cut from the same cloth as them. Xian Zhang, with a disdainful look and picking his nose, said, It's because you can't form connections, no wonder you were wiped out. He immediately took his two disciples and ran like the wind, the alchemy room is right in front of us, hurry up, your grand senior brother is waiting for us to rescue him. At this moment, in the alchemy room, there were two immortals. The countdown clock displayed around 38 minutes. One immortal sighed sadly while turning the knob, It's rare for the old master to not be here, everyone else has gone to laze around. We are unfortunate to be assigned here. Another person was preparing to close the door. He slammed it shut. The three of Xian Zhang were holding their breath outside the door. They had started inside and were incredibly surprised. In the middle of the room was the refining pill furnace along with numerous other pill jars. This style had truly been passed down from generation to generation. Each pill jar had a different label. Xian Zhang couldn't hold it in anymore and opened the door. Looking at the pile of pills in front of him, Xian Zhang's eyes sparkled. He hurriedly scooped the pills into his bag, Ba Jia, Wu Jing, come help the master get the items. But the sea monster behind him froze him in place, don't just stand there. He immediately showed signs of alertness. The two were also trembling in fear at the sight. Even facing the monster, Xian Zhang reassured himself, don't panic, it's just a coincidence, it can't possibly detect me. The monster opened its mouth wide and roared. Xian Zhang quickly jumped back far away. The monster immediately turned towards him. Without hesitation, it leaped towards him as he was running. It's not just a coincidence, it has detected me. The monster kept showing off its sharp teeth. Xian Zhang showed no signs of fear, damn it, why did Wang Mu's magic fail? Wu Jing and Ba Jia were sitting in a corner. Second senior brother, what is the master doing? Xian Zhang shouted while dodging, Ba Jia. He appeared indifferent, just training my body. Everywhere they ran through was left in ruins. Xian Zhang was running ahead, while the monster chased above him. Ba Jia looked at them and seemed to have noticed something. You can see the words, Water 71.728, on the arm of the monster. Ba Jia recalled the days of practicing martial arts with his subordinate, beat the boss, play dirty, strike hard, Xian Yu, use the monkey thief move. Go, Xian Yu. But after just a few moves, he had knocked him down. Xian Yu dove into the water with a determined look, Yuan Shui Lord, next time the subordinate will definitely defeat you. The words, Water 71.728, remained on his arm. The current scene in the elixir pharmacy was very chaotic. At this moment, Xian Zhang also made a firm decision, if we can't escape, then just kill him. He had taken up his staff and was ready to fight back. After killing him, just throw him into the space to destroy the body, leaving no trace. The monster had charged towards him. Ba Jia immediately stepped in to shield them both. As a result, he was struck by Xian Zhang's staff and got injured. Ignoring the pain, he embraced the monster, Xian Yu, is that you? Xian Zhang was also surprised by the scene in front of him. Ba Jia hurriedly held the struggling monster down. After a while, it finally stopped moving. Ba Jia remained silent as if to reassure him. The gaze of the boy contained worry and unease. Xian Yu, are you okay? The beast had also sensed something. It immediately roared and opened its mouth wide. But before it could let out many words, the staff of his brother pressed its head down. Ba Jie looked quite surprised by this action. Xianzong merely coldly stared at his disciple. "Is it an acquaintance of yours?" He stared intently at the beast lying there. "This one cannot see nor hear, it must be using some special method to sense our location." After hearing this, Ba Jie also began to examine Xian Yu. The boy was now looking down at the marks on his neck. "It's wave patterns." Ba Jie explained what it meant. By emitting tiny droplets of water to probe surrounding objects, Ba Jie clenched his fist in anger. It's a special skill that only the Celestial Navy can master. Xian Yu seemed to have regained consciousness. "Yuan," he mumbled, as if wanting to call the boy. "Yuan Shui Lord." Ba Jie still gritted his teeth in indignation. The boy's expression was one of rage. The Jade Emperor is untrustworthy, treacherous, and bullies others excessively. Xianzong kicked him into the space gate, leaving the boy bewildered. "Alright, I'll temporarily keep this useless person in the space. Let's wait until we get outside before continuing the discussion." He quickly glanced at the remaining disciples sitting in the corner. "Wu Jing, come here quickly and pack these pills." Upon hearing his name, Wu Jing was very excited. "Yes, master." Before long, the shelves for the pills were completely empty. Xianzong was taking each bottle one by one. After finishing, he dusted off his hands with a very satisfied expression. They finished packing the pills and tidied everything up. "It's done." He looked at his disciple who was eagerly probing for any activity. "All right, Ba Jie, you've checked thoroughly 100 times, if you don't find anything, it means there's nothing there." Ba Jie still didn't stop his work. "No, I need to check if there are any other brothers inside." Suddenly, the closed door swung open. An immortal rushed in and scolded the person accompanying him. "Why are you so slow? If you arrive late, everyone will be in trouble." The other immortal couldn't hold back. "Well, I made it in time." That immortal grabbed the other's shirt in a panic. Senior brother, look." Xianzong signaled to his two disciples, "Hurry. They've discovered that the pills are gone and will soon call Tai Shang Lao Jun back." The two hugged each other tightly, very flustered. "There." Xianzong put on a face of extreme pain. "Could it be that I've been discovered?" Immediately, Xianzong changed to a mischievous expression, cracking his knuckles to intimidate the two young attendants. "If you've seen me, then I apologize." The two young attendants trembled in fear, clutching each other tightly. However, in reality, they were not scared of Xianzong at all. In their eyes, they only saw the fish tank on Wu Jing's head. Both shouted in shock, "The fish tank!" The faces of the two young attendants turned pale. "We're done for. Who on earth brought a fish tank in here? If Lao Jun finds out that we carelessly allowed an unidentified fish tank into his sacred and inviolable elixir pharmacy, we will surely be sent to be test subjects." Hearing this, Xianzong suddenly realized, "I forgot that the fish tank was taken out later, without the magic effect of Wang Mu." Immediately, an idea sprang to Xianzang's mind. He quickly pulled Wu Jing's head down. "Master, I'll borrow you for a bit." Then he threw Wu Jing towards the two young attendants. Wu Jing hit them painfully. Both immediately felt dizzy and fainted on the ground. Just then, the theft alarm system in the elixir pharmacy rang out with a warning. "Warning! Warning!" The speaker of the system blared, "The designated time has come, no reorganization according to plan." It continued to echo, "The system will restart. Restarting soon." Lao Jun immediately received the signal and was startled. Elixir pharmacy. The situation over here was not any better, the sign had been smashed to pieces. But for the sake of his precious elixir pharmacy, Lao Jun had to leave. He stepped forward and said to the Jade Emperor, "Your Majesty, something has happened at elixir pharmacy. I must return to handle it first, do not act rashly." Before the Jade Emperor could agree, Lao Jun immediately left. The Jade Emperor stayed behind, unable to hold back his exclamation, "Destroy it, hurry up, I'm tired already." After returning to elixir pharmacy, Lao Jun was told by 2 attendants, it was a flying fish tank. In an instant, it knocked us out. The 2 attendants bowed low, trembling in fear as they said, maybe the pills were also stolen by that fish tank. One daring attendant raised his head and asked Lao Jun, what should we do next? But Lao Jun did not say a word. Suddenly, blood flowed from his mouth, and he collapsed backward, unconscious. This made the 2 attendants, who were already scared, even more terrified. Both looked at Lao Jun, their eyes wide with horror, and screamed. Where is the person? Lao Jun has fainted from anger. Switching scenes to Xianzong. He has brought back all of Lao Jun's pills. Xianzong rubs his arms and says, finally, I've gathered enough. He immediately looks at Bai Tian and, pretending to be casual, says, Tian, later when I level up, I will use a large amount of energy, so the food issue is up to you. Bai Tian admirably replies, no problem, great master. You can do it. After that, Xianzong flexes his hands, now, let's prepare everything. He immediately dives into the pile of pills, let's eat. The system then sends a series of notifications, congratulations donor on reaching 1 million experience points. Each pill adds 1 million points. Switching scenes to Ruan Ting. He is currently interrogating a Shui Bing. Ruan Ting does not hold back and punches it. After a while, Ruan Ting calms down and asks, tell me. Why was Xian Yu captured by Tai Shang Lao Jun to test the medicine? How many brothers have been taken? The Shui Bing, in pain, cries out, we really don't know. Because many brothers died in the civil war, we couldn't notice that a few people were missing. Ruan Ting listens, unable to believe, civil war. Realizing he has said too much, the fish dares not say anything more. Ruan Ting knew the situation was not simple. He wanted to leave but was held back by 2 fish. They pleaded earnestly, boss. We were wrong. It wasn't our intention to hide anything from you. One of them clung tightly to Ruan Ting's leg, crying, boss, you know. These little shrimp and crabs, none of us really respect each other. After being pushed to the borders of the underworld, with no one to maintain order, everything fell into chaos, fights broke out like daily meals. The other one added, but we never expected there would be spies from the heavenly realm among us. Looking back now, those initial fights were really strange. It held on to Ruan Ting's leg tightly, tears streaming down, boss, please hurry back to restore order. Ruan Ting recalled what the Jade Emperor had once said to him, Tianpeng, I must address one thing, either you or the 100,000 water troops. He clenched his teeth, thinking, I originally thought that by letting my brothers hold the underworld, I could stay away from the disputes of the heavenly realm, live peacefully in a corner, and enjoy myself. As he thought about this, Ruan Ting gritted his teeth even harder. I never expected that. Unable to contain himself, his anger erupted, since things have come to this, I will return with you. We must act ruthlessly against those traitors who dare to collude with the celestial court and betray their brothers. Ruan Ting unleashed all his strength, erupting with power. He shouted furiously, avenge our brothers. Seeing this, the 2 Shui Bing were moved, embracing each other and calling out, boss. Yuan Shui. However, at that moment, an even more powerful source of light shone down. Shortly after, a huge explosion occurred, blowing both Ruan Ting and the 2 Shui Bing outside. The force of the explosion was so great that it obscured the sunlight. Wu Jing, who was unconscious, was jolted awake and pushed backward by the shockwave. On the other side, Ruan Ting and the 2 Shui Bing were not in much better condition. Tian had to cover her eyes with her hands, but she still worriedly called out, Great Master. After a while, everything returned to normal, and the epicenter of the explosion subsided significantly. From the smoke and fire, the silhouette of Xianzong still stood there. He stood firm among the pile of pills collected from Lao Jun, his whole body emanating a strange aura. Xianzong tried to clench his fists, channeling his strength. The unfamiliar sensation made him amazed and he laughed loudly, leveled up to 40 all at once. This skill is complete. Immediately, a character information panel appeared, donor, Tang Seng. Profession, monk, a seeker of scriptures. Level, 40. Experience, plenty. Props, patchwork monk robe, 9-ringed staff, golden forbidden 3-headed imitation. Xianzong looked at his new power and said, still have 20 million experience points, by the central processor. The system immediately displayed a message, congratulations, donor has leveled up. Skill, Hong self-determination. Attack power increases significantly. Level, 70 max level. To reach max experience, this skill can level up. During the use of the skill, any experience that the donor gains will be converted at a certain rate to level up this skill. After reading this, Xianzong couldn't help but feel regret, but unfortunately, you can only activate the skill once a day, wasting a bit of experience. Yet he still felt very pleased, smiling widely, no wonder it's me. Xianzong then called his disciples, "Disciples, come here quickly." He opened his monk robe to reveal a pile of elixirs inside, laughing, "I have good stuff for you here." Guan Ting, knowing the potency of the pills, carefully stopped Wu Jing and Tian from going in that direction. "Master, just one consumption of more than 3 of these golden elixirs will cause the drinker to explode and die. How many have you taken so far, are you okay?" Upon hearing this, Xianzong made a cute expression, winking, like this. This action left Guan Ting feeling helpless. Want to pretend to be cute to get through? Xianzong confidently assured them, then each of you will get 2 pills, and whatever is left, the master will help you collect. Quickly, the precious pills were distributed to everyone. Holding the pill in her hand, Guan Ting's eyes lit up with desire. Back in the heavenly palace, Sun Wukong was going mad. He shouted angrily, "Jade Emperor, you old fool, come out here." Sun Wukong immediately approached a palace, his body towering in size. Without mercy, he kicked, causing the palace to collapse instantly, then screamed, "Wait until the old man's son overturns your sky-ascending palace." As each palace fell, the Jade Emperor could not help but feel distressed and gloomy. Unable to contain his anger, he cracked his knuckles. "Why hasn't Lao Jun returned yet? I can't control myself any longer." Suddenly, he sensed someone behind him. Turning around, he heard the taunting voice of Xianzong, "Isn't this the Jade Emperor?" Behind him stood Xianzang's 4 disciples, Wu Jing and Guan Ting, ready for battle. "We've kept you waiting for a long time." Xianzong flexed his hands and smiled, "Let's settle the score." The Jade Emperor's face darkened as he grinned maliciously and said, "Tang Xianzong, Tianpeng. Are you really here to get caught in the net?" Xianzong smirked provocatively. "No, we came intentionally to fight you." He turned his shoulder arrogantly and said, "I've already defeated Tai Shang Lao Jun, so to be fair, I can't let you off the hook." Hearing this, the 2 disciples behind him couldn't help but chatter excitedly. When it comes to putting on airs, the master is truly someone who makes others look up in awe. The Jade Emperor snorted at this, then burst out laughing uncontrollably. He recalled old memories and laughed loudly, thinking, arrogant, foolish, just like that dumb character. But Xianzong didn't care. He twirled his ear and contemptuously said, "I'm in a hurry to find Wukong. Do I need to ask for 2 more lines, or should I just go ahead and fight?" The Jade Emperor sneered coldly, "You have really become much stronger." Saying this, the Jade Emperor's gaze turned icy, and he wore a sinister smile. "I'm very pleased, but..." He shouted, "Come out, my minions." Immediately, 4 gigantic beings of strange forms appeared, looking truly grotesque. Yet, the Jade Emperor was very self-satisfied, 4 heavenly kings. Seeing this flamboyant group, Guan Ting had to cover her eyes and shout, "Blind my eyes." The Jade Emperor pointed at Xianzang's group and ordered, "Charge! My warriors, my alchemists." Xianzang's face twisted in confusion, not understanding, "Which brat taught you all such theories?" The scene shifts to Wangmu, where Tian has also arrived. Through the broadcast screen, the image of Sun Wukong causing havoc in the heavenly palace is replayed. Wangmu turns to Tian and asks, "Last time Sun Wukong caused trouble in the heavenly palace, you were still on duty at the Fei Xiang Hall, right?" Tian nods and replies, "Yes, my lady." Being asked, Tian seems a bit reserved and fearful. Suddenly, Wangmu asks, "Tang Xianzong is quite something, isn't he?" Tian blushes at this question, feeling shy, recalling the things Xianzong has done for her. Her face turns as red as a tomato as she says, he is very good, very attentive to me, and he trusts me a lot. As she continues, she becomes even more bashful, nervously fidgeting with her hands. He is willing to entrust important matters to me. Wang Mu sighs at this and gently says, don't worry, if he dies this time, I will take care of you. Hearing this, Tian is startled and turns to look, her mood instantly turning anxious, tears streaming down her cheeks. It can't be. Wang Mu continues, he intentionally let you follow me. Aren't there any plans? Transition back to the battlefield between Xianzong and the Jade Emperor. Due to the dazzling brightness of the four heavenly kings, Xianzong and his group had to wear sunglasses. Wu Jing twitched the corner of his mouth and said, is this the four heavenly kings? Ruan Ting praised, Master Xianzong, in fact, is very resourceful. In a moment, he has turned danger into nothingness. These four heavenly kings look quite spectacular. On the other side, the Jade Emperor held a tablet and said proudly, Tang Xianzong, what do you think of my bioengineering technology? He showed them the normal appearance of the four heavenly kings before the aesthetic changes. Though they were somewhat ugly, they were still acceptable. But after the Jade Emperor's work, they were indeed ugly to the point of being frightening. Where did these four heavenly kings come from? Xianzong immediately mocked, if the aesthetics are poor, don't force it. The Jade Emperor was instantly provoked and shouted, for heavenly kings, attack for me. The group rushed to attack, and in the blink of an eye, they had surrounded everyone. Xianzong clenched his fists and shouted, act according to the plan. He swung his arm, blocking the strikes of the four heavenly kings to allow Ruan Ting's group to escape. Seeing this, the Jade Emperor was startled and exclaimed, Tianping has run away. He commanded the four heavenly kings, chase after Tianping. Chase after Tianping first. Xianzong felt an ominous premonition in his heart. How deeply does this Jade Emperor obsess over Ba Jie? He immediately assisted Ruan Ting, taking out each one of them one by one. Xianzong punched the white-haired man in the stomach, then struck one in the face, and another on the cheek. The four heavenly kings were immediately pushed back a few steps. Xianzong was worried, fearing the plan would have to change. He quickly sat down to gather momentum and then leaped up high. On Sun Wukong's side, he was wreaking havoc throughout the heavenly palace. Wukong had lost control, and the Buddha's incantations were fully manifesting on him. Ruan Ting watched in fear. Just as the master predicted, the strength of the grand senior brother is indeed about to be exhausted. He noticed the seals on his body and thought, it's just the seal on his body. Suddenly, Xianzong appeared here. Ruan Ting exclaimed in surprise, Master. Why are you? Xianzong shouted loudly, you can't hold out much longer. You should run quickly, and your speed has to be fast. Ruan Ting immediately said to Wu Jing, Junior brother, I have to go now, make sure to seize the right moment to follow up. Saying this, he used the transformation spell to turn into a beautiful fairy like a flower. Ruan Ting immediately approached Wukong from behind and shouted, Great sage brother. Quickly stop. On the other side, the four heavenly kings also rushed over. Xianzong then rolled his shoulders a bit, everyone has arrived, huh? He smirked provocatively, don't wait anymore, let's fight. Xianzong was extremely self-satisfied, standing with his arms crossed proudly. The Jade Emperor, seeing this, sneered and said, Tang Xianzong, if you want to die so quickly. He pointed ahead, I will fulfill your wish. The Jade Emperor immediately gave the order, my four heavenly kings. Xianzong quickly took fighting stance. After the command was issued, the one with the instrument rushed forward. He immediately used his extraordinary musical skills to play a song, and the others followed along with dancing. However, the song was really not good, too hard to listen to. Xianzong looked at those people, frowning in confusion, what kind of trick is this? But when the sound of the instrument reached his ears, a wave of shock hit him, making Xianzong dizzy and disoriented. On the other side, the four heavenly kings were still immersed in the music, some dancing, others playing instruments. They had turned this place into a bustling disco dance floor. Xianzong was immediately surrounded by that group of people. He instantly used his hands to strike the illusions away, but right after, another set of illusions appeared right behind him. With no other choice, Xianzong jumped up high. The four heavenly kings, like restless spirits, immediately chased after him. They were determined to capture him at all costs. Seeing this, Xianzong sneered, "Are you trying to take points?" He put all his strength into his punch, smiling proudly, looking for the true body. "Who do you think you are?" A earth-shattering punch was unleashed. "Go meet the devil for grandfather." Instantly, the disco floor was cleared by Xianzang's pressure. Only the four heavenly kings remained on the dance floor. The Jade Emperor couldn't believe his eyes. What? His entire body trembled, his face turned pale. It's not about finding the true body, but about taking care of the entire 1024 organization. Xianzong looked down on the Jade Emperor, disdainfully saying, "Trash." The Jade Emperor was furious, yelling loudly, "For heavenly kings." He ordered, "Tang Xianzong, completely dissolve him down to the cellular level." Immediately, a formation was established right beneath Xianzang's feet. The Jade Emperor, full of triumph, laughed coldly, thinking, "Yes, soon I can collect some cells, this is the price for mocking me." The four heavenly kings plunged their weapons into the ground. Immediately, a series of beams of light shot straight into the sky, forming an arc. Xianzong realized, "Indeed, I cannot hold on much longer." He closed his eyes, recalling Ba Jie's earlier words, "Master can no longer prolong time." Xianzong immediately employed the new technique he had just learned. His eyes were filled with determination. Following the stream of light shooting into the sky, Xianzong leaped upwards. The Jade Emperor stared in astonishment, his mouth agape. A tremendous explosion occurred. The Jade Emperor hurriedly stepped back. As the smoke gradually cleared, it was evident that the four heavenly kings had been dealt with by Xianzong. He looked at the Jade Emperor and said with a smile, "Jade Emperor." Xianzong made a downward thumbs-up gesture, contemptuously saying, "You're finished." When the dust finally settled, the Jade Emperor also descended, standing opposite Xianzong. He gritted his teeth, filled with rage, and said, "Tang Xianzong, I have underestimated you." Xianzong removed his glasses nonchalantly and replied, "Jade Emperor, luring me to the celestial court is the biggest mistake you have made in your life." He thought to himself about the four heavenly kings from earlier. You made warriors so weak, and yet you remain unaware of it. He couldn't help but smile smugly. Just at the right time for us to show off our power. But at this moment, another worry arose. Xuanzang thought to himself, why hasn't Ba Jie handled this yet? If the Jade Emperor personally intervenes, Master won't be able to pretend anymore. On the other side, the Jade Emperor also felt worried. Why hasn't Lao Jun returned? Should I continue to take action? At that moment, Yuan Ting's desperate scream rang out, "Master, save me." Looking at the scene before them, both Xuanzang and the Jade Emperor were terrified, their faces pale. Sun Wukong, who had just been over there, was now chasing after Yuan Ting, running this way. Yuan Ting ran ahead, calling out, "Master." Sun Wukong on the other side, filled with rage, shouted, "After everything that has happened, you still want to deceive me." The immense burden once again fell on Xuanzang's shoulders, and he couldn't help but feel helpless, silently screaming inside, "Why did Ba Jie lure Wukong here, ruining all my plans?" In fact, their original plan was as follows: the director would call for a performance, and thus the stage would open. The group would split into two factions, Xuanzang in one direction, and Yuan Ting and Wukong in another. After that, during that time, Xuanzang would try to navigate and stall for time with Sun Wukong. Meanwhile, Yuan Ting and Wu Jing would execute a surprise attack. Everything was in chaos. With a single trigger, all three ran away like crazy from Heavenly Palace, leaving Xianzang to handle things behind. The director yelled cut, and the scene created by Xianzang was truly perfect. But looking at the situation in front of him, Yuan Ting was really a useless teammate. He was crying and clinging to his leg, pleading for help. Yuan Ting insisted on holding on and lamented, "Master, the Grand Senior Brother misunderstood that I was sent by the Jade Emperor to deceive him. I almost got beaten to death." But at that moment, Wukong over there had already shouted out in anger. After a while, that sound continued, and just when it was getting intense, Wukong suddenly stopped. Then, he collapsed, his body gradually shrinking. Xianzong immediately recognized that it was the blow that shattered Xiao Bao's palace a moment ago. Wukong had completely exhausted his strength. Xianzong quickly grabbed Ruan Ting's arm and then ran like crazy toward Wukong. Up ahead, Wu Jing had been crushed under Wukong's fall. Xianzong hurriedly said, "Ba Jie, I'll handle Sha Seng." Then, he carried Wukong and ran off, but was blocked by the Jade Emperor on the way. He stood in the middle of the road, looking at the teacher and his students. Xianzong thought to himself, do I really have to resort to this? He remembered telling Wang Mu, I want to make a pact with you. The Jade Emperor in front smiled and said, don't be in such a hurry. His gaze fixated on Wan Ting, saying, Tian Peng. Immediately, a figure appeared behind him. You've finally arrived. The figure peeled off the outer cloth to reveal a familiar form inside. Isn't that Heng Yi? The Jade Emperor laughed heartily and said, it's convenient to meet a familiar face, isn't it? 300 years ago in the Heavenly Palace, on the bridge crossing the lake of the Heavenly Palace, Ruan Ting, then Tian Peng, had met Heng Yi here. Ruan Ting greeted her politely, greetings, fairy. But Heng Yi merely glanced at him once, then immediately brushed past Ruan Ting and left. She continued straight ahead without looking back. Feeling ignored, Ruan Ting seemed frozen in place. Tu Shuibing approached upon seeing this, asking curiously, boss, every time the fairy Heng Yi sees you, she's very cold, aren't you? Boss, did you offend fairy Heng Yi? Who told you to be known as the distant young? Ruan Ting was also filled with displeasure, thinking, does she hate me that much? Then I should keep my distance in the future. But the truth was different. After passing through the door, Heng Yi's heart raced uncontrollably. Just now was really too close. She blushed in embarrassment, I really don't dare to speak up. And above is the one and only time Tian Peng Yuan Shui and Heng Yi met at close range. Back to reality, Heng Yi was now standing behind the Jade Emperor. Xianzong turned around and asked, do you know this beauty? Ruan Ting immediately shook her head in denial, sorry, I don't know her. These words made Xianzong angry. He struck Ruan Ting on the head with his staff, scolding, Ba Jie, where is your conscience? He grabbed Ruan Ting by the collar and angrily said, in Wu Jing's notebook, it is recorded that Heng Yi was harmed by you for defending the weak from the Jade Emperor. Ruan Ting was immediately beaten up, covering his face and pleading, Master, don't hit my face. Xianzong shouted, do you dare to block again? Watching the tragic scene of teacher and student, the Jade Emperor secretly laughed, finally, there's a chance for real combat. Then he sneered, laughing heartily, this is my finest work, there are no more enemies left. That was the final weapon transformation of Heng Yi. Heng Yi's eyes teared up but were very lifeless. She followed the Jade Emperor's instructions and rushed up, go ahead, my transformation of Heng Yi. She dashed like an arrow towards the four masters and students, and all three were on high alert. Xuanzang frowned, deciding to probe cautiously first. Heng Yi immediately launched an attack. Xuanzang quickly parried. When Heng Yi's cloth and Xuanzang's staff collided, Heng Yi's cloth was deflected, but Xuanzang was also pushed back slightly, however, it was just a minor sting. Xuanzang sneered, not that impressive, it feels similar to the four heavenly kings' four chickens. Determined, Xuanzang decided, then let's speed up the conclusion. He charged forward to attack. Seeing this, Heng Yi quickly retreated, but her face showed no sign of disturbance. Xuanzang was momentarily taken aback, but the scene shocked him, and he gasped, you can even perform such a move. Xuanzang immediately stepped back, leaving the disciples astonished, Master, what is happening with Heng Yi? Xuanzang felt a surge of caution, thinking, she can emit space-splitting power, does that mean I can't reach Heng Yi? The Jade Emperor sneered, fools. He laughed triumphantly, trembling before the power of science, huh? Immediately, Heng Yi over there launched an attack. Unexpectedly right above Xuanzang. Then, Heng Yi attacked with pieces of cloth wrapped in spiritual energy. Xuanzang tried to defend himself, but it seemed a bit difficult. The strips of cloth kept rushing forward. In a moment of confusion, suddenly the strips of cloth were cut off. Guan Ting's trident quickly severed everything in the astonishment of the master. Usually seeing Guan Ting dazed, but at this moment he spoke up, the nourishment leans against a circle around the grand senior brother. Guan Ting this time resembled his previous incarnation of Tianpeng, serious and mighty. Xuanzang, witnessing this for the first time, could not help but be astonished. It's rare to see Ba Jie so serious. Xuanzang frowned, observing the defensive situation around them, while Wu Jing couldn't help but feel anxious. Guan Ting commanded everyone to defend and protect. Everyone, carefully look at the three paths, above, below, in the middle. All three together take up a position to observe. Guan Ting did not forget to remind, do not move. Heng Yi's face showed no change, observing from a different spatial dimension and then launching an attack against them. The three master and disciples of Xuanzang worked hard to cut through the strips of cloth protecting Wukong. They could not see Heng Yi, but she was still able to attack, leaving Guan Ting puzzled. Master, what is Heng Yi really like? Xuanzang explained using spatial geometry, this ability to separate space assumes that we are currently in a two-dimensional space. We and she are not on the same piece of paper at all, yet she can enter our page at any time. Guan Ting, an ancient figure, naturally did not understand what Xuanzang was saying. The mind right now is like a modern person going to school who might not even know. Could you simplify it a bit, master? Xuanzang, like our teachers, explained hoarsely with no one understanding, angrily shouted, for now, we cannot reach her, hold on. Xuanzang held his head, incredulous, this is a dimensional reduction attack. The heavenly realm is a bit too scientific now. The Jade Emperor outside observed and felt bored, not interesting at all. Saying this, the Jade Emperor ordered, Heng Yi, fix their separation. Hearing the command, she responded coldly like a robot, understood. Then, Heng Yi's body glowed again, her hands moving in circles, causing space to continue to shift. Xuanzang seemed to realize, wait, is it not? The vortex from Heng Yi's hand became thicker and faster. After accumulating enough, Heng Yi shouted loudly, Van Kai. Xuanzang gritted his teeth, feeling, but could not stop. Xuanzang was separated and jumped up. Guan Ting had a bit more difficulty in separating, as her whole body fell back. But the one who had the hardest time was Wu Jing, he had to bend down just to fit his body. Not stopping there, after separating them, Heng Yi struck with another move. Xuanzang on this side knelt down, trying to hold on, not letting the space be pressed further, continuously thinking, the space is being compressed further, but if it can be separated like this. Guan Ting and Wu Jing also tried to hold on, calling out, Master, can you hear what I'm saying? Master, second senior brother. It seemed Xuanzang did not hear what they said, he was silently contemplating. The Jade Emperor continued to issue commands, Heng Yi, fix it, crush them. Hearing the order, Heng Yi seemed to be programmed, creating blinding light, continuing to compress the space even more. Inside Heng Yi's hand, they were being distorted, screaming, Grand Senior Brother, help us. The Jade Emperor was feeling very proud, who besides me has the talent to do such things? Heng Yi frowned in confusion, observing from afar, the space of Master and Tang Seng was still intact, and moreover, they had merged together. Xuanzang was holding something in his hand. It seemed that Xuanzang had found a way to counterattack. Indeed, treating it directly as a two-dimensional plane makes it simpler. The Jade Emperor, who was proud of himself just moments ago, changed his expression in shock. What kind of dark technique is this? Seeing Xuanzang holding something, the Jade Emperor's eyes sparkled like a child who had just seen a new toy. He ordered, Heng Yi, go get what Tang Xuanzang is holding. Heng Yi only responded with 2 words, as you command, then charged straight at Xuanzang without hesitation, unwilling to be outdone. Xuanzang also launched an immediate offensive. Guan Ting tried to intervene but failed. Wait, Heng Yi, she. Before leaving, she reminded, keep an eye on Grand Senior Brother, Master will deal with Heng Yi. Saying that, Xuanzang attacked Heng Yi with all his might. Xuanzang furrowed his brows in hesitation. There's nothing to do but try. With sharp eyes full of determination, Hang Yi maintained a cold expression, her whole body emanating light. Xian Zong attacked boldly. When he struck Hang Yi's arm, she unexpectedly retreated out of his reach. Xian Zhang's gaze was resolute. Just risk it. Hang Yi was equally unyielding, grasping the black fabric strips, forming sharp-spined arrow-like projectiles that flew straight towards Xian Zong. Xian Zong had prepared his stance, saying, "I don't believe my 2B can't deal with you." Hang Yi's moves pierced through space, attacking Xian Zong one after another. Suddenly, the two dimensions seemed to connect. Seizing the opportunity, Xian Zong jumped out of the standing space and charged directly towards Hang Yi. Hang Yi, caught off guard, stepped back. The battle between Xian Zong and Hang Yi in the outer space was incredibly fierce. At this moment, Hang Yi was somewhat at a disadvantage against Xian Zong. The space continued to expand outwards more and more. Wu Jing had also reached Xian Zhang's location. The Jade Emperor shouted angrily, "Damn it!" Nevertheless, Hang Yi continued her relentless assault. Xian Zong was still moving closer to her, struggling with the thought, "I need to eliminate her directly, otherwise, she will probably survive." Saying that, Xian Zong decisively erased Hang Yi, his gaze firm and unwavering. In another dimension, the Jade Emperor, furious, ordered, "Hang Yi, fix this, quickly deal with Tang Xian Zong." Meanwhile, Xian Zong was still contemplating his strategy when suddenly Ruan Ting appeared, saying, "Master." Remembering Ruan Ting's appearance, Xian Zong found a solution, thinking, "This is perfect timing." Saying that, Xian Zong snapped a corner off the 2B stick. Xian Zong then put his arm around Ruan Ting's shoulder and asked him to help Master restrain Hang Yi. With that, Xian Zong threw Ruan Ting straight away. He was startled and cried without tears, "Again? How many times has it been now?" By instinct, the touch of love appeared between Ruan Ting and Hang Yi. Standing in front of Hang Yi, Ruan Ting still didn't know that this was not the Hang Yi he had secretly loved. He trembled and raised his hand to stop her. "Hang Yi fairy, you mustn't act hastily." But Hang Yi coldly asked, "Who are you?" Suddenly, there was a loud call from the Jade Emperor, "Hang Yi, hurry and save the situation." On the Jade Emperor's side, Xian Zong was preparing to take action against him. "Ba Jie, support me more." The Jade Emperor was still trying to issue orders, "Hang Yi, quickly, quickly." Xian Zong was doing his best to close the gap in space, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't close it completely. Xian Zong had realized the principle, indeed, I must deal with Hang Yi first, right? On Hang Yi's side, she was being bound by the space of the Jade Emperor. No. Ruan Ting was still in a difficult position. Do we really have to find a way to eliminate her? While Hang Yi's body was trembling, the Jade Emperor gave the command, "Hang Yi, do your best, look beautiful." Ruan Ting had made her decision. While there was still a chance to save things, she said, "Quickly eliminate them." Hang Yi attacked directly towards Ruan Ting. Ruan Ting did not hesitate either, brandishing her trident and charging straight at Hang Yi. At that moment, her eyes were filled with pain and hurt. Fragments of memories shattered, revealing old images. The image of Hang Yi standing in front of Ruan Ting, gently calling out, "Tianpeng." Then it shifted to Hang Yi being shackled, surrounded by laboratory instruments, her clothes in tatters. The Jade Emperor was injecting a green substance into her body. Jade Emperor. The solution being injected into Hang Yi's body increased, causing her more pain as she cried out, "It hurts so much." The scene changed to Hang Yi obediently sitting in the Jade Emperor's lap, her face completely devoid of emotion. The Jade Emperor took pride in what he had done to her, saying, "With such special abilities, I am indeed a genius." What abilities? Back in reality, Ruan Ting was trying to approach Hang Yi. As she raised the 2B piece to prepare to erase her, Ruan Ting suddenly froze, shocked to see Hang Yi's memories. Was that just Hang Yi's memory? Hang Yi's face no longer wore a cold expression, but seemed to feel that she was about to be freed. Ruan Ting disregarded everything. Directly piercing through Hang Yi's body, she fell back in pain. Ruan Ting instinctively glided past her, feeling immense guilt. "I'm sorry, Hang Yi." Heng Yi's eyes brimmed with tears, her face at that moment was very serene. She gently called, Tian Peng. Happy tears fell from Heng Yi, thank you. At Tai Shang Lao Jun's residence, the interior was silent. His hands trembled involuntarily. The little fairy standing next to him looked a bit anxious, hesitantly reporting, Lao Jun, just now, Ling Xiaobao has fallen. Lao Jun folded the paper angrily and replied, don't worry, the emperor will handle it himself. But inside Lao Jun, resentment was brewing, his eyes filled with hatred. I must make the leader suffer a fate worse than death. At Dao Qi, the scene remained peaceful and breathtakingly beautiful. Inside, Wang Mu and Chu Nu were observing Xian Zhang's battle. Chu Nu curiously asked, Your Highness, who exactly is the Heng Yi fairy? Wang Mu just smiled lightly and replied, I never expected that the Jade Emperor could trigger Heng Yi's special abilities. I had underestimated him before. Suddenly, a fairy rushed in, and Wang Mu raised her hand to stop her, not at this moment. Recalling the agreement between Wang Mu and Xian Zhang, she handed Sun Wukong a button and reminded him, if you press this button, I will begin to fulfill the agreement between you and me. Then, she turned to look at Chu Nu and said, by Thien, according to the agreement between me and Tang Seng, I am now obliged to meet any request of yours. Of course, the premise is, Wang Mu continued, I will not engage directly with the Jade Emperor. Chu Nu blushed as she recalled Sun Zhang's instructions. Thien, if Wang Mu asks you, tell her your request is. Then, summoning all her courage, she shyly added, please take me immediately to Wuzhuangguan. On the battlefield, Wan Ting seemed to have been attacked and seriously injured. Wan Ting fell from the outer space back to reality. Sun Zong had also returned, standing before the Jade Emperor. Wan Ting's body was injured as she fell into the tomb of Tu Bao. Wan Ting was not in physical pain, but her eyes were filled with pain and guilt. It was because I yielded in the beginning that I harmed you all now. He remembered the image seen in Hang Na's memory when she was tormented by the Jade Emperor. Now, Hien Noi was lying unconscious, with remnants of blood still on his face. Wan Ting's eyes burned with determination as she resolved, I will not retreat any longer. On this side, Xian Zong was still standing firm. He sighed, I almost dealt with you just now, Jade Emperor. Xian Zong still regretted the conditions with Wang Mu. I thought I would save the third condition with Wang Mu, but unexpectedly I used it up. The Jade Emperor was furious after Heng Yi's defeat, his eyes were fiery red. Heng Yi is my responsibility. Then the Jade Emperor soared, a powerful wave of spiritual energy radiated around him. The ground immediately shattered. The Jade Emperor emitted immense power, and Xian Zong struggled to maintain his footing. From above, the Jade Emperor threatened, I will ensure that all of you die in pieces. Xian Zong showed no fear and simply said, Jade Emperor, I wonder how many lightning strikes you can withstand. The Jade Emperor, still smug, retorted, lightning? Tang Xian Zong, do you think this is just anywhere? The Jade Emperor had always believed that with a barrier, no one could interfere with his misdeeds. This is my territory, even the heavenly Tao cannot harm me. Xian Zong calmly spoke about his secret, actually, you use a foolish barrier to prevent the heavenly Tao from knowing what happens inside, right? If they don't detect it, they won't trigger the heavenly Tao's punishment mechanism. Xian Zong further provoked him, his cultivation is low, yet he behaves so arrogantly. Indeed, you are still afraid of being struck by lightning. Feeling a direct hit to his core, the Jade Emperor became furious and could only point 2 fingers at Xian Zong, unaware that the other 3 fingers were pointing at himself. You! Xian Zong seized the advantage to threaten him. Now I cannot escape either, can you let me die with clarity? Moreover, Xian Zong brought up Wan Ting. Ba Jie, as Tian Peng Yuan Shui, commander of 100,000 naval troops, surely you feared his military power and quickly eliminated him. He did not forget Wu Jing and Wukong's situation. Wu Jing discovered your scheme, you wanted to kill him. It was also for this reason that Wukong served as bait to lure me to the heavenly court, thus entangling us in this matter. Finally, Xian Zong asked, so what is the reason you want to kill me? The Jade Emperor, exposed, had a gaze filled with resentment. Under the deep blue sky, the soft willow branches drooped, and a playful breeze gently danced around the white clouds. In this beautiful setting, the Jade Emperor stood side by side with Lao Jun. In the past, I also came into contact with someone from a different world. As the statement concluded, an image of the man and Wang Mu happily together appeared. The man, with a serious face, imparted strange knowledge to the Jade Emperor. While he continued to narrate, he brought scientific knowledge. This has never happened in this world before. Taking the device in hand, the Jade Emperor and Lao Jun studied it seriously, reminiscing about the happy moment then. The other person continued, I hold great respect for him, Wang Mu loves him, and Lao Jun also appreciates him greatly. But the image of the man gradually faded. Wang Mu, her face becoming sorrowful, said, and then he still died. The story ended like shards dispersed into the void. This is the fate predetermined for the guest from another world. No matter what his status is, everything cannot be restored. On the other side, the Jade Emperor flew in the sky, staring down at Xianzong below. The Jade Emperor's face was both angry and fierce, loudly questioning, why kill? Xianzong calmly clasped his hands behind his head, smirking, his voice full of sarcasm, actually, I am a very easygoing person, whatever you don't like about me, I can change it. Upon hearing Xianzang's words, the Jade Emperor became furious, radiating a fierce aura. Change? Are you from another world also naive? Xianzong calmly looked at him as if provoking him, secretly thinking, people from another world, us? Besides myself, is there another person or are there many more? The Jade Emperor, enraged, raised his hand, his cruel face glaring at Xianzong, thick waves of energy emerging. That's right, over there you have a saying about tool people, don't you? As soon as he finished speaking, the Jade Emperor pointed towards Xianzong. In the next moment, a stream of power shot out, forming a large pillar. The Jade Emperor shouted loudly, tool people don't need to know that much. On the other side, Xianzong saw the evil energy rushing towards him and stood still, calm and composed. The Jade Emperor angrily yelled, you might as well just die. Immediately after, the stream of power struck Xianzong, knocking him back. Xianzong painfully got up from the ground. He frowned, looking at the person in front of him, his body covered in wounds. Xianzong thought to himself, why is everyone so hard to trap? High above, the Jade Emperor continuously unleashed evil energy, laughing with satisfaction. It has been many years since I personally took action. Below, the stream of power continued to engulf Xianzong, making his figure gradually blur. Soon after, the entire space was engulfed by the immense power of the Jade Emperor. The Jade Emperor raised his hand to summon another wave of power, his face filled with excitement as he said, today, I intentionally send you on your way. The Jade Emperor looked at Xianzong, his voice filled with unrestrained sarcasm, farewell. At the same time, he flicked a ball of energy from his hand. Xianzong stared at him with a serious expression, deep in thought, and silently thought, forget it, I will find another opportunity later. In the very next second, Xianzong blew a kiss to the Jade Emperor and hurried off. Jade Emperor, thank you for today's reception, I will lead my disciple ahead, farewell. Seeing Xianzong running away at full speed, the Jade Emperor shouted angrily from behind, Tang Xianzong, you are something else. But just then, a stream of spiritual energy rushed towards and wrapped around the Jade Emperor's hand. The Jade Emperor was momentarily stunned. In the next moment, the red spiritual energy grew stronger, drawing in the Jade Emperor's spiritual energy. He gritted his teeth and thought, is there another reinforcement? On the other side, Xianzong was supporting the heavily injured Ruan Ting, quietly reminding him, Ba Jie, you should go into the personal space and wait there. Xianzong calmly looked at the dissatisfied Jade Emperor, feeling secretly happy, Tian is reliable with important matters, I just don't know which great elder has come to help this time. The Jade Emperor angrily rushed in front of Xianzong and shouted loudly, Tang Xianzong, you are a despicable little person. Just as he was about to strike again, the red spiritual energy in his hand unexpectedly spoke up, Your Majesty Jade Emperor, what you are doing goes against our bilateral agreement. The Jade Emperor glared at the red spiritual energy in his hand, retorting, I haven't made a move yet, so it doesn't count as breaking the agreement. Xianzong besides saw the Jade Emperor not even blinking in denial. He secretly cursed, damn it, the Jade Emperor has really thick skin. The red spiritual energy continued, so about your design of the barrier, your scheme to deceive the heavenly Tao, if I were to break the vague barrier. Seeing this, the Jade Emperor panicked, began to worry, and shouted, don't, I understand already. The Jade Emperor turned away, waved his hand to give a command to Xianzong, helplessly saying, all right, take your disciple and leave quickly. In the next moment, the barrier of the Jade Emperor opened, and Xianzong and his group were freed. Xianzong happily waved at the Jade Emperor, this humble monk takes his leave. On the other side, the Jade Emperor kept explaining to the red spiritual energy, you are absolutely right, it is my fault, all my fault. Under the clear blue sky, a flock of white cranes spread their wings and flew high, the voice of a person shouting resonated, sister, my dear sister, I have released the person, don't say any more. The sky remained clear, and that person's voice rang out. After this battle, the palace was clearly devastated to an unsightly extent. According to everyone's account, the heavenly court's treasures had suffered serious losses. On the contrary, everyone knew who benefited, the master and disciple Xianzong had quite a rich harvest, although they were also quite heavily injured. At the top of the majestic mountain, the lush green grass stretches out, with delicate white clouds covering it completely, where the story begins. I am naturally a stone monkey, while she is Zilan, a spirit. Before opening spiritual intelligence, we were bound to each other's existence. Under the brilliant sunset, one person at sea and another on the sandy shore reluctantly parted ways. Then, I left Huagua Mountain to seek enlightenment. Wukong was then a bright young man, boldly declaring, I will quickly become strong and then return. Zilan, on the other side, sadly waved goodbye to Wukong, I will always wait here for you. Time flowed endlessly, and Zilan continued to look forward to his return. Wukong also devoted himself to cultivation. The immortal mountain knew no days or months, and time quickly passed until the day of his return. Wait for me when I return after becoming accomplished to find you. Wukong stood dazed amidst the familiar scenery, yet there was no trace of Zilan. I heard she was alive but was struck by heavenly lightning and turned to dust. Who told her to take shortcuts in cultivation, lacking foundation? Wukong, in agony, trembling, knelt on the ground, holding his face, the lifespan of the orchid grass is limited, if cultivation is too short, it cannot live long. Wukong, in pain, tears rolling down, said, lifespan is already determined, why must one force it? Isn't it dead now? Wukong gritted his teeth, tears streaming down his face. Wukong's tears fell silently, dissolving all the deep emotions within him. That's right, has she always been waiting for someone? The story ends, returning to reality in a strange place. Great sage is crying, you, quickly let go of my neck. Wukong gradually opened his eyes from unconsciousness, his face still marked with tears. Wukong rubbed his head, wondering to himself, am I crying? On the other side, Xianzong was squeezed tightly by Yuanzi, panicking as he exclaimed, I'm about to die. On the opposite side, Ba Jie, wrapped in bandages, lay on the bed being taken care of by Wu Jing. Seeing the other person wake up, Yuanzi shouted, Great sage, you seem to be awake now. Wukong seemed to remember that battle and asked, has the Jade Emperor died? Xianzong stood up, looked at him, cleared his throat, and replied, unfortunately, not yet. Next time, keep trying. Wukong angrily slammed his hand down on the bed. He stood up, grabbed the Rui Jingu Bang, and continued dissatisfied, now I will, but before he could finish, the Rui Jingu Bang in his hand fell. Yuanzi and Xianzong immediately sighed. Wukong was tightly bound by the ceiling of Buddha-like chains suppressing him. Seeing the seal on him tightening more and more, Wukong secretly thought, the Buddha's seal has become stronger again. Yuanzi walked over, patted his head, and reminded him, Great sage, if you keep trying to break the Buddha's seal on you, you'll end up swallowed, at least for 3 days you won't be able to do anything. Xianzong looked at him, his face gentle as he reminded, Wukong, the body is your foundation for revenge, you need to rest well. But the next second, Xianzong smiled slyly, or do you need master to knock you out directly? Wukong, angry, closed his eyes and lay still on the bed, gritting his teeth and silently telling himself, just wait until these 3 days are over. Xianzong approached and touched his hair, softly advising, behave better and there will be rewards. Wukong, dissatisfied, turned his face inward. Just then, Xianzong held up the orb containing Zilan towards him. Look, what is this? Wukong stared wide-eyed at his beloved inside the orb. Xianzong explained, Wang Mu said that when Zilan first tried to save lives, her divine soul scattered. In Wukong's eyes at that moment, there was only the figure of Zilan, and Xianzang's voice echoed, just as she passed by, she collected Zilan's divine soul, nurtured it back, and helped her transform into an immortal. This little divine soul is what was left over at the time. Luckily, Wang Mu found it. Xianzong happily closed his eyes and pointed to guide him. Now you should carefully nurture her reincarnation, and when the time comes, use the flower's nectar to restore her memories from her past life. Beside him, Yuan Zi excitedly cheered him on. Xianzong placed the fragment of Zilan's soul in front of him. This is definitely Zilan that you are very familiar with. Upon hearing this, Wukong glanced away, his face turning bright red as he replied, Thank you, Master. Wukong looked toward the small figure of his beloved, his face gentle with a smile. Xianzong left, reminding him, Wu Jing, move your second senior brother outside so that grand senior brother can rest. At this moment, tears fell from Xianzang's face. Yuan Zi behind him said, Did you get a thank you from the great sage, great master? Are you so moved that you might cry? On the other side, at the Jade Palace, the Jade Emperor and Lao Jun approached the Queen. The Jade Emperor looked at the person in front of him, his face stern and grinding his teeth. The Queen looked at the two and smirked, asking, What brings you to me? The Jade Emperor stepped closer to the Queen, his expression growing increasingly dark. Moments later, the Jade Emperor rushed forward, weeping, embracing the Queen, and scolded, My dear sister, is one outward elbow not enough? Must you extend it again? Is your elbow dislocated or what? A good opportunity to kill the monk is being ruined by you. You only know how to help outsiders bully me, clearly we are in the same boat. You even led that woman into the heavenly realm, she already knows about the barrier, we are doomed. Wang Mu pushed the Jade Emperor's face away in disgust and replied, Don't worry, we won't die, but within 3 months, if you still make a move against Tang Xianzong, don't come to me for help in the future. As soon as he heard this, the Jade Emperor quickly retreated and immediately said, No, 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 isn't it just 3 months? I promise not to touch him. The Jade Emperor's face turned red with anger as he spoke, Are you really that concerned about him? Wang Mu recalled that image, her voice calm, Tang Xianzong, can you truly succeed where he has failed? The afternoon sun bathed everything in a golden hue, the pink peach blossoms bloomed around the ancient pavilion, the bright sunlight shone into the spacious room. On the bed, Wukong was holding the soul of Zilan while sleeping. But just then, the door swung open. Wan Ting and Wu Jing rushed in one after another. Yuan Shui, stop running, second senior brother, it's time to take your medicine. I won't take it. Outside the courtyard, Yuan Zi was talking with the red spiritual energy. Yuan Zi smiled elegantly and began to speak. This time coming to the heavenly realm to save people, I really trouble you. The other person replied, Not at all, I should be thanking you for notifying me in time. Meanwhile, Xianzang's face was a mix of confusion as he looked ahead. Above his bed, Chu Nu blushed, waiting. A gentle voice spoke up. Zhen Yuan Zi, the great immortal, said that the blanket is too thin and wants me to help him warm the bed. Xianzong felt helpless and stepped back, continuously scratching his head. What the hell is going on? Time quickly passed to the evening of 3 days later. Xianzong and the others gathered around the campfire. Xianzong spread spices over the skewers of meat. Xianzong brought over a large tray of food and called out to the group, Hurry up and come eat. As soon as he finished speaking, the others pounced on Xianzong like tigers. Xianzong secretly worried, Wait until I finish eating. Under the clear sky, with white clouds drifting lazily, the bright full moon hung high beside the silent trees. Looking at the group lying on the ground with full bellies, Xianzong said, Master has something to announce. Upon hearing this, Chu Nu looked at him with eager eyes. Wan Ting lay back, gazing at the sky, quietly listening. Wu Jing, with a sorrowful face, turned around on the ground, while the white horse calmly grazed beside him. Wukong looked back with a calm demeanor and glanced at Xianzong. At that moment, Xianzong propped himself up on his knees and stood up. He leaned on his hands, looking toward the group of disciples, and spoke solemnly, "After this battle with the heavenly court, the master has gained understanding." He then smiled at Yuan Zi. A moment later, Xianzong cracked his knuckles and continued, "Strong truly looks down on those who hide their true selves." Xianzong hesitated as he looked at the crowd, a crafty smile forming on his face. The disciples turned their faces toward Xianzong as he continued, "Therefore." A moment later, Xianzong pulled out a bright red flag from somewhere. Xianzong tightly grasped the flagpole and struck it forcefully against the ground. Holding the flag in his hand, Xianzong declared with great vigor, "Thus, for the purpose of officially establishing a sect." Before the astonished eyes of Yuan Zi and the admiration of Chu Nu, Xianzong boldly shouted, "Tian Ni sect." Right after, Wu Jing's eyes sparkled with excitement as he looked at him, taking the task of seeking the scriptures, disobedient to heaven as the title. After hearing this, Wan Ting gasped and began to worry, taking resources that can be used in the world. Wukong glanced at him and smiled softly, "Building our own base." Xianzong raised the flag in his hand, his handsome face continued to speak. "Do you want to face those gods and Buddhas head-on, my disciples?" Chu Nu beside him excitedly shouted, "I am willing to ride alongside the great master, swearing to die without turning back." Wu Jing and the white horse joyfully exclaimed together, "Definitely following the master." The white horse called out from the side, "Hee hee, hee hee, hee hee, hee hee, whatever it takes, just don't make me a horse anymore." Wukong hugged Zilan, smiling inwardly in response. Disciple obeys the command. But at that moment, Wan Ting trembled and raised his hand to speak. "Master, actually, I want to leave." Upon hearing this, Xianzong stepped forward, his face changing as he patted his shoulder. "What?" Behind him, 3 fellow disciples glanced at him with sparks in their eyes. Wan Ting quickly scratched his head to explain, "I don't mean to leave the group, I just want to take a day or two to deal with personal matters." Xianzong, seeing Wan Ting's fearful eyes, had a change of expression, happily putting his arm around him and said, "Master knows, Master knows." Moments later, Xianzong whispered to Wan Ting, "Master is also very concerned about your 100,000 Navy brothers." Xianzong smiled with satisfaction and called out, "All right, my disciples." Then, Xianzong raised the flag high and shouted, "The first station of the Tian Ni sect recruits soldiers from the underworld. The army begins to march, led by Xianzong. Let's go." Xianzong, with one hand on his hip and the other holding a flag, declares with a smirk, "There can only be success, failure is not permitted." Under the dark, gloomy sky, the trees stand still as if soaked in sorrow. In ancient times, the pillars of heaven broke, the roof of the sky collapsed, and the intersection of the heavenly realm, the mortal world, and the underworld fell apart, leading to chaos. Gods and demons hated each other, with not a soul in sight, as fate had decreed 3 unmanageable circumstances. Xianzong and his group stand beside a stream. A green carp speaks up, "Master, it's right here." Everyone stops, their eyes warily scanning the surroundings. Xianzong surveys the area and remarks, "This place is quite interesting, isn't it?" Wukong steps forward, attempting to cross the stream. In the next moment, the Buddha seal appears, and he begins to tremble. Wu Jing, worried, shouts, "Grand Senior Brother." Xianzong raises a hand to wipe his forehead and reminds, "Wu Jing, carry your Grand Senior Brother." Wukong grinds his teeth and steps back. Wu Jing, anxious from behind, asks, "Grand Senior Brother, are you okay?" Wukong's face is pale, looking extremely grim. The sky above was bleak, with flocks of birds hurriedly taking flight. Wukong angrily looked at the seal on his body, gritting his teeth and cursing, "Damn Buddha." At this moment, Xianzong approached and patted his shoulder to comfort him. "Wukong, you've tried several times already." Xianzong covered his mouth and suppressed his laughter, "It seems this place conflicts with your seal." Xianzang's face quickly turned red, looking quite irritating, as he gestured towards Wukong, "You should go back and ask Xin Yuanzi to check on you, consider it a break from your master, you can still have Zilan." Wukong gave a dissatisfied glance at Xianzong. Xianzong opened his mouth and laughed heartily. Anyway, I just want to come here with Ba Jie to take the little brother, hoping for brotherhood in the water army, and conveniently pretending to be foolish to gather the traitors. Wukong's face darkened as he reached into his robe. Fine. A moment later, he tossed out Kong Kong, turning his back to remind him, if anything comes up, use this useless person to contact me. Kong Kong stood in the palm of Xian Zhang's hand, discontentedly reminding him, what are you looking at? Seeing Kong brother, are you not happy? Moments later, Wukong vanished. Beside them, the blue carp expressed its concern, Master, why did the great sage leave? Xianzong did not respond, swiftly spinning his hand. Hurry up, lead us and your Yuan Shui to meet the brothers. Xianzong patted Ruan Ting on the shoulder, reminding him, you're not bad, it's been so long yet the brothers remain loyal to you. On the other side, the blue catfish, anxious and trembling, spoke up, aren't you going to tell Yuan Shui the truth? The green catfish continued, how should we say it? You didn't miscalculate the time, did you? No, it's correct. Ruan Ting rubbed his nose and, blushing, replied, that's the charisma of this commander, for sure. But just at that moment, two tridents flew out and blocked their path. Who dares to intrude here? The catfish monsters looked at the group in front of them and warned loudly, leave quickly, and we will spare your lives. One of the monsters began to speak, if not. Seeing the catfish monsters, Ruan Ting's eyes lit up as he exclaimed, brothers. Then, with affection in his eyes, he ran toward the catfish guards, brothers, it's me, I am. At this moment, the green catfish, like Superman, rushed to embrace Ruan Ting. In the next second, the blue catfish superhero charged fiercely at the catfish guards. In the following moment, the blue catfish superhero obliterated them. He quickly claimed victory. Xianzong stepped forward, glanced at the blue carp, and questioned, explain yourself. Immediately, Ruan Ting approached with a cold expression, what exactly happened? Under the scrutiny of 4 eyes, the blue carp trembled in fear within the dimly lit room. A faint light from the eerie chandelier illuminated the space. Cobwebs filled the corners, and the room was an old, dilapidated one. In the center was a long table crowded with seats. This was the conference room of the naval forces. A group of aquatic monsters sat around the table, anxiously looking at the presiding figure under the table. The message displayed read, Xian Vu Quan 741st Session, 13th Senior Conference, Summon Conference, General Niu. Presiding over the conference, Tian Peng Yuan Shui. General Niu, filled with rage, slammed the table and stood up, shouting, 3,141 brothers died under unclear circumstances. What else can you do besides shifting the blame? Yuan Shui entrusted his brothers to us, yet you behave like this? General Bai, sitting beside him, had an inscrutable expression and replied, this time, 2 close escort lieutenants of Yuan Shui have also gone missing. General Su, with a stern face, crossed his arms and remained silent. General Dou embraced General Wei and reminded, Niu junior sister. Do you consider us the leaders? The shrimp Dou general angrily stomped on the table. At most, it will just be a fight, whoever wins will take charge. A moment later, General Niu and General Dou glared at each other, sparks flying in their eyes. Just as the atmosphere became tense, another voice intervened, all right. The calm female general sitting beside reminded, this should be the end, we still must follow Yuan Shui's teachings. General Bai and General Niu were taken aback, looking at her. The female general clasped her hands, bowed her head, and spoke, please, Yuan Shui, speak. Everyone looked towards the person in the main seat, please, Yuan Shui, speak. After that, the female general lowered her hands by her side. She looked toward the person opposite her, silently waiting. Opposite, Yuan Shui remained silent, hands tightly clasped. Beside him, a small screen appeared, and Yuan Shui smiled warmly like a flower towards the crowd. The screen showed that it was searching. Moments later, the screen displayed the text, brothers are like hands and feet, Tian Peng is not a 3-headed, 6-armed, 10-legged being, even with just 1 hand and 1 foot, it is not easy to give up. Yuan Shui began to read aloud, brothers are like hands and feet, Tian Peng is not a 3-headed, 6-armed, 10-legged being, even with just 1 hand and 1 foot, it is not easy to give up. General Niu couldn't hold back his tears after hearing that. I always knew Yuan Shui would definitely stand by our side. General Su crossed his arms and looked that way, his face serious as he continued, even if he isn't willing to take revenge for Yuan Shui, why do you all have to pretend to be here? General Su, angry, slammed the table and stood up, saying loudly, you say you want to fight the heavens to take revenge for Yuan Shui, you're just leading your brothers to death. General Dou angrily stood up, stop talking, let's just PK directly. General Niu refused to back down, let's fight, who's afraid of whom? At that moment, a message appeared on the system screen, if everyone has differing opinions, then General, what do you think? The minutes recorded for the 239th high-level meeting of Xian Wujun Yuan Shui forced a polite smile and continued reading, if everyone has differing opinions, then General, what do you think? The group immediately fell silent, and the female general on the opposite side spoke up, if everyone trusts me, then let me investigate this matter. The female general, with a determined expression, declared, I will not give up until I uncover the truth. The fighting general and General Su stood up and turned to leave, then we will just wait for the results. Then, the 3 large doors swung open, and light from outside poured in. 6 generals turned their backs and left the conference room. General Niu clasped his hands and looked towards the female general, solemnly saying, it's all thanks to the female general. General Dou glanced back, eavesdropping, still can't win. General Wei beside him continued, Dou, let's go compete ourselves. On the other side, General Bai left, sighing, wasting another 3 days. The entire conference room plunged into darkness a moment later, with only the female general remaining motionless. The female general let out a sigh, as expected, it's still like this, everyone just wants to find reasons to fight, fundamentally not wanting to resolve issues. The female general frowned and said seriously, Tianpeng, things have come to this point, what should we do? On the other side, Wan Ting seemed to feel someone mentioning her name and immediately sneezed. Seeing this, the blue carp approached, tears welling up, exclaiming, lacking food and clothing, single and lonely, day and night longing for Yuan Shui. The green carp beside her also bowed down, hugging her legs, murmuring, suffering hardship and exhaustion leads to an early death, save us from this sea of suffering. Moments later, a long scroll was presented. Wan Ting fearfully scratched her head, the 7 generals are divided into 3 factions, 1 wrong word, and they will fight. Only the female general still keeps the old commander in her heart. We barely escaped with our lives to find Lord Yuan Shui, to return and deal with them, and to reorganize the Xian Wujun. Xian Zong glanced at Wan Ting, who was being hassled by 2 slippery carp. He smirked and said, even in the navy, there must be at least 1 spy colluding with the celestial realm, but are there really no allies among the 7 generals? Upon hearing this, Wan Ting froze for a moment, stunned. Xian Zong approached, covered his mouth to suppress laughter, and patted Wan Ting's shoulder, your charm and personality, there's no doubt it's you. Wan Ting raised his hand toward the 2 slippery carp and began to reply, Dou and Wei only fight all day, surely they have no other intentions, right? The 2 slippery carp looked back with worried faces. Wan Ting's expression began to shift to worry, sweat started pouring down, and he continued, yes, it must be due to the 9,000-year bond with me. The 2 carp added, right now, he only has money, he can sell anything. After hearing that, Wan Ting was drenched in sweat, stubbornly saying, Su has always been upright, not one to flatter. The 2 slippery carp chimed in, don't forget from whom your Lord Yuan Shui seized his position. Wan Ting did not stop, but his whole body began to tremble. This child was also guided by me, not to the point of. The 2 ugly-faced fish replied, everyone will change, moreover she doesn't want to leave here at all. Wan Ting thought about the last person, her face changed color, her entire body trembled. He patted his chest, forget it, that guy never liked me anyway. Wan Ting dejectedly slumped to the ground, sinking into sorrow, people go, tea grows cold, the thing is still here but you are no longer present. Xian Zong stepped forward, his face serious, leaned in and asked, isn't there still some female general or something? Why didn't Ba Jie mention it? Xian Zong looked towards the 2 crisp carp, eagerly awaiting an explanation, but they seemed to turn into statues, acting innocent and not responding. Xian Zong turned away and left, sighed, a useless disciple can't be relied on, the master can only set out alone. In the eyes of the admiring crowd, Xianzong smirked and said, the grand plan of recruitment for Tianni's sect has no room for failure. On the other side, the sky was gray, and the catfish soldiers were strung up across the beam. The group continued their journey. Behind them, Wan Ting led the horse and said, Cui Lan little sweet honey, the husband is very sad, wanting to kiss and cuddle you up. Xianzong and the others went ahead, but in front was a cliff. The blue crispy carp reminded, Master, ahead is the Xian Wu sect's base. Xianzong stood at the edge, looking down at the fog-covered scene. He didn't speak, only smiled happily. Below, in the stillness, a grand building rose majestically, surrounded by traditional small houses tightly packed together. The largest building was the base of the Xian Wu sect. A group of merfolk chatted excitedly, this place's wine is truly the best in the world, guaranteed to satisfy you, sir. Outside, a wooden sign was erected, self-service, no waste, take as needed, strictly no excess, healthy work, happy life. As Xianzong and his group approached, the surrounding merfolk whispered continuously, each wearing a mushroom on their head, their faces showing discontent. Xianzong and Wan Ting exchanged glances filled with evil energy, looking at the blue crispy carp. The blue crispy carp walked over and put an arm around Xianzong's shoulder, quickly explaining, the transforming device, the magic weapon master provided, is quite useful, it won't be recognized on the way. At this moment, to others, Xianzong and his group looked like a row of catfish soldiers marching forward. Xianzong cheerfully raised his hand towards the mushroom on his head, of course, it cost me 7,000 experience points. Xianzong tightened his grip around the blue-green crispy carp's neck, dissatisfied, and said, flattery won't work, tell me, what else are you hiding from us? The blue-green crispy carp, frightened, trembled and pointed toward the building ahead, awkwardly replying, I will tell you, but not in the open street. Behind, Wu Jing and Chu Nu were doing their best to pull the greedy white horse away. Xiao Bai, stop eating, we need to hurry after them. Xianzong followed the blue-green crispy carp, with his other hand gripping the crispy green carp, dissatisfied, saying, talk, or do you want to try my fish slicing skills? Wan Ting's expression turned serious as she frowned, remaining silent. But just then, in the narrow alley above, strange sounds began to emerge incessantly. Wan Ting anxiously hid behind Xianzong. Xianzong turned his face, worried, to observe. At this moment, right behind them, a group of crispy carps wielding tables and chairs was rushing forward. Xianzong froze, thinking, we're surrounded. Seeing this scene, the two people and the two fish were startled and leaned against each other, trembling. Wan Ting looked across as the aggressive crispy carps charged forward. She remained silent, her expression difficult to read. Moments later, in the narrow alley, the two sides collided, beginning to battle. The female general stood not far away, observing. While enjoying a cup of tea, the female general said, in one day, fighting 8 times, only rushing into a small alley to meet for a fight, I am not afraid of trouble. But right after that, she was stunned and dropped her cup of tea, looking towards that direction. What is that? The cup of tea simply fell. The female general rushed out from inside, her eyes wide in disbelief, quickly heading towards the alley. How can this be? She fell down, supporting herself on the ground. The female general stood up, looking towards the alley, silently thinking, could it be? Below, the crispy carps were beaten to a pulp, while 2 blue and green crispy carps clung to each other in fear and trembled. Wan Ting rested her chin on her hand, deep in thought, while Xianzong looked smug. But a moment later, Wan Ting froze, dumbfounded, turning towards the strange figure behind. The female general appeared, smiling happily, looking at Wan Ting and calling out, so it was a person. At Huagua Mountain, the swift river flowed fiercely over the rocky shore, the waterfall crashing down, creating a thunderous sound in the mountains. Amidst the clear water, a cave appeared, inside Wukong walked towards the entrance. Wukong joyfully raised the soul fragment Zilan in front, gently saying, you used to sneak down here to play, do you remember? Wukong embraced Zilan as they stepped through the doorway, but what met his eyes was a deserted flower and fruit mountain. Wukong looked around in confusion, thinking to himself, what's happening? Why isn't there a single monkey to be seen? Inside the orb, Zilan yawned widely. Seeing this, Wukong gently rubbed the orb in his hand and softly said, "Are you sleepy again? Then go to sleep." Wukong stood at the entrance of the cave, carefully placing Zilan down. But a moment later, a flash of dark energy erupted from within. Wukong was startled, his eyes wide open. He quickly dashed into the cave. Inside, a voice rang out, "Not a single one will be spared." Wukong gritted his teeth, holding the Rui Jingu Bang in his hand, and ran towards the source of the sound. "Your clothes are dirty now." Hearing the noise, Lingu turned to look back. Wukong appeared, and the scene around him was a total mess. Instantly enraged, Wukong glared fiercely at Lingu. Turning back towards the alley, a crowd gathered, watching curiously. The female general standing next to Wan Ting quietly said, "So it's a person after all." She looked at him, patting his shoulder, and asked, "Didn't you say you didn't want to deal with this nonsense?" Wan Ting's face immediately changed color as he trembled inside, thinking, why does it have to be her? Behind them, Xianzong watched the two others and silently thought, they transformed but still recognized each other immediately. Well, they indeed have an improper connection. Xianzong looked down at the ground, making eye contact with the chair, and smiled, thinking, it seems I can only. On this side, the female general leaned over to Wan Ting and quietly asked, "Why have you changed your mind?" At that moment, from behind, Xianzong swung the chair up. Wan Ting focused on the female general, internally confirming, "It's over, I'm definitely going to be recognized." Then, the female general coldly asked, 52088, "What do you really want?" Xianzong, who was about to rush forward, paused upon hearing this. Seeing this, Wan Ting immediately sighed with relief, "She still hasn't recognized me." She waved her hand toward Xianzong, who was behind, and started greeting, "Right, there are still more people." The female general looked at Xianzong sitting in the chair, "Are you here to join in the fun as well?" 11111. Beside them, the two crispy carps looked at each other and wondered, is the female general close to 52,088 and 111111? Xianzong awkwardly scratched his head, silently thinking, this is too coincidental, I keep running into acquaintances. Wan Ting approached and immediately waved her hand to refute. "It's just a coincidence that we finished our patrol and happened to pass by here." The female general replied with interest, "That's quite a clever way to say it." In her heart, she looked at Wan Ting in the form of a catfish and thought, "Tianpeng, no matter how you change your appearance, I can immediately recognize you." On the other side, Xianzong quietly turned away. The female general's face showed a hint of sadness as she thought to herself, "Would you rather seek help from 11,111 than come to me?" Recalling the scene from earlier when 11,111 wanted to assassinate her, the female general thought, "Tianpeng, if I hadn't corrected myself in time, would you have had them kill me?" While she was still thinking, Wan Ting called out, "Female general." Then the group shuddered and quickly waved goodbye. "If there's nothing else, we'll be leaving now." Wan Ting and Xianzong worriedly waved at her, "See you later." But as the two were about to leave, the female general spoke up, 11111, 52088, "Starting today, I'm canceling your patrol duty." The female general looked at the two in front of her and continued to instruct, "Return to the newly established investigation team temporarily, you will report directly to me." Xianzong and Wan Ting looked back at the female general in confusion. Investigation team. The female general's face was cold as she watched the two explain themselves. "I suspect someone is deliberately trying to harm our brothers in the army. The two factions only care about fighting, so I alone will establish an investigation team to look into this matter." Upon hearing this, Xianzong and Wan Ting exchanged smiles. The female general turned to them and reminded, "All right, now follow me." Immediately, Wan Ting and Xianzong followed the female general out of the alley. The female general soon encountered Wu Jing. As if she didn't recognize her, the female general said, 43838, "Don't be lazy, come along." Before she finished her sentence, Chu Nu kicked Wu Jing out of the corner, then hurriedly followed the female general. Wan Ting's face changed, and seeing this, Xian Zong covered his mouth to suppress a laugh, thinking to himself, is this the legendary expression filled with confusion? It seems Ba Jie is quite scared of this female general. On the other side, Chu Nu and Bai Ma exchanged lingering glances, the two green carp trembling as they embraced each other. Yuan Shui, master, if you leave, what are we going to do? Chu Nu anxiously clenched her hands, staring at the figure that was departing. Great master, is gone. Afterwards, the story was taken to a store. Xian Zong and his two disciples entered. Inside, dust rose thickly. It's too shabby already. Right in front of them, tall bookshelves appeared. Xian Zong, dissatisfied, stroked his chin, recalling the female general's earlier instructions. In other places, I have arranged for people to investigate already, only this data storage is left, make it good. Xian Zong strode forward, smirking. First, clarify the situation through the storage room, to see if there are any reports hidden or deceptive, it's also a way. Xian Zong walked over, attentively gazing at the rows of books, whispering, but I just feel that this female general is peculiar and strange. Was she like this before? On the other side, Wan Ting picked up a piece of paper, brushing off the dust on it. Moments later, Wan Ting's gaze froze, pupils contracting, staring at the paper. Immediately, Wan Ting looked at the paper in his hand, sweat began to pour out. Above was an information sheet. Returning to 3 days ago in the personal space, Wan Ting was currently fighting with Xian Yu. Wan Ting raised his hand to tightly hold the weapon in his hand. Wan Ting gritted his teeth and warned loudly, Xian Yu, stop. Wan Ting swung the rake out, dissatisfied, shouting, can you hear me speak? Xian Yu seemed to be controlled, red liquid streaming from the corners of his eyes. He trembled and shouted, Yuan Shui Lord. But right after he shouted, he lunged toward Wan Ting. Wan Ting quickly dodged to the side, his face serious as he looked at Xian Yu. Xian Yu's entire body shook, his face in pain as he raised a hand towards Wan Ting and said, just stop. While the two were still battling, Xian Zong appeared. Xian Zong raised his hand towards Wan Ting, who was sitting on the ground, saying, just like before. Xian Zong raised his hand with a smirk, reminding, he can stay in my personal space, proving his mind is still clear. But attacking you shows he completely cannot control his body. On the other side, Xian Yu stood trembling, looking at the two. Xian Zong patted Wan Ting on the shoulder, reminding, you have tried so many times, haven't you asked anything yet? Wan Ting lowered his head to the ground, smiling at him, there's no need to ask anymore. In Xian Zhang's doubtful eyes, Wan Ting continued, the generals in Xian Wujun are all intelligent people. Wan Ting gritted his teeth, staring at the person who was losing his mind in front of him, and continued speaking.